guy at heart, aren't you?
Well, with those teams right there in the draft, you're looking for draft positions. And, Washington is right in there with New England because they're 2-3.
Same record, right?
Same record. And it's going to come down to,
strength of schedule
for those two teams. So Washington, in order to be number 2 and have a chance to take Drake May, they have to lose this football game.
They have to lose this football game,
They've got to lose this football game to the Cowboys. So they want to lose. The Cowboys really want to win. I don't see a path where the Cowboys lose this football game. And it is a 3:25 kick.
Yes.
They announced that after all the games last night. So it's a late kick next Sunday. All the Cowboys have to do is go and beat a team that doesn't want to win. Cowboys won't lose this football game, Broadus.
Listen to you, man. I hope they're not. I hope we're not playing these clips back next week at this time
as we're getting ready for the number
your crotch,
on the road to the
your crotch first confidence that you got rolling right now. Cowboys on the road.
Yeah, Cowboys.
We're supposed to be nervous, aren't we?
That's the thing.
We're supposed to be nervous with Cowboys on the road.
But if there was ever a get-right time to play well on the road, and the good news now for the Cowboys is that maybe they'll only have to play one road playoff game.
Yes.
In San Francisco.
Yes.
NFC Championship game.
Yes.
I mean, when I was looking at the Eagles, when I was looking, their final schedule, they said, they've got 3 games left, 2 with the Giants, 1 with the Cardinals. I didn't think the Eagles were going to win all 3 of those games. I didn't have them losing to Arizona. No, I thought the Giants would beat them one of those games. And I thought it was going to be week 18. I did not even fathom that Arizona was going to go into Philly and knock them off. I mean, Eagles were up 21-6 in that game, Broadus. They get the big 99-yard interception return. They had that game in full control, and they let it go.
Then they eagled.
Yeah. That team's a mess.
Especially on defense.
That team's a mess.
But you're going to get in. You're going to tell me, too, that they got really conservative on the play calling.
They did late. Game's 28-28.
Yeah.
And they're settling for a field goal to give Kyler Murray 4 minutes left against a terrible defense that's playing awful.
Yeah.
And Kyler Murray marches them right down the field and they score the touchdown. Thanks, James Conner.
Yeah, James Conner's a bad man.
Did he run well yesterday?
Oh, geez.
He ran great for Arizona.
All right, let me ask you this question, Michael. I'm going to call you Michael a lot today, so get ready for it.
Just my mother would approve.
Your mom would approve. Did Jonathan Gannon going for the onside kick turn out to be a brilliant move that we kind of a sneaky conserve time? I'm gonna play defense.
At the time, I hated it.
It's kind of crazy.
I'm like, you just gave them the lead.
I know, especially with the way that the Eagles kicker is.
Yes.
You're thinking anything on the other side of the Eagles logo at midfield is probably going to be points.
Mm-hmm.
But in a sneaky way, it gave them enough time to win the game. And it took time away from Philadelphia at the end. I don't know if he planned it that way.
No, he did not. He planned for the surprise onside kick after the game got tied at 28. If you didn't see the play, Arizona comes down, they score a touchdown with 5.5 minutes left, and they go for the surprise onside kick. They don't get it.
Sean
Eagles
Payton
ball.
in the Super Bowl kind of thing. Yeah.
So they don't get it. Eagles get great field position, and then the Eagles just went ultra conservative.
Yeah.
It's like they were trying to milk the clock for a field goal to put them up instead of going for the touchdown, and that gave Arizona life. And as soon as Arizona got the football back, I'm watching that game. I'm like, well, the way the Eagles' defense was, Arizona's going to come down and at least tie this game.
Yeah.
And they marched right down the field like a hot knife through butter, and then James Conner capped it off with a touchdown run.
Yeah, that's
what a gift for the Cowboys.
No,
what a way to bring in 2024 and 2023 for the Cowboys.
Yeah, Kyler Murray, though, standing one of the shortest quarterbacks in the league, standing tall in the pocket there, delivering the ball. And you're right, man. The Eagles, the secondary has been a problem. They haven't got the pass rush that they've had before. Man, that's a tough way to lose a football game with everything to play for. Yeah. And you have one of those efforts. So
at home. And it's the viral Eagle fan.
Yeah,
what
that lady.
What the hell are we doing?
That lady was not feeling it at that moment, was she? Right there. But hey, again, congratulations to the Cardinals.
Yeah.
You did take yourself out of a pick, but my gosh, I think the fact that, like I said, that Gannon coached there, he made it personal, and that's how you win that game.
We will get more into what that Eagles loss means for the Cowboys coming up in the later on here in the 7 o'clock. And also, we'll get into the controversy of the Cowboys-Lions game, Brad Allen's crew as well. But New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
New Year's Eve is come and gone. We're the first voices a lot of people are hearing, and we apologize for that.
Boy.
Sorry that you have to hear me and Broadus the first thing after
That
New
hangover,
Year's festivities.
That hangover not doing you good right now with me and Peas just blasting into your eardrums.
Did you make it to midnight?
You know what I was doing, Peas? The old man was, I was watching the Cowboys-Lions game. Yeah, I went back, I had the all-22 because I knew you and I were going to have a show today, and I wanted to make sure that there were certain plays that I highlighted that I had a really good grasp of. So, yes, I made it to midnight, but I was watching Dak Prescott try and finish that thing off against the Lions. But I took a small pause at 12, said, okay, let's make this year a little bit better, and then I moved on.
All right, so I've got a little more sleep than you did because
Yeah.
I made it till about 9:50.
Are you proud that you no longer go out anymore? Or or were you one of those guys? Were you a guy that went out? Because I was a guy that would put on a tux.
Oh.
I was a put on a tux and go out drinking guy.
I was the guy that went out, but
Yeah.
I turned 50 this year.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh my God, I've turned old.
Well,
It's officially happened where I've turned old. Where before I had always wanted to go to Times Square.
Oh, yes.
New Year's Eve, be part of that. My wife asked me, "Would you want to do that right now?" And I'm like, "No." And I felt so defeated.
You did a lot of traveling this year, doing some radio for these college games and stuff like that. Got to go to Baton Rouge and all that.
Went to Baton Rouge a couple times.
So
got to do the Duke's Mayo Bowl this year.
That
was a lot of fun.
Was that fun?
That was fun.
Duke seems like a really cool group of people to work.
They are amazing.
Yeah,
they are amazing.
Them and the Pop-Tart folks seem like a lot of fun.
Two best bowls.
Yeah.
I mean, and their social media team, the Duke's Mayo Bowl, outstanding. That is how you do a bowl game that isn't, one of the New Year's Six or college football playoff. The Duke's Mayo Bowl, the Pop-Tarts Bowl.
Everybody looks like they has fun at those bowl games.
They do. And the thing is, with the Duke's Mayo Bowl, the West Virginia coach, Neil Brown, he had to have mayo dumped on his head because the winning coach gets the bucket of mayo dumped on his head. He hates condiments of any kind.
Wow, he's like Kevin Hagelin.
He's like Mike Peasley.
Oh. I didn't know I'm working with a non-condiment guy.
I'm a non-condiment guy. I go to Whataburger, number one, plain and dry. My burger.
You're lucky they just don't just wrap up the patty and put it in there with no bun and
When
all.
I was a kid, that's how it was when I went to McDonald's.
Yeah.
I didn't like the bun. I
you
just
say
wanted the patty.
Plain and dry. That is amazing.
Yeah.
Michael, how can you be from the Midwest and not like condiments?
I don't. The only condiment I do is gravy.
Wow.
But no ketchup, no mustard. And Neil Brown, the West Virginia coach, was the same way. So for him to have a bucket of mayo dumped on his head was an awful experience. But as he said, he's like, if it means a win, I'll do it.
Oh, no. I like the fact that these coaches embrace the craziness.
Yeah.
It really is. It's about the sponsors in a lot of ways. Mm-hmm. You understand that your school is going to benefit in the General Scholarship Fund by going and playing. So you have to embrace getting Cheez-Its poured on you or mayonnaise or eggnog, whatever they pour on you.
Yeah.
You have to embrace that. It's part of the ritual, part of the fun.
But no,
I couldn't see Woody Hayes or Bo Schembechler, Hayden Fry from your Iowa days. I couldn't imagine Hayden Fry getting some mayonnaise poured on him in a game. Not with that hair.
No.
Not with that hair at all.
But just again with the New Year's Eve celebrations, I always used to, but now, no. And even if I didn't have to work early shift, I mean, I would have stayed up till midnight, but at 12:01, I would have been in bed.
Yeah.
I mean, the going out part anymore, it's gone.
and
it's so depressing.
I was hopeful.
I'm like, my God, when I am officially old.
Well, I just turned 60. He's a crusty. That's right. There you go. I just turned 60, and I kind of thought if somebody would have invited me out,
you would have gone.
I would have probably gone. People don't ask me to go out anymore.
That's the thing. I don't get invited.
Yeah,
my wife and I are like, God, we've got no friends. I mean, there's no holiday party invitations for us. There's no New Year's Eve party invitations for us.
Man,
it's just us.
I'm the guy that'll show up. I won't show up empty-handed. I'll make something. I'll make a dish or.
I would show up empty-handed.
No, got to bring at least a bag of ice, Mike. Come on. Don't be
Well,
that-
you both would have been invited to the Mendoza household. I'm just saying.
Oh, thanks for the invitation.
Yeah,
now.
yeah. It's doing us a lot of good right now as we're all sitting here doing a little radio, right?
There's a reason why the two old guys are the first guys on New Year's Day.
Well, okay, what did we have at the Mendoza house then? What kind of festivities were we going with there?
Oh God! So we had barbacoa. Yeah, we had that going for us. Man, we had cheesecake. We had it all. We really did.
You had
go
it
out
set
there.
up, man.
We had alcohol. We had all of it, man. We went off this year. Whew. I was partying until about 1 a.m.
Jeez.
I'm running on 4 hours of sleep, boys.
Wow. So
Well,
I am the most rested one here.
You
in
are
this
the most,
building
by
today.
far, the most rested one.
Yeah, my eyes were closed. I was in bed by 9:50, probably asleep by 9:52.
Yeah.
It was great. Alarm went off.
Don't wear that as a badge of honor now.
I know.
There's people now like, oh, it's amateur night. No, man, I'm like, no, let me run those streets.
I know. As I said, I'm old.
Yeah.
I turned 50, and it was like, it ended.
It ended.
I'm like,
Man,
my senior citizen life has now arrived.
Don't let that slow you down, Michael. Don't let that slow you down.
It's depressing me is what it's doing.
Don't do that.
So next New Year's Eve, would somebody please invite me to a New Year's Eve
Yeah,
party?
I have to get you and the missus all. We'll go somewhere. We'll probably end up doing radio again together the next day. Probably need to go out and have a steak dinner, a couple of cocktails.
That was our New Year's Eve last night. So we had a steak dinner,
Yeah.
and we did it at 5:00. We're old.
Yeah.
We're old.
Don't do that, Michael. Don't do that.
All right. But we wish you all a very happy new year. Hope you had a great end of 2023, beginning part of 2024. So much to look forward to here in this upcoming year, especially when it comes to your Dallas Cowboys, who are one win away from clinching the number 2 seed and being the NFC East champs. And once again, we will not have a repeat NFC East winner going on 18 consecutive years. All the Cowboys have to do is beat the Washington Commanders. All right, when we come back, let's get into the controversy from Saturday night. Did he report? Who reported? Who's telling the truth? Who is lying? We'll get into the controversy of that 2-point conversion coming up next year on 105.3 The Fan.
Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up.
You're waking up with Sean and RJ. In just a few minutes, we go commercial free all the way up to 8. Right here on The Fan and on our Odyssey app.
She's running around. Her breath doesn't smell. Her digestive system is perfect. It has made such a huge difference.
What did this dog parent do for their dog?
Your take on the 2-point conversion attempt. Did Brad Allen's crew get it right? Did they mess it up? Brad Allen, after the game, when he talked with Calvin Watkins of the Dallas Morning News, did he lie? Did he just have a brain fart? Your take of what transpired there late in the game on Saturday.
I'm going to be really honest, Michael. I still don't know. I still don't know. I accepted the pool report that Calvin got from Brad Allen. And what I was focusing on was the alignment of the outside wide receiver. You know, that's where I was. And when I went back and watched the All-22, you and I watched it this morning. He's off the ball. You know,
the line's receiver.
Yeah. He's clearly Josh Reynolds. Josh Reynolds is off the ball. And so I was starting to, as I was going through that, I'm thinking, okay, where is the receiver in relation to where the in man of the line of scrimmage is on? Because that was a flag. They threw a flag for
the illegal formation.
For Decker being covered for the illegal formation. To me, it appears, looking at it with you again, he was off the ball.
So that call was wrong.
And so, but what, and this is just my experience, Michael. When I worked in the NFL and I was in the locker room a bunch in pregame, usually two officials will visit the head coach before the game. And you do a lot of radio work, so you've been in locker rooms before, and you've probably done
have you seen the referee come over, talk to the coaches?
Pregame, we got pregame, you're doing your pregame interviews, but you've seen the officials come in.
Yep.
At that point in time, it's the head coach's responsibility to inform the officials, listen, we have a couple of trick plays. We have a throwback. We have a tackle eligible. We have a snap between the legs of the quarterback to the back, a direct snap. I mean, you just. To go. This is the operation of it. And I guarantee you that Dan Campbell, he likely went through all this with the officials before the game.
Which is what he said afterwards that he did.
Yeah, he did. And then you could see he was screaming at the officials, at Brad Allen. We talked about this. You could see him saying that. So there shouldn't have been any surprise. Now, the problem that Brad Allen has is that the Lions are a team that uses the extra blocker. Dan Skipper is their extra blocker. The entire game, Dan Skipper's coming into the game explaining he's showing him his hands on jersey. Eligible guy. And so all of a sudden, he runs onto the field late, and now you got Taylor Decker over there talking to Brad Allen. You've got Dan Skipper running onto the field, and the first thing that Brad Allen sees is 70's on the field. Mm-hmm. The whole game, 70 has reported eligible. He immediately, and maybe it's the wrong assumption here. But he as seeing 70 reporting eligible for 59 minutes of this game, assumed that 70 was coming on and reporting it's an eligible receiver.
And that is where you get confused.
Right.
With Brad Allen.
Right.
Because you can understand if 70 keeps doing it.
Right.
But at that point, the Lions brought a little bit of deception to it.
They did.
They brought a little deception to it to kind of confuse the Cowboys. Unfortunately, what the Lions did is that they confused Brad Allen. And the problem that I have with Brad Allen in the pool report is that what we all saw it, and what he said is completely wrong.
Yeah.
What he told Calvin Watkins in the pool report is absolutely incorrect from what we saw. all Brad Allen would have to do is raise his hand and say, I screwed it up.
Right.
But because it's the NFL and it's because it's an official, they never say they're wrong.
Right.
You never hear officials say, I messed up. Not the only time you have ever seen that, going back to the baseball days. Remember Armando Galarraga had that perfect game?
Oh, yeah, that play at first base.
Jim Joyce, the first base umpire,
right.
missed the call. Jim Joyce came out and said, I messed up.
The next day.
And
Matter of fact, Galarraga handed him the lineup card,
They
didn't he?
did, exactly. It was a cool moment.
Yeah.
And if Brad Allen would have done that, okay, you're human. Officials are human. You're going to make mistakes.
Right.
But he just kind of doubled down on the lie.
Yeah.
Because it was Decker that came in to report. He's the one that's talking to him.
Yeah.
We can see that. So for Brad Allen then to say it was Skipper that reported, it's wrong. That didn't happen. Brad Allen got confused, and it cost the Lions a big game and a chance to be the number 2 seed. And now the Lions, because of that call, may have to come back to Dallas in the divisional round instead of being able to host.
Well,
that was a brutal mistake by Brad Allen.
It absolutely was a mistake. The question, but I think the bigger question in my mind is after it went down and you didn't get it, but you now had a chance to kick the extra point, and you
when they moved the ball back to the 7.
and
they still went.
They still went for it. See, that to me, that I think I'm going to take this in a whole other direction because I think of coaching malpractice. Mm-hmm. We had a little bit on both sidelines in that game.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that early in that game when Dan Campbell didn't take the 3 points,
when it was 7-3.
When it was 7-3.
Yes.
The game goes certain directions. I get it. And I think his aggressiveness in that way cost his team an opportunity to, there was so much on the line for him. And maybe he thought his defense couldn't go back out there and stop Dak Prescott. And then you got Aubrey who can kick 60-yard field goals. Maybe he felt like I have to end this game right now. I always appreciate the coach that knows the condition of his team. It's like, I've got to end this now. I think Ron Rivera could have twice this year gone for 2-point conversions in a game, knowing that, this is my only chance to win. I don't, after the way that the Lions drove the ball that final drive, if I'm Dan Campbell, I'm like, if I get this ball, I'm going to win this game. You
win the coin toss.
If you win the coin toss, I'm gonna get the ball and I'm gonna win this game. They didn't. They showed Dallas had no pass rush, didn't cover very well. But I know it's the controversy of it all. I just felt like that maybe Campbell could have said, okay, fine. I don't want to tempt fate again here.
At that point, Broadus, I think the emotions got the best of him.
I think so too.
Because he was so upset
but
that a penalty was called.
The magnitude of the decision. Likely cost his team the 2nd seed.
I think because they already had the division locked up in his back pocket.
Right.
If they don't have the division, he's kicking the extra point to send that game to overtime. He was kind of playing with a little bit of house money. Yeah, the 2 seed would be great and a chance for a second home game.
Right.
But I think the emotions of that moment cost Dan Campbell. I personally would have kicked the extra point.
Right.
I would have gone to overtime. But I think from his perspective, the emotions got the best of him. It's like, I already know I'm the division winner. I've got the 3 seed locked up. The 2 would be great. I'm going for the win right now. I'm going to shove it down the officials' butt, and we're going to get this play.
Yeah.
And they still had another opportunity because Micah Parsons got offsides.
Right.
And then they're back at the 3.5-yard line.
Right.
And if Jared Goff makes a better throw, he's got his tight end open there for the 2-point conversion. They're going to score, but Goff made a terrible throw. What was it, Mitchell, I think the tight end?
Yeah, Mitchell was. And they ran, and matter of fact, Laporta, when you watch it on tape, Laporta's like, bro, what are you doing throwing him the ball? Like, Laporta's like.
Well, Laporta was covered.
Well, Laporta's in the flat, too.
He went further out to open it up for Mitchell.
Yeah, Mitchell, when he released, he was like, Mitchell was trailing him.
Yeah.
And went flatter. He went, instead of going up the field, he goes flatter on the route. Laporta can catch contested balls all day.
Yeah.
I mean, and you could kind of tell that he's like, damn.
But still, Mitchell is open.
Mitchell,
If Goff
no
hits
question.
him where he's supposed to, he's going to get in. But because the throw was so poor, he had to go down to it. And even if Mitchell had caught it, he's not getting into the end zone.
There are several throws that Goff, the fourth down series that they had early in the game, he felt the pressure. But the whole point you're making of the officiating on that, Dallas absolutely caught a break there.
Yes.
Absolutely caught a break. But though Detroit had opportunity.
Right.
Detroit had
is why
that's why the league's not going to come back.
Right.
That's why the league is not going to come back and say or admit or do anything. If that was the final play,
right,
then you would have had,
because the Lions, as you're saying, did have two more opportunities.
They did.
Plus there was still 28 seconds left on the
clock.
Right. 28 seconds?
Yeah.
It was somewhere around there.
Right.
Who's to say that the Cowboys don't come down? Dak throws a couple of passes to CeeDee Lamb.
Right.
They get into Aubrey's leg, and he can boot him from 60, 65.
Right.
And the Cowboys don't kick the game-winning field goal right there.
Sure. Yeah,
Cowboys. So that wasn't like that 2-point conversion. There was 2 seconds left in the game and was going to decide. The Cowboys were still going to have a chance to come down and get themselves in a field goal position.
I think both teams got worked. The tripping call on Hendershot.
It's terrible.
Yeah, and
that's the thing. That crew missed so many calls brought us down the stretch.
But that crew, and we do this on Friday on Krusty's Corner. I go into the officials and Brad Allen and all the officials for the game, go into like their tendencies. This was a very non-penalty crew. They were near the bottom when it came to ranking of number of calls.
And I noticed that watching the game, how enjoyable it was, because there were not very many flags.
No, that's the thing about it. They generally let these guys play. And, I was thinking, well, they're not going to call a holding call today. Well, what happened? Dallas caught a break where they had a 30-something yard run, 34-yard run, got a holding call. And you're like going, whoa, that's a 50-yard penalty right there, basically. So,
that's the thing. They missed the
tripping call.
Penalty.
The tripping call to me was the one that because that right there could have ended the game for Dallas.
Right, because you get 7 yards on that play.
You get 7, and now the Lions are in hurt. Now they're in a lot of hurt, and all of a sudden you back it up
because you're now at 2nd and 3. Mike McCarthy's not going to throw the football anymore.
Now you make Mike McCarthy have to throw the football. Or he wants to throw the football.
Right.
But by the way, what did you think though on the second down pass? He's got Tolbert on the square end, didn't he?
You went back and showed me the tape of that play of that second down pass that everyone's just why are you throwing the football? First of all, why are you throwing the football? Secondly, Dak messed up twice.
Yeah.
He's got his tight end out there in the flat.
He knew it too.
He's got Jalen Tolbert coming over the middle who is open, and he missed both of those reads.
Yeah, he missed
both of them.
He made the determination that, and it's funny because if you watch on the outside, Cooks just stops. Cooks stops at the sticks.
Yep.
But they're going to get, if Dak throws it to flat to Ferguson, he's likely going to stay in bounds, and he's going to keep the clock's going to keep running.
Yep.
He throws it to Tolbert, game over.
Yes,
because you're going to
first down,
and maybe more. Yeah, so I tell you, it was.
But again, it goes back to that tripping penalty.
The tripping penalty, yeah,
because the tripping penalty sets up all the criticism for McCarthy and the clock management.
Yeah, you lose that game because of clock management, but because of a tripping penalty. That would have been tough.
And it's just
but the whole narrative for our 3-hour post-game show was about, hey, it's tough to win, it's tough to win, and how grateful you are to win. That could have been 3 hours of what the F was Mike McCarthy thinking.
Right.
And
that's the thing that
and Dan Campbell, what the F are you thinking too?
That's what concerns me about the Cowboys as we move forward into the playoffs.
Yeah.
Is Mike McCarthy and clock management. And it's not like the first time we've seen Mike McCarthy struggle with clock management.
Sure.
And that was a playoff type game. That was a playoff type game on Saturday night between two really good football teams. And we may see the rematch coming up here in third week of January in the divisional playoff round. That was a playoff type feel.
Yeah.
And to see Mike McCarthy blow it like he did with the clock management gives me pause for concern.
Yeah. Well, we go back to the Seattle game. It was another one where, and Mike could say, hey, I was trying to was trying to finish the game. I appreciate aggressiveness. There's sometimes, though, you just got to me, it's about knowing your team. It's about trying to kind of think about, the defense. I guarantee you, when they got the interception, they're thinking ball game. We're not. If we have to go back out here, it's going to be with not much time left and them having no timeout.
You're thinking from the Lions' perspective.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so, once the Cowboys got that interception, then it was like that defense, and then all of a sudden it's like, whoa, wait, we have to go back out?
Because even with the tripping penalty, it's like, okay, you're moving back, but you got to the 2-minute warning at that point. So basically, it cost the Lions a timeout.
Yeah.
So now they've got 2 timeouts left.
Right.
And you throw 3 straight times.
You've
got to run at least once.
Yeah, you've got to get them through their timeout.
Yes.
Is what you have to do.
You've got to run it at least once, and he didn't.
Yeah. Well, and
it nearly cost him.
It nearly cost him. It nearly did. But I tell you what, and I think after the game, Dak, when Dak went back and looked at the film, like the same film that you and I just looked at this morning, he saw that in cut from Tolbert, and he also saw the flat. I mean, because they're going to blitz the slot. I mean, the slot's coming right into his face there off that blitz. So he's got to get rid of the ball. But man, that was.
I think that's also Dak being a good soldier for his head coach.
You think so?
I think so. By saying, "Hey, I need."
Dak
to
falls on the sword a lot,
which is what good quarterbacks do.
Yeah, he falls on the sword a lot.
Good quarterbacks will do that. They will stand up, and even if it's not their fault, they'll say it's his fault. And even though Dak did not make a good decision right there, that's not his fault. That's McCarthy. Yeah. That falls on McCarthy of not running the football in that situation to use up 40 seconds off the play clock. Yeah. You can't throw the football in that situation. We've seen it before. Even if the play is there,
I know.
You can't. You've got to use up the 40 seconds off the play clock.
You do. You absolutely.
Because now all of a sudden the Lions are sitting there. It's like, okay, we got a new lease on life here.
Yeah, you've given them an opportunity.
Like we got a minute 40, and we can go down the field.
We can go down the field. Yeah,
and that's another thing I think Cowboys fans need to be a little concerned about. We saw it at the end of Miami game, and we saw it at the end of the Lions game.
Yeah,
where the defense was they just marched right down the field.
Yeah.
Right down the field. And the Cowboys defense played really well.
I thought overall
they played really well.
I thought overall they played really well, with the exception of that last series.
Yes. And I'm just like, what happened?
Yeah.
And we'll get into that when we go into Krusty's Corner at the 8 o'clock hour. Broadus will give us some insight of exactly what changed for the Cowboys defensively. Yeah. But I'm watching that final drive. I'm like, this isn't the same defense I've watched for the first 58 minutes of the football game.
No. It was man, just the lack of when Goff felt just so comfortable standing there throwing the ball, which before, as you mentioned, the previous 58 minutes, he really wasn't.
Right.
Dallas did a good job of really taking advantage of the Lions, a couple of different combinations with the blockers and stuff. I mean, Tank was outstanding. Parsons, Fowler got in one time on a help. I mean, they did a really nice job overall of playing coverage on the back end. That's difficult to deal. St. Brown is he's an incredible player. He really, really is. Laporta is going to be a star. Those guys are tough to deal with. They handled the running game. That's the thing that I worried about the most.
Yes.
Was how well they handled the running game.
Yep.
But they made Jared Goff uncomfortable in that game. And that's what you had to do. They knew the recipe for victory against the Lions is make Goff feel pressure. And they made him feel pressure, with the exception of that last drive. Yeah, it was not how you dial it up in that final drive for sure.
Just kind of feels like the Cowboys got away with one.
It's okay.
It feels and it happens. Sometimes you get the benefit of the call, you get the benefit, and sometimes you're on the opposite side.
Yeah.
It's and fortunately for the Cowboys this time, that potentially could be a Super Bowl qualifying call for the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Instead of having to go on the road to Tampa for the first round and maybe on the road for the next game, whether it's Detroit or Philly or San Francisco. Instead, the Cowboys get a home game against the 7 seed, which maybe Seattle, Green Bay. then get to host Detroit again.
Mm-hmm.
And who knows, maybe the Rams muster up something. They beat San Francisco, and now all of a sudden you got the NFC Championship game at home.
That is my absolute hope. If your hope is that Seattle, or excuse me, that the Rams are, I know it was a struggle against the Giants. Applaud the Giants for playing hard as well till the very end. They could have very well quit. I think you're right. I think that the Giants would have given Philadelphia all they can handle in Week 18.
Mm-hmm.
But when you look at how this thing can match up, I don't think anybody wants to play the Rams right now.
I know. And even though the Rams, nearly got dumped by the Giants, the Giants missed a 2-point conversion, and then Mason Crosby missed a 52-yarder that would have won it.
That's been the problem with Mason Crosby.
Yeah.
You think you're in Mason Crosby range, and you're really not in Mason Crosby range.
Guy's old, man.
Well, it's a long time. 18 years are kicking, and
he looks old too.
Yeah, he absolutely looks old.
So the Rams got away with it, but we're shaping up now to what's something that I talked about this about a month or so ago, a matchup that I wanted to see in the first round. Rams Lions.
Yeah,
because that could be the 3-6 matchup. If the Rams beat the 49ers this week, they'll be locked into the 6. And the Lions probably will be locked into the 3, assuming the Cowboys win.
Let me tell you something, too, about the Rams. A couple weeks ago, the Rams went across the country on a noon kickoff and took the Ravens to the mat.
Right.
And the Ravens right now are looking unbeatable.
And it took an overtime punt return for the Ravens.
Exactly.
That's a great point, Boris. That is a great point.
Because the Rams of this team, and that, as you mentioned, my sneaky hope was for the Rams somehow to knock off a couple of teams along the way. And then you
could happen.
But maybe you don't want to play the Rams.
If the Rams are the 6th seed and they win, they would then play assuming the Cowboys win.
Right.
The Rams then would play San Francisco in the division round, and the Cowboys would play
the winner of
the 4 Eagles Tampa Bay.
Right.
That's I think if you're a Cowboys fan, that's what you are hoping for.
Right.
You want the Rams to go into Detroit, beat the Lions, and then the Rams go to San Francisco, because I think that's the best opportunity for the 49ers to lose.
Yes.
Divisional opponent, and they play each other this week.
Right.
49ers aren't going to play any of their guys. They've locked up the 1 seed.
Christian
McCaffrey with the calf strain,
yeah.
He's out. I can't imagine Deebo Samuel's going to play. I would be surprised if Brock Purdy plays at all. So the Rams are probably going to get that 6th seed.
Okay, figure this out now. Do you want to, if you get to the 2, do you want to play Seattle again, or do you want to play the Packers?
Seattle, I mean, that was such a high-scoring game, and with DK Metcalf, I don't know if I want any part of that wide receivers again.
Didn't even handle that receiving crew very well, did we?
Give me the Packers if I'm the Cowboys, and the Packers will get the 7 seed if they beat the Bears.
If they beat the Bears,
So the Packers are in as the 7 if they beat Chicago, and that's at Lambeau. Of course, the way Chicago has played here, Chicago played really well. That is anything but a gimme. But if you're asking me for the Cowboys' perspective, if they get the 2 seed, would I rather him play the Packers or the Seahawks? It would be the Packers. As well as Jordan Love has played here of late, Packers are still a banged-up football team.
They're struggling on defense,
Christian
too.
Watson's still not available.
Yeah.
I mean, Jaden Reed's been outstanding. Had a couple touchdown catches last night.
Yeah.
But I think the better matchup for the Cowboys in the wild card round would be Green Bay.
You think McCarthy would want that matchup?
Oh, can you imagine if we get Cowboys, Packers, Lions, Rams, NFC wildcard round?
Sure.
I mean, how great are those 2 matchups? Matthew Stafford going back to Detroit to take on the Lions in a playoff game, and then you got Mike McCarthy against his former team in a wild card game. Do you think the NFL executives or, the TV executives would love that?
Absolutely love that. Absolutely love that.
But
I do.
But again,
I don't want to see. I don't want to see Seattle again. I just don't.
They made Dan Quinn's defense look really bad. They made Dan Quinn's defense that day look like the Lions in the last drive.
Yeah.
I mean, they were just marching up and down the field against them.
It took them kind of falling. I mean, you had to have 3 4th down stops.
Yeah.
In order to win that football game. I would rather deal with.
I was surprised that Seattle lost that game yesterday to Pittsburgh.
Man,
Pittsburgh going on the road.
You have no faith in Mike Tomlin, do you? Have we figured out how Pittsburgh's still in the playoffs? They're 9-7. Do they need a tie? Did we determine that?
I think we were going through the pre-show meeting about that for the Steelers. It was like we were trying to figure out how they were still, in contention because they lost to all three of those teams that are fighting for the playoff spots in the AFC South. They lost to Jacksonville, they lost to Houston, and they lost to
the Colts. Yeah.
So they don't have any of those tiebreakers in there, but it shows that they're not eliminated because they're all 9-7. Colts and Houston play each other, so one of those will lose.
Right. Maybe.
So that would be 10-7.
Maybe that's how.
I think that's how Pittsburgh gets in.
Yeah.
Is if the Colts and Houston tie, they're both 9-7-1.
Right.
Pittsburgh wins, they're 10-7. So I think that's the only way the Steelers can still get in, is if the Colts and Texans tie their game.
Jeez.
So it's coming down to the wire here in week 18.
Yeah.
But basically, because we've got in the AFC, we've got 4 teams that are locked into the playoffs. You've got Baltimore, Miami, Cleveland, Kansas City. They've all clinched. Then, of course, we're still waiting for the AFC South winner, Jacksonville, Indianapolis, and Houston, because they're all 9-7.
Jacksonville, what are they doing? I mean, that just seems like such a mess right now down there for my guy, Doug Peterson.
Let's see. Jacksonville, they play at Tennessee.
Yeah.
So they should win that game. That will give them the division. And, of course, Texans and Colts play each other.
Right.
Winner will be in, the loser will be out. And if there's a tie, Pittsburgh gets in if they win.
I kind of feel like the team that I wouldn't want to play out of all that, of the bottom mess, is Houston with a healthy quarterback.
I think who the most dangerous team to the Baltimore Ravens is in the AFC? Cleveland Browns.
Oh, geez. Yeah.
You want anything to do with the way Cleveland's playing right now if you're the Ravens and you could see them in the divisional round?
Yeah. Yeah.
Cleveland looks really good. Stefanski going to be the coach of the year?
I'm just telling you, okay, I know going in, Vegas will tell you that they were expecting 9 wins, like 9.5 wins for Cleveland.
But to do what he has done
with
Joe Flacco.
Yeah, Joe Flacco and 3 others.
And losing Nick Chubb.
That's a better roster than what's going on in Houston right now. Isn't it?
Cleveland's roster? Yes.
See, Houston.
So you still lean to DeMeco Ryans.
DeMeco Ryans, to me, has completely flipped my opinion of the Houston Texans.
Mm-hmm.
That's a Vegas 7-win roster right there is what they were saying. The Browns were 2 win better than what the Texans. You're playing with a rookie quarterback. I get it. The Browns are playing with guys
Joe
off
Flacco.
the couch.
They're playing with Joe Flacco.
No,
he's throwing 300+ yards. But again, that is a team. If I'm the Ravens, I don't want to see them coming to my crib.
No,
I don't want to see that team and that mentality coming into my building. That's the one team that I think could beat Baltimore. Otherwise, I'm looking elsewhere. Buffalo, maybe. But Miami, no. Chiefs, no. AFC South, no.
Yeah.
The Ravens, I think it's Cleveland and Buffalo are the 2 teams that can knock off Baltimore. Baltimore looks really good. And the MVP race, by the way, folks, it is officially over after what Lamar Jackson did to the Dolphins yesterday.
Yeah.
5 touchdowns, 300+. He had 2 more touchdown passes than incompletions brought us.
Yeah. He's really that team. It seems like every week the Ravens were playing a meaningful football game.
Look what he did to the 49ers.
Yeah.
And then the Dolphins, back-to-back weeks, and Lamar Jackson played out of his mind. That MVP race is done.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. I don't. Do you think it's going to? I mean, well, if you had to handicap the best teams in the NFL, do you have the Ravens over the 49ers?
You have to.
Just because of the way they smashed them.
We just saw what they did in San Francisco on Christmas.
Yeah.
You have to say the Ravens are the best team in football.
Yeah.
And then to see what they did to the Dolphins yesterday.
Yeah.
They demolished them.
Oh, they've demolished a lot of people along the way. They've demolished Detroit.
Yes.
They've demolished a lot of these playoff teams.
Now the Ravens are the best team in football.
Yeah.
I don't think you can debate it.
Yeah.
I don't think you can debate that the Ravens are the best.
But you like Cleveland. You think Cleveland's got it
sneaky. They're sneaky. They're sneaky tough. Tough.
Okay, does Joe Flacco fall apart, though, and they get in the playoff game against the Ravens?
The thing with Joe Flacco is that he will throw interceptions.
That's what I worry about.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I worry about. He'll turn that ball over on you.
Yeah. If Flacco can get through a Ravens game without turning the ball over, they're going to have a chance to win.
Which will be impossible for him.
Probably.
Yeah.
But I think there's a much clearer path now. And I wouldn't have said this 3 weeks ago. I think there's a much clearer path for Baltimore to get to the Super Bowl than there is for San Francisco to get to the Super Bowl.
I just think I think that when you look at the AFC with the quality of team, I don't see that team at the, we're talking about the Rams being a hot team. Mm-hmm. Who's the hot team at the bottom of the AFC? Buffalo. Which
could end up being the number 2 seed if they beat Miami on Sunday night.
Yeah, because they could be the division winners.
Right.
But Buffalo. But their quarterback, he's capable of throwing interceptions too, turning the ball over.
Absolutely. Yeah. But you just look at the NFC now, it's like San Francisco, and I don't know if I'm just recency biased by what Baltimore did to them, but even the game yesterday against Washington that was a close game for a half. It wasn't like San Francisco blew the doors off the Commanders and just, stomped them. They ended up winning 27-10, but that was a tight game throughout the first half. But, I think the Rams certainly could give the 49ers a test. I would love to see the Cowboys get another opportunity against them. Yeah. Because that's not the same Cowboys team now that we saw the beginning of the season when they lost big to San Francisco. Now, I still think San Francisco gets to the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
I still think the 49ers are the best team in the NFC, and they're still my pick to get there. But I think there's a little vulnerability with that 49ers
What
team.
hurts the 49ers will be injuries. That has been proven.
Which is why they got everything clinched.
Right.
They don't have to play anybody this week.
Right.
And then they'll get the bye as well. So they should be fresh.
And they could very well get an opponent that they see twice a year in
the Rams.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That sets up pretty well for them for that.
But the Eagles, they're done.
I think so.
And I could easily see the Eagles losing to Tampa Bay in the wild card round. Couldn't you?
I could too.
Assuming that Tampa Bay wins the South, and all Tampa Bay has to do, they got to go to Carolina and beat the Panthers.
Yeah, they'll
be the NFC South champs.
There's too many. There's way
but
too many.
The Eagles are a mess.
Yeah, they keep talking about being able to turn things around and flip the switch and all that. Their defense is not good enough, and then their quarterback at times, has had his share of problems as well. And you wonder if there's a disconnect between the play caller, the quarterback, the receivers. There's a lot of things going on. That defense will not allow them to win a playoff game.
Could easily see Baker Mayfield beating them.
Yeah.
Baker Mayfield going up against, they got 2 good receivers.
Yeah.
You got Godwin, you got Evans. Could easily see Philadelphia losing that game.
Yeah.
That's why that loss to the Eagles yesterday to the Cardinals, such a devastating blow for them, because now they're going to be the 5 seed and they're going to have to go on the road. Which maybe is better for them because the home crowd not too happy with the Philadelphia Eagles these days.
They've had enough. That home crowd has had enough of them.
That's a shame.
Yeah.
That's a shame. My heart bleeds for them.
Yeah.
All right, we got 1 hour in the books, 3 more to come. Coming up in the 8 o'clock hour, we'll get into more of the NFL playoff picture that's starting to become a little bit clearer. We also talk about some college football. It's a big day for bowl games. We got the national semifinals. We got Texas, LSU. We got Alabama and Michigan in the Rose Bowl. We'll get some thoughts about the big games today on New Year's Day. But coming up next, Broadus is in the lab once again. Krusty's Corner. What did the tape say about the Cowboys-Lions? Broadus has some thoughts about that next.
Tolos, it's been a heck of a Rangers ride, and the celebration will continue at Globe Life Field for the World Series edition of the Rangers 2024 Awards Dinner presented by Coca-Cola.
It's okay to get smoked by the Niners and the Cowboys, and losing to the Seahawks, that's not great. But giving up 35 points to the Cardinals, a team averaging 18 points per game on your home field, with the NFC East and a potential top 2 seed on the line, it's unbelievable.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Shotgun is empty. Back to throw. They blitz him from the safety spot, and Prescott escapes that. Runs to his right. Throws on the run to the middle of the field. Lamb at the 50. No one will get anywhere near him. Lamb could crawl in if he wanted to. C.D. Lamb, 92 yards from Dak Prescott for the Dallas touchdown.
Good morning. Happy New Year, everybody. Mike Peasley, Brian Broaddus with you as we ring in 2024, and we certainly closed out 2023 with a bang with the Cowboys defeating the Lions 20-19. Eagles get upset by the Cardinals yesterday, 35-31, so the Cowboys just need to win at Washington on Sunday to clinch the 2 seed, clinch the NFC South. Pretty nice way to end 2023 and begin 2024. And Happy New Year, everybody. Hope you had a great New Year's Eve, and thanks for spending 2024, the first few moments of it, with here on 105.3 The Fan. Glad to be with you here on this New Year's Day. And brought us that play that you just heard the highlight from. I don't know how the Lions didn't get Dak for a sack on that play, but he avoided it and then threw it to CeeDee Lamb, who just had one monstrous Saturday night.
Yeah, as you watch the tape of it, what's even more amazing about it is I don't think Dak saw Barnes coming on the blitz. I don't think his eyes were to the left. The blitz came from his right. And I'm going to tell you, Dak Prescott, he could have only felt him. It was.
How did he miss Dak? Did he not see Dak?
He didn't try and wrap up. He tried to knock Dak down.
It was almost like he was trying to avoid him, to avoid a roughing the passer
Well, that's
penalty.
the problem. That's the problem nowadays with these defenders, because later in the game, the Cowboys are lucky they didn't lose Dak Prescott and Aiden Hutchinson's had a sack, where it was like Dak's leg got pinned underneath, and fortunately it was late in the game. It was the one that he fumbled. He drops the ball, and then Steele jumps on the ball. They call it a fumble, and Steele alertly, he gave up the sack to Hutchinson, but he jumped on the ball in order to save the down. So good for him on that behalf. But when you attack Dak Prescott in the pocket, you got to wrap him up.
He's a big guy.
And and Barnes didn't do that. And when you watch the play, like I said, he's looking the opposite direction to get rid of the ball. And like I say, Barnes makes a mistake. He's trying to knock him down instead of wrapping him up. And then Prescott, as soon as Barnes bounces off him and he escapes, his eyes immediately go downfield. You could see he glances down the field, glances to the flat, and he's like, nah, I'm going to take this, and give Prescott a lot of credit, because he locates Lamb against Valdor, the corner, and it's impressive as much as Dak was able to get on that ball.
Because he's rolling out
to
his right.
He is rolling, and he is moving.
Yes. Yep.
And Dak could throw very well left or right. It doesn't really either way. But he got a lot on that football, and Lamb kept running. And that sometimes in that situation, you stop, you hesitate. Nah. Once they made eye contact with each other, that ball was going down the field. And great job. 92-yard pass play there. And just a well, but these defenders have got to learn. And I think a lot of it has to do with they don't want to get the roughing the passer penalties. You worry about blows to the head and,
can't hit the quarterback high, can't hit him low.
Taking the quarterback to the ground and all that stuff like that.
But yeah, that was such a surprise when you see that. That should have been a Cowboys safety.
Right.
Instead, it ended up being a 92-yard touchdown pass. And, the Cowboys were off and running on Saturday night. All right, time right now for Krusty. Can I call you Krusty?
Krusty's Corner.
Is that Krusty with the C or Krusty with the K?
With a C.
Okay.
Krusty's Corner.
I guess Krusty with the K would be Krusty the Clown.
Krusty the Clown, and at times I feel like a clown. So, but
I always love these sections because Broaddus, of course, can dig into the tape like nobody else. what did you discover? What did you see particularly that you want to highlight from that Cowboys-Lions game on Saturday?
Yeah, there's a few plays I want to look at here. I want to go back with Lamb on. He had a big third down catch later in the game that gained 14 yards, and I want to go back to it because here's another one where Dak had a free runner at him, and it was Campbell the linebacker, and so Campbell, they don't pick up Campbell again. Here they are, blitzing linebacker, and for the most part, I mean they Pollard. I'll get into Pollard later because Pollard might not have been able to run the ball very well in this game, but Pollard as a blitz pickup guy has become a real weapon for the Dallas Cowboys.
Has he become much better at that than years past?
Oh, absolutely. You could tell that when he's lined up, that his head, he's kind of looking straight ahead, and then you could see where his head will tilt to where he needs to go. And him coming across the pocket or stepping up, but I'll get to a play on the Cooks play, but on this third down catch, there's Prescott is like just has to hang in there, and it's the only reception that Lamb had against Branch. Brian Branch did a really nice job playing the nickel for the Detroit Lions in this game. But it comes on an inside slant. It's almost like it's a hot because of how when you watch the route break, Dak is standing there short in the middle of the pot and lets it fire as the blitzer. So it's one of those things that all of a sudden it's like it's 3rd and 11, and now all of a sudden you need a play, and here they get 14. Mm-hmm. You know, key part of the game. But great job by Dak hanging in there, knowing he's going to get hit by Campbell the linebacker. And then Lamb with the reception, breaks a tackle, breaks another tackle, and then gets 14 yards for the first down. So great job by CD. They've had some problems picking up blitzes. Dak, we talked about the hot routes and stuff like that. That one appeared to me kind of a hot route that they were able to use. I mentioned the throw. We all remember the throw to Cooks along the sideline that goes for 21 yards. This play was saved. This play was saved by Pollard and his ability to block. And what happens is they're kind of struggling. They're struggling with the blitz. The Lions have all kinds of twists going on inside, and Martin and Biotish, they're all they're just trying to sort things out, and it's kind of falling apart for him in the middle. And Pollard just like launches himself into the middle of the pile and is able to help pick up. So it gives Prescott the opportunity to let the ball fly. Because if Pollard doesn't step up, Dak is likely going to get hit. He can't get the ball out. But this is a great job by Cooks releasing off the line and then tracking the ball. Branch, again, is just all over him. And somehow, I thought initially on tape it was a one-handed catch, but Cooks had both hands. But Branch is basically pulling at his arm, and you couldn't have dropped. I mean, Dak couldn't have walked the ball out there and put it in his hands any better on that throw, especially with what was on the line, trying to pick up blitzes and then throw the ball to the outside. That's just a tremendous catch by Cooks, and to catch it and to get both feet down right there. Big play in the game for 21 yards. There's another 3rd down and 11 play, and this is, I think, a really good design by the Cowboys. This is later in the game as well. Ferguson is going to delay. Now, they've got what happened is Lamb is to the outside of Ferguson, but they're really tight together. So they're right there next to each other, and Lamb is on the outside. Ferguson delays his release off the ball, so he just kind of like takes a couple of steps in place, Mike. And then it causes Branch, the corner who's covering him, to freeze. And now Lamb has Sutton, the corner, on him, and he runs inside to try and rub. So what they're doing is, by slow playing Ferguson, they're using his the man covering him, which is Branch, as a pick, a pick to get Lamb up the field. And what happens is it works because Lamb stumbles. Sutton stumbles, giving Lamb the opportunity to separate. That's all he needed. So once he's separated, Prescott's like, boom, I know exactly where I'm going with the football. He gets the ball right to Lamb before Joseph, the safety, is able to adjust. And so he has no way of making the play. It's a gain of 22 on a 3rd and 11. But really nice design and execution by Ferguson of slow playing the route, using that defender as a pick to get Lamb open on the play.
Love it. That's good insight.
Yeah.
I love when you dig deep into these plays that we all remember seeing, and exactly why CeeDee Lamb was able to get open.
Yeah.
On those 3rd and long.
And if I could, if I go through a couple more here on the defensive side of the ball, Lewis's interception. Okay.
What a catch that was.
Incredible. Lewis, one of the best games that we've seen Lewis play in years. He struggles with health at times, but man, he was outstanding in this game.
Yeah, take us through it. What was
the screen? The screen to Montgomery. This has a chance to be a huge play if Lewis doesn't stay at home on his side of the field. The flow is going away from him. He's lined up on the right side. Flow goes away from him. Play goes away, going to his left. But he's holding his ground. He's just going to hold his ground right there. He doesn't go with the flow. He doesn't get knocked out of position. That's what they're banking on, that everybody's going to go with the flow of the ball, and they're going to chase. What happens is Montgomery motions and then comes back, and that's what Lewis reads, him standing there. And you see the flow, and now the ball is going to be thrown back to Montgomery to the left side. As soon as Lewis saw Montgomery curl, he drives on the ball. And it was, as he's coming forward, Goff is now dealing with Osa Odigizua. Like there's so much pressure. Like Osa beats Glasgow, the guard, right off the snap. And so now you've got pressure, and what does Goff do? He just throws the ball without really looking or setting his feet. Lewis drives on the ball, gets the interception, and there's your pick right there. But great job by Lewis reading. Great job by Osa Odigizua getting pressure and forcing Goff to throw the ball quickly. On the last play that I want to talk about here was, I think that Tank Lawrence gambled on a goal line play here, and this is when they got the stop down there on the 4th down, and this is going to be a -3 on the carry. And I think Tank gambles on this play, but I've expected Tank to make these types of plays before, especially in goal line situations. And I think the gamble worked because he's going to swim that arm over move. He's going to make a swim move on Glasgow, the guard, but he's going opposite of the direction I believe he was going to go. The way the front looks like they were playing is they were all going to slant to their right. And instead, you get Lawrence. He swims Glasgow. He sets him up like, I'm going right. And as he moves right, Glasgow goes that way to block him and then arm over the back door, and then he's on. Now, the reason I say this is because you got Clark, the linebacker, and Lawrence going through the same gap. So usually you're playing run blitzes. You're trying to get everybody in a gap. Mm-hmm. I think Tank gambled on this one.
Gambled in one?
I think he gambled on this one because usually 2 guys in one gap don't work.
Yeah.
And this time Lawrence did it. He tackled Gibbs. It was a loss of 3 on the play. And it very well could, the lines you get down there, you never know. But you've got to have negative plays down there on the goal line. And Tank is one of the best when it comes to that.
And a hell of a Saturday night. He had a hell of a Saturday night.
He sure did.
Marcus Lawrence did.
Sure.
Outstanding job, Krusty.
Thank you, man.
Outstanding job. Thanks for taking us into your corner. We need to take a break. Still to come here in the 8 o'clock hour. We'll talk about the big day in college football today. We got the national semifinals. Texas getting ready to take on Washington in the Sugar Bowl. You got the Rose Bowl with Alabama and Michigan. We'll get some thoughts about that. But coming up next, we need to talk about the Cowboys' road to the Super Bowl, which got a whole lot simpler yesterday. It's coming up next here on The Fan.
We're giving you your morning sports fix while sharing some laughs. Thanks for hanging with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
RJ Choppy here, my good friends over at Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram.
locations. Don't be held back by chronic pain any longer. Go to CPRELIEF.com and schedule your appointment today. That's CPRELIEF.com to start your path to relief from chronic pain.
The upcoming segment of The Fan is brought to you by Miller Lite.
Football and Miller Lite, America's greatest pairing. Can cracks at kickoff, tailgates going way past postgame. You never forget the way some things taste. Tastes like Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. 2023 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
It's a Cowboys Monday, brought to you by Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
And we're back here on 105.3 The Fan. This segment's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable and accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in the DFW. And if your loved one have been injured in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
Whitney Marvin Harrison Jr. and bring him here. He gets away from Josh Sweat. Keeps the play alive. Lofts for Connor. One-handed catch. What a day for James Conner.
Cowboys fans thanking James Conner, thanking Kyler Murray, thanking the Arizona Cardinals for going into Philadelphia, knocking off the Eagles as the Cowboys right now control their own destiny to win the NFC North if they can go to D.C., beat the Washington Commanders.
We're playing the North now?
Next Sunday. NFC North. NFC East. Thank you.
I'm about to say, man.
That'd be something.
We'd have clinched this a long time ago. I think
the NFC North.
Yeah.
No,
well, maybe not. The Lions. That's why you clinch with the victory over the Lions. How about that? Yeah. It happens, man.
New Year's Eve, man.
That just shows you how intently I'm listening.
I appreciate that.
Using my own show, I just kind of let that one go.
Thank you for clinching the NFC East. Coming up on Sunday afternoon. 3:25 is the kickoff, by the way, for Cowboys and Washington. Really a big surprise for Philadelphia to lose that football game to the Arizona Cardinals. But again, as we've discussed here in the program, Philadelphia has been flirting with fire, and it finally caught up to them. You know what? There's no way they should lose that football game at home to Arizona.
No, there isn't. And I was a guy that has defended Philadelphia all year. When they started off 10-1,
can't do it anymore.
I can't defend Philadelphia anymore. And it's not because I worked in Philadelphia, and I do like Jeff Lurie a lot. He was very kind to me as an owner, gave me a great opportunity to run a draft, which I'll never ever get to do again. And I appreciate that. But I respected what Philadelphia was doing at 10-1. I respected them in eking out games, maybe getting a little lucky, but I did respect them beating Buffalo. I did respect them beating Kansas City. I did respect them beating Dallas, at home. I just felt like that maybe they're a good team that has, that just is, people were kept telling me, Broadus, hey, this is last year's Minnesota Vikings. They're winning one-score games. They're not that good. And I was like, no, you don't go beat Buffalo and Kansas City and Dallas and others and just, and be lucky. The San Francisco game really opened my eyes, though. That one to me was all of a sudden you're starting to see, there's things that happened to the Cowboys after they lost San Francisco. They made some serious adjustments to the offense. Philadelphia, I think, has gotten worse. I think the last 5 weeks, Philadelphia, they're honestly fortunate they didn't lose to the Giants last week in that Christmas night game that they had. But you look at their offense, it's capable of putting up a ton of points. It has. Their defense has completely let them down. The fact that they made a coordinator switch during the season tells you a lot what's going on. If they don't get pass rush, they can't cover, and they give up a ton of plays on third down. They give up chunk plays on third down. They give up chunk plays just in general. You can now, if you block their front, their secondary can't cover. So this is a very, very flawed football team, and they have a very volatile head coach. who tries to preach stay the course message, all the things, the positivity and stuff like that. But in actuality, though, I don't think he's the leader that they need to deal for. I think he's a front running head coach, and I think they're kind of a little bit of a front running team. And right now we're seeing really what the Philadelphia Eagles are as a team.
It certainly has a feel of a team that's going to be 1 and out in the playoffs.
It does because they don't. There's so many questions, and people have questioned the quarterback as far as his leadership and all that. He is a very, I respect Jalen Hurts. Very calm though, very, I'm sure inside he's super competitive, and he just doesn't show that. Mm-hmm. He's not that type of guy to get in somebody's face and all that. He's very much like he sits there with a sideline cape on, and he stares straight ahead, and whatever happens, happens kind of a thing. And then after the game, they ask him, well, what's going on? And then he'll say, hey, we're not all committed. We all need that more commitment. And so that's a team that's really flawed, as are several NFL teams. But that was my respect for them started off that way. And I'm like, maybe I was really, really wrong about the type of team they were. Maybe they were very fortunate to win those games.
Yeah. There's a little bit of luck involved, but when you dig deep into it, and again, some teams are able to recover from bad losses, others are not.
Yeah.
Philadelphia appears to be one of those teams that's not able to recover from that loss because
not at all.
Even, people are so worried. It's like, the Cowboys going on the road to beat Washington. Are we sure that the Eagles are going to go to New York and beat the Giants?
Yeah.
I can't say that for certain.
No.
I can't say that I feel confident that Philadelphia would go to the Giants and win. Could they? Yeah. Will they be favored? I'm sure they are.
You made me feel.
You made the point spread is in that one here.
Yeah,
real quick.
I think what the.
Let's see. The Giants. That's a 325 game. Philadelphia's favored by 6.
Yeah.
Which seems to be a little high.
You made me feel a lot better about Dallas and Washington.
Yeah.
When it came down to talking about the second overall pick.
Right. Because right now Washington is tied with New England for that number 2 pick, and based upon scheduling difficulty, Washington's got that number 2 pick right now. Potentially could change depending upon what happens in Week 18, but Washington has zero incentive to win.
That's a franchise-changing move to try and win that football game.
Because there are 2 top quarterbacks in the draft, Caleb Williams and Drake May. New England needs a quarterback. Washington needs a quarterback. Bears are going to either trade the pick or they're going to draft Caleb Williams.
Well, I hate the disrespect to my LSU kid you've got going there.
I do like Jaden Daniels, but he's not quite in the Drake May
Caleb
Williams spot.
I understand.
But I do like Jaden Daniels.
No, I was just kidding.
But yeah, for Washington, they've got no incentive to win that football game.
None.
They've got none. Yeah. Ron Rivera's going to be gone. Their GM's going to be gone. A lot of those players are going to be gone. If the Cowboys get off to a good first quarter start, that team's they're packing their bags ready for vacation.
Sure.
Cowboys aren't going to lose that football game. So the Cowboys are going to be the 2 seed.
Yeah.
And even if some way, somehow, the Cowboys lose, who's to say that the Eagles don't lose to the Giants?
Oh no,
and the Cowboys still win the division?
I totally agree with you right now. The Eagles had everything in front of them, and they played like a team that wasn't interested in playing for everything in front of them yesterday.
I mean, they're sitting there needing just 3 wins, 2 of them against the Giants, 1 against the Cardinals to win the division. They barely got by the Giants. They had a 21-6 lead yesterday against Arizona, and they ended up giving up 35 points to the Arizona Cardinals at home, and they lost the game. So the road now for the Cowboys has gotten a whole lot simpler to being the 2 seed compared to being the 5. No longer do we have to worry about that first road game at Tampa. No longer do you have to worry about maybe the divisional round playoff game in San Francisco. You now know that if you win, you're the 2 seed. You won't play the 49ers until the NFC Championship game.
Yeah,
and you want to play them as late as possible to give somebody else an opportunity to knock off San Francisco first.
Right.
And if they do, you've got the NFC Championship game at home where the Cowboys are undefeated.
Well, and your thought too about the home games, the possibility of getting the extra home games and not having to go on the road.
Right. You're going to get at least 2 home games. If you win the first, your divisional round playoff game going to be at home.
Yeah. That
And as we have seen all season long,
Dallas,
how much better the Cowboys are at
that's
home
the
than the road.
one thing. If Mike McCarthy should say anything to his team this week, it's win this week and you get home games.
Yep.
That should be the sole focus of the Dallas Cowboys right now.
Mhm.
You know, we are not going to, if you find a way to win this game, we are not going on the road
Until the NFC Championship
to
game.
potentially the very end of the
Yep.
end of the playoffs.
Yep.
And if you get fortunate that somebody knocks off the 49ers, but that's the thing that you never know.
Then you worry about the 49ers NFC
Down the road.
Championship game.
Down the
You
road,
worry
yeah.
about that down the road.
Yeah.
Then you take your chances to
Yeah.
get to the. I mean, we can't even get to an NFC Championship game around here.
No.
So now all the pieces have been put into place for the Cowboys to at least give themselves an opportunity to get to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
With the Eagles losing yesterday, it just totally opened things up right now for Dallas to have a realistic shot to get to Vegas in the Super Bowl in February.
I totally agree. Totally agree with you on that. That's, that.
Now, whether or not they get there,
Yeah.
that's another story
That
that,
is- yeah.
down the road we can talk about whether or not
But
the
the
Cowboys
one
have enough
thing,
to beat
the
the
one thing we
49ers.
know is that they play very well at home. They're 8-0.
Yes.
They haven't been 8-0 at home since 1981.
Mhm.
So we know that anytime that they get a home opportunity, that they're going to play well. They've won
And it,
16
again,
straight games.
Doesn't guarantee that the
Doesn't
Cowboys
guarantee-
win the
no,
home playoff game.
no.
We're not saying that at all. They
No.
could easily lose that. They could lose to the Packers.
Yes.
Would I be shocked and stunned if the Cowboys in the wild card round lost to Green Bay or lost to Seattle? Would it totally stun me? No. Would it surprise me? Yes, considering how well the Cowboys have played. But you get into the playoffs, it's a different animal. It's a
Yeah.
different animal.
They I'll tell you that, and I don't even really want to think about this now, but you go out and you lose to the 7th seed. Say you do, you have the opportunity in a home game, and you do lose that 7th seed game. Man, I would not want to be Mike McCarthy.
Would that cost him his job?
I don't even want to go there now. I'm not going to be that guy. But there's a side of me that believes that you fight your way and you have good fortune to get home playoff games and you don't take advantage of that. There are some questions that are going to have to be answered, but we're not that right now. It's the positivity of going to beat the Commanders and get those home playoff games.
Yes.
And then see what happens from that.
Yeah, all you can do right now, Cowboys, is put yourself in the best position
Yes.
to get there.
Yeah.
And they're now in their best position possible
Right.
to get there if they can take care of their own business. That
Right.
They don't have to do any scoreboard watching. They don't have to worry about anything else in Week 18
Right.
other than the sole focus is to go beat a Washington team that doesn't want to win that football game.
Yeah. You're absolutely right about that.
It's sitting right there. Just go take care of your business. That's the thing with the Cowboys this week is how is their focus going to be?
Right.
They probably got away with one Saturday night.
Yeah.
They probably got away with one with that 2-point conversion call. But they did. The NFL's not going to go back and change it. They're
No.
not going to give the Lions the 2 points.
No.
That thing is over. And when they get back on the practice field, sole focus, beating the Commanders. There's no looking forward to the next round in the playoffs and who are going to play in the wild card. It's got to if the sole focus is to go to Washington, they should beat that Commanders team by at least 3 touchdowns. If the Cowboys play, they should win by at least 3 touchdowns.
I'll take 1 point right now. I just,
the talent disparity between the Cowboys and the Commanders, it's off the charts.
Yeah, but I've also seen Dallas mess around and,
That's the thing.
That's
Sole
the
focus.
Sole
Be
focus. No,
focused.
I'm trying to have positivity about that. I really am. But I've seen the Commanders do strange things to the Cowboys on the road.
And we don't know who the Commanders are even going to start at quarterback.
No.
Because they wanted Jacoby Brissett this week,
Yeah.
but, he wasn't healthy enough to go, so
Right.
they went back to Sam Howell.
Yeah.
So I would assume that Jacoby Brissett is the guy that they would
Sure,
want.
sure.
Or maybe they want Howell for
Yeah.
the way that he played last year against
Hey,
the Cowboys. Who
let me
knows?
tell you this. Remember what happened last year in Houston playing the Colts? And Houston had a chance for the first overall selection.
Yeah.
And what did Lovie Smith on his way out of the building do? He played a game and went and won it to get them the second pick of the draft. I worry about Ron Rivera doing something like that.
Think so? You think they would rally the troops one more time for Ron Rivera? I just don't see it happening.
I worry about it.
I don't see it
because we
happening.
saw it last year. We saw it last year with Lovie Smith. It's like I don't have time for your first overall pick. I don't. He clearly thumbed his. He gave the middle finger to the front office and said, "I'm going to go win this football game." And what do you do? As the players, what do you say to the players? Oh, we're going to go out here and lose this game. Ron, make sure that's the thing that worries me. The Lovie Smith games.
Okay, I hadn't thought about that, but now that you said that, it does cross my mind a little bit.
The second overall pick means a lot to me. If Ron Rivera is adamant about trying to go out and win this football game, you need to fire him right now. If there's going to be insubordination, and he's going to say no, but the front office will probably let Ron go out on his shield. This is probably Ron's last.
Yes,
It's
definitely his last game.
This is his last game.
Yeah,
you can't ask Ron Rivera not to try and win, right?
Just adds a little extra intrigue in the Cowboys and Commanders coming up on Sunday. But the Cowboys go out there, take care of business. They should be the 2 seed and have themselves a legitimate chance to get to the Super Bowl for the first time since I was a senior in college, which was a long time ago, as we discovered. Both Broadus and I are very old people.
We're old.
Which is why we're doing the New Year's Day show. Bright and early. All right, we need to take a break. When we come back, New Year's Day, always a big day for college football bowl games. And this year, bigger than ever, Texas, they're back. Their chances to get to the national championship game. They take on Washington in the Sugar Bowl. We'll discuss that next year on 105.3 The Fan.
Be a part of the show. Text us on the truckwreck.com fan text line, 877-881-1053. That's
SUV, and you can do the same. I was in the car business for a long time. This is a first-class organization. Everything from Super Duties, full-size Broncos, and more. Start the process now at PlatinumFord.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
Mike Bassick here, and I've had AT&T fiber internet for years, and we need the best internet with a family of 5. AT&T internet is extremely fast and highly reliable. My wife's a doctor, and she likes going outside on her computer and doing her charting. That's no problem with AT&T fiber internet. If you're tired of internet dead zones, add some Wi-Fi square footage to your new home or your existing home. AT&T fiber internet with All-Fi is now available. Now you can stream from the little bedroom that never used to get a signal, or even from the attic if you want. With straightforward pricing, there's no data caps and no price increases at 12 months, so you won't have to switch providers every year to get the best deal. Don't settle for spotty internet. Live like a gigillionaire. Get AT&T fiber with All-Fi now and unlock new possibilities for your home. Limited availability. Go to att.com/allfi to check eligibility.
Tolos, it's been a heck of a Rangers ride, and the celebration will continue at Globe Life Field for the World Series edition of the Rangers 2024 Awards Dinner presented by Coca-Cola. It's Friday evening, January 26th. Awards will be given out to Corey Seager, Josh Young, Leody Taveras, Nathaniel Lowe, Dane Dunning, and Gold Gloves presented to Lowe, Jonah Hyman, and Adolis Garcia. You can be a part of this special evening by purchasing a table or an individual ticket at rangers.com/awards dinner.
This segment on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year number 1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax, and enjoy the difference.
First down yardage. Final minute now of the first half as Penix heaves it down into the end zone. Touchdown! Odunze for the second time tonight.
Oh, the Texas fans hoping not to see that combination too many times tonight in the Sugar Bowl. What a great day for college football. Happy New Year, everybody. We've got the national semifinals, the nightcap, Texas taking on Washington in the Sugar Bowl. 4 o'clock, we've got Alabama versus Michigan in the Rose Bowl. College football, New Year's Day. It is awesome. Love this day.
Who are the best 4 teams you saw this year?
That I saw personally,
just,
or
no,
on
no,
the sidelines, or
just college
that
football.
Watching?
Yeah, you're a big college football guy.
Washington.
Yeah.
They might be the best. Michigan.
Yes.
Texas.
Okay.
And even though Alabama beat Georgia, I think Georgia's better than Alabama.
Yeah.
But Alabama beat Georgia.
I was kind of in that mode, and I know that Florida State got crushed. I was in the mode when Florida State's quarterback was playing.
Yeah.
They were one of the best 4 teams in the country.
I agree.
I thought the 2 teams, I absolutely loved what I saw from Washington.
Mm-hmm.
I loved Florida State, and Florida State played my alma mater, LSU, to open the season. 2 years in a row, they've beaten LSU on neutral site games.
Mm-hmm.
And I felt like watching Florida State play offensively and defensively, they were outstanding. Mm-hmm. And what happened to them in that Georgia game, I just think was so it's sad. It really is sad, because at one point in time, this team did everything asked of them, and they lose their quarterback, and now it was a non-factor. I do feel like that the thing that makes me pause a little bit about Georgia was the Alabama game. And Georgia had been number 1 basically all year.
Well, they had won
29 straight games.
Back-to-back national champions.
I just felt like, though, that, man, Alabama, but people could say, well, damn, Brian, Alabama was a 4th and 31 away from not even being in the playoff, or not even being in the SEC, not even having an opportunity. So I don't know. I mean, I am torn. I'm torn about these 4 teams. I feel the best about Washington.
You think they beat Texas today?
I think it's going to be very difficult for Texas to deal with Washington's passing game.
Right.
I think that's going to be tough.
The Texas secondary against that great wide receiver and Michael Penix. Because what's great about Texas and their strength, and I saw it up close and personal, Broadus.
Yeah.
I had the Big 12 championship game.
Right.
You can't run against them.
No,
I mean,
absolutely not.
Oklahoma State was a great running team. Ollie Brown, the Oklahoma State did nothing. When you've got Tavondre Sweat and Murphy there in the middle, you can't run against them.
No.
Now, will the secondary be able to hold up tonight for Texas against Washington? That is what I'm looking forward to see.
That's the question, and how much can Texas put pressure on Penix to have to force him into some mistakes? Now,
and that's the great thing about Sweat is that only he's a great run stopper. He can get to the quarterback
He
too.
can absolutely get to the quarterback, but you worry a little bit about Texas's situation. Trust me, I'm absolutely pulling for Texas to win this game. You know, my son goes to school there. He's down there right now. He's going to be at the game, so I want him to be able to see, much like I was able to see LSU have success in the playoff and win a national championship. But you mean that it is going to come down to how much pressure they can get.
And that's the thing, Broadus, about this game. And usually I'm not a big in the trenches kind of guy.
This is a trenches game.
This is in the trenches kind of game because that Washington offensive line, they won the college football award for the best offensive line.
Joe Moore Award.
Yeah, in the country against that defensive front for Texas. I mean, that is where the game is going to be won or lost.
Where do you feel like, though, that do you feel like that Washington, and we could flip it, do you feel like Washington defensively can match up well enough to handle Xavier Worthy and Mitchell and these guys?
No, I think you're going to get a lot of points tonight.
Yeah.
I think you're going to get a lot of points. And what I have been so impressed with Quinn Ewers, just the accuracy that kid has. I mean, I remember covering, did some high school football playoff games of his when he was at South Lake. Just like, I'm like, he's one of the most accurate passers that I've ever seen. And then the Big 12 championship game on the sidelines, he's still such an accurate passer.
Right.
He played great in that game. He'll have to play great again today to beat Washington, but I think he can beat that secondary. I think this is a high-scoring football game tonight.
I totally agree. I love Sanders too, the tight end.
Yep.
I mean, they've got
Texas could not play any better than what they did in the Big 12 title game.
Oh,
they dominated Oklahoma State.
Their coach is on it too as a play caller. He does a great job with that. He's so aggressive too.
Yep.
With the play calling and how he navigates that.
But I'm loving this game because Texas is the favorite. Washington is, they're playing the underdog card. It's like, we're underdogs again. We were underdogs to Oregon. We went out there and smashed the Ducks in the Pac-12 title game.
Yeah.
And they're thinking, hey, we're underdogs again. We're going to go out there. We're going to smash Texas. I can't wait for the Sugar Bowl tonight. These are two great games.
Yeah.
Michigan, Alabama, the Rose Bowl, the scenery, two of the story programs in college football history. This is a great day for college football fans.
I have to feel that Michigan is not digging this matchup with Alabama.
Oh, did you see the reaction Michigan had when Florida State got announced that they weren't in, that they were going to play Alabama in the Michigan room? There were groans. There were audible groans that they had to play Alabama. And that told me everything I needed to know about who I think is going to win this football game. Alabama is going to beat Michigan in the Rose Bowl today. Because what have we seen from Michigan in the playoffs? 2 years ago, trounced by Georgia. Last year, TCU lost to TCU. Do we really think this Michigan team is going to beat Nick Saban in Alabama? No.
Not with Nick Saban having this much time to get ready for J.J.
McCarthy.
McCarthy.
Has played great for Alabama here of late. Michigan, J.J. McCarthy, NFL scouts like him. I'm like, I don't see it.
Yeah.
And Blake Corum's an outstanding running back for the Wolverines. I like Blake Corum, but it's hard to go up against Nick Saban. And I like Texas to beat Washington.
Yeah.
High scoring game. I would take the points. I would take Washington +4. This kind of feels like a field goal kind of game. But I think in the national championship game a week from tonight, Broadus, we're going to get the rematch, Texas and Alabama.
Who would you like then? Nick Saban on a getting ready for a week, but do you think
I like Texas? I'd like Texas to do it again. I do. I think
you're calling Texas then your national champion.
Yes.
Were you that influenced by watching the Big 12 championship game, seeing them live?
Part of it, and just the way that they are designed and the way that they are. And I think Sark is an outstanding coach.
Yeah,
he's an outstanding offensive mind, and they just kind of have a little bit of chip on their shoulder as well. I think Texas could beat Alabama. Am I 100% sure that Texas would beat Alabama for a second time? No, but I lean.
Boy,
that
how
way.
rare would that be?
I know, beating Alabama twice in one season.
Yeah,
But I think that's the matchup that we're going to see, and that's the matchup that I hope we see. I would love to see the rematch between Texas and Alabama a week from tonight.
I'll tell you what, I've already done some college scouting of for getting ready for the draft season. I watched Latham, the tackle from Alabama. Boy, you talk about this, just a mammoth guy.
Mm-hmm. Do you like have you studied J.J. McCarthy yet?
I have not. I've not seen. What I've done is I took Dane Brugler's mock draft.
Yeah.
And I started at 1 and working my way down to 32. And he's a lot lower down that list.
Sure.
So I got to get to him. But I did get to Alabama's got a couple of corners too. McKinstry is really, really good, and Arnold. They've got two legitimate plug and play NFL cornerbacks. And both of them can run, both of them tackle. Well, McKinstry, not as much as Arnold. Arnold is super, super aggressive. Both of them are aggressive. Ball hawkers. I think that if you get in a matchup against Alabama, you talk about Texas not letting you run the ball. Mm-hmm. Alabama at corner really puts a lot of pressure on you. And it would be a really interesting matchup.
Yeah.
With
Texas receivers against Alabama corners.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It would be but Washington's receivers against Alabama's corners would be in the NFL. We used to Florida State would play Miami back in the day when Miami was the U, and it would be 20 something guys on that field that all had first, second round grades.
Yeah.
And so you would watch that tape over and over and over. That Alabama-Washington game would be
What's great about today, Broadus, is that we don't have to hear about opt-outs. We don't have to hear about guys not playing because of the draft.
Well, how's Iowa? I mean, what's real quick? How are you looking at Iowa today?
Well, we've got Tennessee. We're probably myself and Choppy are the only two people in DFW watching Iowa-Tennessee today. But Joe Milton is not playing for Tennessee today. Their quarterback, he's opted for the draft. So they've got their freshman, the five-star guy, going up against Bill Parker's Iowa defense. All I know is the over-under was 36, and I bet the under. Because when you play Iowa, you always bet the under. Under 36 today.
Great special teams and great defense.
And a horrible offense. Last time for Brian Ferentz.
Yeah, I'll tell you what.
The offensive coordinator.
Well, LSU's in a bad spot, too. No Heisman Trophy winner today.
They've got Wisconsin today. Yeah. What's that? Used to be the Outback Bowl, but now it's
what is it?
What is it today?
It's some
ReliaQuest or something like that bowl.
I used to always remember it as the Outback Bowl.
Yeah, ReliaQuest Bowl. Yeah, so that's in Tampa.
Yeah, early morning.
And then of course you got Liberty and Oregon. And how about Bo Nix electing to play for Oregon?
Good for him. No, it's the same path and I'll tell you what, scouts appreciate that. We saw that at Alabama last year.
One more time to get something on tape.
Yep.
So credit to him because he could have easily opted out of playing a game against Liberty.
Yeah, he might be out of that game at halftime though, right?
Oregon is favored by 18 in that one.
Yeah.
LSU 8.5-point favorite. Tennessee favored by 5.5 over Iowa.
That's going to be a lot closer. That LSU game. LSU's defense. If you haven't seen LSU play, their defense will give you. They'll give you.
They'll give you a lot of points.
Bad vibes.
Yes. I had LSU twice, and they gave up a lot of points.
They gave up a lot of points. Yeah.
Michigan a 2-point favorite over Bama, and Texas favored by 3.5 over Washington. So it was 4 down to 3.5. So great day of college football coming up beginning at 11 o'clock this morning. All right, we need to take a timeout. When we come back, we will kick off the 9 o'clock hour. Dak had a big day against the Lions. Broadus has got some next-gen stats for us. Exactly where Dak thrived in that game against Detroit on Saturday night. We'll do that coming up next here on The Fan.
Hey, is it still called a smart speaker when RJ talks? Whatever the device, thanks for turning it on and leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
This is John Marks with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Dolphins got smoked by the Ravens yesterday, and with the loss, now will finish the season playing for their division. The Bills beat the Patriots yesterday, which means the winner of next Sunday's game will win the AFC East. Good news for the Dolphins, the game is in Miami. The bad news, not a lot of confidence in the Finns. The odds makers have the Bills favored by 3 points on the road. I'm John Marks.
Services offered through Trade Wealth LLC and SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Her breath doesn't smell. Her digestive system is perfect.
What did this dog parent do for their dog? She switched to Nature's Blend, a premium freeze-dried raw dog food made by Dr. Marty Goldstein.
I'm so confident your dog will love it. Your order is back with a 90-day guarantee.
Save up to 54% off Nature's Blend and get a free full-size bag of Tilly's Treasures dog treats. Go to drmartypets.com/good or text GOOD to 511-511.
All pets are unique. Your pet's results can and will vary. Message and data rates may apply. Studies available upon request.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, I knew that saw that they were bringing the blitz. I was trying to take a one-on-one outside from my slot to Brandon Cooks right there. He got widened a little bit. The corner was off, made that tough. And at that point, pressure got to me, and I felt bodies on me. And I really said, I've got to find a way to get skinny and just get myself out of the end zone. And as I went to do that, pocket opened up, went right, and CCD one-on-one down the field. I'm letting it go and putting what I can on it, putting some air on it, and giving him a shot, and he went and did the rest.
There's Dak Prescott. Something Broadus and I have in common with Dak Prescott is that both of us each time are trying to find a way to get skinny.
Get skinny.
Got to find a way to get skinny. Maybe that's our New Year's resolution
I'll
here
tell
in
you
2024.
I'll tell you what. If hey, we got a shot to play quarterback in this league. If blitzers are not going to wrap us up,
that's right. Got a chance.
Yeah, got a chance.
Got a chance. He's Brian Broadus. I'm Mike Peasley. We're in for Sean and RJ today. Happy New Year, everybody, for those of you just waking up.
Yeah.
Hopefully everything is okay. Hopefully you drank a lot of water before you went to bed.
Absolutely.
But
hydrate.
We're here until 11 o'clock today. We've been on since 7, so we're on hour number 3 and having a lot of fun with all you Tolos here today. It is a Cowboys Monday. Cowboys in the driver's seat right now to win the NFC East after the Eagles lost to Arizona. Almost caught myself there by saying NFC North earlier. NFC East.
What you're thinking about the North right now?
I'm thinking about the Bears and what they're going to do with the Fields.
You're fascinated with that Fields pick.
I've got a feel exactly what the Bears are going to do with that number 1 pick since Carolina lost yesterday. But for the Cowboys, Dak had a big day. He's had some big days against the Lions, and I know, Broadus, you always get some next gen stats when it comes to Dak's day, and overall seemed like a really solid performance from Mr. Prescott coming up on Saturday night.
Yeah, and Pease, thanks for allowing me to nerd out here. This is funny because a couple of guys, like you mentioned, a couple older dudes, and I grew up in an era really without analytics.
Same with me.
I didn't have a lot. I just kind of watched the tape. We did take numbers and stuff at the combine. Those numbers were important to us. Height, weight, speed.
That's not really analytics, though.
Yeah, but it was
that's the physical part.
It was a way to kind of measure, like you measure players through history.
Yeah,
that was our way of being really nerdy with analytics and stuff like that. And so, but now there's these next gen folks, and every team having opportunity with these analytics directors and staff members, and it's cool to really go in and dive into the numbers. And the next gen folks, I think, do a hell of a job. And I want to just, if Derek Eagleton's out there running right now for the Dallas Cowboys, he's out there jogging on his New Year's Day. Thanks, Derek, for letting me be a part of your DallasCowboys.com staff so I can get these numbers and have access, because it's incredible the service that they apply or that they provide the team. And so without the further ado on that, I went through and they break down the numbers for the quarterbacks in the game. They break down, they have various categories that can tell you what a quarterback really was good at in this game, or what he might have had a little bit of some struggles with. And I know we always kind of talk about Dak Prescott on this show. Well, all our shows. It's sure. He's very much
QB1 for the Dallas Cowboys.
It's very much a love-hate with the fan base. It's very much love-hate with the guys that are on the radio talking about this. But just want to kind of dive into the type of day that Dak Prescott had against the Detroit Lions.
And before you dig into all of the next-gen stats, Dak, normal stats, 26 of 38, 345 yards, 2 touchdowns, had the 1 interception.
Had the 1 interception.
He had a quarterback rating of 103.5. Really good.
Yeah, that's our old employer.
Close. Close.
103.3.
Take away 2 tenths.
Take away 2 tenths. No, I was about to say, I'm like, yeah, I was just kind of, I heard that 103, and I'm like, yeah, that's us, piece. Back in the day. Okay. Dak Prescott versus man coverage in this football game. Dak was 12 of 19 for 233 yards, 2 touchdowns, and he had a yards per attempt of 12.3. So
was that touchdown pass to CeeDee Lamb, the 92-yarder? Was that man coverage?
Man coverage,
that
yeah. Adds to the list. That's pretty. When you're starting to talk about having to make throws, tight window throws, coverage throws, those.
What's the normal percentage for man coverage for a quarterback?
A lot lower than that. I mean, it's
below 50%.
It's not below 50%, but it's pretty much in that range of right at 63%.
Because let's see, he was 12 of 19.
Yeah.
That's 63.1%.
There you go. Yeah. So that's to get the 2 touchdowns on that and the yards per attempt being over 12, that's outstanding. Zone coverage. This is where quarterbacks usually make their hay.
Right.
He was 14 of 19 for 112 yards. He did have the interception against the zone coverage. Now, I'm doing a study. I've been doing a study, and I'm going to break this out this week of Dak Prescott versus zone coverage versus man coverage, and give everybody an idea of, because there's some thoughts about him. He lights up one, not the other. In this case, I think he does well against both. I really do think he plays well against both the man and the zone coverage. But he was 14 of 19 for 112, 1 interception, only 5.9 yards per attempt on that against the zone coverage. Much higher. Now, maybe the Lamb 92-yard touchdown pass will
adds to the
total,
yeah.
but he was 5.9 on the zone coverage. Versus the blitz, he was 14 of 20 for 225 yards, 1 touchdown. It's 11.3 per play.
That's good.
That's really
good.
Yeah, really good.
Against the blitz and the pressure coming? Yeah,
absolutely.
14 to 20?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Facing pressure itself, 4 of 8, 125 yards, the 1 touchdown, average of 15.6. So he's 50% versus pressure.
And that's with the 92-yarder.
Exactly.
He was pressured there and should have been sacked.
Should have been sacked.
But he got skinny.
Got skinny.
That's what
you got to do. No blitz. When he didn't face a blitz, he was 12 of 18 for 120 yards. He had the 1 touchdown and the 1 interception. So the interception, though, would be that it's funny we say, because the 1 interception was a linebacker. No, that was a touchdown. I was thinking the touchdown was a blitz. So the interception wasn't a blitz. They're right about that. 6.7 yards per attempt against no blitz. 12 of 18, 120, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Cover 0. We talk about cover 0. That's no safety help in the middle of the field. That's usually just all man across the board. You're catching some kind of blitz. 5 of 6 versus no safety help for 120 yards, 1 touchdown, 20 yards per attempt on that one. Cover 0. Split safeties. That's that cover 2 look. Everybody talks about the 2 high shell that teams like to play against Dak. He was 8 of 9 for 72 yards, the 1 interception. He averaged 8 yards per attempt on that split safety look. Dak, they usually don't. The teams usually will play the split safety look because they don't want Dallas to throw the ball over the top on them. So they could. Dallas does a great job with the combination routes. with the seams. You see them try and hit some passes up the seam. They missed on a couple of passes. Ferguson, just a little off. Could have been huge plays.
Yeah.
But teams play too high against Dak because, again, they don't want to give up the big plays. Under 10 yards, passes that traveled air yards of under 10 yards. Dak was 21 of 26 for 191 yards. That's a 9.3 yards per attempt. So air yards of under 10, 21 of 26, 191. Pretty accurate, pretty tidy day right there, throwing the football. Over 10 yards. What would you like to venture a guess what Dak Prescott was of over 10 air yards?
Of over 10 air yards.
There were 11 attempts.
Okay, 11 attempts.
11 attempts, I'll give you that. 11 attempts.
I would say he was 8 for 11.
It was 5 of 11.
Only 5.
It was 5 of 11.
Maybe I'm just remembering all the ones that he did complete because there were some big ones.
There were some big ones. He was 5 of 11 for 154 yards in this game. He had 2 touchdowns, 1 interceptions, averaged 14 yards per attempt is what he did on that.
All right. So under 50% for the over 10 yards.
Over 10 yards. I'm going to throw something at you real quick too. We got a couple minutes here, right? Can I throw something?
So basically what we're saying with the numbers and the next gen stats is that Dak had a really good day.
The numbers appear that the accuracy was there.
Yeah.
The yards per attempt. I mean, he did have the massive, like we said, the 92. But overall, though, you have to be pleased with the way solid day. With the exception, the pressures, you're at 50%, 4 of 8, 125 yards, 1 touchdown. You're throwing the ball against pressure 50% of the time. You're probably doing all right. Let me give you something of how CeeDee Lamb's day shook out, if I could, real quick. Lamb versus the Lions cornerbacks. He ran 16 routes against Sutton. He ran 12 routes against Branch. He ran 9 routes against Valdor. What do you think his numbers were against the cornerbacks? He had 12 opportunities.
He caught because how many balls did he catch that game?
Was it 11?
Let me see. He caught 13 for 227.
13. Okay.
I would say he probably caught 10.
He was 10 of 12.
Yeah.
He was 10 of 12 versus the Lions corners for 200 yards.
That's not a very good secondary.
Yeah.
Not a very good secondary.
And one touchdown. Cooks was 3 of 5 versus the cornerbacks I mentioned. And Ferguson running against the Detroit linebackers was 4 of 5 for 35 yards.
You think CeeDee Lamb's hoping to get another crack at the Lions once again in the divisional round?
Oh, man.
Considering he had 13 catches for 227 yards and a touchdown. He was targeted 17 times.
Yeah.
17 targets for CeeDee.
Yep.
On Saturday.
How about this, though? Like Laporta was when the Cowboys treated Laporta like a wide receiver and put a cornerback on him, he was 0 of 3. Bland and Gilmore had 3 opportunities to cover Laporta, and he didn't have a catch in this game.
Interesting. Again, potential we could see this matchup
Yeah.
in the divisional playoffs.
Yep.
There's something to look for. You want to shut down Laporta, put the
But
cornerback
the
on.
corners
corner on him.
played him that way. Yep.
Yeah, he had 12 targets in that game, 7 catches.
Yep.
So interesting next-gen stats there from the Cowboys' win over the Detroit Lions. Well, the Cowboys were victorious, but just barely. When we come back, Broadus and I will discuss how concerned we should be about what we saw from the Cowboys' defense late in that game. We'll discuss that next, coming up here on The Fan.
There's no reason to search sports headlines. We've got them. And we'll get you laughing as well. You're dialed into Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
She's running around. Her breath doesn't smell. Her digestive system is...
Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
It's a Cowboys Monday, brought to you by Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
This segment on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable and accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in the DFW. And if your loved one have been injured in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
2nd and 5 at the Detroit 8. 7.5 minutes in the game. Snap to Prescott, standing and looking and throwing right to the end zone. Brandon Cooks! Touchdown, Cowboys. Perfect route, perfect throw. Cowboys regain the lead.
Cowboys going out to defeat the Lions 20-19 with the Eagles losing yesterday. The Cowboys now in the driver's seat to win the division if they can go to Washington coming up Sunday afternoon and beat the Commanders. Welcome back, everyone. Mike Peasley here along with Brian Broaddus, my tag team partner here, filling in for Sean and RJ today. The guys will be back coming up tomorrow morning. Cowboys only give up 19 points. It's very good. You like that. Anytime you hold opponent under 20 points, you'll take that. But Broaddus got some concerns about the old Cowboys defense, and it really has to deal with what we've seen late in games. We saw it 2 weeks ago in Miami. Dolphins march right down the field against the Cowboys defense. They get the game-winning field goal. And then Saturday night, with the Cowboys protecting the lead against Detroit, the Lions marched right down the field, a minute 40 left in the ballgame, get the touchdown, and, of course, the controversy with the two-point conversion. But what changes for the Cowboys in the last 2 minutes of these games? That the defense for 58 minutes on Saturday played lights out. They were pressuring Jared Goff. Goff had a quarterback rating of 31.9. They held the Lions rushing game to just 4 yards per carry, 125 yards on 31 attempts. But in the last 2 minutes of these games, what we see in the previous 58 minutes isn't the same defense. What is going on with Dan Quinn's unit late in these football games?
Yeah, especially this last one. It was just, you're absolutely right. For the majority of the game, Dallas had put pressure on Goff. They had done a really decent job of dealing with the running game, created negative plays. I was, it's funny you talk about the next gen stats. There's something I wanted to bring up here of just real quick. 9 of the 31 Lions runs were stuffed. And when they call stuffed, it's no gain or negative.
9 of the 31.
9 of the
almost a third.
Yeah. Like Gibbs carried the ball 15 times. They say he was stuffed 6 times. Montgomery carried the ball 14 times. 3 stuffs there.
Yeah.
So Dallas's run defense came to play in that football game. But it came down to the very end, that final drive with the Lions with no timeouts. And Dallas played this in a very unique way. Initially, the first snap of the series, they're playing to keep the Lions receivers in bounds. So what happens is you get the drops, and now everybody fans towards the sidelines. Mm-hmm. So you protect the ball to the, they're trying to keep everybody in bounds. So ball goes inside, but it goes inside quickly, and they're able to get, they get a nice big gain right off the jump. Mm-hmm. But that's due to the Cowboys playing as a keep everybody in bounds. And then so the next play, it's like,
But the question I think a lot of fans have,
yeah,
just being the novice fan, is that why do you change your defense that it works so effectively?
Well, they're trying,
just to try to keep them in bounds. Are you so worried about your corner getting beat that the guy gets out of bounds? It's not like Amon-Ra Brown had a monster day against the Cowboys, because he didn't.
No,
I think you just got to put more trust into what your defense had done, rather than worry about trying to keep them in bounds.
You were trying to keep them in bounds, and you're trying to make them run clock, is what you're trying to do by staying in bounds. And
what you do is you give them so many easy throws.
Oh no, the very first play they do this. It's the very first play. And then from that point on, then all of a sudden it became, they're going to attack the middle of the field. But why did they attack the middle of the field? Dallas's safeties on the next play, they drop to where it's like one safety's on the numbers and the other safety's on the other numbers. That's how wide of a drop that the two safeties. So Laporta is able to get inside. Mm-hmm. St. Brown inside, because they're playing with such width to the defense. The middle of the field was easy to attack. And so
as a defense, why do you allow that to happen?
Why
do you allow it to happen?
Yeah. Well, they adjusted where they were playing too deep, and then dropped what we call the robber to try and prevent the inside route. So now you have safety in the middle of the field, deep safety, linebacker drops. Still, they find ways. Now, they matched up Laporta on Curse for a big play. Mm-hmm. And when the pivot route that Laporta ran, Curse totally overplayed the play. Again, this is not helping you.
Yeah.
They're trying to cover these guys, but they're not. You're asking Curse, in my opinion, Curse is one of those guys that needs to be always down in the box. He needs to be. Now, Curse, we've seen Curse have problems in covering in the tight red zone. Cowboys caught a break on the 4th down play when he was down in the box in tight coverage. If he sits in the middle of the field, they've got the play defended. But fortunately, Bland played his rear off to make sure that they didn't get the ball. But to your point, it's like Dallas went through 3 different defenses to try and stop the Lions, and none of them worked. Funnel didn't work. 2 wide safeties didn't work. Putting Curse on Laporta didn't work.
Does that give you cause for concern
Yes.
if we see this matchup again in the playoffs? Because the Lions will go back and look at the last 2-minute drive and the success they had.
But like I said, the Dallas didn't get any pressure either.
Right.
There was, it was take the snap, drop back, throw. Take the snap, drop back, throw. There was no pressure.
So is this partly on the front for not being able to get the pressure? Because we talked so much about the secondary. Is there blame to go with the guys up front not being able to get pressure on Goff like they did previously in the game?
Well, I will say this. I don't think this Cowboy defense thought that they were going to have to go back out there and play play defense again. After they got the ball back on that interception.
Yeah.
You're at your net, and if you had to go back out there and play defense,
it would be just for a minute.
I wouldn't think it was going to be for a minute 40.
Yeah.
I was thinking it was going to be much like what Arizona had to do against Philadelphia yesterday, 20-something seconds.
Yeah.
It's a little bit easier to play defense, no timeouts, and 20-something seconds left in the game.
Yeah.
Minute,
minute 40, teams can go right down the field. We've seen that
absolutely.
time and time again.
Time and time again. Dallas tried 3 different ways of playing this.
And none of them worked.
None of them. I mean, Dan was
Why did it work earlier? Because of the pressure?
The pressure. They affected Goff in that game to the point where even the 2-point throw that he made to the flat, to the tight end there, when they tried to fit the ball to Mitchell there.
Oh, at the end?
At the end after
the penalty?
Was a pressure throw.
Yes.
Yeah, it was a pressure throw.
Yes.
I mean, Goff, anything down in tight red zone, they did a great job of handling. But the final drive,
was that the same way that you saw in the Dolphins drive at the end of the game? Was it a lack of pressure on Tua?
I think it was from what I remember about that one. There was they struggled with the pressure on Tua for sure, and that's what Tua was a guy that in the game when we did the metrics on that, pressure hurt Tua in that game, hurt him in a way of. It hurt his accuracy in that game. When he didn't feel pressure, he was comfortable and he made a lot of throws. His numbers reflected that. But Dallas has got to figure out something, and it wasn't like they sat in the same defense. He tried 3 different defenses. He tried 3 different ways of trying to get a stop. I give him credit for that.
Yes.
The execution of it wasn't great. Like I say, his initial plan was funnel everything back inside, run clock. But to me, that is, and here I am questioning an NFL defensive coordinator, which is probably really stupid on my part.
But it's good to know because I wouldn't have been able to tell you that Dan Quinn was in 3 different defenses on that last drive.
He played them 3 different ways is what he did. And maybe with a minute 40, you don't initially start with a funnel. If it's 20 seconds or 25 seconds, now if you funnel everything inside to catch, you just rally to the ball, get the guy on the ground, and tick, 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 tick.
Yes.
With a minute 40, you're giving up big plays.
Yeah.
You're giving up a big play if you leave.
And that gets the offense in rhythm.
Yes. Yeah.
So I shouldn't be overly concerned with what I saw on that last drive moving forward?
Absolutely you should be concerned because the execution of it was not good. They didn't get the pressure.
Yeah.
You really had gotten pressure all game.
And they didn't blitz, did they?
No.
In the last 2 minutes,
No.
they didn't blitz to bring any kind of pressure.
No.
Too dangerous? Worried about the big play?
Probably worried about
the blitz?
probably worried about the big play.
Yeah.
But which in fact you should have blitzed this guy.
Right. Because the numbers show that when he was pressured, he wasn't very good.
Wasn't very good. Right.
That's always been one of the criticism of Jared Goff is that if you can get into him, because he's not mobile.
No.
He's not going to shuffle off to his right. He's not going to get skinny like Dak does.
Right.
And make that play. But yeah, I'll be very interested to see if we do get this rematch, which is a possibility. If the Lions is the 3 seed, the Cowboys the 2, if they both win their wild card games, Detroit will be here in Dallas. I would love to see the rematch again, just to see changes, adjustments, and especially since they have played so close to each other between this game and then the potential playoff game.
Yeah, you worry about the Lions getting that running game going.
Right, because they didn't get that running game going.
Yeah, with Dallas, you can't tell me Dallas did a great job. You're 31 runs, 9 stuffs.
Yeah,
come on, man. That's playing football right there.
I mean, 125 yards, and again, Montgomery 14 of 65. His long was 22.
Right.
You take out that 22 yarder, then it's 13 for 43. Jahmyr Gibbs had 15 carries for 43. Had the 17 yarder. Take out that, it's 14 carries for 26 yards for him. So the Cowboys did as good of a job as you can against that Detroit run offense, and that's a very good rushing attack that the Lions have.
Very good.
But again, I just, if it comes down to late in a game situation, I don't think it'll come down to that against Washington. Potentially could in the wild card round, but the further you go in the playoffs,
you're going to need to play.
You're going to need to play better 2-minute defense.
You're going to have to get off the field. They played really well 2-minute defense against Seattle.
Yes. Yes.
That's what you need.
Yes.
That's what you
Yeah, go back and find that film.
Yeah.
Not what we saw in Miami and
Yeah.
not what we saw Saturday night in Detroit. All right. Coming up next here on The Fan, Cowboys got away with a victory, and it's a good thing. Otherwise, we would be talking about this a ton. Clock management. We'll discuss Mike McCarthy's decision to throw the football late in the football game. That's next here on The Fan.
Tolos, it's been a heck of a Rangers ride, and the celebration will continue at Globe Life Field for the World Series edition of the Rangers 2024 Awards Dinner presented by Coca-Cola. It's Friday.
Jeez.
I
tell you what, man. Hey, good for you if that's the case.
No, don't say that to my wife. She hates cooking.
Because it's so.
Because I'm so particular and picky. I don't like extravagant things. I don't like spicy things.
But you go to the steakhouse. You go to the steakhouse. So yesterday you
I
probably
go to the steakhouse.
You
I
had
got
a
a steak.
strip. You got probably a strip
and a
plain potato.
Plain baked potato. No butter. Nothing. Plain baked potato.
Do you put pepper on it?
I do put pepper on it. Yes, but no butter, no sour cream. No.
You got to live life, bro.
I do live. I'm living comfortably. Thank you.
That just seems so like I just.
And again, my hamburgers plain, bun, burger, bun. That's my hamburger. No cheese.
If you get a dry hamburger, dry, not flavor.
Yeah.
Not juice.
Yeah. It doesn't taste great.
Why? Why do you do that to yourself, Peace?
I cannot.
Because you have to have, if you're going to eat a hamburger, you almost have to be a 73-20.
Yeah, 80-20 is the max.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, you got to be.
We don't go into this 94-6 or 96-4.
A lean hamburger to you is a disaster.
Yes.
Because you need the juice of the hamburger to seep into the bun and into the meat.
This was a long time ago, back when I was living in Iowa. We went over to a friend's place and they were grilling burgers.
I love Iowa, by the way.
And he wouldn't take the burger off the grill. And I can't say anything because, he's the one that cooking.
Oh, he's cooking.
He's cooking it. And I'm like, take it off. It's done. That thing was like
puckish.
Yeah. And I'm just like, oh my God, this is going to be the worst thing ever. And it was.
Yeah.
I'm like, take it off. It's ready.
You are pretty much, you have got to be better than rare. I mean, like a medium rare, I'm going to guess.
I'm more medium.
But you don't.
I need a little red. I need.
You don't eat prime rib then.
I love prime rib.
But it's like.
But prime rib, I'll get medium rare.
Okay.
But my steaks, I always order medium. I just like a hot pink center.
That is so, man, for somebody that doesn't.
But for the condiments, no condiments at
all.
all.
No steak sauce, right?
No. The steak, if I'm getting a steak, it better
but
be
you
good enough to
order
be
it
on a
medium.
low.
You order the steak medium.
Wait, Peace.
Not like I ordered it
Am I
well
to believe
done.
that you don't put steak sauce on your stuff?
No, steaks. If you got a good enough steak, you don't need steak sauce.
But, I mean, it didn't
he does have a point. But the problem that he orders it medium, which means no real flavor to it.
Yes, there is. There's a flavor to a medium cooked steak.
I'll tell you what, Peace. If you came over to my place and I threw a steak on for you, I'd hand you the tongs. I would hand you the tongs. I don't think I could cook your steak how you want it.
Why?
I don't.
Why?
I just don't.
People order medium steaks all the time.
I couldn't do that. I couldn't do that to a steak.
The thing is, growing up, I had to eat well-done steaks by my mother because she and my dad wanted no pink. So I grew up eating well-done steaks.
So
and they were awful.
this is the existence of your lack of condiment. Is it your family, your mom and dad? Were they non-condiment folks?
No, they're they eat everything.
But no sides.
I think it might come down to I don't eat fruit. No fruit at all. And that comes down to preschool. Because in the preschool,
those little cups,
Nope.
those little bird's eye cups of fruit.
I'll never forget
with
it.
the juice.
Mrs. Becker, my preschool teacher, made me eat a banana. I told her I didn't want to eat a banana.
Oh.
She's like, you got to try a banana.
Right.
So I took a bite of a banana, threw it up.
Threw it up. I knew you would.
And
Yeah.
I have not eaten another piece of fruit since. No apples, no strawberries.
All right.
Nothing.
Here we go. Mike Peasley is going. This is going to sound terrible. You're going to the gas chamber tomorrow. All right.
Awesome.
All right.
Can't wait.
This is not.
Happy New
I'm
Year,
sorry. Hey,
everybody.
I'm not.
What, you're looking for my last meal?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. I would like a nice medium steak, a plain baked potato. Give me some fried chicken.
Oh, okay. But okay.
Give me some mashed potatoes with gravy. Does that count as a condiment? I do like gravy.
Yes.
So I'll take some gravy. That's the one condiment. And then for dessert, you know this. French silk pie.
French silk pie. Gosh,
Because you still owe me a French silk pie.
I owe you one. And you know what? I'm not gonna lie to you, Peace. I looked up the menu of how to make it, the crust and all. I've got my new blender. I'm going to make you. I know I've said this for what now? Probably 15 years.
15 years?
15 years. I said I was going to make. I finally got the equipment to make you one, and I've been watching videos on it.
Sure
if you go to my,
Sure you have.
I'm serious, Peace. Watch. I swear I'm gonna show you my I'm going to show you my.
Can I see your history on your phone?
Yeah, my YouTube page. I'm going to show you my history of YouTube if I can get it to pull up here. Let's see if we get it.
I'm actually now very curious about Brian Broaddus's search history.
All right, Peace. Look at number 5 on things I've studied. Look at number 5.
All right. It's there. I'm a little worried about. I thought they said shrimp and girls. It said shrimp and grits.
Shrimp and grits.
Okay.
Hey, shrimp and girls ain't bad either now, too. If you can do that. But married man like you can't.
But
say that.
what are you having? You're going to the gas chamber. What's your last meal?
I'll tell you what,
Do you
man.
get your steaks medium rare?
I do eat my steaks medium rare. And I'll tell you what, man. I am probably going to. Peace, you ever had beef Wellington?
Yes.
And you probably didn't like it because it was too rare.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. I knew that was the case. I would do something. I would go very high end. I love seafood. Because you went down to Louisiana, my guys and gals down there they took care of you down there.
Yeah.
How did you like jambalaya, by the way?
I didn't like it at all.
Is there anything they made that you liked?
Nope. Beignets.
Because the powdered sugar, the dough.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
Again, I'm a terribly picky eater, and I hate it. And I
When
hate
they
being a
handed
picky eater because I can't go to dinner parties because I won't eat anything that people serve. It's so awkward, and I hate it.
Are you nice about it? Do you just kind of move the food around?
Yep. Just kind of move it around.
And then people pick up your plate and they go, he didn't really like it.
Right. And again, it makes me feel bad, which is why I hate going over to people's places for dinner.
I ask people when they come over if I cook dinner if they're allergic to anything.
Yeah.
Just because I don't want to make something I don't want somebody to be uncomfortable pushing the plate away.
Yeah.
So
And again, for the person eating it, it's so uncomfortable.
What did you do with the jambalaya? They gave you like a little bowl, and you just took a bite.
I just pretended like.
And then you threw it in the trash can.
Yes. Yeah. Then I downed another beer that they gave me.
At least you're honest, And
I did it secretly. And then the second time back, I lied. Like, I just had something up in the press box.
Yeah.
So you make up kind of excuses of why you don't.
Okay, I know we're up against it here. Press box food.
Yeah.
Generally a hot dog at half, but with nothing on it?
Yeah, nothing on the hot dog. Plain hot dog.
Just bun,
hot dog.
And that's it.
That's all. Same with the hamburger. Wow. Yeah.
That's crazy.
I'm a non-condiment guy outside of gravy.
If you're guys and gals out there that are like that, you know what? God bless you.
It ain't easy.
But man, you're
and plus you always got to special order things. And then And then like Chick-fil-A, you got to order the sandwich with no pickles.
See, man, now you're.
And I will be absolutely disgusted when I get it and I see pickles on there, and I can't, I can't take the pickles off and eat the sandwich.
You immediately open up any food that you get and look at what's in there.
100%.
What if somebody cooks with onions and it's part of the dish, like onions and stuff like that?
That's okay, as long as there's no onions on it itself.
You physically see white flakes of onion.
I'm out.
You're out.
I'm out.
Damn peas.
I'm out.
I learned something about you today. I would have never guessed that about you being from the Midwest.
Yeah, I know. I'm just meat and potatoes as long as it's just plain. And the same with the burgers, plain.
Yeah.
Again, I'll let you talk to my wife about trying to cook for me.
God bless you, man.
God bless her.
She's not that way, right?
No.
Good for her.
No, she'll eat
kids. How about the kiddos? You're not influencing your kids not to eat condiments, are you?
No, they'll eat condiments.
Okay.
They'll do condiments.
Yeah,
my
thank
oldest
God you're not a
daughter
terrible dad.
My oldest daughter will eat anything, try anything. My youngest daughter, she's more like me. She's more picky.
Okay.
My oldest daughter, she'll eat anything.
There you go.
And that is clock management for Mike McCarthy. Congratulations, everybody. When we come back, it is a big day of college football. We'll get into all the bowl games, 5 more bowl games today, including the 2 national semifinals, and who knows, maybe more things that I will not eat. It's coming up next here on The Fan.
Take your Turn It On, Leave It On fan experience everywhere you go with our Odyssey app. Proudly presented by Comerica.
month of January. Get on the schedule right now. Tell me what the RJ Choppy Fan Special, 214-37-CLEAN, or ZerezDallas.com.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, we are in the final hour here. Mike Peasley, Brian Broaddus in for Sean and RJ. They'll be back tomorrow with you as, things will finally get, I guess, back to normal as the holidays will officially be closing up. But we're going to end it with a bang here today. New Year's Day, always a great day for college football. And, I always like it when the college football playoff semifinals are at the Rose Bowl because you're going to get it on January 1st and not December 31st. December 31st, having those games.
Yeah.
New Year's Eve, I hate it, but now today, most people have the day off. You get to settle down. You get to watch Alabama, Michigan at 4 o'clock today. You get Texas, Washington in the Sugar Bowl at 7:45, national semifinals. And Broaddus, I'm so pumped up for these two football games because you can make a case that any one of these four teams that are left can win the national championship. And we have seen in the past with these national semifinal games, we've seen blowouts. There's always blowouts. I would be stunned if we get a blowout in any of these two games here today.
I'll tell you what, though, Peace, I always making fun of you, too, as being the Midwestern guy, you in that Rose Bowl. That's the one I've not been to.
Number one on my bucket list.
I'm with you on that. I just that game always growing up, that was Keith Jackson game to me.
Yeah.
Keith Jackson and Bob Greasy or Keith Jackson.
I'm more of a Dick Enberg Rose Bowl game.
Because
I remember as a kid,
on NBC.
Yes, growing up as a kid on New Year's Day. I never did the Cotton Bowl.
That was Lindsey Nelson was Cotton Bowl.
Because for my viewing when I was a kid, being in the Midwest, the first game was the Fiesta Bowl.
Right.
That was Charlie Jones. Charlie Jones would
Charlie
always call it.
Charlie Jones. Was the Fiesta Bowl the first one?
Fiesta Bowl was the first one. Then you had the Rose Bowl, the middle game. That was Dick Enberg.
Right.
And then you capped it off with the Orange Bowl.
Orange Bowl at night.
With Cricky and Bob Trumpy.
Don Cricky. I have a Don Cricky story. One time, I flew with him. I was scouting the game. I was scouting the Patriots, and Don Cricky was doing preseason football for the Patriots, and we were staying there in Providence, same hotel. And Cricky's like, well, hey, why don't you just ride to the game with us? And I'm like, well, sure, great. Little I know that ride to the game with them was getting into a police car, and with the sirens going and going up from Providence to Foxborough. And so it was him and Jerry Glanville that I had to ride with.
Gosh.
And I felt like obligated at we came back and I bought him burgers at the hotel when we got back. But Don Cricky's super nice guy.
Yeah.
Super. But you're right. Those guys were legendary.
Voices of those bowl games.
Yes.
And again, the reason why I never did the Cotton Bowl, because the Cotton Bowl was always on New Year's Day.
Right.
That was a CBS game.
Well, the Cotton Bowl was always first. The Cotton Bowl was the first game.
But it was always up against the Fiesta Bowl. Much like today, because the Fiesta Bowl goes first at noon.
I remember.
I always, just as a Midwesterner,
I
didn't want to see cold and I didn't want to see AstroTurf. And that's what I usually saw with the Cotton Bowl. Yeah, it was AstroTurf. I wanted to see green grass and warm weather, which is why it went Fiesta, Rose, Orange. I didn't really do the Sugar Bowl because, again, it was indoors. It was AstroTurf. Just being a Midwestern guy, and it's January 1st and it's 20 degrees and there's 10 inches of snow.
Yeah.
I needed to see green grass and warmth, which is why I was locked into the Fiesta, the Rose, and then the Orange.
I always found myself not overly interested in the Rose Bowl. I was interested in the setting. I was never interested in Lloyd Carr.
Yeah.
And I was never
that's the thing
I was
for me,
never
why
interested.
it's different.
I was
now.
never I was
because
never,
I'm always been Big 10, Pac-10.
Yeah.
Now Big 10, Pac-12, Pac-14, of course, non-existent. And it'll never be that way again. It'll never be that way again because the Pac-12 is gone.
Yeah.
But as a kid growing up in the Midwest, you always want the Rose Bowl. That was like the Super Bowl.
Right.
Just to get to Pasadena. And again, that's always been number one on my bucket list is to go to the Rose Bowl just because it's perfect. The grass is perfect.
Oh, it's
the scene
weather.
is perfect.
Yeah.
The weather.
It starts off in the sunlight, and then it gets to the
second
night.
half. It's nighttime.
Right.
You go back to when Texas played there in the national championship game.
USC.
It started in the day, and then at night you get. It's just the perfect setting.
They lead the league in this and getting it right. That with the way the weather and all that, the way the game's set up and stuff. How about the one time when the Rose Bowl was here during the pandemic?
Yeah.
Kind of crazy.
That's a good trivia question of different spots of where the Rose Bowl was held.
I've watched film. I remember watching film and it was like Alabama, and I was like, it was Alabama Notre Dame. Was that right? Did I mess that up? I think it was.
Rigo, look that up for us, would you? Who played in the Rose Bowl in Arlington during the pandemic?
I thought it was Alabama. Notre Dame. Brian Kelly. I thought that's what it was.
I don't remember the match.
But anyway, but
it was weird.
It was a weird, to have the Rose Bowl markings at AT&T Stadium was very.
I was very close to going to the Rose Bowl in 2002 because that year, Buddy and I said, no matter what bowl game Iowa goes to, we're going to go to it. Okay, great. So that was the year that Iowa won the Big Ten.
Yeah.
And usually the Big Ten will take on the Pac-12 champion in the Rose Bowl. But because of the bowl coalition at the time, there was some weird rule that the Rose Bowl didn't get the first selection.
Wow.
The Orange Bowl did, and the Orange Bowl selected Iowa. Then it went back around, and they got USC. So you had the Big Ten versus the Pac-10 champion playing, not in Pasadena, but the Orange Bowl instead. So I had the package bought for the Rose Bowl through one of the travel packages.
Yeah.
Fortunately, it was transferable. So I was able to go, instead of going to Pasadena, we went to Miami. But I was disappointed because we had the package purchase. We had tickets to the Rose Bowl parade.
Yeah.
And then for whatever reason, some weird rule back in 2002, the Rose Bowl didn't get Iowa and USC. Instead, it was Miami. Now, we had a good time in Miami in the Orange Bowl and everything, but it's not Pasadena.
Was it Georgia Tech?
Was it?
Could it have been Georgia Tech?
Was it?
For what?
For the Orange Bowl.
No,
Iowa played USC that year. Carson Palmer, the year that he won the Heisman
Are you
Trophy.
looking up? You're trying to look at the Cotton Bowl who played? Is it gold helmets? It's Notre Dame.
No, looking for the Rose Bowl when it was played in Arlington.
Yeah, Notre Dame and Alabama.
Okay.
Yeah, that's okay. That's what I
you
thought.
were right.
Yeah,
you were right.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
yeah, that was just strange.
It was very strange. It was a very strange setting.
Everything was strange about the pandemic.
Yeah.
But yeah, that'll go down as.
Are you worried about? Are you worried about the bowl games?
Yeah, especially now that you're going to the 12-team playoff next year. Yeah, these lesser bowl games, you've got to be like the Duke's Mayo Bowl, and you got to be like the Pop-Tarts Bowl.
Got to make it fun.
You've got to make it fun. You've got to make it unique.
Yeah, and you got to make it a good matchup where both teams are.
I don't even know if you need a great matchup.
I'm not,
because the Pop-Tarts Bowl was North Carolina State versus Kansas State. Not exactly a couple of powerhouses, and they got tremendous television viewing for that.
Yeah,
and it wasn't because of the two teams that were playing.
But both teams had 8 wins, right?
So
don't give me the 6-6 bowl game thing, Mike. Please don't do that.
What about Minnesota being 5-7 going to a bowl game?
And they won.
They did. They beat Bowling Green in the Quick Lane Bowl. I watch all the bowl games. I mean, I love the bowl games. And again,
But you're okay with you're okay with the 6-6 teams playing.
It's fine. It's more college football.
I see what you're saying there.
Because, after next Monday, we don't get college football again until the end of August.
Yeah.
So if you're going to give me 43 bowl games, I'm going to watch 43 bowl games. I don't care. I love the situation. But in terms of the bowl games,
you worked several of them. You worked, 3 of them this summer?
I did.
Not summer, but
I did 2 bowl games last week. I did the Duke's Mayo Bowl and then the Liberty Bowl in Memphis.
How cold was it in Memphis?
It was really cold.
I played in that game.
It was cold. It was in the
We played Baylor
30s.
and got beat. It's very nice people in Memphis.
What are your bowl? I was going to ask because you played at LSU.
6 of them.
What bowls did you play in? What was your bowl experience?
Orange Bowl, Sugar Bowl, Liberty Bowl. What other bowl? I did the Texas Bowl when I was at TCU. When I did that. And so, yes, thank you, Bobby, for the hug. So, yeah, you're not going to hug Peasley. You know better than that. He'll punch. No, you're going to punch him right. Where'd you get that jacket?
Nice jacket.
Somebody made it for us, one of the listeners. I have to go back and.
Wait a minute. Can we get those jackets? Model that. Stand in front of the camera and model that thing for us.
Yeah, get in front of Broadus.
Whoever can you get?
Yeah, right there.
That is incredible.
Yeah, they made one for me, Sean.
Do you think that person would make NFL Strange Lady hoodies and T-shirts for me? Yeah. I need to talk to that person. I need to. Man, Good to see you. Happy
Thanks,
New Year, Bob.
Bobby will be on at 11 o'clock, by the way.
They will be. But I've been to Sugar Bowl, Orange Bowl, Texas Bowl, Liberty Bowl, Holiday. That bowl game in the one that we were talking about that used to be the Outback Bowl.
Yeah, in Tampa. What was your favorite bowl experience? Because these guys, I talk to coaches all the time, and they say these players have a blast. What was your favorite bowl memory?
My favorite bowl memory was we went to the Orange Bowl and played Nebraska, and that's when they had Dave Remington and Irving Fryer and Turner Gill. They had an incredible team. It was a star-studded Nebraska. Tom Osborne. And we went toe-to-toe with those guys. We had a good team at LSU. We had a really good defense my freshman year. What I remember about that game was how long the halftime was. Because they do this it was like a 45-minute halftime. It was crazy how long the halftime was. The one experience that was kind of not great, we played in the Sugar Bowl twice. And both times, the people in New Orleans didn't want us there because we weren't helping the economy. Nobody was staying in the hotels. Yeah, the bars and stuff, people were drinking, but everybody showed up the day of the game or day before the game. So when you play in it, when you're a team that's kind of the host, when you're playing a bowl game, it's a local kind of a thing.
Kind of like what Memphis did because Memphis played in the Liberty Bowl.
Your fan base is not traveling to the game.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden,
and kind of same thing what I saw in the Dukes Mayo Bowl because it was in Charlotte.
Right.
North Carolina was playing. There was very few North Carolina people there. It was more West Virginia.
Yeah, it's good. It's good to try and get the fan base involved, but it's terrible for the hotels and the restaurants but I'll tell you, the Texas Bowl down there in Houston, they do a great job. I'd love to be on a bowl committee myself.
I've talked to a lot of bowl committee members.
Oh, I'd love to. Give me the jacket.
Yeah.
Give me the jacket with the patch.
Yep.
And I don't know. I want a CBS Sports jacket before I want to,
me too.
But give me the bowl patch on the jacket. Let me host and smooze with people, tell stories, drive the coaches and the courtesy cars to the practice so I can tell stories. That's what I want to do. I want to be on a bowl committee. Like Brad Sham's on a bowl committee. He's on the Cotton Bowl committee. And he had to be super happy. Missouri, his alma mater, he gets to call the game and he gets to see his team win against vaunted Ohio State. Yep. So I've had some really cool bowl experiences. But the Sugar Bowl was a tough one just because we were 62 miles away from New Orleans. And
did you have a favorite activity that you did during bowl week that you did? Because a lot of times you see the guys go to Dave & Buster's or they get gift cards to Belk or something.
Okay, the bowl game, now that you bring that up, we were in the Sun Bowl when I was at Texas A&M. And they took us, this is going to sound terrible for the PETA folks. I hate this. They had a bullfight. They had a bullfight for us, for both teams. It was us and Pitt. But there was it was a demonstration. It wasn't the actual like you would see. And
they had a matador out there.
Yeah, they had. It's very colorful.
Yeah.
And your way and the bull was not put down like it is in a real bullfight.
Yeah.
But bullfighting, I usually cheer for the bull in the bullfight.
I do too. When I watch the rodeo, my grandpa always watched the rodeo. I would always cheer for the animal.
Always cheer for the bucking.
Absolutely.
The bull.
Yeah. I always
throw the guy.
Always cheer for the animal over the cowboy.
Yeah.
100%.
See, that's when in Pamplona, Spain, when they have the running of the bulls.
Yeah, you want the bulls to trample over everyone.
It's always somebody from the state of Illinois that gets hurt in Pamplona, Spain. You can read the news. Man today was trampled in Pamplona, Spain.
From Peoria, Illinois.
Yeah, Chicago. Yeah.
An uncle of mine actually ran with the bulls, and
that's
got lucky. He got lucky.
That's fascinating.
See, we would not have been rooting for your uncle.
See, those bulls, they get on that cobblestone around that corner.
Yeah.
They start sliding into the wall.
Yeah.
And there's people
that just angers them even more.
Yeah. But bowl experience is very good, and overall, I hate to see if we're going to keep having opt-outs and stuff. But there's people like you, Mike, that will continue to watch the game.
And the ratings continue to be good. I mean,
Yeah.
people still continue to watch these games,
Yep.
but it will be different next year as we go to the 12-team playoff. All right, enjoy the bowl games today. You got 5 more. You've only got 6 more college football games left here in the season, so enjoy it, college football fans. All right, when we come back, we'll next get back into the Cowboys. Can we trust them heading into Week 18 to beat the lowly Washington Commanders? We'll discuss that next year on The Fan.
Through your phone, smart speaker, or more, name your device. The Odyssey app is there for you, thanks to our friends at Comerica.
Mike Bassick here, and I've had AT&T fiber internet for years, and we need the best internet with a family of 5. AT&T internet is extremely fast and highly reliable. My wife's a doctor, and she likes going outside on her computer and doing her charting.
As we get back into some Cowboys discussion right now, let's go out to the D&M Leasing Hotline, bring in Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com, sponsored by Ford. First of all, Mickey, Happy New Year. Do anything special last night?
You know what? I think I did whatever was special during the day. So how about a day New Year's Eve party?
You're old just like Broadus and I then, right?
Absolutely, yeah. I just kind of watched whatever I could find on television at night. But I did make it to midnight, by golly.
Well, you're one step ahead of me. I made it to about 9:50 p.m. last night before my head hit the pillow.
Well, I had a feeling that Monday would be a work day, so I wanted to be prepared.
There you go. It is indeed a work day, and appreciate you hopping on for a few minutes with us here. Well, everything is now set up quite nicely for the Cowboys after the Eagles lost to Arizona. Can we trust the Cowboys to take care of their business in Week 18 in Washington and get that number 2 seed in the NFC East crown?
Well, I've always had this philosophy, the NFL helps those who help themselves. So now the Cowboys have got to take care of their own business Sunday in Washington. And we know the troubles that they've had on the road, but at least they're playing this time a team with a losing record. So maybe it won't be as tough as the back-to-back games they had to play at Buffalo and Miami. I think, well, obviously we know they're good enough to do it. Now they got to go out and prove they are once again.
Mickey, congratulations to your Missouri Tigers for an impressive victory over Ohio State. When you talk about the road problems and stuff with the Cowboys, is there something that you travel with the team, is there something that you can point out? I know opponents and stuff have a lot to do with it, but is there anything that you kind of like, man, this just seems like it doesn't work as well when they come out on this road?
Yeah, I'd always looked at it as, with the exception of Arizona, right? And now we saw what Arizona did to Philadelphia, having run on the Cowboys for 222 yards and put 200 on the Philadelphia defense. That other than that, it's been the opponents, right? They've played very good teams in Buffalo and Miami on the road. They nearly won in Philadelphia, but it was another good team. So the majority of those road losses have been against teams with at least 11 wins. Or 10, I guess Buffalo's at 10 right now. They could get to 11 if they win the last one. So sometimes I think you got to kind of look at that. Yes, they have beaten the teams at home with good records, but they didn't have to play as many, right? So I don't know. It seems circumstantial. I mean, they can't explain it, right, Brian? I don't want to hear this stuff about, well, I get to sleep in my own bed.
Sure.
Well, okay.
Yeah.
Give me a break.
Yeah.
Before he started letting the guys, sleep in their own beds the night before home games, everybody stayed in a hotel anyway.
Right.
So, yeah, I think it's somewhat of a mystery. But I'll tell you what I want to see, and I've been a proponent of this all season long with this offense and the way they can play on offense. I don't want to see deferring the coin toss if you win it.
Sure.
I want the ball. I want to take the lead. I don't want to fall behind on the road. I want to make that team play catch up against this defense. And, this last game, even at home, they defer, and then what happens? They go right down and score. Now you're behind. You get the last possession of the first half, you don't score. You get the first possession of the second half, you don't score. So what's the benefit of saying, no, I don't want the ball on the opening kickoff?
I like what you're saying there, Mick. I think that makes a hell of a lot of sense. Mickey, you've covered this team since the late 80s, middle 80s, right? Have you 84, 85? When did you
Correct.
start?
84.
84. Okay. You've seen the majority of the 88s that have played wide receiver here. Have you ever power ranked or put them in order of how you've seen their careers so far?
It's funny you asked that, Brian, because it was about a month ago. We were doing an interview with Michael Irvin, on the documentary that they were putting together on Mark Tuinei. And so at the end of the interview, I said, by the way, I said, let's talk about CeeDee Lamb here. I just want to know your thoughts on, what makes him what he was doing at that point. So we got into this discussion, and Michael says, well, you know what? CeeDee Lamb is the best of the 88s. And I go, really? What's your why? Why do you say that? And he said, because the rest of us, all we did was play outside. CeeDee Lamb can play outside. He can play inside. They can hand him the ball. He said, in my opinion, I think he's the best of the 88s.
Wow.
And so I'll go with Michael Irvin's opinion on just the versatility of CD is absolutely amazing. His ability to run with the ball after the catch, as we saw in the game Saturday night, is rather amazing. And the fact that I don't remember seeing Michael Irvin ever run an end around, right?
Sure.
He was never known for his speed. It was ability to run routes. And so I think as young as he is in his career right now, he just might be the best of them all.
Yeah, no love for Antonio Bryant then, Mickey. Is that what you're telling me right now? you probably still have that story. Foul. Yeah, you probably had that story when he threw that jersey at Bill on the practice field. You said, well, let me file that one away for I'll never have to talk about this 88 again.
Yeah, he might throw a better pass than the rest of them. I don't know.
Absolutely, yeah.
We're talking with Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com here on 105.3 The Fan. Mickey, I'm curious to get your take about the controversy and the 2-point conversion and Brad Allen, the official. Do you feel like the Cowboys got away with one on Saturday night?
Well, I think on the surface it does, unless we had a microphone on for the entire conversation that Allen had, on the field. We heard what he said, right? The radio broadcast basically, had the sound of him saying, number 70 reported eligible. Now, did Detroit confuse the situation when they were trying to confuse the Cowboys? I think they had 3 offensive linemen standing there by Brad Allen. Now, what was that for?
Yeah,
that's my question. Because if one guy is reporting, then just have one guy go up there and report. But they had 3 guys standing there, and I was assuming it was trying to confuse the Cowboys what was getting ready to happen, and then he makes the announcement, right? So, Brad Allen's the only one that knows what went on. Now, the other guys say what they told him. Did they confuse him? That part, I can't say. But all I know is if you got a number 68 on and you want to be an eligible receiver, you got to tell him. Now, they're saying he did. Did he misunderstand? I have no idea. But all I know is those things never happened to the Cowboys to their benefit all these years in situations like that.
Yeah, certainly caught a break with that. Mickey, another question for you. In terms of the Cowboys running game, 21 carries, 61 yards on Saturday night. Tony Pollard, 3.1 yards per carry. What's your level of concern right now with the Cowboys running game?
Oh, very much so. Yeah. I mean, it needs to be better, and it hasn't been better. Every once in a while they'll pop a run, but to be consistent, they just haven't been able to run the football. And the worst part of that is teams have not had to say, okay, we don't want them to run the football. We're going to use our personnel and make sure that we come up and stop the run. Well, they haven't had to do that, which makes it even at times more difficult because their safeties are playing so deep that you don't have many chances to take shots down the field. So their inability to force defenses to come up to stop the run, at some point when these games really matter, it's going to hurt them. The running game has to be better, and they've got to do a better job of stopping the run because in these last 2 games, think about it, the opposing team had the ball at the end, and they drove right down the field and scored. They were fortunate to get away with this last one. The way I described it, they survived that game. That I don't know that they went out there and just beat them. And it did. Buffalo did. I mean, Miami did the same thing. Just drove right down the field. So if they want to do something, starting with Washington, that's got to be fixed for sure.
Mickey, you and I are from an era, and Mike too as well, of these coaches really kind of calling games differently and managing games differently. What do you make with the aggressiveness that we saw on both sides of the field with the Lions and then with Mike McCarthy at the end of that game?
Yeah, I think, Brian, the Lions, I mean, that's what he's done so far, right?
Sure.
Campbell has gone for it all season long on fourth down. He's gone for 2-point conversions. He's gone for wins, and that's somewhat why they are where they are right now, because of being so aggressive. So the fact that he did that did not surprise me whatsoever. I think at times the Cowboys have been aggressive. I don't know, exactly what the play call was on the whatever it was, second down when they threw deep, when you thought, okay, let's run the ball one more time, let the clock run and take away their final timeout, right? And Dak even said after the game that he probably wanted that one back, the one he threw deep. And I think, I'm not quoting him exactly, but I think he was very grateful that the ball went out of bounds, right?
Absolutely.
And I don't think that was his intention whatsoever. So, I think that was maybe somewhat careless on their part. But other than that, I think when you get into playoffs, Brian, you got to be aggressive, right?
Sure.
You can't sit back. You know what? It reminds me of the. It was the playoff game in 2009 with Minnesota, if you remember, when the Cowboys, I think it was the opening possession, they drove down and they were at a spot where you could kick the field goal or you could go for it.
Sure.
And I'm sitting there going, you're playing a team that's averaging 30 points a game and you're in the playoffs. You better go for it.
Gotta go.
Kicking a field goal is not going to help you against the Minnesota Vikings, right? Well, they kicked the field goal, right?
Yeah.
And I think they missed it even. And I was sitting there going, well, that doesn't bode well for winning this game. So to me, you got to be aggressive. People might criticize Tony Romo for going deep against the Packers in 2014 playoff game, the catch-no-catch game. But instead of throwing underneath, you could have kept moving the ball, right? And you can make that argument. But he was aggressive, and he said, okay, I'm going for it. I'm going for the touchdown. Didn't turn out the way it should have. But again, when we talk about games being decided by questionable call, well, there you go. There's one. And they changed the rule because of that play.
Mickey, thanks so much for spending part of your New Year's Day with us and sharing your insight. Really appreciate it. All the best to you in 2024. Thanks again.
Yeah, and Brian's got a kickoff getting ready to start in, 20 minutes?
Yeah, how's the missus feeling about this one, Mickey?
Yeah, I think I told her it was on ESPN2, right?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, gosh, ESPN2, come on.
Yeah. Well, we'll see how it all plays out. We've been watching bad defense all year. You know how that goes, right?
Well, just got to score with your Heisman Trophy winning quarterback.
There you go.
All right, thank you very much, Mick. Have a great day.
New Year.
Thank you very much. Mickey Spagnola joining us here on the D&M Leasing Hotline. All right, we need to take a break. When we come back, we'll do a little crosstalk, talk with Bobby Belt and Blake Elliott are coming up at 11 o'clock, get their thoughts about what went down on Saturday night between the Cowboys and the Lions. We'll do that next here on The Fan.
Boomer Esiason is on The Fan. Check out Kickoff, getting you ready for every game.
even hard-to-find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, I'm Colby, owner of Colbert Garage Door in Proud Tolo. Call us today for your free garage door repair estimate. 469-909-0956 or visit colbertgaragedoor.com.
I lock up my Old Spice Fiji aluminum-free dry spray to keep that 24/7 lasting freshness safe for myself. Fresh coconuts, palm trees in the wind. It's like catching waves in Fiji. Actually, I just talked myself into a refreshing spritz of Fiji. My Old Spice is missing! No!
Pizza's here. Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Attention football fans, it's your boy Nate Noon at J. Alexander Law. It's that time of year again, and your safety and the safety of others is our top priority. This is football season. Make the right call. Don't drink and drive. Plan ahead, a designated driver, or use of other transportations. Let's keep the game exciting. Remember, at J. Alexander Law, we believe responsible choices make real champions. J. Alexander Law, 888-88-INJURED. 888-88-INJURED.
You can now buy official Texas lottery tickets right from your phone with Jackpot.com. Mega Millions and Powerball jackpots are getting bigger every day, so don't wait. Go to Jackpot.com, choose your lottery game, pick your lucky numbers, and get your winnings instantly. Plus, get a free ticket with your first play. Get in on the action. Go to Jackpot.com and buy lottery tickets on your phone. Go to Jackpot.com. That's Jackpot.com. Jackpot.com. Paid for by Jackpot.com. You must be 18 or older to order a lottery ticket. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Real Dallas sports fans know to join the Turn It On, Leave It On team at 105.3 The Fan.
Listen to The Fan all the time. Tolo, turn on, leave it on. It just feels like a family through the radio.
Your DFW life is busy, so we have you covered with breaking sports news, analysis you won't hear anywhere else, and lots of laughs as you hang with us all day long.
It's just like hanging with the guys. It's like talking to your buddies. Don't take yourselves too seriously.
Download the free Odyssey app and listen wherever you go. That's AUDACY to Turn It On and Leave It On 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax, and enjoy the difference.
Salter up top, all alone. Might be the easiest touchdown C.J. Daniels will ever have as part of the Flames. That is broken coverage and a touchdown, 51 yards for Liberty.
Liberty. Give me liberty or give me death. They might have death today against Oregon in the Fiesta Bowl coming up here.
Who said it, Brian? Who said give me liberty or give me death?
Is it Henry?
Patrick Henry.
Patrick Henry. How about that? Didn't skip class that
Ring him
day.
up.
Didn't skip.
That's how you got into LSU, baby.
That's what I'm talking about.
Mike Peasley, Brian Broaddus,
Not
we're
an
about ready to hand
academic
the
All-American.
torch over to Bobby Belt and Blake Elliott. They will take you beginning at 11 o'clock. You're what, 11 to 3? 4 hours of you guys?
I'm staying forever. I'm staying forever. Tim told me I got to stay till the station closes.
You're always around here.
Yep.
Are you doing 2 shows today?
I think I'm doing a little minor stuff with Alec as well, so I'll be sticking around.
Alec is going to call. I think you're going to do a couple segments with me, so I'm going to give us
It'll be fun.
How'd you spend your New Year's?
With friends at dinner, Del Frisco's, and then at the Stars game before.
How'd you order your steak?
Medium.
Hey, medium.
Gosh.
Medium.
I know.
That's my guy right there.
No.
Medium rare is the best objectively.
I can go medium rare though. I go medium rare to medium, depending on the restaurant.
Peasley said no further questions, Your Honor.
I didn't know getting a steak medium was so controversial.
It is in this state. It is, Peace.
How is that controversial?
I think it gets medium well gets controversial.
Yes.
Medium, you're tiptoeing. You're right in the middle.
A burger can be medium. A steak has to be medium rare. It's like the old line in King of the Hill where Bobby asks Hank, he says, what do we say to people who want theirs well done? And he said, we ask them politely yet firmly to leave. That's what you say to anybody who doesn't want medium rare. There's only one good answer for steak. It's medium rare. That's it.
So would you, if you're on a date, first date with a girl, and she orders medium well or well done, is that end of the date?
I mean, that's so carnivorous, I would think. Like, I mean, the fact that it's well done, the fact she's probably going to be like chewing at the gristle and no.
Deal breaker?
Yeah, no. I mean, also I'm married, so that's part of it. Yeah. So,
what about you? New Year's? Did you make it to midnight?
I did make it to midnight. I made it to both of them, the New York midnight and the regular midnight. So no, we did it at the house. Some like family friend, like the kids' friends came over and their parents, and so none of them stuck around till midnight. Everybody who had come over left at like 10:30.
Were you worried that you're going to have to ask people to leave?
No.
Okay, let me ask you guys this question. When you go to a party, do you know when you're supposed to leave?
Yeah.
I mean, do you get the feeling like...
You get the vibe.
You get the vibe?
Yeah.
Like, I'm not the guy that's going to hang around. I'm not going to be that guy.
All it takes is one domino. First person leaves and you look around, you're like, oh, okay,
always better to leave early than late.
I just, like I say, sometimes you go to a party and the people are still just kind of hanging around. And you're like, can't you get the vibe that we're ready for you to go?
Or winding down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am always looking for the exit as quick as I can. Anyway, I usually show up a little late and leave early. Yeah. That's what I do.
What a superstar.
I don't want to I just don't want to overstay a welcome.
I don't either.
That's what you do. You get out early.
Are y'all Irish goodbyers or do y'all say bye to everyone?
I don't know what that means.
I will.
You just leave.
I'm Latino. I'm forced to say goodbye to everybody.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm just out.
You're just out?
As much of an introvert as I am, to get me to a party would be a great concept itself.
At least the condiments will be saved.
Yeah.
No, I'm out.
At least we won't have to worry about Mike bringing any ketchup or anything to the party or anything like that. Barbecue sauce.
We've had a good condiments talk today. I'm so anti-condiments.
Okay, let's do this real quick then. Mike, I'll take, since you're hosting today, but I'll do this real quick. McCarthy time management, because we had condiment talk during McCarthy and time management.
Yeah.
Where are you standing on McCarthy and the end of that football game?
Well, obviously he's getting a lot of criticism, but if we didn't have that phantom tripping call, I think it might not be in the same vein that it is right now.
Yeah.
And so when that happens, now he's forced to
Mike
pass.
hates him. That's why he was interested.
And I know it's popular to hate on him. I get that, but like everyone would have been grilling him if he wasn't aggressive and just ran the ball like it wasn't working all game. And then next thing you know, we just get the ball right back. He was going to his playmakers, went to CD, went to Cooks, dropped one, didn't pick up the yards. Next thing you know, we're kicking a field goal. Everybody wants to crucify him. Bad call, no run game, kind of forced his hand. But do I think McCarthy's been perfect? No.
I wanted the ball to get intercepted when he threw it to Cooks down the sideline because I just wanted him to have to. Yeah. There are times where when they make stupid decisions, I feel like they're bailed out. And like it's funny, I was standing in the tunnel area and John Machota walked over. John Machota grew up around the Lions and stuff like that. And
he's a Honolulu Blue guy.
He's like, there's the Lions doing Lions S. That's what happens. I was like, yeah, the Cowboys tried to do Cowboys S. They just got outdone.
It was a goof off.
They got bailed out, to be honest. Yeah. And this is what's happened. That's why I've heard some people talk about McCarthy this year, and they'll say like, oh, the coaching, his game management decisions have gotten better. But it's like, no, it's just you haven't been in a position to see him burn him. Like as soon as he gets the opportunity, it'll happen. It always does.
This is why one of the big concerns right now for the Cowboys in the playoffs is Mike McCarthy and clock management, because that felt like a playoff game.
Yeah.
That was played like a playoff game on Saturday night, and we saw what Mike McCarthy did in that situation. Who's to say that's not going to happen again in the wild card round?
Hey, bite your tongue over there, man. Come on, we can't have any mistakes like that.
I'm just.
What do you mean? Who's to say it's going to happen? It will happen again. Will it burn them is the question, but it will always happen. It has happened for 4 years with Mike McCarthy. It's happened going back to Green Bay with Mike McCarthy. He will always make poor clock management decisions.
Do you worry about the Cowboys playing the Packers in a playoff game with Mike McCarthy as the head coach of your Cowboys?
No.
They would beat Green Bay.
That defense is bad. Bad.
If I'm playing Green Bay, I'm playing Green Bay at home, and AT&T Stadium, it's a different vibe than Lambeau.
I'd be much more concerned to play Seattle.
I think Kellen Moore got fired after the Green Bay game. That's where I think.
I don't think Kellen Moore got fired in general. I think Kellen Moore quit.
Well, I'm just saying, I think Mike McCarthy had enough of Kellen Moore at that
Probably, because that wasn't just McCarthy. That was also 8 other guys on the coaching staff that was their return to Green Bay or whatever it was.
Yeah.
Like that was a homecoming for a lot of different people. And it didn't go the way they wanted, and it was disappointing. It wasn't just it didn't go the way they wanted. They blew a game.
Yeah.
They were up. They should have won that game.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. And by the way, I think Arizona, They did you a favor yesterday because that head coach wanted to win that game.
Oh, yeah. Jonathan Gannon wanted to beat
Gannon,
them.
he would not let his team quit in that football game. Do you think kicking the onside there that won them the game?
No, maybe not intentionally. At first, I was like, that was ridiculous. I don't know why he did that.
Hated the call.
But I mean, it's
nothing to lose.
They gave him time.
What is it though? It's better to be lucky than good. That's them.
You think he got lucky?
Lucky? Yeah, I don't think he intentionally didn't recover the onside kick.
He attempted it.
I know, attempted it with the thought of recovering. I don't think making the onside kick and not recovering it, I don't think intentionally was his plan to win the game. It ended up working out, but at the time, I don't think it was looking like a smart move.
I think it's a brilliant call from a 3-11 coach.
There you go.
Yeah.
Hey, he's putting it on the line.
Eagles fans spent all offseason, all the end of the season saying Gannon was the problem. Got to get him out of here.
Yeah.
Goes to Arizona. They go up in the link and take care of business. Fans booing. So
you guys think Eagles one and done in the playoffs like I do?
Yes.
They lose to Tampa?
Yep.
I do too.
No identity.
I do too. I think they lose to Tampa Bay.
Oh, there's my
Yeah,
identity.
I was going to say, what is it? What do you think their identity is,
Why don't
Brian?
you shut up?
I'm just asking. All right, I'll ask you one of these questions
Yeah,
instead.
the mood changed
Brian.
greatly when these guys walked in the room. Broadus was so nice and calm and
I'm not
and
gonna
happy.
I'm not gonna
Bobby
ask
walks in the
ask
door
that
and
question,
Broadus
Brian.
changes.
Oh, you can't ask that question.
Why?
Bobby. You can't ask that question.
Will you ask that question, please?
No.
Bobby, tell people what you're doing now, Bobby.
We're going to play Answer the Internet later today.
Why are you doing this to Blake? He just started.
Because
he's got to work
And by
like
the way,
12 hours today.
The answer Broadus is the second one, by the way.
it's like Stephen A. Smith in his bathroom.
All right. I'll ask you this one then. This one's safe. This one's safe.
Here we go.
Because we're going to play Answer the Internet at 2:20 today. What TV show could you take a college course on and get an A?
Okay, there we go.
Seinfeld.
See, I feel like that's going to be the answer for like a lot of people. That would probably be the answer, I feel like, for RJ.
Seinfeld or The Office. I won a
There you go,
Seinfeld trivia
Peterson, I'm with you.
question.
The Office.
Seinfeld trivia contest on the cruise I was on last year.
I
got
did?
a medal, yeah.
What was it? It was just a medal? That was the prize?
It was just a medal. Yep.
They didn't give you like
an anchor?
A free
Was it an
cruise or
anchor?
anything. It was.
It was an anchor?
They didn't give you like drink coupons
No
or
drink
anything?
coupons, it was just a cheap medal.
Oh my
A
god.
Ted Lasso class, I'd pass it too.
I one time on a cruise won a free bottle of champagne for being the worst YMCA dancer.
Oh,
That's
young man.
for being
Young
the
man.
so you intentionally had to do it the
Young
worst?
man. Oh, the worst. You did it on purpose to be the worst?
No, I was drunk at the time, and I
Oh.
was doing it, I thought, to the best of my ability, but they awarded me the worst one. I got a free bottle of champagne, which probably what you don't want to give the drunk guy.
No, don't want to give that to the drunk guy. I think the show Dallas,
Okay.
I could back in the day, or Miami Vice.
Who shot JR?
I don't know.
That's like the most famous question from there.
Was it Krista?
I have no idea who it was.
I think it was Krista.
I didn't watch it, but
I'm going Ozarks. I don't know if that's a bad answer, money laundering, but I paid attention.
I don't know that they're like I feel like I've got a pretty good general knowledge on a lot of different shows. I don't think I've got like enough deep knowledge on enough shows to ace something like that. Maybe The Mentalist. Mentalist is one that I might be able to go deep on.
That was a crazy show.
It was a good show.
In Seinfeld, you know, what is George's middle name?
George LaRock.
Close. It starts with an L.
Oh.
Because in the Frogger episode, you know, he was trying to move the Frogger.
George
across the
LaRock,
street.
I think, is an old
It's
Edmonton Oilers player.
GLC. He's like George Louis Costanza.
Oh, it's Lewis. See, I wouldn't have known.
right
How I
with
Met Your Mother, I could have done if it was the first like 3 or 4 seasons, but after that, I was like, this is a stupid show now, and I checked out on it. Hey, I am going to ask one more here for you, Brian. Brian, if your girl
I'm trying to figure out who shot Jay. I thought I knew all these answers.
Brian, if your girl had to wear a mascot head during lovemaking for the rest of your life, which one would you choose?
Go Tigers.
That's not bad. Yeah, I think.
No. You'd want like a human, like you'd want a human head, wouldn't you?
You want what, like the Runnin' Rebels mascot head? What are you like?
There's no like hula girls.
There's like a Lady Bruin. There's like the Lady Bruin at UCLA.
The bear.
I don't know. I think I would prefer the like maybe the Nittany Lion or something.
It's a smaller one,
What
right?
you don't want is the Kansas State one. The size of the head on that
How about
thing.
the tree at Stanford?
What about
Stanford
old
tree is
Pistol
good.
Pete from Oklahoma State? That mustache just tickling your cheek there.
No, absolutely not.
Can't wait for more Ask the Internet talk coming up this afternoon.
And Stephen Jones at 12:20
Oh
today.
gosh, no.
Yeah.
Really?
Yep.
Oh, this no.
We got Steve Jones today, baby.
Just
No,
separate.
you two.
separate.
Oh, no.
No.
Should I ask Steven some of these?
Yes, but no. Yes, but no. Yes, no, but yes.
I'm going to ask him this one.
Oh, no.
All right, that does it for us. For Brian Broaddus, I'm Mike Peasley. Stick around. We got Blake Elliott as well as Bobby Bell coming up here at 11 o'clock. Happy New Year, everybody. Thanks for listening. Have a great day.
Always a welcome sign for this clubhouse. Featuring breaking sports news, inside info, opinion, with laughs along the way. Turn it on, leave it on. The Fan and the Odyssey app.
weird to like even say like that we're already here in 2024 because I honestly have not gotten used to anything past 2020. I think COVID completely just ruined my concept of time.
I think the exact same. I went to bed last night, I think either right around the ball dropping or right before, but I actually like stopped myself and I was like, wait, 2024 is tomorrow? Like that was just such a concept to me.
Do we remember 2012 when the world was supposed to end?
That was the Mayans.
Yeah. And now we've made it all the way to 2024. So you take that Mayans, and we're here now living life in 2024. Time flies.
It does. And that's one of the biggest things that I've found the older that I get is just I think that's the biggest reason why I want another baby is to slow down the passage of time a little bit.
Oh, look at you getting philosophical.
No, it's just me being selfish. Like I want to bring another child into the world just to like make things go slower for me.
Okay.
Because honestly, the middle one, it feels like went by like that. And then the youngest, she was such a little hellion and still is, that one feels like she's been here. She's about to turn 8. It feels like she's been here for 15 years.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was like, okay, that's the way to slow it down. They say that the way to slow down the passage of time, new experiences.
Oh, I like that one. Write that one down. If you're Tolo and you're listening right now, 877-881-1053, write that one down. Let us know if that was your 2024 quote starter. Slow it down.
Well, because the idea is that if you aren't doing new things, if you're not experiencing new things, that basically your long-term memory just starts, if you're just in repetition and doing different things, your long-term memory just starts going, don't need that, don't need that, don't need that, and starts discarding it. So you think in like the form of milestones or big events or new experiences. So if you go 4 months without having a new significant experience in your life,
everything is one thing.
Then it seems like that 4 months was like a week because your long-term memory discards a bunch of the stuff you've just done that's routine in between. Allegedly. That's what I read in a magazine one time. I don't know if that's accurate.
I'm big on discarding things that didn't matter, just throwing it out the end zone, throwing it out the dump zone. Sometimes you need that though, because if you remember too much, then it's hard to sleep at night. Then you're overthinking everything.
Well, now who's getting philosophical?
Next thing you know, you're calling your ex. So
I wouldn't do that. I would get in trouble. 214, Bobby is an idiot. Thank you, 214. Another 214, Coop from Dallas. Bobby, can you please eat crow on the league MVP Lamar? Look, we'll do that. We will. We'll talk about that throughout this day. We'll talk about the NFL playoffs coming up. We'll talk about some of the takeaways, some of the league award winners that seem to be coming into focus. 12:20 today, we'll talk to Stephen Jones. 12:40, we'll do Shooting the Breeze with the Beeve. We'll do what needs to be left behind in 2023 when we do that. Also, we'll play some Answer the Internet at 2:20, and then we'll cross-talk with Alec Medford, just Alec Medford, because you're doing 8 hours today?
I don't know. I'm everywhere.
Is that really what you're doing? Are you doing 8?
I know I'm at least doing an extra hour, and I think we got Brian coming in or hosting via Zoom, something like that, but it's a long day. Let's just say that.
Man, that's the marathon stuff. See, this is you get put through the ringer.
I'm fine with it,
phenom.
I'm fine with that.
How long have you been doing this now? And we're going to talk about it. Let us know on the truckwreck.com fan text what you got going on for New Year's Eve. 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Your boy's nursing a hangover today. No Adderall. We'll see how this goes. How long have you been on the air now, Blake?
Since November 13th. So it's just been a month and a half. Yeah, it's about a month and a half. So
finding the groove.
I think I'm finding the groove. Getting the people on the text line aren't just roasting me anymore. I told you before the show that everyone's favorite roast or everyone's favorite thing to say was I'm like an annoying Bobby Bell. Or I'm a DJ Screw Bobby Bell.
I get told I'm annoying on my own. Yeah. So, in fact, we've done this before, and you guys can kick off 2024, right? Send me your best roast of myself, of Ross, Blake, whoever. Just give us your best roast. 214 or over on the truckwreck.com fan text 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. You don't look like you're okay
Ross
with that,
is not ready for this.
No, I was just going to say, whatever they can like try and roast me with, it can't be nearly as bad as that first day when I was doing Sean and RJ.
Oh, just the way Sean was roasting you?
No, I mean, yes,
Ross is like, what?
But also my own performance. I remember just at one point, just like literally slumping in my chair, just being like, oh God, this is it. This is how I die.
I remember the first time I did anything in radio was I had to run a board for a show. I was filling in for something. And I, like, with my big ass knee kicked off the headphone amp. We were recording in the same studio and nobody could hear and we couldn't figure out what was happening. And I literally just had sweat like pouring down my face because I was like, all right, here it is. This is it. You're getting fired after one day. You're done. And then here I am surviving, just like past the Mayan death date. But what did you do for, let's kick it around the room. What did you do for New Year's Eve? Ross? We already did crosstalk.
Yeah, we
already kind of know what you did. Ross, what did you do?
Well, I didn't really do anything because I kind of. Sorry?
Just make up something.
Well, we just went for an all-night rager. We tore up the town. I'm no longer allowed in the city of Grand Prairie. Just usual Saturday night stuff.
Just alcohol and lubricant, just going nuts, huh?
Just a usual Thursday for me, really.
Yeah, I bet so. Blake, what'd you have going on?
Well, if you were listening a couple minutes ago on Crosstalk, you would have heard me say it, but I will quickly reiterate. Went to the Stars game, which for one was amazing. 8-1, Mason Marchment, hat trick. It was amazing going to see that, hanging out with the friends. Then we went to Del Frisco's, had dinner, had some steak, had some champagne, complimentary champagne, which was nice. They brought out the bottle, just gave it to us with a free ski.
Because you're on the fan?
I think she knew. I think she knew because she only came up to me. She goes, complimentary champagne? We're like, it happens. Then she gave us little hats, little like butler hats. Only time she comes around the restaurant, she looks dead at me. There's 5 people at the table and she goes, sorry, we only have one size hat fits all. Like kind of saying my head was too big right after my hat fell. And I was like,
do you have a big head?
I feel like I have an average head.
I can't tell because of the beanie.
I don't think it's a big.
What do girls tell you about your head size?
It hasn't come up in conversation.
Really?
Nope. It's pretty average.
That's good. I know I've got a Bochy sized head basically. Honestly, my fitted hat size is 7 5/8, which is
I think mine's around there.
That's pretty well. Then that's pretty big.
Oh,
if that's what it's.
What about
Bochy? I think Bochy is 3/4.
I'm definitely 7. I think I'm 7 3/4.
That's a big head.
I don't know, but I also usually have a lot of hair. Like whether it's the braids sticking out or the afro, the puffed out. Like right now I have it in braids, but it's still thick. It's not flat, so it's a little bit of hair.
I had we had some friends come over yesterday. Mainly it was just the kids. New Year's Eve, it's funny. I've always looked at New Year's Eve as it's not a family holiday to me, typically.
I think it's a middle-aged couple.
I think it's a couple's holiday. I don't think it's middle-aged even.
Well, I would say just people who are going out,
Like
want to
how old are you?
celebrate. I'm 24.
24, okay. So
Like,
you've
it's not
never
even-
just raged on New Year's Eve?
It's not even really for me. I would say I feel like when you're like 30, I feel like that's the perfect holiday, and you have your boo, and y'all go out and celebrate a nice dinner, go watch the fireworks or the ball drop, and you have money to go somewhere and do whatever.
No, the best New Year's Eve I had were the ones where I didn't have money to do anything.
True.
It was like you just buy, like everybody pitches in, gets a bunch of liquor, and then goes and hangs out at somebody's house and, turn on some music, make the most of it.
Yep.
And go rage. But this is the older you get, the more it's just like, I don't know. So I was poor planning this year. On lots of fronts. Christmas was poor planning. New Year's Eve was poor planning. So it rolled around New Year's Eve and we're like, okay, I guess we'll just invite some people over, like some neighbors and some of the kids' friends and their parents will come over. So we had a lot of liquor out there. But again, I was like, this feels in poor taste. To like, there are 2 different types of parents. The one that's say, hey, we're just gonna throw it back and the kids will be in the back and they'll do whatever they do. But we'll be partying up here regardless of that. And then there's the guilty people who are just like kind of wanting to have something to drink, but they're like, man, the kids are here. What if one of them starts choking on something? And then, you're gonna have to call paramedics and tell them like, sorry, we're all wasted. So I don't know. It feels in poor taste. So I didn't feel like I could really start throwing them
Bobby,
back.
Look at you.
I know growth, personal growth. That's what 2024 is about. I didn't start throwing them back until the kids were really like ready to go down to bed. And then it was like, man, I got to turn around and get up in the morning and host.
Yeah.
And so, but I did manage to do my double vodka shots and I had about 5 of those. So, in about an hour. So we got nice and warm for the evening for the rest of the night. But man, that's the other thing I found is that because of soda weight loss, SOTA weightloss.com, because of soda, I can't have the dark liquors anymore. And so I've got to have just the clear liquor. So I'm a guy who likes to shoot liquor. Yeah. And the problem is that with vodka, I feel like you look like an absolute psychopath shooting vodka.
I mean, do we have to get into my fan phenom contest? You want to get into that at some point?
Oh, I mean, we can get into that right now. So I did not realize it till much later. that I was actually in attendance for his audition, his Fan Phenom audition at the Twin Peaks in Louisville.
Correct.
And we were at the Twin Peaks in Louisville, and I was having a good time.
I was having a good time.
I was ordering drinks for people. I ran up a disgustingly large bill while we were there, just trying to get everybody involved, get everybody drinking. And at one point, I was loudly dropping expletives and just having conversations that were very, very loud. And somebody called out and went, "Bobby!" And I looked over, and what I did not know until later is it was Blake's mom that was calling for me. And she was trying to get my attention from Gavin, who was standing there looking at me, telling me to be quiet because I was bleeding into their recordings from halfway across the room. I'm loud to begin with. When you then throw alcohol on top of it, it doesn't go very well.
It's game over. Yeah, same for me.
It was a core moment though. It was something I'll never forget because I'm like, Mom, don't. This could be my future co-host. I'm gonna work with him. Don't say anything. He's fine. He's fine. And she was like, Blake, he's messing up your audition.
Mm-hmm.
He's not going to mess that up. Bobby's fine. He knows how to handle himself. Let me go say something. I was like, Mom, don't. And then next thing you know, Gavin kind of handled it. But it was funny to laugh at because then I'm like, now, look at us. We're sitting next to each other.
I'm incredible. No, this is, and we already know this. So we had the issue with looking back on 2023. The year started off not so great when we were at Super Bowl, and I went to the Super Bowl media party and had way too many to drink. And then the following morning was throwing up between every break for the first 2 hours. That was not a great start. So I have committed this year to we are skipping the media party when we go to Vegas.
Can I reverse? Can I take your place? I'll do it.
Well, we're going to a Vegas Golden Knights game. Me, Choppy, and Sean.
Oh, I'm not. So I didn't make that. I'm not here early in the morning.
No, so we're gonna miss that. Honestly, I'm trying to protect myself. See, Tim was asking me. He's like, wait, you guys are gonna miss it? I was like, yeah, we're going to the hockey game. Blah blah blah. I was like, plus last year the media party was not good. Tim was like, you made it not good for you. Like that was you. I was like, yeah.
Okay, so Tolos, we need to get the Get Right Fund right. We need to get some support, not financial, but just show some love on the text, show some love on the Twitch, the YouTube. Call Gavin if you want. Say how much you love the Get Right, Blake and Alec, the Young Guns, and we'll get the Young Guns on a private plane, and we will take over the media party. But it has to be from y'all. Y'all got to text Gavin and Tim.
214, Bobby, I thought you stopped drinking along with Chop. Well, Chop hasn't stopped drinking, so I'm going to drink on the same nights that Chop drinks, probably.
And that's what friends do. You don't leave your friends out when you're drinking. You have to have a drinking buddy. If he says, hey, we're having one drink, you have one drink. Hey, we're having 7. I'm going to be right with you at 7. So if you get in a fight, I'm ready. If you don't get in a fight, I'm ready. You don't leave your drinking buddy out to dry.
432, Bobby articulates fun info and data better than anyone on the station, but I challenge you to eliminate, look, or any derivative of that from your vocabulary. You caught RJ's terrible habit of starting your sentences with it. Look, that's just the way that it works. Look, 432, when you talk about the way that you broadcast, you pick up the little, crutch phrases that other people use. I'll tell you the one that I used to have that was really terrible was it's interesting. Look, it's interesting. Or, well, it's interesting because blah, blah. I was just and I realized really quickly listening back to stuff, I was like, not everything's interesting.
I pay attention to all of y'all's, and there's a couple catchphrases y'all all have, and it's pretty funny listening because I've been listening for so long now being here, and I'm like, oh, it makes sense. It's kind of your setup, if you will. Broadus is my favorite.
What is his?
His is always, well, here's the thing.
Well, here's the thing.
It's like cousin to, what's his face? Chris Collinsworth going like, now here's a guy.
Oh, yeah. No, everybody's got like little clutch phrases, obviously. Everybody tells me I say literally too much. I will throw in a lot of ums and stammers because I'm stupid. So you'll get a lot of those. And you'll hear all of those over the next 3 hours and 40 minutes because we're just getting started here on 105.3 The Fan. I guess technically the KNC masterpiece here on this New Year's Day. Let us know. We've got plenty of cuts for you today. In fact, we got 69 cuts on the cut sheet today.
Nice.
Ross, I think here's what I'm going to do today is just every single segment when we come back, I'm just going to call out a number. I'm not even going to look and see what the cut is, and then we'll react. We're going to play cut roulette because I honestly have no idea where to start with 69 cuts. So I'm just going to call out a number, and then you'll be prepared for it. Yeah, you'll be prepared for it, and then you'll hit it, and then we'll just react, and we'll give in-depth analysis that begins with, look. So there you go. We're just getting started. We got Stephen Jones coming up at 12:20. We've got Shooting the Breeze with the Beeve at 12:40. But coming up next, we are going to take a look back at that wonderful, messy, just heart attack-inducing victory that the Cowboys had over the Lions on Saturday night. That's next on The Fan.
Thanks to our Tolos. Those are our listeners who...
requires compatible plan and device. 5G may not be available in your area. See att.com/5G for you for details.
It's a Cowboys Monday, brought to you by Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
And it's now back here to 105.3 The Fan. The upcoming segment is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
You know, people, they hear the story and they don't believe it. But I don't ever remember Jerry even asking me to be the coach of the Cowboys. It was kind of an assumption. And when I showed up there at the press conference and I went back and came back over, we never talked contract. We never talked money. We didn't even actually do a contract for a month or two.
Months.
And I just told him, I said, I just don't want to make less than what I made at University of Miami. I'm happy, to be here. But that was the relationship that we had back and forth. And the one thing, too, Jerry and I talked every single day. And as you know, Jerry can talk. And I'd go over to his office, and sometimes it'd be hours, and I'd have work to do, but Jerry'd be talking. But we talked every single day. I think maybe we talked so much because when you're 1 in 15, you don't have a whole lot of friends. And so we were talking to each other. That's the relationship we've had from day one.
That is the newest member of the Dallas Cowboys Ring of Honor, Jimmy Johnson. That's also clip 19 because we have 69 clips today, and I told Ross I was just going to randomly pick one without even looking at the sheet. I'm just going to call a number, and that's what we're going to come back with. So that's Jimmy Johnson talking about his relationship with Jerry Jones. And it was very cool getting to see him go into the Ring of Honor. Obviously, there was a lot about the game itself to take away from and a lot to look at there. But the headline out of this game was going to be Jimmy Johnson's induction to the Ring of Honor. And I think it was as special as everybody had hoped it would be.
Yeah, it was special, but the offense in that second half wasn't.
I got a cough button there for you.
I know. It was right in the middle of it, too. Yeah. You should have seen my first show. I didn't even know how to turn the mic on. And I was just sitting here.
Didn't know how to press the button?
I didn't know how to. I didn't want to mess something up.
Now you know how to press it. Now you know how to work the button.
Cough button. Okay.
Yep.
That offense came out in the second half so lackluster from what we saw. Like, we know what the potential is.
They were just drunk on Jimmy excitement.
I was ready to run through a brick wall in the press box. I'm cheesing, and I said this on my show on the show the other day.
My show, wow! Look at the ownership. He already takes over this station, bro.
Well, the show that me and Alec did yesterday.
Yeah,
because people were giving us.
Alec has tenure. It's Alec's show.
It is Alec's show. He's the one. They were giving us crap for y'all can't talk about Jimmy Johnson. Y'all weren't old enough to watch him play, and I'm like, yeah, I can't go back in time, but it was still very inspiring seeing him out there. Like, I was like, that looked like a good time. Seemed like he deserved to be in there. Obviously, was the coach of all those Super Bowls and whatnot. But
I mean, that's objective. Like, you objectively could look and see what Jimmy Johnson did and the impact
people
that he
were
had.
saying we couldn't comment on it because we weren't alive.
I think, honestly, I had told somebody this. I'm trying to remember who it was. I think it was Wolchuk. That I think that the people most qualified to talk about him, or the people who are probably most revered Jimmy Johnson, are the people who didn't see him.
Yeah.
Because what they say, and that's no slight to Jimmy Johnson or anything else to say like, well, he's got a reputation that's undeserved. He absolutely deserves the reputation he has. But I think to you or to Peyton and these Cowboys fans that have never experienced a Super Bowl title,
we haven't.
They can't even fathom like this dude turned around 1 in 15 in 4 years, and he like made them the best team of the decade that quick. Mm-hmm. He won 2 Super Bowls. He was taking out Jerry Rice and the 49ers like they were nothing. I think that's the thing that is. I think Jimmy's almost revered more from people who have no awareness of him because they look and go, how is that possible? I've seen this team now for 30 years struggle to do anything. How did he make it work here?
I'm confused on how it was possible, but I think I saw a little taste of it at halftime. Seeing how he was just talking, great public speaker, great personality. And I'm like, man, the Cowboys could use him. They could use him in a little halftime speech, a little pregame speech, because he had me ready to run through that press box, get on the field, get down and dirty, and then we come out like that, man, after that speech.
Yeah, there we go. Cough button. Very good.
I thought we were about to hang 40 on them in the second half, and I was like, what was that, bro?
It was a disappointing. It was this game between the Cowboys and Lions. Cowboys win at 20-19, and we'll talk later on about the ridiculousness of the 2-point conversion attempt about 6 times that the Lions tried to get. But Cowboys escape in this one, and there were a lot of things about it that you look back on and go, okay, you get a victory over a playoff contending team. It was a playoff-like atmosphere, but man, there were too many little things in this one that you hate seeing. You see Dak throwing the interception. You see CeeDee Lamb just kind of, flippantly trying to whip the ball out near the goal line, and he ends up losing it. You get the touchback. We'll ask Stephen Jones about that, how he feels about that rule here in just under an hour. But in general, you saw some of that. You saw some awful clock management at the end. Mike McCarthy is getting killed publicly for this. And as somebody said to me in the locker room after the game, not a player, another media member, want to be clear about that. As another media member told me at the game, they're like, this is going to cost them. Yeah. Like some of this late game decision making is absolutely going to cost them.
You do those same mistakes versus the Niners, versus the Eagles, versus the Lions again, and I think you probably lose that game. Like, you got lucky that they goofed off. I think, other than the Niners, we're one of the most, if not the most talented team in the NFC. The talent's there. So, like, you're right, Bobby.
The talent's there. The details aren't. Their attention to detail is some of the worst in the NFL.
I think that's the best way to put it. Like, at any given day, I feel confident the Cowboys could probably beat anybody on the field. Just talent-wise, throw them out there. But attention to detail. Still top 2 in penalties, costly penalties, clock management, and all that stuff. When it comes down to the playoffs, it doesn't matter how talented you are. The more detailed team wins, the team that's got better coaching, the team that's more disciplined, the team that pays attention to the little things. It might be a 3rd and 1 and you don't go off sides. Could be the difference in you advancing later in the playoffs versus someone who can take a slant route to the house.
Yeah, and it's something where at the end of that game, when you were in a position to kind of put it on ice and, get through, get a touchdown potentially, milk some clock, there was the question about Mike McCarthy throwing the ball the first time to calling for the pass play that CeeDee Lamb got. And then the next one, the one to Cooks, which Cooks reads something completely different from Dak. That ball could have been intercepted if it wasn't thrown out of bounds. But there was a lot of heat on Mike McCarthy for the game management at the end of the game. And Ross, I cheated and looked to see what cut 43 was because I actually need this one. This is cut 43. Mike McCarthy talking about the decision to throw the second time to Brandon Cooks at the end of the game.
Well, I think the thing there is, we're trying to put it away. I mean, obviously you call plays you feel good about, but first down was a struggle for us all day. I can't tell you how many second and longs we had, and the penalty on first down. I got to see it. I just can't, But yes, I'm trying to still, get in striking distance on 3rd down. So that was the thought.
I don't hate aggressiveness. I don't hate the idea of putting a game away. I
feel like it was a lose-lose, though. If he starts running the ball, like I said in crosstalk, we would all, national media, we'd be crucifying him for running the ball when the run game wasn't working, giving the Lions the ball that quick, and just almost handing the ball back over.
I don't know that we would, though. I think we want the clock run.
We do want the clock to run. I agree, but the run game was almost so porous that you couldn't even count on that to run the clock down. Well, do you think we could have just picked up a first down running the ball?
You know what I don't understand is if you want to throw the ball, why not throw the ball at the 2:05 mark?
Yeah.
Like, the clock is going to be stopped regardless.
Yeah.
Because so you don't have to worry about an incompletion stopping the clock.
You're right.
If you want to throw it at 2:05 where the clock is going to be stopped at the 2-minute warning, and instead they run the ball. They get that phantom tripping call on Peyton Hendershot. It puts it at 1st and 25. They get the pass to CeeDee Lamb. But then, of course, you get the incompletion to Brandon Cooks. That gives them that extra time that they need to move down the field. And my God, did Detroit work down the field like it was absolutely nothing.
Whipped cream.
Just absolutely nothing to them. A minute, they go boom, 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 75 yards down the field. Then, obviously, they get those 2-point conversion attempts. But I was impressed with what I saw from Dallas's defense for most of the night.
Same.
But, man, this is 2 weeks in a row now where
when it matters most.
At the very end of the game, they just completely wilt.
And let's be honest, Bobby. We who cover the team, we who are following, we're watching the whole game. And for the most part, the Cowboys defense played well. A lot better than they played against Buffalo, especially in the run game.
Donovan Wilson was fantastic. DeMarcus Lawrence was great. Jordan Lewis.
Let's be honest. What the fans and what national media only care about that final drive. That's all they're really paying attention to. Oh, well, You can't do that. And I agree. I'm not saying it's wrong.
It's crunch time. Make
it's
a play.
crunch time. You still got to make a play, but there's a holistic view to look at it. I don't think the defense is all of a sudden the best defense in the league, obviously, but they have made improvements where if you get those fine details, because I think that's more on Dan Quinn, just kind of playing prevent defense and kind of just playing a too high shell and just letting them get anything across the middle. St. Brown and Laporta running all through your defense.
I mean, you know how different this is, though? We're talking about this defense is getting absolutely crushed today if they give up that 2-point conversion, they lose that game, and then Philly loses to Arizona. Because now you're talking about you blew an opportunity to really make a difference. Now, they're in a good position. They go to Washington next week. Woo! They win the NFC East. They are in a position to have home games for the next 2 weeks, at least until the NFC title game. It gives you an opportunity for somebody else to pick off San Francisco for you. Not that it's likely, because I think San Francisco is head and shoulders above everybody else in the NFC now.
It's the year of parity.
But, man, it has put them in a much more favorable position than you felt coming out of the Miami game a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, I think it's put them in a spot where do I come in, wake up, and I'm like, man, the Cowboys are the best team in the NFL? Not really. Not really there yet. But are they in the best position that they've been all year? Yeah. And sometimes positioning, where teams fall, week 17, week 18 could be the difference in making it to a Super Bowl or not.
Position matters, you know? What's yours? What's your favorite position? I prefer first place in the NFC East.
In this chair, working hard, sitting next to you, Bobby.
Oh, I love to hear that. No, this is something where I think now you look at this could have been a very different tone, but I think that's the thing that people are now wondering about. And let us know on the truckwreck.com fan text, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. How concerned are you with the way that Mike McCarthy has handled these close ball games, these late game situations? Because to be honest, they haven't been put in these positions very often this year.
They've either blown people out or got blown out.
Pretty much. They've gotten and the games where it's been close, we've talked about consistently at the end little details.
Last two.
Philadelphia at Lincoln Financial Field. We talked about how, man, those are some little details that almost got you burned. Miami, same sort of thing. The attention to detail, the little things, the areas of discipline
where talent doesn't matter.
Those two things right there, those two games, Philly and Miami, that burned you. This game against Detroit, it had an opportunity to burn you. It didn't. But it had an opportunity to burn you similarly. It's troubling to me that the last three really tight games that they've played, you felt like they made critical late game mistakes. Mm-hmm. And the problem is that when you enter January and you're playing playoff football, you're going to run into more of those games where you're going to have those close margins, those tight margins, and the discipline matters. And I think people are wondering, do you have enough time to fix it? Do you have enough time to get that corrected?
Yeah.
Because the answer is probably not. If you're 17, 18 weeks in the season and you haven't done it yet,
team.
you have to hope for a team that's going to beat people down like it's done during the regular season. Because close ball games, I don't think you feel confident in this team's discipline right now.
I think you put it perfectly. Close ball games, I don't feel great. Like, they've been a top 2 penalized team pretty much the whole year. They've been, and even the last couple weeks, they haven't been as penalized. But the ones that they got, especially against Miami, especially against Buffalo,
the timing is always
timely
awful.
Penalties, like giving points to them, taking your team off the field after, like, if it's a holding call on 1st and 10 and it's 14-7, no one's really bookmarking that. But it's ones where it's third, your defense is playing terrible, it's 3rd and 7, and we get a roughing the passer. Or we get a holding when the ball's not even on that side. Like, dumb penalties that I think that's on coaching. That's how are you coaching your team to be disciplined? You're letting it be allowed, and it's trickling into the game.
214, it concerns me, but honestly, only about 2 to 3 coaches seem to have excellent clock/game management. 401 says Quinn is overrated. 972, I'm calling it now. Time mismanagement by coach will cost the Cowboys a playoff game. And that's what I think you're really concerned with, is that you're going to get in one of these close margin games against a Detroit, against a Philadelphia, which there's a good chance you're going to see Detroit back at AT&T Stadium in a couple weeks. If you end up securing the number 2 seed and you get out of the first round, there's a good shot that the divisional round game is against Detroit. And then you're setting up for potentially San Francisco. We'll talk about playoff seeding and everything here in a little bit, because I do think that this is starting to set up really favorably for the
better
Cowboys.
Than it was a week ago.
Yeah.
We were like, oh, man, 5 seed. Baker's playing well. San Fran soon. Yeah, it's not looking great.
One of the reasons it's setting up so favorably for the Cowboys is because the Arizona effing Cardinals, have done you a solid. And after weeks and weeks of Eagles fans going, well, at least we didn't lose to the Cardinals. They lost to the Cardinals at home.
In the link.
Mid-ass football team. We'll talk about that and go around the rest of the NFL next on 105.3 The Fan.
Tis the season for great deals at Platinum Chevrolet. Now, I do realize that
1st and 20 or something like that. They're deep in their own territory and they're running quarterback draw play after play. AJ Brown gets one target after the first quarter. Like, he's not even getting targeted. I don't understand what's going on right there. They used to be this tough-nosed team, but they don't seem to have it. And maybe you're listening, you're like, man, Bobby and Blake are just both homers. They just hate the Eagles. Eagles fans, we know we're still in the playoffs. We can beat the Cowboys whenever. Ross, I found a clip when I was going through the internet the other day, and I was like, maybe I'm thinking alone on this.
Randomly perusing the internet?
Just randomly perusing, and I found
yourself on the dark web.
Bunch of clips, and this was my favorite of the clips. We're only going to play a little bit so you don't get too bored. But if you could play the irate Eagles fan, and you see that it's not just us that feels like this. This is how Eagles fans are feeling right now in Philadelphia.
About how Nick Sirianni doesn't belong coaching an NFL offense or an NFL team at all. He sucks. Fired the Italian boy. Watch this. 1st and 20. Let's run a college play that everybody can sniff the out. Whoa, let's run the ball. We didn't know we were going to run it with Jalen Hurts. Who would have guessed that? Meanwhile, you got 2 running backs sitting on the sideline that aren't doing that can actually run the football. Whoa!
Boy, they are bitter in Philadelphia.
That might be one of my favorite clips. He is about to lose his voice. He is scratching right now. Like, it's bad there.
Sounded like me on Friday when I was completely taxed and lost my voice. Around the rest of the NFL, the Ravens absolutely take it to the Miami Dolphins, 56-19. Ravens go to 13-3 now. There's a realistic case that the Ravens could have this year, even in the 3 games they lost, they could have won all 3 of those losses. I mean, Baltimore is just the thinnest of margins away from being 16-0, and they have definitely established themselves as we are the class of the NFL. Most of the season, it felt like it was San Francisco, but I don't know about you, Blake. I feel like we are rapidly heading towards a Ravens 49ers Super Bowl, and look, you hope for the best with the Cowboys. You hope that they're going to be able to be up there and in contention late, but this does feel very much like, you're going to have to get some upsets along the way if you want to disrupt what is heading for a rematch between the Ravens and the 49ers from a decade plus ago.
Yeah, I think when you look on paper, it should be Ravens 49ers. The Ravens have been really impressive because they're not just going in and beating teams. They're slaughtering the best teams. They've played probably the best 2 teams. The best team in the NFC and the 49ers made them look like they're not even on the same field as them. Brock Purdy had to leave the game, injury, even when he was cleared. Still Shanahan, they want to put him back out there. Then it's like, oh, maybe it was just a little bit of a fluke game. Even though they're on the road, they go to Dolphins have to come into their place, and they still just mollywop them. I mean, I think I picked the Ravens to win this game, but I don't think anyone around the NFL predicted 56-19. Like, it was a slaughter.
Lamar Jackson played probably his best game of the season. He goes 18 of 21, 321 yards, 5 touchdowns, no interceptions. He's pretty much locked up the NFL MVP at this point. He will be a 2-time NFL MVP winner, and all of the Pro Football Hall of Fame eligible players who have won multiple MVPs, they're all in.
Yeah.
And so the only ones who aren't in who have won multiple MVPs are Mahomes and Rodgers, and that's because they're just not eligible yet. So Lamar Jackson has put himself on track in all likelihood to be an NFL Hall of Famer. The rest of the scores from around the league, the Bills 27-21 over the Patriots. New England tried to make this a game. Ugly game, and I want so bad to believe in Buffalo as a legitimate 3rd contender. But man, these last couple weeks, they just have not been dominant in games where I feel like they should have been dominant against the Chargers and against the Patriots.
Yep. They have these games where they play up to the competition for sure. They play the best teams, the Dolphins, the Cowboys, and whatnot, and they either win or they win big. And then they play these average teams, Easton Stick. And last week against Bailey Zappi. Bailey Zappi had 4 turnovers in the first half, like 1 minute in the second quarter, and it still was a tight ball game, a 1-score ball game. Like, how are you doing this? So the Bills are one of those teams that, yes, at any time can beat you, probably have one of the highest ceilings, but also have one of the lowest floors. Like, at any time they can just drop an egg and just get demolished and not play well.
The Atlanta Falcons in major need of a victory with the NFC South division on the line. Close grouping there between the Saints, the Falcons, and the Buccaneers. The Falcons come up short big time against the Chicago Bears, who are fighting really well. Matt Eberflus, it sounds like, is actually going to be able to keep that job with the way the Bears have fought these last couple weeks.
like
the Bears
the
win
Bears.
that 37-17, much to the chagrin of Will Chambers.
No, I like the Bears. They're moving in the right direction right now. We got the number 1 pick, going to have another top pick, probably going to get MHJ. So they look like they're trending in the right direction, and the Falcons are terrible.
Are we calling him MHJ, or are we not just calling him Marvin Harrison Jr.?
I heard that I wasn't supposed to say that.
Who?
Everyone told me that.
Who told you that?
Everyone.
Who's everyone? That's
Like,
very broad.
Broad.
People here or people on the fan text?
No,
or
people
what?
here.
Oh.
They were like, no. I don't know why, but they seemed pretty
Name
serious.
these people.
I don't know if I want, because I was told not to name that person. I don't want to get people in trouble.
Hold on. Now I got it. Now I have to know who told you can't say Marvin Harrison Jr.
We might have to do it on the break. I was told by multiple, not just one, like at least
Bosses or other people on the air?
other people on the air.
Okay, well then you definitely can out them right now. Who told you this?
No, I'm not doing
I'm gonna
think you
drag
have to.
them on the air. Who is it?
It's a lot of people.
Give them to me.
I'm still new, Bobby.
Oh my gosh, just terrified. This is not gonna. You've got to stand up for yourself.
I am. No, it's not bad, but the way they were saying it, they were like, "We will get in trouble if we say that name."
What? This is a bit, right? What the hell is this?
They seem pretty. I'll tell you on the break exactly who told me. It was more than
The
two people.
Texans with C.J. Stroud returning to the lineup take care of the Tennessee Titans 26-3. It's always personal, of course, when the Texans get a chance to play the Titans.
I like CJ. And when they didn't have him, they look like a totally different team. They have him out there. Still don't have Tank Dell, obviously, but got Nico and Schultz, and they look nice. I think right now it's all coming down to this Week 18 to see who's going to get in, and it's real exciting in the AFC, man.
Indianapolis scrapes by 23-20. That sets up the big for the division game between the Colts and the Texans on Sunday Night Football this week. You got the Jaguars 26-0 over the Panthers. David Tepper, the Panthers owner, goes viral for
that was great.
Throwing a drink on a Panthers fan who was clearly very unhappy.
Okay,
it's just
so
a
can you
complete
get-
mess in
Can you get
Carolina.
sued for that? I was wondering. I don't really.
I don't know if you can get sued. I'm sure the NFL owners are going to have something to say to him about, bro, no.
You can't just
do
be
it.
throwing drinks on fans that are buying tickets to your game.
Absolutely can't do it. Another big game in the NFC South. The Saints pull even with the Buccaneers with a 23-13 victory. Derek Carr, 24 of 32, 197 yards, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions. He outduels Baker Mayfield. Just a classic game between two NFL quarterbacks at the top of their game.
Hey! I'm not gonna hate on Baker. I've been a fan of Baker's play this season. He had a bad game. Saints rush got to him, knocked him out the game for a little bit too. And that Saints defense is legit, but I still think Baker's having one of his better seasons. Didn't have a good game. I still think they're the best team in the South, but I would love for someone else to win so that they don't make it to the playoffs.
San Francisco at halftime was only up 3 on Washington. They pull away in the second half. They win 27-10. Pittsburgh comes away with a victory over the Seattle Seahawks on the road, 30-23. Mike Tomlin, all he does is finish over 500, and he did it once again. And you watch Mason Rudolph throw for 274 yards, 18-24, and you got to wonder how in the world did Mitch Trubisky beat him out. Last couple games here before we wrap up around the NFL and get ready for Stephen Jones next hour. The Broncos win 16-9 over the Los Angeles Chargers. Jarrett Stidham showing Sean Payton to be correct. Look at that. You got the Kansas City Chiefs holding on 25-17 over the Cincinnati Bengals. Boy, Jake Browning got sacked on like 5 of his last 6 dropbacks on the final drive. Just brutal.
Chiefs
and then
receivers are terrible.
The Green Bay Packers with a big 33-10 victory. Jordan Love, Sean Sharif's Jordan Love, 24 of 33, 256 yards. 3 touchdowns, no interceptions. They put themselves in the 7th seed as it stands right now. So if the playoffs ended today, you would get the Green Bay Packers at AT&T Stadium. And that's around the NFL.
Around the NFL. Let us know what was your favorite score, and if you love that Eagles fan just going off on his team.
And tell us if you say Marvin Harrison Jr. or something, because I guess we're not allowed to say that.
You're fine.
Oh, it was Reggie is what the fan text is telling me. Well, Reggie, apparently it's a Reggie bit, though. So, Reggie, well, I'm going to say it nonstop now. All right, it is 11:55 here on 105 Through the Fan. Happy New Year. Thank you for joining us. We got college football coming up over the next couple hours. We've got Michigan and Alabama, Texas and Washington. The Longhorns looking for their trip to the CFP final. I'm so jacked because whoever it is, whether it's Michigan or Alabama, I know Texas is coming away with a national title this year. Next hour, we're going to talk to Stephen Jones. We're also going to do Shooting the Breeze with the Bee. That's next year on 105 Through the Fan.
You can hear Kevin, Corey, and Mike anytime and anywhere. Take the
Resting, maybe.
Dayquil Kids Berry. The Kids Berrylicious daytime congestion, coughing, stuffy head, stuffy nose, just for kids. Medicine. Safe for kids 6 years plus.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Tolo, baby.
KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, it's huge. Huge, especially coming off of the last two, obviously not getting a win. In either of those two, and being on the road, having a close one out in Miami after the Buffalo just wasn't even a close game, I guess you can say, and then losing close, in a game that we could have won there late, and then being able to win this game and pull this one out, kind of similar to the game last week, was important. It was important as we move forward, understanding that this is playoff football. We've got one more game here against a division opponent, and then everything counts. It's a one game season each and every week, and so we've got to continue to build off of what we've done, the good here lately, but make sure that we're locking in every aspect, detail, being disciplined, not hurting ourselves, and finding a way to play our best ball right now and create that momentum.
That was the quarterback of America's team, Dak Prescott, after the Cowboys' 20-19 victory over the Detroit Lions. Are you a Detroit or a Detroit guy? How do you say it?
Detroit.
Detroit. What do you say, Ross? Detroit or Detroit?
Detroit.
Detroit. Okay. I've just always defaulted to Detroit. I felt like Detroit was unnecessary emphasis. But that was Dak Prescott after the victory over the Lions, 20-19. We have 69 cuts today, and I'm just randomly calling out ones for Ross to play. So that was one. I didn't have any particular need to play that one. It was just Dak Prescott talking about how they've handled playoff atmospheres the last couple weeks. Before we take a look at the CFP, we've got Texas and Washington today, Alabama and Michigan. Blake, we also have some breaking news.
Yes, breaking news on 105.3 The Fan is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Mr. Bradley Chubb, if you remember the Dolphins, when you're going against the Cowboys and he was wrecking havoc. Well, yesterday when they were down about 49-13, about 3 minutes left in the game's pretty much over. Bradley Chubb goes for a tackle and unfortunately tears his ACL, and he will be out for the presumable future, you would assume. And they also lost Jalen Phillips early in the year, who tore his Achilles. So now they're without both of their elite pass rushers.
Yeah, I would guess that a torn ACL would mean that he's out for the foreseeable future.
Hey, ask Aaron Rodgers, though.
Yeah. No, I mean, he didn't come back, so I don't think the torn ACL is coming back either. Christian McCaffrey also injured his calf against the Commanders. He did not return. In that same game against the Ravens, Tua Tagovailoa had the injury to his throwing shoulder. He says that it's fine. It's just a little sore, but man, you start playing around with throwing shoulders right before the playoffs, they might be in a little bit of a bad spot. We're hopefully going to hear from Stephen Jones here in a little bit, the Dallas Cowboys COO and Executive Vice President, Director of Player Personnel. Before we do, though, we've got a couple of big college football games on the docket for you today. Texas and Washington play later tonight, and then you've got Michigan and Alabama playing the earlier game. Your excitement level for this game. First off, who's your college football team? The Mean Green or something?
The Baylor Bears.
Why?
My mom went there.
Oh, okay. All right. So how do you feel about these two games, how they're stacking up here? Michigan, I know there's a growing sentiment that people think that Alabama is just going to run Michigan, and I don't see any freaking chance.
I don't think either team blows either one out. I think this is one of the best college football playoff matchups that we've had in recent years, where there's not really a clear favorite in any game, because Michigan's kind of dominated all year, and then now they didn't look great against their last week against Iowa. So they lost Zach Zinter, which I think is a big loss because their run game is where they lean on. So it's going to be a lot of the run game trying to get back into fruition. Alabama's front is one of the best in the country. As you just saw it against Georgia, they're able to take the ball away. So I think that one will obviously be a more low-scoring game. I'm really excited for that Texas-Washington game because it has the same feel of what we thought the Lions-Cowboys was going to be, highest over-under, bunch of scoring. But we know anything can happen when you get out on that field. But both the pass defense for Texas, that's their weak point, and then Washington overall, their defense isn't great, and both teams have an electric offense. So I think that Texas-Washington game will be more entertaining, but I think the Alabama-Michigan game might come down to the last play or a defensive touchdown or a stop.
Alabama, Michigan will obviously kick off at 4 p.m. They will play that game at the Rose Bowl in Pasadena, California. Texas and Washington kick off at 7:45. Both those games on ESPN at the Caesar Superdome in New Orleans. And that Texas-Washington game, obviously that's the one that has most of the attention for people here in North Texas, a lot of Longhorns fans around here. When they lost Brooks for the rest of the season with the knee injury, there were some concerns about how Texas's running game would respond, but they absolutely took it to Texas Tech, put up 300 yards there. They put up over 200 against Oklahoma State. The run game being able to, keep things up, I think bodes really well for, giving some softer looks for Quinn Ewers and this Texas passing attack to take advantage of what at times has been a really suspect secondary for the Washington Huskies.
Yep. Washington, they're leaning on putting points on the board, but I will say to their defense, in that Pac-12 championship game, Oregon ran 6 plays in the first quarter. Washington controlled the ball and was able to run the ball well. I don't think that's obviously their strong suit. They can drop back and throw 50 passes and beat you. We've seen that plenty of times. But the knock on them has been that they're not as physical, but they kind of disproved that theory when they played against Oregon and were just as physical with them, able to control the ball and whatnot.
They'll blitz the hell out of you.
Yep.
Washington will. There's a lot of zero blitz stuff, just man coverage, press, and send the house. And so Texas's offensive line is going to have to be really on top of things if they want Quinn Ewers to be able to take advantage of things in the passing game. But, man, Michael Penix has been talking a little bit about the Texas Longhorns defensive line and saying, hey, yeah, look, they're really impressive, but they haven't gone up against an offensive line like us. They've been going up against the Texas Techs and Oklahoma States of the world. They don't know what it's like to go up against a Washington Huskies offensive line. So I'm sure Sark will make this team aware of it and let them know, hey, this is what the discussion has been. And Ross, I know you as a member of the Longhorn faithful, how are you feeling about this game?
I feel like both games are kind of a toss-up, especially that Texas-Washington game.
Don't you ride the middle like that. Don't you ride the middle.
Pick a side.
My only problem is the consistency of Quinn Ewers.
Sure.
When Quinn is on, like in that Alabama game, or at least for a good portion of that Alabama game, like he can be him. But if he's off, man, that offense is off. So I think that's kind of my big question going into that one is, where is the Texas offense and are they going to show up and how are they going to play? Other than that, Michigan, Alabama, I really don't know. I feel like Michigan, all the struggles they've had in the CFP these last few years, I feel like that could maybe kind of motivate them to get them over the hump. But at the same time, I wouldn't be surprised if Alabama goes to yet another natty.
So basically, you just threw me that anybody could win any of these two games, Ross. Come on. You gotta like put it out on the line. Who's winning these games? Give them to me.
All right, who's winning? I'm going to say Michigan over Alabama, and just the homer in me, Texas over Washington.
I've got Texas by 7 over Washington, and I think Michigan makes, light work of Alabama. And sorry to Matt Pittman at Meat Church. I really hope we get our chance to play Texas and Alabama again, because I'd love to win a national title, and I know that they'd win one if they took on that overrated Alabama team. The Alabama, the Eagles, the 2022 Vikings, they're the Spider-Man meme pointing at each other. Yep. They're all the same team. They're the Philadelphia Crimson Vikings. That's what those three are. So I think Michigan actually wins this game by 14 to 17 points, something like that. Their defense is just too overwhelming. I don't trust Bama. I don't trust Jalen Milroe. But those are the two games on deck. Blake, who do you got in the games?
Texas. And whoever wins out of Texas and Washington, I think will win the whole thing.
Really?
Yeah.
Regardless of who it is.
Regardless of who it is.
So who's Michigan, Bama?
See, and I'm with you with saying Bama's overrated. I'm really not a huge believer, and I don't think Jalen Milroe's all that. I know he's had a clutch, couple last weeks, and everyone recency bias has seen. But if you saw the quarterback he's been throughout the season, it hasn't been anything crazy, and I haven't loved there. I mean, even in the game they just played against Georgia, no receiver other than one guy, Isaiah Bond, had over 30 yards. He had under 200 yards passing. They really rely on that defense and that run game and his rushing ability, and I think he's okay, but like you said, Michigan's defense I think is going to be all over them. So I got Michigan winning that one. I think they'll be able to run the ball enough And then I got Texas winning and Texas beating Michigan when it matters.
We are going to hit the expressway coming up after this break. Hopefully we'll be talking to Dallas Cowboys COO Stephen Jones on the other side. But I will tell you with certainty something that we are going to do. We're going to shoot the breeze with the beef. And the question today is what needs to be left behind in 2023? It is 2024 here. It is a fresh start for everyone. So what do we need to leave behind as a society? What do you need to leave behind personally in 2023? That's next here on The Fan.
Are you ready for some commercial-free KNC masterpiece?
it's the season's a long season, and you play it all. You play every game. You hope to get better with each game, and execute better. And that's at the beginning of the season, your goals to be playing for something like this on the last game against the Commanders. And here we've given ourselves an opportunity to get it about as good as you can get it. Obviously, we're not playing for the 1 seed, but if we can go in there and play sound football and take care of business against Washington, then we've got a chance to do something really well, which is secure the 2 seed and see where we go from there. But there's nothing given in this league. Arizona proved that against Philly. Certainly, Washington's very competitive. Every time we go up there, they play us well, and I know Coach Rivera well, and I know he'll have his team prepared, and we'll have to go in there and execute and play sound football if we want to, finish the season here the right way.
Hey, Steven. So we saw Tyler Smith leave the game and not return. What's kind of the injury update on him, and if you have any other injury updates you want to let us know about?
Well, there's very few things that are positive with a tear, and he tore his plantar fasciitis. But in that particular case, players are better off with a complete tear than they are a strain, and those tend to linger. And I know Nate Newton played the next week after he tore his. When we played, to give you a little point of, to indicate. But every one of them's different. Tyler's as tough as they get, and he wants to be in there playing. And but at the same time, we'll have to do what's in his best interest. But fully expect him. For whatever reason he couldn't play this week, it should be soon.
And Steven, just last one for you here real quick. We appreciate you carving out a few minutes for us here on the holiday. Obviously Saturday night was a very special night for a lot of different people, an emotional night with Jimmy Johnson going in and into the Ring of Honor and all of the different Cowboys legends that were there in attendance. And it just seemed to be a really special night for everyone. Just talk about how good it was to have that event and how special it was to have everybody in attendance.
Well, first of all, it was great to see Jimmy and Jerry out there. I tell people, and sometimes they look at me funny, they've always gotten along when they're together. I think it's the little barbs every now and then they'll throw at one another that probably kept this from happening sooner. But, hopefully, he brought us good mojo. There's no question. I mean, we were able to come out of there with a win, and, maybe that's going to be part of it. But it was great to see Jimmy out there hamming it up with Michael and Troy and Emmett and the other guys. Jimmy's a winner. We had so many special times here when he was the head coach, winning obviously 2 Super Bowls. And, he's one of my mentors, and I learned so much about the game of football from him. But I think there wasn't anybody who's a Dallas Cowboy fan that didn't like to see that happen. And it's great to see him and Jerry out there, getting it done. And now Jimmy's up there, and hopefully he's going to bring us some good karma here as we continue this season.
Absolutely, and hopefully that is not the final game at AT&T Stadium. Best of luck this upcoming weekend, securing the division against Washington. And once again, Happy New Year, Steven, and cheers for a great 2024.
Well, Happy New Year's to you guys, and Happy New Year's to our fans as well.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Steven Jones, the Executive Vice President, COO, and Director of Player Personnel for your Dallas Cowboys here on 105.3 The Fan. And honestly, just as much as we talked about Blake coming out of this Lions game, the feeling like, okay, there were some missteps at the end. The defense had a couple missteps. There were maybe some execution things, some discipline things. It's good. I think it's good practice or it's good to get these sort of games in ahead of the playoffs where you have these narrow margin performances and you're able to weather some of these things, because those are the types of games you're going to have to win, come January.
You don't want that stuff popping
up. We're
in
January.
Yeah. You don't want that stuff popping up in the postseason. And I know we're really close. It's right around the corner. So it's not things you want to see. But things could be worse. We're obviously being critical. We want the team to be good. There's teams in a lot worse positions. We just played Eagles sound bites. You could be the Lions that are falling apart at the wrong time. So, yes, we're in probably, if not the second, the third best position in the NFC right now. But the expectations are higher. You got to clean that stuff up if you want to be where Jimmy Johnson took this team to Super Bowls like that. We don't care about winning the division round or the wild card round. I think it's conference championship or bust, personally. Like, if you don't make it there, I think it's a failure of a season. Would you agree?
I mean, especially if they get home field advantage, or not home field advantage, if they get that number 2, if they're able to get home playoff games, I think it'd be really tough to say that it's anything but a disappointment if you don't win those 2 games at home in the playoffs, because you are a better team right now than the teams that are behind you.
You would have beaten every team that would be behind you, right?
Yeah,
beat the Eagles, Lions, Rams, Seahawks.
Yeah,
we even played the Packers. So.
You're talking about this is a team that needs to get to the NFC title game this year.
Yep.
Now, look, if they get to the NFC title game and they fall short against San Francisco, it's different.
Yeah.
I do think that the San Francisco demon has definitely hung on them a little bit. And I think that would be tough for this football team to swallow if they win another year losing to the San Francisco 49ers. But I think that if you're able to get to the NFC title game, it's something so unique, something you haven't done in 30 years, something you can build on, that I think everybody feels a little bit better about it. Now, last year they slayed the boogeyman they hadn't won a road playoff game since 1992. So they handled that. So take care of business. Get through to the NFC Championship game. I think that's the biggest thing. That's the biggest marker of success. In fact, on the truckwreck.com fan text, Happy New Year to everybody, 2024, Bobby Belt alongside Blake Elliott here, Ross Lubinsky on the board. Let us know on the truckwreck.com fan text, what does success look like for the Cowboys in 2024? Or just right now, this month. How does this season have to end for you to say that was a success? Are you like RJ Choppy and you say you're more about the consistency of being a 12-win football team, and so it's already success? Or do you look at it and say, just give me a playoff victory? Does it need to be the NFC title game? Are you Super Bowl or bust? What is your definition of success for this Dallas Cowboys football team? Again, let us know on the truckwreck.com fan text, 877-881-1053. And of course, Steven had the, you mentioned there that it's the full tear of the plantar fascia for Tyler Smith. Points out that Nate Newton was able to play with it the very next week. You don't want to put anybody in any sort of a box and say, well, he did it this way, so you have to do it that way. But still, it sounds like they're mostly positive about he's going to be ready no later than the first playoff game. Yep. And that's going to be huge because he has been arguably your best offensive lineman this year.
And when it comes to O-line, it happens every year. There's injuries. I mean, there's probably, you can count on your hand how many times a team has played all 5 offensive linemen all throughout and not had injuries. And I'm obviously not wishing injuries on anybody, but sometimes injuries are a good thing that could happen to your team because guys that wouldn't have to step up are now having to step up in those big moments. So then if you have to slot someone in, oh, wow, they've had 7 starts already. Oh, they've played in a big moment before. Not, oh, our O-lineman got hurt and this guy has never played a snap and now he's in the divisional round or he's in the NFC Championship against Nick Bosa. So sometimes these things help when you're playing the Commanders. You probably can afford to go with your backup left guard. It's probably not the end of the world. So sometimes those things can kind of weigh itself out so the other guys get opportunities, but obviously you want to get healthy at the right time. And I'm more worried about Hankins. That's kind of why I was hoping. I want Hankins back.
Yeah, and I think you're going to get him back here in the next couple weeks. Okay. Look, it's something where you need him back. You need to perform better. But honestly, the biggest issue for the Cowboys on the run game lately has been the fact that they've lost the edges. And I don't know how much that's going to be helped by Hankins, obviously, because Hankins plays the interior. But, man, they've got to be better on the edges. They've got to be better about, keeping the edge. And that's something that DeMarcus Lawrence does really well. It's always the opposite side, though. The opposite side, wherever DeMarcus Lawrence isn't, they tend to have a little bit of give there. What are some of the answers for people on the truckwreck.com fan
So
text?
from the 214, we got NFC title game is where I'm at. Mitch and Irving. Shout out to Mitch for toloing. From the 469 NFC game, I'm guessing he's guessing NFC title game. From the 254, 2 more playoff wins. 940, get to NFC championship game. Oh, here we go. From the 469, the only way I think this team has a successful year is if they make it to the Super Bowl. That's minimum. High expectations. I love it. From the 254, I've been watching for 27 years, and it needs to be Super Bowl or bust. All right. Pretty much everyone is saying NFC championship game. We got a couple saying the Super Bowl, but everyone's kind of saying at least make it to the title game and see what happens. And I think at that point, I wouldn't bet on the Cowboys necessarily, but at the same time, to make it there, you would have had to string together a good amount of wins, at least 2. Hopefully, you're going into Washington with the W2. So that's 4 straight wins, getting momentum. Maybe the Niners got a little banged up. Maybe they'll play the Rams, the Seahawks. So who knows? like it's a different game when you get there. I would feel good because we're here for a reason at that point. It's not like it's the first round and you got a weird matchup. Your confidence is at an all-time high. And this is me putting my positive Poly hat on. I know how good the 49ers are, but if you're in an NFC Championship game, you're there for a reason. Your team would be feeling good. Obviously, the play calling and all this stuff would have had to have been going well for you to get there. So they got a chance on any given Sunday. They got the talent. Talent's not a problem.
Yeah, look, and I think we got Johnny in LA from 2-4 says Super Bowl or bust. 432. I don't know, man. I'm feeling like the Yankees finally win it all again in 24. 469. The JJ curse is broken. Super Bowl or bust. And look, that's a joke in a lot of ways, but to some people that's not a joke. That they say, look, you've slayed the demon. You've put him in. Now you can finally move on. This curse has been lifted. You can go ahead and actually expect Super Bowl at this point. I think that it's really tough for me to say Super Bowl or bust in a conference where I know you're probably going to have to play the San Francisco 49ers, and that team has been such a mountain for you and is so much in their head that I don't know that it's reasonable to expect them to do that right now.
And I'm kind of getting the same sentiment. I'm almost reading between the lines, and the last text from the 469 points it out. For myself, and this is where I feel, we must get to the title game. If it's San Fran, I just don't want the offense to look bad. If we put up 35 and lose, so be it. Just don't want to lay another egg. And I think I'm in the same space. If we play a good game, score 35, 30, even 28, and they just outduel us, so be it. They're a good football team. But if we go out there and look at how we did in week 4 and can't get the offense to get more than like 2 first downs, if we're just getting run over, they're running tunnel screens and banging their head off the goalpost every other play, and we're getting embarrassed, dog walk, doesn't even look like we should be in the NFL, then yeah, that's going to be like, oh, we made it, but wow, that would be the only disappointment. But sometimes you get beat by a better team, and that wouldn't be the end of the world, but it's sometimes how it happens, and especially against San Fran, it's looked ugly.
I'll be honest, if they were to play San Francisco today, I would pick San Francisco by 14 minimum.
Yeah.
And I think Dallas is good. I think Dallas is a good football team. I don't think Dallas is not San Francisco. Dallas is not Baltimore. Now they've got a chance to. There was also a time where I would have said the Rangers are not the Astros, and that the Rangers are not,
I got
the
my
Dodgers.
snapping. Let's go. Keep going.
The Rangers are not, whatever, the Rays or the Orioles or whatever else, and they took care of business. And so Dallas can absolutely do that. Dallas can go on a run. Dallas can take care of business. Dallas can become that team. Those sort of tough games turn you into that football team, that contender football team. And so, look, the Detroit game is a step towards that direction. If you get into a playoff game and you're taking on the Packers, that's a step in the right direction. If you then get a game, one against the Eagles, or you get one against the Lions or whatever else, that divisional round playoff game and then getting to the NFC title game, that hardens you and that makes you battle tested. And so I think that you can absolutely step into that role or grow into that role, and things can be different by the time you see the 49ers in the NFC Championship game potentially. But man, it's just it feels like a large ask right now to say things are going to come together in a way that you're going to be able to handle the 49ers in a way that you have not been able to at all in the last 3 years.
And see, this is my thing, and I noticed a couple fan texts pointing out, how are you going to say you're the best if you're scared to play the Niners? No one's necessarily scared.
I don't think anybody. Well, I don't think anybody would say the Cowboys are the best, though.
Yeah, you don't. Why would you
put
yourself in a position?
My voice broke there.
Why would you put yourself in a position to be like, let's play them as early as possible when we're not hot? You want to win a Super Bowl. I don't care about having the hardest strength of victory to get there.
Yeah,
that does nothing to me for a fan. You don't get an extra token next to the Super Bowl, and they played the 49ers in the first round versus the third. Who cares? You got to beat them at some point, probably. And why would I not want to beat them when our team's warming up NFC Championship game, confidence at an all-time high, rather than the first, second round?
Well, and I think if you want the best chance to beat the 49ers, you need to see them in the NFC title game.
Yep.
Because you need to build up a couple weeks of confidence that, hey, we can handle this football team. We've shown that we can win these tough playoff games. And so I think if they were able to get there, get the boogeyman of not having appeared in an NFC title game off their back heading into that game, that's going to be their best chance. And let San Francisco take let somebody else get a crack at San Francisco. Make them have to play a football game. I don't think you want to play San Francisco heading off of 2 weeks.
Let's get some film.
Not even just like 2 weeks. I don't want them just being run out. There's plenty of film of the 49ers kicking your ass. I think I don't think that's anything that you're short on. But man, this feels like a It's setting up the right way right now. Thank you to the Arizona Cardinals for doing what
Shout
they
out
did.
Kyler.
Or not even thank you to the Arizona Cardinals. Thank you to the Philadelphia Eagles for just being
who they were.
Completely average football team. And I cannot wait for Sean Sharif to be back on the air with me tomorrow because I'm going to let Sean and Peyton have it for their love of the Philadelphia, not their love, but their defense of the Philadelphia Eagles as one of the NFL's elite when that team has been whack for 10 weeks now, just completely weak. And this is the reality of what the Philadelphia Eagles are. And my favorite part of this is just all the trash talk from Eagles fans for the last couple months of, yeah, but you lost to Arizona. Well, now you lost to Arizona, and you did it at the link.
Life comes at you fast. Life comes at you fast. You're talking trash. The funny thing is we can't really do the matchup game anymore. Well, you lost to this person, and they lost to this person. Because every bad team feels like they've gotten a win over some good team, and every good team has had some stinker. No team has been perfect this year.
Yeah.
I don't think that's crazy to say. There's been parity all over. We've had backup quarterbacks. We've had teams laying eggs. Dolphins, Bills, Ravens, Niners, Cowboys. Like, no one has just been this perfect spread. The most recently team that's been doing well is the Ravens, so that's why people are so high on them because recency bias sticks in our head. But every team has
They've been pretty damn good for 4 months.
No, they are amazing. Don't get it wrong. But I'm just saying, no one was talking about Lamar being MVP until Dak lost to the Bills. I didn't hear it.
Yeah, I mean he was kind of dark horse on the periphery, but he didn't become like at the very top until after that.
So it all is about context when it happens, and at the end of the day, if the Cowboys are playing good football going into that NFC title game and they play the 49ers, I feel good about them. You got to get there, though, first. And the Eagles are helping you out. Some other teams are helping you out. And like Bobby said, hopefully some other teams can rough up the 49ers. We can get a good look at what we're going against. But at the end of the day, things falling into your place right now, and it feels good to not be an Eagles fan.
9-4-0. You still lost to Josh Dobbs. All right. Well, however negative way you want to look at it, 9-4-0, I guess you can. You are listening to The Expressway here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan. Bobby Belt alongside Blake Elliott. We got Ross Lubinsky on the board. And now it's time for, at least I know the Twolos love it, and there's a few people on the fan text that love it. We're going to bring back one of my old weekend staples. We're going to shoot the breeze with the beef.
I gave the beaver a hot bath.
Just rapping with the fellas, shooting the breeze.
My name's Beaver. Beaver? Is that your given name? Yes, ma'am.
Truckwreck.com, fan text 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. This is where we kick around a topic that's rattling around my brain or something that I just want to go around the room and discuss with you guys on the Truckwreck.com fan text, on the Twitch and on the YouTube. Happy New Year 2024. We all clean? No hangovers this morning?
No hangovers. I was smart. Just had a drink or two with the friends last night. Had some champagne.
That doesn't sound smart.
What?
A sober New Year's Eve doesn't sound smart.
Well, I knew I had to work tomorrow with you, so I couldn't just get like...
I knew I had to work with you. I knew I had to lead. I still drank.
You're also a lot more tenured in this.
Sure,
we did.
I guess.
We did start the show saying how long you've been here, a month and a half, and if I showed up just out of here, then I'd be having a conversation.
Yeah, you're still in your 90-day review period.
I am.
They could let you go at any moment.
They could get me, and I love working here and talking to the Tolos. So I had a good celebration drink and shot, and I'm here today.
All right. So the question today for you guys on the truckwreck.com fan text. First off, how did you spend your New Year's Eve? Give us some of the lowdown there, and also what needs to be left in 2023. What do we need to leave behind in 2023 and just put away as we head into 2024 now that we're officially there? What are the things that we need to leave behind, whether they be our own habits, things we need to leave behind as a society, things that we need to leave behind in the world of sports? I'll tell you one of the things that we need to leave behind in 2023, and it's after watching that Cowboys-Lions game. I want to leave behind that damn fumbling into the end zone means the ball goes back to the other team.
Yeah, that's
that
stupid.
Touchback.
That's stupid. All right.
I am so.
Why?
Sick.
Why was that even invented? What was the reason?
Troy Vincent with the NFL League Office, the former Eagles, Dolphins, Bills corner. Troy Vincent had said that they've started looking at that rule very closely and saying, "Are we doing what's right? Are we doing what makes sense with that rule?" And I think that they're starting to recognize that unfairly penalizes the offense. You fumble, but you fumble out of bounds. I don't know what the fix is for that, because obviously you would have to say, ball out of bounds at the 1. You could have people intentionally trying to fumble the ball forward out of the end zone to just get it to the 1 yard line. I don't know how you fix this or how they tweak the rule, but it does seem to unfairly penalize the team when you say there's nowhere else on the field that if I fumble and the ball goes out of bounds, that it goes to the other team.
It's so dumb. Maybe we back them up to the 20. Now you have the ball at the 20.
I don't know, or just like from the spot of the fumble, you pick up the ball from where the ball was fumbled.
And the defense never feels like they earned it. They're always like, oh, I guess that is kind of that weird rule. It's not like you got a safety and it's the other thing where it's like, yeah, we earned it. It's just like, oh, the guy, and it's always someone just like kind of throws it in there on accident. It's a dumb rule. I'm trying to think, what is something
254, not just TikTok challenges, but TikTok in its entirety needs to be left behind in 2023.
I disagree.
972, I'd like to get rid of bowl games, honestly. Most of them are meh.
And that's also a good point.
There's money there, though.
Transfer portal, all that good stuff. But yeah, like Bobby said, there's money. Schools get this is their big little TV moment. What should we leave in 2023? I think Mike Peasley's lack of condiments. He needs to use condiments. So
he just refuses. I missed this discussion earlier.
I heard
what did
it all.
Mike Peasley and Brian Broaddus did a great job this morning hosting from 7 to 11. So what was the discussion that was taking place? Reset it for us.
They were talking about food, and apparently Peasley, when he gets a burger, it's just bun, meat, bun.
No cheese even?
No cheese, no lettuce, no bacon, no onions. And he says like he despises the fact that like he would like no pickles on anything. When he gets a steak, just medium steak, nothing else. Doesn't eat fruit. Doesn't eat seafood. I don't want to quote on the seafood. I might get the seafood part on, but doesn't eat fruit. Just meat and potatoes kind of guy.
I will not eat seafood at all.
I'm not a big
Really?
I'm not a big seafoodie.
Can't do sushi. Can't do anything.
I don't like stuff raw.
The closest that I can get.
I was trying to set you up there.
I know. I gotta behave a little. The closest that I can get is Jimmy John's makes a fantastic tuna sandwich. That is as close as I can come to eating anything that comes out of the water. But otherwise, no salmon, no tilapia.
Ooh, tilapia goes crazy.
No shrimp.
Have you had redfish?
None of that. No.
Ooh, grilled redfish with a Cajun sauce on top. Well,
I was about to say some fried catfish too.
Ross, what should we leave in 2023? You got any personal attacks? Anybody at the station? What are you feeling?
I mean, I was just going to kind of echo maybe not so much TikTok, but like a lot of like the street interviews that you see. Like, I think we need to leave some of that behind. I think we need to kind of go back to a modicum of let people mind their own business.
I think that's pretty good. I think it's going to be really difficult to let, to have people just completely.
Can you tell me everything he just said? These headphones aren't working, so I didn't hear a word. I asked him a question and just sat here with a blank face. Can you let's see how well you were listening. Can you retranscribe?
So first off, what I would say is you should.
I know, turn it up. I tried 2 different pair of headphones, and I told us I need y'all to bug Broaddus. Broaddus said as my Christmas gift he was going to give me headphones, so bug him about it and say, where's Blake's headphones? But continue. What did he say?
Yeah, so here, why don't we try these bad boys right here, Blake?
Okay.
I don't know
Transcribe
if
them.
those work. Go ahead, reset for us, Ross, what you said.
Basically, my whole thing was not so much like getting rid of TikTok, but just kind of getting rid of a lot of the like public interviews, like street interviews, and also, namely, I didn't mention this when I first said this, but gym TikToks.
Yeah, the gym videos and the just like basically re-embrace privacy in essence.
Can we bring back bullying?
I mean, I wouldn't necessarily put it that way. I wouldn't say it in that form or fashion. I think that what we should bring back, if we're talking about things that need to die, I think that there needs to be a what's the word for it? I think probably a healthy level of shame. Like shamelessness needs to die. Like just there's absolutely no awareness of, yeah, maybe this isn't the best way for me to do this. Maybe this isn't the best way for me to approach this. But a couple different answers. 214, auto playing videos on websites. That one is absolutely a beatdown. 817 says booking fees for concerts. Man, on the resale apps, you talk about you take StubHub or Ticketmaster or any of these ticket resale sites. My word. The cost of the fees that go on some of those tickets is absolutely absurd.
These headphones are almost too good. You started talking, Bobby, and I just felt like I was in an electric sonic wave at the airport or something.
Good. That's what we need more of. Let's see here. 214. Everything being a subscription needs to be left behind. I think that's a good one. Let's see here.
Okay, I have a question for you, Bobby.
Mm-hmm.
This is a theory I've had, and we don't have to go too far off. I think OnlyFans is a ploy.
Oh, okay. What are you getting at here?
You know how all these girls will post their earnings. This is more so what I'm talking about. Their earnings post on Twitter, Instagram, whatever.
Yep.
This is how much money I made. Then these young girls or these girls that are listening, they're like, oh, mom, I'm going to do this because I see how much money they're making. Understandable, whatever. They see a lot of money in front of them. But I think it's the government and other people pushing, or media companies, whatever it may be, to get people on that site, and they're not really making that much. Boom, more people sign up. They get more clicks, but they're really not making that much money. And no girl is gonna be like, I'm broke and doing explicit content. So I think it's all a ploy. I do think some people probably are, but it'll be random people. Just like, I'm making $10 million a month, and every girl's like, why would I go to school? I can just do that.
I've never actually been on there.
I haven't either. I just have Twitter.
It sounds like it doesn't sound like you just have Twitter. It sounds like
no. We're putting that to sleep. I am not. No.
Okay,
but I have Twitter, and I see the posts that go viral of people posting their earnings.
Here's one from the 972. Having to pay a convenience fee to pay rent. I am so on that one.
Why do we do that? Why?
See, and that's where my rent is at. It's $9.95, and I know it's just $9, but like the fact that I have to that should be bundled into here. This is how much your rent costs.
Oh, this is the best one from the 903. iPad tipping. Like when you go to a coffee shop and they turn the no. Do not side with it. Do not side with it, Bobby. There is no reason that someone grabs a bagel or a donut 2 feet away and they turn it around to see how much I should tip them.
I feel so bad when I don't.
Yeah,
though.
That's the point why it needs to go away. Everyone who's a good human.
Yeah.
469 sounds like Blake had a failed OnlyFans page.
Yeah, it was my own. It was my own. Mine didn't pop off, guys. Swank OnlyFans, go subscribe.
903, get rid of OnlyFans for sure, and TikTok. So you think the iPad tipping then?
That's the worst though. That's the one thing. If I was to see that,
do you actually follow the suggestions on where it says like 15%?
Yeah,
Good.
I just do whatever's clicked.
18%. Wow. No, 20%. Amazing.
I just do whatever clicked because it's too awkward to like sit there and because they're looking at you, and I'm like, no. The worst, Bobby, is I went to a restaurant, Rodeo Goat, and
what is that?
It's a restaurant, and they turned around to pretend my phone is how they pay. So boom, I get done. She turns it around and has me pay right there in front of her, and I have to tip right there. And I'm like, she's just standing there. I'm like, the whole point of tipping is they leave and you talk amongst yourself and you talk crap. And you're like, okay, this person deserves 20%, 10, 15. I always tip 20
See,
above.
that's not me.
I do 20 and above. I was a server.
That's what you're telling.
I was a server. I would do 20 and above. But if someone does an absolute piss poor job, I'm not just going to give them 20 just because they were my server. Or
I'll tell you the one that I look at that I would really like to leave behind is just in general the contrived, sort of along the same lines of what Ross talking about.
Word. What does contrived mean?
Basically set up or like inauthentic,
Okay.
like basically, I'm trying to think of what the
Placebo?
synonym is. No, not placebo at all. Contrived, basically,
Just like forcing something.
Yeah. It's like it's not genuine. It's not authentic. Deliberately created rather than arising naturally or spontaneously.
Yeah, that's exactly where I was
So
going.
I hate the contrived videos on the internet. So my wife will show me all the time, and we always give Choppy crap about this on the morning show. We joke about it. That he'll be like, listen to this video. Listen, this girl thought that her boyfriend, she didn't know that, you were supposed to drive on the right side of the road or whatever. And then we play it, and we always got to tell Choppy, like, Chop, this is fake. Like, this is somebody made a stupid video, made a fake take on here, and now they're trying to just pop off and go viral. You're giving them what you want. So I hate the phony, fake setup. Like, I caught somebody. Look, my sister invited our waiter to go out to dinner. Look, here he is showing up at this as her wedding day.
So the fake social experiments, pretty much you're referring to.
Yeah, or just in general, any of the fake, viral videos. I feel like most viral videos I see today are not authentic.
See, this is where it comes into how high would you say your media literacy is, Bobby? Like, you're able to be okay, that's fake, boom, 2 seconds, laugh at it for entertainment. Some people look at it and they're like, they don't know if it's fake.
I don't laugh at it.
Okay,
I look at it and I just go like this would be funny if it was real.
How many people do you think it gets though? That's my point.
Like most,
okay.
But I want to leave that behind. I want it to I want to go back to the days of real, authentic, viral videos.
Speaking of leaving things from behind, from the 214, what do you think about this, Bobby? The entire defense celebrating an end zone after a turnover needs to be left behind.
Yeah, that was cool for the first year you were allowed to do it, or you got turnover cam or whatever else.
We need some more creativity. It feels like that's what every single defense does. They just run an end zone.
Yeah, they do the big group stand. They do the point. There was the CeeDee Lamb when he caught the ball yesterday. This is defense's offense, or on Saturday when he caught it, he's like waving everybody down, like, come on down here, come celebrate with me. It was fun the first year or whatever. 4-3-2 is possibly the Astros in 2023. That'd be great. I'd love to leave the Houston Astros and just their success that they've had in 2023. That's for sure.
What do we think about the drug test right after the game? Because CeeDee Lamb caught one after his record-breaking night, and it's sitting in his locker, presumably, or in his little room.
Yeah, and I've always wondered, how often do we just not hear about when guys get those after games?
Yeah.
Like, I think that whenever we see it after a game where somebody's played really well, then we have a tendency to go like, oh, look at that. The NFL just immediately, you have a great performance, so the NFL wants to test you.
Probably happens more than one night. CD posted it, so that's how we knew.
Right. I imagine CD was probably getting that test regardless.
Yeah.
And
I would test him. That dude's a demon.
And that guy, well, there's no need to test him. He's awesome.
That's what I'm saying.
That's
I'm like, how does he do this?
But man, it's 214 is saying Bobby doesn't know Rodeo Goat, bro. You're missing out. What is Rodeo Goat?
It's I don't even know what it's in Design District, and it's just a burger spot. Rodeo Goat.
Do you put condiments on the burgers there?
Of course.
Or cheese or whatever.
You want to know my burger build?
Yeah, absolutely.
Double meat, of course. Bacon, cheese, pepper jack preferably, bacon, and grilled onions.
You already said bacon, so you triple up on the bacon. Is that what it is?
Love my
you said
pork.
double bacon. Look, here's the thing with bacon. Anthony
Candied bacon,
Bourdain.
too.
Anthony Bourdain used to say this about bacon on a burger, where he's like, there is too much of a good thing. It's almost too much. It's too busy.
See, and that's my problem, Ross. Tell me you back me up. That's people overthinking it. You're just overthinking it. They're trying to complicate food. Is it too much? Is it not enough? It tastes good.
Bacon,
I'm not a food connoisseur. I'm not trying to break down my food palate as it's going in. It tastes good. I'm not trying to. That's too much, Bobby.
But bacon is such a primary flavor to me that it that you're talking about. It's overshadowing what's supposed to be the star of the dish, which is the burger itself. Like, I feel like you're doing too much with the whole bacon angle on top of it.
Okay.
469, all TikTok accounts that are couples got to go. I just want to put to bed all the couple accounts of any sort.
Can that not just be on its own side? You have to subscribe to see that kind of content. And only those people will see it, and that's fine. They probably love it, but I don't want to see it. Can I just say I don't want to see any of this content?
Would you ever start a couples like TikTok account?
No.
Yeah, you would.
I would.
You would.
You got me.
Yeah, you totally would.
I absolutely knew you would. You would start and you would be the one making these contrived videos that I want to leave in 2023. You'd be like, all right, babe, I'm going to look like I'm fake recording you.
No.
And I'm going to, you're going to say something really ditzy.
I laugh at them too much. The best have been, there's this one guy that looks similar to Jalen Hurts, and he does like daily vlogs. And it was like Jalen Hurts with the tush push didn't exist. And it's this guy like going to Target and McDonald's and stuff like that.
That's not bad. That's pretty funny. 817, how about comedic insurance commercials? Has anyone ever made an insurance decision based on Pat Mahomes? All right, 817, I'm going to be with you on this. I need to leave Jake from State Farm in 2023, bro.
Oh, that's a controversial take. Jake from State Farm's a staple of the State Farm family.
Who loves him?
I mean,
does anybody like?
He looks like me.
If you're talking about like, in general, I want the phony insurance spokesman. So Jake from State Farm, Flo from Progressive,
the Geico,
yeah. Well, I like the Gecko. I do like the Geico because he's a cartoon. He's not a real person.
You don't know that.
No, so I absolutely the Jake from State Farm bit, treating Jake like he's a celebrity. That one
Loki is a celebrity. I think,
but I don't like it. We've made him one.
But that's our fault. That's not the company's fault. That's
I know it's
our
fame
fault
culture.
For consuming.
It's fame culture.
Okay, so now my question: do we have enough time for this?
We got a couple
Okay, so
more
this
minutes.
is a big topic I've been having. Ross, you can jump in on this. What commercials do you think have the most conversion rate to people buying stuff? Not an actual brand, like a type, like car commercials, food commercials, insurance commercials. The thing that I think is food. I think food is the most thing.
Cereal commercials.
Like you unconsciously think about it. You see it like, oh, I'll get Taco Bell.
When I was
later.
a kid, cereal commercials did it. Like you made the cereal look like it was the coolest thing to have as a kid.
And you're gonna go get it the next day at the grocery store.
You sell the kids, and then they pester their parents. I think anything that markets to the kids' tastes, like cereals or fast food, Happy Meals, stuff like that, I think that's the thing that probably converts
what about cars?
the best.
What do you think cars? I don't think cars do well when it comes to commercials. I feel like people do their research outside of that. How many people do you think see a commercial?
Yeah, brand recognition probably isn't as much with the cars, but I mean, I think that, it's one where I think it absolutely helps.
We're getting into a marketing class.
No, absolutely. I think it helps because it puts something top of mind. Like I know that I really wanted, advertising has always worked really well on me, and the greatest example of this is the McRib. When might
have never known.
Every time I've eaten a McRib, it's not been enjoyable.
Yeah,
it's not been good. And I'm not one who just blindly hates on McDonald's. I do love me some McDonald's, But the McRib to me has never been anything that I've enjoyed. And yet every time when they create this atmosphere of like, bro, did you know the McRib is back? Like their marketing creates it like it's this national conversation we're all having that the McRib is back. Somehow in my head I go, you know what, maybe it might taste better than I remember. And then I get it every time and I go, dang it, you got me.
Commercials can get you from the 972. I think this is probably the best conversion rate though. Movie commercials.
Oh, like getting you like basically a hooking you on
what thing
trailer.
hooks you the most to go do? Because like you see a trailer, I might have never even heard of this movie before, maybe never heard of the actors, and I'm like, I see a good trailer, I'm like, yeah, I'll go watch it.
Yeah,
I'll go watch. Same with a video game too. I don't play video games as much anymore, but back like if I saw a good one, I was like, okay, I'll go buy that.
You know what really needs to be left in 2023?
Let's hear it.
Awful NFL officiating.
Oh my.
Boy, we had a lot of it in this game between the Cowboys and the Lions on Saturday night, and it has cost the Brad Allen crew an opportunity, it sounds like, to officiate in the NFL postseason. So coming up for hour number 3 of the KNC Masterpiece, Bobby Belt, Blake Elliott. We'll talk about that. We will also talk about your New Year's resolutions for DFW teams and go around the NBA. That's next here on 105.3 The Fan.
Tolos, it's been a heck of a Rangers ride, and the celebration will continue at Globe Life.
mountain range separating the Indian subcontinent from the Tibetan plateau, where I can hide my Old Spice and keep my family from stealing it, my impossibly smooth skin will finally be safe.
So you're in the middle of a kitchen update, and you can't tell if that's a faucet stem or a flange. With the Home Depot app, doing doesn't miss a beat. It'll find what you need in a snap, and it'll show you how to find it in store with a tap. Or get it delivered free. For doing that doesn't stop, download the Home Depot app. It's made for doing.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
This is the KNC Masterpiece with Bobby Belt and Blake Elliott. We got Ross Lubinsky on the board. We got we're putting in the holiday hours. Boss man Gavin Spittle is also putting in the hours.
Look at
that.
that.
He's up here just burning the midnight oil. We're out here. No days off. Hashtag no days off here. We're grinding, especially when there's a Dallas Cowboys game to react to. Cowboys beat the Lions 20-19, and a big talking point coming out of this one was the absolutely bizarre 2-point conversion sequence that took place where the Lions go for 2. They get hit with an illegal touching, I think is the exact penalty that they got hit with, because the officials said that number 70 declared Dan Skipper, number 68 did not. So number 68 was wide open in the end zone, gets the 2-point conversion, but they say, nope, that's an ineligible receiver, moves him back 5 yards. Micah Parsons gets hit with an offsides on the next play. And then on the third and final attempt, Jared Goff throws the ball short, and the Cowboys end up winning the game. But there was a lot of controversy about this. Cut 39, Mike McCarthy was asked to weigh in on what exactly he was told about the penalty on that 2-point conversion.
Yes, I was told that 70 was who they announced, but he covered up 68 is what I was told. So.
And that was as simple as it gets, is that
quick and easy.
Taylor Decker was not considered an eligible receiver. Dan Campbell was furious after this game, said that he had ran through the explanation with the officials before the game. Here's my thought on this. And this is the position the NFL is apparently taking on this, is that they messed it up. The officials did. They announced 70 instead of 68, but they were sending 3 guys over there to confuse it as much as possible. And in an attempt to confuse the Cowboys and an attempt at gamesmanship, you unintentionally confuse the officials.
I'm in the exact same space. I kind of wish you didn't say that because I thought I was going to have that one. But I feel the same way. You
play with fire, you get burned.
No, and that's fire. I like getting burned. And
not you. I mean Detroit.
No, but I like getting burned just like the same.
Sure.
So number 70 had already reported eligible multiple times during this game. So naturally, he sees 70 coming towards him, assumes he's going to report as eligible. All is good and well. Next thing you know, there's 68 running. I think he was the one that was kind of late, right?
That's the thing. They were jogging over. They were talking to each other. They were swapping. They were intentionally being,
because they don't want to necessarily tip off or we're about to run a trick play. Here's the eligible guy.
They're trying to be confusing.
And look what they did.
Yeah.
You ended up confusing the ref, who has a bad history, as we've seen this year, of bad officiating. And so I get it from the Lions side. They feel like they got screwed. Yes. But let's not act like the officiating was just all in the Cowboys' favor this whole game. There was plenty of stuff that didn't go that way. Yes, that one was at the end, so it sticks in our mind the longest. But they were bad all game. That wasn't the first time. They shouldn't even been in that spot, like I said yesterday, before, and early on the show. There was a absolute phantom tripping call on Hendershot that got him in the spot to even get the ball back. And they don't call that, the Cowboys probably iced the game. We never get to this place and nothing happens. But it happened. Sometimes the officiating's bad. There's human error. We don't have robots in the game. And it's just kind of just what comes with it. Sometimes you're on the good end. Sometimes you're on the bad end. To win a Super Bowl, to be great, you have to not put yourself in those situations.
Yeah, I think you put yourself in a really tough position doing what you did. Dan Campbell, he wanted to trick the Cowboys. It's funny. I was sitting there filming the guys walking past, going to the locker room, and Chauncey Golston walks by. And he's talking to Luke Schoonmaker, and I can hear him. He goes, man, they were trying to cheat.
Yeah.
And that's, I think, how a lot of the Cowboys players felt about it. Was like, you were trying to be sneaky, and you were trying to basically create
Pull a fast
confusion with
one.
the officials. That I think there's a lot of people in the Cowboys locker room who go like, live with it, dude. Like this is, and obviously they're going to have that opinion because they benefited from it.
Yeah.
But they're a little bit like, we didn't cover 68 because it was announced in Stadium 70.
He was wide open. No one covered him.
That's one of the things that Derek Eagleton from DallasCowboys.com had pointed out was Derek had said they announced in the stadium that 70's eligible. Why was that not corrected from Dan Campbell?
Agreed.
If you all hear it, correct that.
Oh, wait, we're throwing the ball to 68. Maybe we should stop this.
Yeah, correct something there. Is that it was announced. You can't be surprised that, oh my gosh, why did they flag this? This was something that was caught off guard.
And it doesn't have to even be Dan. Anybody on that sideline knows probably the play that's happening for the most part. And it'll be like, hey, no, Dan, you're missing it. They didn't call him out. Nothing was said after the plays happened. Oh my gosh, 68's not eligible? Like, you didn't hear him declare as eligible, did you? I understand the confusion, but it could have been prevented beforehand, and now we want to play kind of the pity party after.
785, that's Dan Campbell not understanding the rule. Why are you trying to confuse them? The official was going to tell the defense who's eligible. It's a dumb move. That's kind of how I feel about it, and that's the way the NFL apparently, Mike Florio from Pro Football Talk wrote about this, that the NFL's position on this is going to be, this is the risk you run trying to be deceptive like that, is you risk confusing the wrong people. And yes, the call was made incorrectly because apparently 70 never declared Dan Skipper, and it's from the look of it when they're walking up to him, it does look like 68 is declaring and 70.
You know the conspiracy theorists were going crazy on Twitter with all the angles.
So it's something that I think he probably did get wrong who it was supposed to be, but that's the risk you run when you were trying to be deceptive and mess around like that, is you risk confusing the wrong person, and that's what happened.
If he gets it right, who's to say the Cowboys don't cover it correctly? Like they're
right,
like,
the Cowboys covered it based on who they were told was eligible.
Like he was wide open because no one covered him.
That's what Jordan Lewis said. Jordan Lewis after the game said, we were told that 70 was eligible, so 70 is who we accounted for. We didn't account for 68 because we were told he wasn't eligible.
Because everyone was like, wow, it was such a great trick play. It worked to perfection. He was wide open. Yeah, no one covered him. He didn't report as eligible. Why would we? Why would we waste a man on that, on a lineman?
Yeah, if you tell me you don't have to cover CeeDee Lamb, then I'm not going to cover CeeDee Lamb. And that's exactly what they're getting into. So here's the report from Adam Schefter, though, because you mentioned the tripping call there, the eligible receiver call that happened there. A couple weeks back, the no-call pass interference between the Chiefs and the Packers. This was Brad Allen's crew, too. So
they're on a bender of bad calls.
They have been in a bad run lately, and Adam Schefter reported yesterday that Brad Allen's crew will be downgraded for the postseason. It says a large part of Brad Allen's crew is not going to be officiating the postseason. They're going to get downgraded, and this is something that I know in the past they have. I remember having this discussion with Mike Pereira once, who was the former VP of officiating, and Mike Pereira said that there's a misunderstanding with a lot of people when they think that, oh, there's no accountability for these officials or whatever else. And he wouldn't get into specifics, but he said, no, there are a lot of accountability measures that go into place the week after a game, and they can hurt. And so I think and this isn't anything but the inference was, I think that they're subject to fines and punishment the way other people are for poor performance. And the poor performance here from Brad Allen's crew is ultimately going to cost them an opportunity in the playoffs, which is what I think, given what we've seen recently, what you would want.
I don't know. I don't know how ref pay works. I don't know if you do, Bobby. Do you get a little bump in pay if you ref a playoff game?
You obviously get paid more because you're paid
more
for each game that you do, and so I believe the pay is higher for the.
So it's costing them money, man. Like, and these are like, some of these are questionable calls. Some of them have just been like bad calls. Like, not even, take the Cowboys out of it. There was some bad calls that they've done all year where you're just like, huh? What are you doing? So yeah, you don't want that being in a playoff game. You don't want that kind of officiating. So I think the league did the right thing, and we'll see I'm sure there'll be more to come out of this.
Yeah, it was Calvin Watkins had the pool report interview with Brad Allen after the game and asked him about what had occurred. And Allen insisted that Taylor Decker did not report as eligible. He said, we had a situation where if we're going to have an ineligible number occupy an eligible position, you have to report that to the referee. On this particular play, number 70, who had reported during the game a couple of times, reported to me as eligible. Then he lined up at the tackle position. So actually, he didn't have to report at all. Number 68, who ended up going downfield and touching the pass, did not report. Therefore, he is an ineligible touching a pass that goes beyond the line, which makes it a foul. So then it was addressed, the video that we saw of multiple guys approaching him and talking, and it was asked, hey, what occurred there? And Brad Allen said that conversation is where number 70 reports to me. I then go to the defensive team and say to them, number 70 has reported as an eligible receiver, so they will be aware of who is reported. And then I return to my position. That was the conversation with the defensive line. Okay, so that video we see there, though, 70 approaches way late.
Yep.
And it looks like 68 had actually, so it does appear as if he messed up the number there. But here's the thing, Blake, I don't know an easy way to fix this either.
Yeah.
I don't know how you repair this other than just you can't have those sort of miscommunications. You can't have I think it's just human error.
And see, human error is in it. If we want to have robots, AI, cool, but if we don't. And the thing is, I was talking about this with my friends, the Lions got screwed. All my friends were just saying that, and I was like, it's not like the game was over, Bobby. They had another chance right after, and then we got a call that, yes, Micah was offsides, but in that moment, you could ticky-tack, maybe not call it. And they decided to call it. I think it was the right call. Micah was offsides. We got an interception. Oh, whoop. So it's been 1-1 where the game could have ended. Interception, touchdown. We're back at even square game. They got another chance. Jared Goff throws a ball in the dirt, and the Lions lose. They were also had 4th and goal in the red zone multiple times, and they didn't score. We fumbled the ball out of the end zone and took off free points. So it's not like the Lions lost on that one play, and the refs just screwed them. I hate that narrative going around it. The Lions had chances to win and threw the game away, and the Cowboys tried to help them throw the game away.
Here was Dan Campbell, the Lions head coach, after the game.
What was the explanation you got on the 2-point?
70 reported.
Did Decker report as well?
Yeah, the explanation was 70 reported.
Did Decker report?
Yes.
And do they need to announce that if both players report?
2 people can't report. I don't want to talk about it. All right.
That's stuff that you don't want to talk about it, but I mean, it is kind of going to be the headline. And Dan Campbell, who can be a very intense guy, was, the reporter started following up with him. He says Dave here. I think he means Dave Burkett from the Detroit Free Press, who's the longest tenured, biggest beat reporter on the Lions beat. But Dan Campbell here was asked about his frustrations and why he seems so on edge following the call.
We can see the frustration in your face. Can you just explain where it comes from right now? Is it the result?
What would you be? Would you be frustrated right now?
I mean, is it on the call? Is it on the execution? Is it, what is it?
I don't like losing, Dave. And that's what happened. We lost. And that bothers me. It bothers me. I don't like having an L. So that's the frustration. I'm sorry. I don't mean it at you.
785, another problem and something to leave in 2023, part-time NFL referees. This is ridiculous. Billion-dollar company, pay them as full-time employees and train them better to give them more, to do more things is ridiculous. See, that is one of the the points that you do get is the way that you repair this is you make them full-time referees. Because a lot of these guys are lawyers in the offseason or high school principals or whatever. They don't do this as their full-time job. Yeah. This is something that they do as a side gig. It's a good paying side gig, but it is a side gig. And that's one of the discussion points that's come up is that needs to be the response to this. The response to this needs to be better training, better pay, full-time officials, not guys who are doing this essentially as some side work.
How do you know you're a good official like coming up? What's like the prep? Like for basketball, you're tall, you're very skilled. For football, you're strong, you're athletic. How do you know you're going to be a good ref?
Well, I mean, they tell you. They would tell you that. They would say, here's how you do.
No. Where's the scouting, though? Are you just standing outside one day and they're like, that guy's got a good ref look right there. He looks authoritative.
No, I think a lot of it comes when you're doing, like when you hear a lot of these guys, they pick up umpiring for, little league games when they need some extra money in college. And then they like doing it. So they pick up jobs elsewhere. And then I think after a while, you start having conferences that want to elevate certain guys at the college level and do different things. The NFL looks oftentimes to guys that are at the college game. So they'll look at Big Ten referees and SEC
guys. How did they get there? I don't understand the stepping stones to refereeing. What's the path to success there?
I mean, there's an argument to be made that there is no path to success because people like, Angel Hernandez make it in Major League Baseball and the Brad Allen crews go to the NFL or whatever else. But, in some instances, they have former players. Nate Jones, who used to be a defensive back for the Cowboys, he actually knocked Brett Favre out of a game in 2007, hit him in the elbow, came on a blitz, hit him in the elbow, knocked him out of the game. That was Aaron Rodgers' first introduction to the NFL, was he had to come on in place of an injured Brett Favre against the Cowboys. And Nate Jones had talked about, but Nate Jones has become an NFL official. So I know they've liked the idea of getting players involved and turning players into officials, and that's something that they do. 817 says baseball has an umpiring school. Another 817 says that a lot of it is family, dads who were in it, and sons follow. And so different sort of ways. 214 with the UFL, you can ref year round now. That's true. You could send guys to the UFL to officiate, and then they could pick it up in the NFL. The only question there would be, are you making enough money at the UFL for that to make sense?
We need to know more of the behind the scenes from the Zebras. We need to go behind the fence, understand what's going with these Zebras, because they're just showing up and then they're just changing the outcome of some of these games, man. Come out of nowhere, boom, I want the game to be this. And I'm not going to get into conspiracy theories about all the other stuff that goes on with refs. We're just going to keep it level-headed here on the Double B Show, but all I'm saying is sometimes these refs have alternative motives.
What are your New Year's resolutions for DFW teams? You got any New Year's resolutions for the Dallas Mavericks, for the Dallas Cowboys, the Texas Rangers? What would you like to see from your favorite sports teams as we are now into 2024? That's next here on 105.3 The Fan.
Sports with lots of laughs mixed in. Sean and RJ, the KNC Master.
And they are a team that's kind of interesting right now because they have potential and I like what they're doing, but they kind of hit, it feels like in my head, a little bit of a ceiling for maybe how good this team can be. Right now, they sit at 6 in the West, 19-14. Have had some good wins, have had some bad wins or ugly losses, if you will. Like, they just haven't looked great all through and out. When it feels like we played the best team, especially the best defenses, we just haven't been able to overcome that. The Timberwolves, the Bucks, and whatnot. So my New Year's resolution for this team is to get healthy. Obviously, we need Kyrie back. It's a totally different team with Kyrie Irving out there. The offensive output is just amazing. Us and the Pacers were the 2 highest rated teams, 2 best 3-point shooting teams, top two teams in pace. So when you lose a guy like that, Dante Exum has stepped up, which has been great. Derrick Jones Jr. has stepped up, but Grant Williams has been like such a disappointment.
Yeah.
And so my New Year's resolution is getting that third consistent score. And I love Dante and Derrick Jones Jr. That's why I mentioned them, but I just don't think in a playoff push, you're going to need Dante to give you 17, 18, 20, and guard the best player. I think it's a little too much to ask. You want him to be a rotational guy, start here and there, match up, give you 10, 12, maybe 15 on a good night. But we to really compete, I'm not saying a star. We don't need Jason Tatum on the team. We don't need Kevin Durant on the team. I'm just saying that third guy, we thought it was going to be Grant, and it hasn't been. He just fallen off the cliff. I don't know what's happened. I really need them, whether that's trade. There's been rumors going around about some Raptors players, some other guys going out there. So figuring out who that third plug piece, a good forward to be, and maybe a backup center.
So some of the submissions on the truckwreck.com fan text 972 says bench Dak Prescott. Actually, they said Trash Scott. I don't think you're going to get that resolution. I'm sorry, 972. 972 also says New Year's resolution for the Texas Rangers would be to actually learn to develop minor league pitching. They're trying. They're trying. They're 972. As you know, it looks like you've missed potentially on Leiter. The Jack Leiter experience is not going the way you wanted. The Kumar Rocker experiment has, he was looking really good last year before he tore the UCL and had to get Tommy John. But yeah, you need to see Owen White come to fruition. You need to not have instances where, you're developing these guys and then they struggle, and then when you move them over to Kansas City, a la Cole Reagans, that all of a sudden they're able to dominate. And that when it happened here, you weren't able to. The Rangers have not done a good job of developing pitching for the last decade. If you listen to the KNC Masterpiece regularly, you've heard Mike Bassick talk about that, how that's such a big problem. So I don't disagree there. That's something that they need to do. Also, 940, the world champion Texas Rangers to stop signing these injured/old/injury procedures pitchers. Man, it does feel a lot like if the Rangers are signing a pitcher, that guy has definitely had a Tommy John surgery.
We love it. We got the retirement home of was great, and we would Hall of Fame, man, bring it on. But he's got a bunch of older guys, and I'm still waiting on Monty. I'm hoping we can bring it back because it's just we have so many injuries. We right now it's the lineup's depleted. We have no backups really. We let go of almost all those mid reliever guys. Still got Dunning.
You're losing some depth for sure.
Losing depth, and they haven't really replaced it. They got a Kirby as a reliever. That's really it so far. We haven't. So I don't know if they're still waiting on Monty, if they're thinking of someone else out there. But the Rangers are definitely in an interesting place. I think they're still fine. Don't get it twisted. They showed their offense is more than enough, but they need some more pitching depth. Ross, is there anything that jumps off the table for DFW teams that need a New Year's resolution?
No, I feel like y'all two have both covered it.
What about for your Longhorns?
I mean, it's unquestionable. Go and win it all, baby.
That defensive backs is questionable. I think Michael Penix is going to have a field day with Odunze and Polk out there. If this is going to be a high-scoring affair, I don't see a way that both teams don't get into the mid-30s in that Washington-Texas game. Michael Penix is going to throw for a party. It's just, can Quinn Ewers match?
Yeah, maybe some Quinn Ewers consistency. Would you like that a little bit?
I would like it a little bit.
That'd be a nice resolution to get the development of Arch Manning, whatever else you're going to get there. 817, I need the Stars to hoist the cup while the iron is still hot. Twice even. That's from our buddy Tovash. Thank you, Vosh.
Tovash.
Let's see here. 214 also says for the Cowboys to use Hunter Lipke in short yardage situations. Is that a resolution you want, though, 214? Because they tried that against Miami and they couldn't get the exchange right. And the ball was fumbled, and you end up turning the ball over. Is that totally what you want?
Everyone was clamoring for him mid-year, like, oh my gosh, this guy, we have a fullback. Why are we not using him on these short yardage situations? And then it happens. Then you get faced with it. He has one misplay, Bobby. It's just so funny how it happens. And I'm part of this. I'm not going to act like I'm not human as well. It was such a big misplay on a big game that you're like, oh my gosh. there's no way we can play this guy in a big situation. So it hurts. It's kind of a catch-22 right now with Hunter Lipke.
682, Evan Carter to be Rookie of the Year. Absolutely. That's a good one there. For me, it's the Cowboys that they need to, and again, continue to send your submissions in for New Year's resolutions for your DFW sports teams on the truckwreck.com. Fan text 877-881-1053. That's 877-881-1053. For me, it's for the Cowboys to just be better in late game situations, to be better with clock management. The resolution for better clock management, for better attention to detail. It's just always little things. It's the little things with your Dallas Cowboys that seem to hurt them in these close games. And you're going to need those little things to be better here in this month during the playoff run.
No, you're 100%. Attention to detail would be very important. Lowering the penalties, lowering the timing of those penalties, being more disciplined in the practice room so that when you get on the field, those things don't just pop up. And for me, one thing is on that defensive side of the ball, and tell me if I'm wrong, Bobby, and Broadus obviously when he watches the film says the same kind of thing. It just feels like the linebackers have such a hard time getting off blocks. And I understand they're undersized. And I understand they probably shouldn't be in the situation. They weren't expecting to start. And he had Overshawn and Leighton, and now they're not here. But it's like when you play a really physical team, it just feels like when they want to run, they're going to run if DeMarcus Lawrence doesn't make a splash play. If Micah Parsons just isn't living in the backfield, if Osa doesn't, like if we don't have that consistent just where we're probably going to hold this team, it's like I'm holding my breath when they run the ball. I'm like, Bell's probably not going to get off of this. Clark's probably not going to get off of this.
Bell's not a big bulk guy. He has trouble, but I mean, Bell is so good at reading and reacting and jumping the play. And there are things to like about Marquise Bell, but he is a smaller guy. And so if blockers get their hands on him, that can be a problem. 469, bring back T.Y. Hilton for the playoffs over Gallup and feed Deuce against Washington. Hopefully you want some Deuce Vaughn. Look, we're trying to clinch a playoff berth here. I think I want Dak throwing the ball as much as possible.
Yeah, and I think that's the funny thing. We were talking about this the other day is like me and Alec were talking about mid-year when they were playing the Panthers and whatnot.
The year was mid.
We were like, let's get the run game going. Let's get some of these new balances going. Let's be a balanced team. We're in week 17, week 18. We don't balance out the win. I don't care. This is who we are. We're a pass-first team. I'm not trying to prove anything to anybody. This isn't reprove yourself and show teams you can run the ball and show the media that you can be a balanced team. I don't care. The offense is throwing the ball and more importantly, throwing the ball to CeeDee Lamb. If throwing him a tunnel screen is our first down play, cool. The 49ers are very good at that as well. Getting Debo Samuel the ball in space, and obviously they had the best running back so they can complement that. But sometimes trying to be too cute and prove the haters wrong can be to your own detriment, as we saw against the Lions.
940 New Year's resolutions across the board. Cowboys start running TP to the outside. I would like to see some more runs to the outside for Tony Pollard, not necessarily trying to work things on the interior so much. Get some of those edge rushes in there. They also, for the Rangers, for Seager to stay healthy. I think that is a great one.
Yep.
And then for the fan, for Peyton to lock down a girlfriend. Hey, Peyton did. Peyton's got McKenzie. He's a faithful man. He's locked in. He is so in love with the idea of having a lady that I could see him locking her down big time.
Wow.
You know what I mean?
The declaration is here.
I mean, it's going to be Zach Wolchuk quick. That he's going to be engaged in no time, just like Zach Wolchuk, I bet. 940, resolution for the Mavs. Kick Cuban to the curb. What basketball moves has he been successful with? Haven't we already started that transition to kind of kick Cuban to the curb with the Adelson family coming in here buying things? And I think we're looking at a sunset date for Cuban.
I wouldn't say that. I think of
New York Post reported that the younger Adelson is being groomed as the replacement.
I just think that this is obviously just my opinion. Cuban, if he felt himself that the sunset was coming, he could have easily sold this, and he said this himself in the little media scrum not too long ago. He could have sold this to someone with more money that liked basketball and pretty much taken over. He sold it to someone that is understands that the Adelson family has a lot of push in Texas. It's a red state. They're with the Reds, if you will. And they also do a lot of stuff with real estate and a lot of stuff with gambling. And he understands where the market is going and that he is no longer in that driver's seat of, because when he came in, he was very technologically advanced, knew how all the media stuff works. Now he even said it himself, that's just not my strong suit anymore. Real estate is kind of where it's at now. And I'm going to bring in someone that's their strong suit, has money to spend. And now I can just worry about basketball because we don't have Valley Sports anymore. He was kind of talking that money is not going to be coming in anymore. And I have someone else to worry about the financials, and I can do the basketball side. And I think that's where Mark Cuban excels. And I'm not ready to kick him to the curb. I know some people aren't in love with him, but as an owner in DFW, has there ever been one that's just beloved that everyone just every single move you make and nothing's wrong?
I think it's that he's flipped. So he used to be that guy.
Yeah.
He was.
He's a very player's owner. Like, he's sitting courtside, he's cheering.
But he used to be so popular here.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that he was generally considered to be a...
I love Mark. I just want to put that out there. I'm not a Mark hater. I love Mark. So.
But I think there was a thought that he used to be he'll do anything to win a title. And then I think after they won their title in 2011, people have felt like he's not been fully in on just doing whatever it takes. I don't think people are thinking that he's not. I don't think the discussion point has been that he's not trying to win. I just think that he's not a at all cost owner anymore.
And I see, and see, that's what I think now is going to be. He even said, the owner said, talking about the lecture tax, talking about the money. What the owner said, the Addison family, do whatever you need to do to win. And now it's no longer his money. So that might have been a pushback. Hey, I'm not getting this. The Bally's money. I don't know if we can go sign this guy, trade this guy, whatever. It's not his money now. He can just go spend it. I want that guy. I would not be surprised if this summer coming up that the Mavs make a little bit more of a splash than we've seen in recent memory. Not just a Grant Williams.
We're getting several ones here. 512 for officials to call holding penalties when Parsons is getting held.
Can we get it one time?
817, can we get a holding call for Micah in 2024? Another 817, New Year's resolution would be for refs to actual call holds on offensive linemen who are attempting to block Micah. Yeah, that seems to be a pretty consistent one. People want their holding call against Micah Parsons, who's now gone about 10 games without getting a single holding call, which feels impossible for one of the best pass rushers in football.
And see, it makes no sense. He's double teamed more than anyone in the NFL. He has the best pass rush win rate out of anyone in the NFL. Second run pass run grade on PFF. So if you don't believe me, look up the stats. You can say, Blake, you're stupid. Look it up. There's no way the guy with that stats, that quick, has not a single holding call in 10 games. There's no way. And there's video evidence, there's picture evidence. People who hate the Cowboys, despise them, are still like, bro, there's no way. Micah's getting held almost on every other play. And it literally feels like, and tell me if I'm wrong, Bobby, that offensive coordinators can literally be like, yeah, hold him. It doesn't matter. They're not going to call it. Just go, if you're getting beat, just hold him.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it's a legitimate possibility. When you are that dynamic as a pass rusher, there's just, it's not possible that you go 10 games without being held once. I understand officials are going to miss him from time to time, but for it to not be a point of emphasis, for them to just completely miss it, I think is what's really frustrating here, is that there should be, it should be something that has greater attention to it. A New Year's resolution for the Stars, get Otter back healthy.
Otties.
That's what we need. We need Otter to get back healthy. We were talking to the Hockey Hawk during the break. Wedgwood's done a solid job in his stead, but get Otter back. Just in general, health. Let's make sure Tyler Smith is ready to go.
DFW health, man.
DFW health around the entire Metroplex, including among ourselves. Because I was hit so bad by a little sinusy thing at the end of last week. Oof. Oh my gosh. And it had destroyed my throat. I'd completely lost my voice by the end of the show Friday. And then it's still working its way back a little bit, but we're mostly there. But health again, like you mentioned, Kyrie, that's a big thing. Making sure Tyler Smith is healthy for the Cowboys for their playoff run.
Adolis Garcia.
All of the Rangers' entire pitching staff, period. Like that's what the DFW needs more than anything else right now, I think, is health. But for me specifically, better late game decisions from the Cowboys as they enter this playoff run.
And from the 817, more drunk brought us on the air in 2024.
Man, that would be fantastic. I would love it. 940 says, chill, Bobby. Otter was playing like S. Otter's still one of the best goalies in hockey, though. And I understand Wedgwood's played well, but let's get Otter back in there. That's what we need. Coming up next, we will go around the NBA. The Mavericks take on the Jazz later tonight. The Pistons feel, quote, amazing after snapping a historic skid. It was a big Wingstop party for folks in Detroit after the Pistons snapped their losing streak here. We'll go around the NBA next year on 105 through the Fan.
Today, we're all looking for ways to cut our monthly spending without cutting corners.
want to thank you. It's your day with the World Series trophy. Join us in our Odyssey showroom at our fan offices on Tuesday evening, January 9th for our first Rangers Hot Stove live show of the year. Get your picture with some of the Rangers and one of the most prestigious trophies in sports, January 9th with 105.3 The Fan.
And it's now back to the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. The upcoming segment is brought to you by Window Nation and Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax, and enjoy the difference.
It wasn't relief. It was just like, thank God, finally. And guys were screaming. I was almost in tears, and I'm just so happy for our guys. I'm happy for everybody in the locker room. Sometimes it just takes a win like that to get things started.
If I would have played that clip out of context, Blake, I don't have any clue if I would have guessed that was about basketball.
We have been playing clips out of context the whole time. We've been playing roulette with the call sheet with Ross back there, been making him go to work. There's been a lot of things that have happened since the Pistons have won a basketball game, but they won one.
The Rangers were still playing The Rangers still hadn't won a World Series. The
Rangers won a baseball game before that happened. I mean, Micah Parsons hasn't gotten a holding call since the Pistons had won. Bradley Beal had come back from 2 different injuries. Kelly Oubre got hit by a car, came back and played. They couldn't do it, but they finally got one. They finally got them a dub and end the streak.
Yep, and the fans of Wingstop across the greater Detroit metropolitan area had a field day because it becomes such a meme.
I heard there's only 2 Wingstops.
There's only 2 Wingstops, and they had to give out free wings, free 5-piece when the Detroit Pistons won. And man, that had become a symbol of just the struggle.
Yes.
Those wings had become such a symbol for the struggle, which, by the way, we got some good wings in here today. We're eating on some Buffalo Wild Wings. One of our great partners, specifically with the KNC Masterpiece, Buffalo Wild Wings.
We love Buffalo Wild Wings.
Absolutely. We've been crushing wings during the break here. But this is something that it was it's nice to see it. You started to feel bad. There reaches a point where a team struggles and a team just getting their ass handed to them over and over again, just collectively we start cheering as a society for gosh, come on, let him get one.
And see, this is my thing. I actually wanted the Pistons to keep losing because
I really thought they were never going to win a game after they blew the Celtics game, being up as much as
I thought they were never going to lose the game because now it got to the point where the record was on the brink, and they'd obviously broken one of the records, but not the all-time record. But teams didn't want to be the team to lose to that team and giving away that record. You don't want to be the team.
I don't know. I think there were probably some Raptors fans that were like, if it has to come at our hands.
The Raptors are bad, though. They just traded OG the hours before, the day before, something like that.
But I think that, for instance, if the Mavericks would have played a game and lost to the Pistons,
we'd have been heated.
We would have been upset, but I think part of us goes you
giggle.
Man, they needed it more than we did.
Yeah, but
I think some Raptors fans have to be look, you needed that more than I did. It's like when you it's like, whenever you've seen a movie or whatever, how somebody's giving
bullied.
some money to somebody who's on the street or whatever. It's here, you need this more than I do. I need it.
Yes.
I mean, this could help me out, but it could help you out a lot more. I think that's how probably a lot of basketball fans felt about the Pistons, where if you lost to them, and some Raptors fans are probably feeling bro, you needed that victory more than I did. We'll get another time, but you needed this.
And the crazy part is, I think Monty Williams is a great coach. I think Cade Cunningham's a budding all-star. He's been dropping 30 a game. I mean, the last week he was dropping 40 and even 50 in one game, and they were still losing. So at some point, you got to turn it around. You can't be that bad. And they finally got him a W. But speaking of teams that need to get a W, the Dallas Mavericks cannot get off the injury report, but it is trending in the right direction because for the first time in about a month, Kyrie Irving is listed as questionable. He's been out. He's been doubtful. I don't know if he'll play today. We're still waiting for the official injury report, but he is at least questionable.
Yeah, and you got Luka Doncic back in the lineup for the game against the Warriors the other night. You get back on the right track there. Honestly, when this came up, when they played the Timberwolves the other night, did you feel like there was more positive you could take out of that game?
Yeah.
A game without Luka Doncic than positive you could take out of the game against the Cavaliers that you lost? To me, it's you have no business losing to the Cavs at home when there's no Donovan Mitchell.
Yeah.
There's no whoever else was missing from that game. I can't remember. Darius Garland was out.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, you have no business losing that game at home, especially when you're up 20. I can make a much greater case for it's a much more encouraging loss losing by 8 to the Timberwolves on the road with no Luka Doncic and actually leading in that game at one point in the third quarter.
And it's a little bit of fool's gold with the Timberwolves just because the Timberwolves played so lackadaisical on the offensive side of the ball. They turned the ball over 21 times, and I believe 13 in the first half. So they were just giving us extra opportunities and kind of like almost a sense of, we're just going to roll our helmets out there. This team can't beat us. They don't have Luka out there. And some other guys stepped up. I mean, Tim Hardaway dropped 30. And at any point, I will say this, I don't think I've ever seen a player with a greener light than Tim Hardaway Jr.
He was going.
No, it's not just any game you go watch, Tim Hardaway's going to touch the ball. He's going to shoot it 15 times. Like, no question. 15 of those might be three-pointers. But I still think this Mavs team is just like a step away, like I mentioned earlier. They're on the cusp of like being that team. And I think if you have Kyrie Irving and Luka Doncic and the way that Derek Lively is kind of surprisingly been a real big piece as a 19-year-old rookie, they can at any time beat any team. I truly do think that. They can beat any team, but their floor is low. They can lose to some bad teams like we saw the Cavs with none of their star players being in there. So consistency is a problem. I don't think they're going to have too much trouble tonight against the Jazz. The Jazz turned the ball over more than anybody in the NBA, and Derrick Jones Jr. and Dante Exum have been revelations on the defensive side of the ball. Having Kyrie Irving out, the offensive output hasn't been as good, of course, and Kyrie actually has been playing decent defense. But since he hasn't been there and Grant's been getting not as many minutes, you've been playing more of those guys I just mentioned, and their point of attack defense has been amazing. They've been creating deflections. We're actually top 10 in the league in deflections. Who would have thought? The Mavericks team defense is like slightly getting better. Like, I think in the month of December, we were a top 15, even top 10 rated defense at some point. Luka, as you saw in that Christmas game, 4 blocks, 3 steals, a bunch of deflections. Like, the team is starting to come together. I don't think it's some championship team all of a sudden, but there's not as many holes as people may think. I think they're about one piece away from being a real championship contending team.
I mean, look, if they can get Derek Lively to play as consistent as it's felt like. Now, look, there's still occasional nights like Lively got worked by Jared Allen.
And that's the thing. It's against those bigs that really know what they're doing. The Timberwolves and
because he's still young. He's still developing. But, man, there's so much to be excited about with Derek Lively and the way that he's playing. And I know, we keep joking around that, like, Bassick was just in shambles when he found out that Derek Lively was going to be the pick. And I wasn't thrilled with the pick at first, but then the more you heard him talk and you heard more about, the character that he has and everything else, you knew that he was going to get the most out of whatever potential he had.
And Tyson Chandler has been grooming him in practice, and you can see it in the game. I mean, those Luka Doncic and Derek Lively pick and rolls, they look seamless. Like, you would think they've been teammates for 10 years. Like, rolling off it, what are you going to do? Are you going to double Luka, which a lot of teams do? He's blitzed more than anybody in the NBA.
Yeah.
Which means that when they're coming off a pick and roll, both the guys run at him and leave the roller unavailable, or available, I should say. You're just leaving a wide open lob for Derek Lively, and he's been great at finishing that. I think I had to check this out if he's still. I know last month he was leading the NBA in field goal percentage, and it was the highest ever done before. Like, he gets such easy shots playing with Luka, and when Luka's not in the lineup, we saw what happened against the Cavaliers. So there's still some growing pains, but people have to remember he's 19 years old.
Yeah, I think the biggest area where I've been most impressed with him is just his communication on the back end. Like, he's really good about calling out screens and communicating on defense, and his defensive IQ is so high for such a young player that I think it's really encouraging to see what Lively is right now because of what it means he could be into the future. And the offense, even the offensive game, as mainly a lob finisher or whatever else, but he's somebody who he plays with such good awareness on both ends of the floor.
And see, awareness, I think, is the biggest thing. And I would agree that he's mainly a lob guy. That's where he's going to get most of his points. But if you've noticed recently, he's gotten the ball on that kind of that free throw line, and he's been taking that one dribble and throwing a floater up. One dribble, kicking to the corner. So when he develops that at a high level, teams can't double Luka because you're just giving a 3-on-2 in a sense for Derek Lively to pick and choose. And if he starts getting that passing IQ going up and up, it's going to make teams have to guard them differently. And then when Derrick Jones Jr. and Exum and Hardaway and Green and Hardy are knocking down corner threes, this team becomes really good. Like, there is that ceiling is there. I've seen it in games where they played really well, but also inconsistencies, injuries have been the downfall of this team in some points.
And I know some of the discussion that has been out there in terms of with the the draft class and everything else. Derek Lively has obviously come along. People are still waiting a little bit on Omax Prosper to be.
His situation's weird. I'm not gonna lie.
He was when he got drafted. There was so much. I think people were just kind of learning about him right then. Like there was a lot of like scrambling to like, well, okay, look, who is this kid? He was at Marquette, and all right, let me find out some stuff. And what they saw though, I think they thought, oh, he should be able to come in and be a pretty regular contributor, and that just hasn't been the case so far. Yeah.
Definitely on the offensive side of the ball, raw, and kind of you still see it in games, but then you see it in games where he explodes for 20, 25 points, and you're like, okay, this guy should be playing over some guys. And then Jason Kidd literally some nights will just not play him. And you'll see like a Markieff Morris get like 25 minutes.
He has zero trust in young players.
And that's
Jason
the thing.
Kidd.
You have to really show him, and that comes into practice. We've seen it with Jaden Hardy. His minutes get decreased, it feels like, every game. He got the start the other night, which was interesting, but the way that young players are being dealt with, it's going to be interesting in the offseason.
Which is so funny because Jason Kidd was at one time the young player who was given all the trust and went out there and played at a really high level.
I think the direction we'll know this team is going in is from, I don't know, even less than a year from now, what they do with Green, Hardy. I think they'll keep Omax. Kind of that Green, Hardy, Tim Hardaway. Those are guys that are people want to trade for, that were untouchables, quote unquote, Green and Hardy this upcoming summer. And now every Mavs fan wants to put him in a trade package. So we'll see what the team does with them, if they keep trying to develop him or they move on from him.
Mavs and Jazz tonight in Salt Lake City. Mavericks a 4.5-point favorite. Luka Doncic back in the lineup the other night against the Warriors, putting up 39. He will be back there again tonight. And like you mentioned, Kyrie Irving questionable for the first time in a very long time, hopefully getting closer to a return there. That's Blake Elliott. I'm Bobby Belt. We got Ross Lubinsky on the board. This is the KNC Masterpiece. Coming up, we are 3 hours down. We got one more hour to go. We'll play a little Answer the Internet before cross-talking with Alec Medford. But first, we will reset the NFL playoff picture. That's next here on 105.3 The Fan.
The Fan continues to grow because of you, our listener.
Off Nature's Blend and get a free full-size bag of Tilly's Treasures dog treats. Go to drmartypets.com/good or text GOOD to 511-511.
All pets are unique. Your pet's results can and will vary. Message and data rates may apply. Studies available upon request.
You're ready to upgrade to your dream home this year. Brand new construction. But that dream could become a nightmare with construction delays and changing move-in dates. With Orchard's Move First, Sell Later, you can stay in your old home until your brand new home is move-in ready. Orchard handles every detail of selling your old home, including listing prep, showings, and even price-boosting upgrades. Orchard is the hassle-free way to buy a new construction home before selling your old home. Visit Orchard.com for your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
First down yardage. Final minute now of the first half as Penix heaves it down into the end zone. Touchdown! Odunze for the second time tonight.
What a play by Michael Penix Jr. We have 69 cuts to roll through today. And so I'm just randomly calling out numbers to see what we got here. That's a Michael Penix Jr. highlight because we're going to make sure we get through. You put in a lot of work for this, Ross. We're going to make sure we get it. Bobby Belt alongside Blake Elliott. We got Ross Lubinsky back there on the board. It is time for a reset, gentlemen. We got to take a look at the NFL playoff picture because so much has changed. And the biggest thing that has changed in the last 72 hours or so.
It's been a great 72.
Is the fact that the Dallas Cowboys are in the unlikeliest of positions of securing the number 2 seed at this point. They currently hold the number 2 seed after beating the Lions on Saturday night, 20-19. Obviously a very controversial 2-point conversion penalty that we've discussed today. But then you got a lot of help from the Arizona Cardinals on Sunday. Jonathan Gannon, a game that seemed very personal for him against the Philadelphia Eagles. They take out the Eagles 35-31, and now you are in a position where if you beat Washington next Sunday, the game has been announced at Sunday at 3:25. If you beat the Washington Commanders next Sunday, the Cowboys secure the number 2 seed. They will have a home playoff game, and they will not have to go on the road again until a potential NFC title game against the San Francisco 49ers, exactly where you want to be.
Okay, so someone on Twitter put together a nice little graphic, if you will, of the potential opponents, playoff opponent that you would face. So if the Cowboys win in week 18 versus the Commanders, which we kind of all assume, but it's the NFL, but let's just assume they win. Opponent number 1 would be the Rams if these things happen. Rams lose to San Francisco. Seattle beats Arizona. Packers beat Bears. So that would be all the favorites, pretty much. So that's your most likely outcome. Opponent number 2 would be Seattle, and this is what would need to happen. Seattle beats Arizona. Packers lose to Bears. Opponent number 3 would be the Packers if this happens. Okay, what?
I can actually set this up for you. I can have you customize the playoff schedule for us, Blake.
Okay.
We'll do it right here. We're going to run through the schedule. I've got the ESPN playoff machine up. So this is
that's
the schedule
the
coming up
playoff
this week.
machine. I love that.
So, all right, we've got the Steelers at the Ravens this week. I think that's a game the Ravens are going to take.
Ravens going to win. Yeah. Okay.
Pretty handily. So we get that one. I'm going to pick the Texans to win the AFC South on the road against the Colts.
Agreed.
I just think with CJ Stroud back right now, the Texans have been really difficult to beat this year whenever Stroud's been healthy. You've got Tampa coming off a really bad loss on the road against the Panthers, but it is the Panthers who obviously are in a lot of trouble right now with David Tepper and their 2-14 record. That seems to me like that is a Buccaneers victory right there. Browns at the Bengals coming up this
Browns already clinched the playoffs.
Browns have already clinched. Bengals are out officially. I'm going to say that the Browns win.
I say the Browns still win.
You got the Vikings on the road against the Lions. I think the Lions win that one. Vikings are just completely depleted right now. Even if the Lions don't have a lot to play for.
I was thinking, but I thought about their quarterback.
You've got the Jets at the Patriots.
It doesn't really matter, does
Patriots, I guess. They've been fighting at least. It'll be Bill Belichick's final game. Falcons on the road against the Saints. Saints have been scrappy in recent weeks, and the Falcons just completely laid an egg against the Bears. I don't see that changing with New Orleans at home. Give me New Orleans in that one. Jaguars at the Titans.
Jaguars. Trevor Lawrence playing, or we still don't know?
I don't know, but I'll give it to the Jaguars because I think the Titans aren't that good.
Okay, yeah, Jags.
Seahawks on the road against the Cardinals.
Ooh, that could be a spoiler.
Cardinals have been scrappy.
That could be a spoiler where I you know what? I'm going to go ahead and say it. I think the Cardinals win and the Seahawks miss the playoffs. That's going to be my one little crazy upset.
Okay.
I think they
All
win.
right, we'll go ahead and take that. Bears at the Packers.
That's the game right there. I think the Bears win. I think the Bears
Really,
win.
with a lot on the line for the Packers.
I think the Bears win.
Okay, all right. Chiefs at the Chargers.
I'll let you pick that one.
Chiefs. I'm going to take the Chiefs because the Chargers are meth. You've got the Broncos at the Raiders. Raiders have been fighting with Antonio Pierce. I think they'll take that. Eagles at the Giants.
You already know how I feel. Let's go Giants, baby!
That's the Eagles, though. That's going to be the Eagles.
You would have said that against the Cardinals.
That's true.
It's the Cardinals.
But they've got to wake up at some
They
point.
almost lost on Christmas Day. And now they're coming off a loss where nobody, even in their own city.
Let's for the sake of argument,
whatever.
say it's
Give
the
the
Eagles.
Eagles. Give
Just
the
to be
Eagles.
safe.
Give
Just to
the
be
Eagles
safe.
a W.
Rams at the 49ers.
49ers don't have anything to play. They've locked up the number 1 seed, right?
Yep.
So I'm going to say Rams. I think they don't
Okay.
even have anything to play.
Cowboys at the Commanders.
Cowboys.
And then the Bills at the Dolphins to close things out.
Ooh, that gets spicy. Let's have a debate. What do you think? What do you think?
I just think Buffalo. I think Buffalo is.
They've already smacked the Dolphins once, correct?
And
they gave us a-
Miami to me just I think Miami's
fraudulent.
a little fraudulent. So
Okay, let's go Bills.
I would go Bills there. Okay, so if that is the setup that we get, then you are looking at the NFC playoff picture as so. 49ers have the first round bye. That's set. It would be the Cowboys at home with the number 2 seed taking on the number 7 seed New Orleans Saints. Is what that would be in that
Let's
scenario.
go. I'll take that any day.
It would be the Rams on the road against the Detroit Lions.
You know what? I'll take the Rams to win that
6-3. I might take the Rams to win that game. The Rams struggled yesterday with the Giants, an unnecessary amount.
NFL's so
though.
weird.
And then it would be the 5th seeded Philadelphia Eagles on the road against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
I got Tampa, Baker Mania.
Now, I got to wonder if we flip that game and say the Packers beat the Bears.
What would it do?
It's the Packers are in.
Packers instead of
Saints.
Instead of Saints. I think the Bears are for some reason trending in the right direction, and their fan base wants to win. They're not trying to tank. They already got the number 1 pick.
This is set up to where you're looking at New Orleans is the unlikeliest, I think, of scenarios, but you would have potentially New Orleans, Seattle, or Green Bay that you're looking at playing here.
Yeah.
And I think that Dallas, either way, sets up really favorably in all those matchups. The AFC side, just to set that up for you, it would be the Ravens with the first round bye. Obviously, Ravens and 49ers, easy first round byes, best teams in the conference, no doubt about it. Then you would get the number 2 seed Buffalo Bills in this scenario.
Oh, yeah, because whoever wins
the
gets
Bills
the
can get
division.
the Bills can go from fighting for a playoff spot to getting the number 2 seed
Isn't
after
that
just a couple
crazy?
weeks.
NFL, man.
They've been really, really scrappy. They would get the Houston Texans.
And that would be an
CJ
interesting
Stroud.
one. I don't think that's just a foregone conclusion.
The number 6 seed Miami Dolphins on the road against the number 3 seed Kansas City Chiefs.
And I low-key would take the Dolphins.
I might take the Dolphins because the Chiefs have just been really disappointed. But again, the Dolphins have had trouble playing up to competition. They just got smacked by you talk about them going up against tough competition. They got smacked by the Ravens. They've been smacked by the Bills already once.
Yeah.
They're in a tough spot. And then the 5 and 4 seed would be the Cleveland Browns on the road against the Jacksonville Jaguars.
And I would take the Browns easy.
I would too. So this is setting up let's just run through the scenario that we have in the NFC. Saints and Cowboys, we would take the Cowboys there.
Yep.
Okay. Lions versus the Rams.
Rams.
Okay. Buccaneers versus the Eagles.
Bucks.
I think I would take the Bucks too. I think I would take the Bucks and the Rams in those situations. So at that point, you are looking at it would be the 49ers taking on the Rams. Then it would be the Cowboys at home hosting the Buccaneers in the divisional round.
So it's Cowboys-Niners in the NFC Championship.
That's what it would set up to be.
And you can replace a different team. I know if y'all want to be funny. I truly do think the Bears will win, but say we play the Packers. I think it's honestly...
I don't think it changes anything.
Yeah.
I think they beat whoever they play. If the Cowboys get that number 2 seed, I don't think it changes much at all.
Yeah.
But then you're setting up for a potential 49ers-Cowboys rematch. Now on the AFC side there, Buffalo and Houston, who would you take? I'm taking Buffalo.
I don't know, man. It is a playoff game. I don't think Houston's ready.
Buffalo
to take
in
that step.
January?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think they're ready to take that step. I do like Houston a lot, but I think just in a playoff game scenario, Sean McDermott will find a way to outcoach D'Amico. And I love D'Amico, so I would take Buffalo.
Miami at Kansas City. I think I might pick the Dolphins.
I'm going to pick the Dolphins.
And then the Browns at the Jaguars. I'd take the Browns.
I think the Browns can make it far.
So what you're looking at there then would be Baltimore against the Dolphins, which they've already run them, and then
they've already run them.
Buffalo against the Browns. I would take Buffalo.
I'm taking the Browns.
Oh gosh, okay.
Joe Flacco mania.
Either way, I think this sets up really well for Baltimore and San Francisco again.
I think it sets up for Cowboys versus Browns.
Because you want it to. That's where it is.
Joe Flacco versus Dak.
Let us know on the truckwreck.com fan text 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Out of these potential, assuming Dallas takes care of business against the Commanders, which you shouldn't assume anything on the road at this point with this Cowboys team, who would you most like to see? Who are you most afraid of seeing between the Saints, the Seahawks, and the Packers? Which one of those teams worries you the most? Get us some of your answers on the truckwreck.com fan text 877-881. That's 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Blake, out of those games, who are you least wanting to go against? Saints, Packers, or Seahawks?
Packers, because we haven't seen them yet.
You haven't seen the Saints yet either, though.
Yeah, but we don't need to see the Saints to know what they got.
I would be a little concerned about the Saints if I had to go to New Orleans.
And
if you had to go to New Orleans,
defense is legit, but their offense is so subpar. So subpar.
Jordan Love is just somebody who can, I mean, he's pretty
inconsistent. A little magic in a bottle. That's what I'm saying. He could just kind of pop off, and next thing you know, you're down 14-0.
He can be pretty inconsistent, but man, there's something about him when he's clicking that can be absolutely terrifying. And it's one of those, it's a double-edged sword type of thing, and his playmaking ability can sometimes really get him in trouble in terms of the chances that he likes to take. But this is a Packers team that was 3-6 after Week 10, and they've gone on a really strong run here where they're 6-2 in the last 8 weeks. They've got victories on the road against the Lions. They've beat the Chiefs in Green Bay. They've gone on the road the last 2 weeks. Obviously, it's not, big-time performance when you're talking about the Panthers and the Vikings, but still, you pick up 2 big road victories there. This has been a solid run here for the Packers. I think Green Bay is the team that most worries me, but I'm not worried about any of them. 858 says, Seahawks already outplayed us at home. I don't want to see them again. 682 says, Seahawks, we should have lost to them. We've got a lot of people here saying that they don't want to see the Seahawks. Again, 945, Seahawks, the first half scared me. 469, Seahawks already torched our defense at home. Could be dangerous. So there's a lot of people here who just don't want to see Seattle again.
Shoot, I'm hoping Seattle goes to San Fran and takes care of business.
I don't think they would beat San Francisco.
I know.
Personally.
It's a hopeful wish.
Yeah, I wouldn't think that. This is set up really nicely, though. You owe so much to the Arizona Cardinals for helping you out here, because there's no team I feel like who needed to play at home in the playoffs more than Dallas.
Yes.
Because it's not just the way that they play poorly on the road or the juxtaposition of how they play on the road versus at home. It's just specifically how dominant they are at home. Honestly, it was kind of stunning to see how much the offense struggled at home against the Lions, because they've been so comfortable there. I think it's over the last 3-4 years for Dak. Basically, since 2020, Dak at home is averaging 40 points a game. Ooh. And so for them to struggle like they did, especially in the second half at home, was a little bit surprising to me. But ultimately, I think that Dallas's benefit of playing at home is so strong that you can't deny how important it is for them.
I'm just going back to this game. I think this game really will be important. Funny enough, Green Bay versus the Bears. You think the Bears would win that? Or you think the Green Bay would win that? I think the Bears are a better football team. I know that might sound crazy. Their defense is worlds better than Green Bay. Green Bay's defense can be had so easily, and the Bears' defense is so good that it makes up for their lack of play calling and terrible offensive efficiencies. And you got a young team versus a really stout defense. I could see Jordan Love giving that game away, throwing some picks, fumbling.
I mean, it's a risk. There's always a chance of that sort of thing happening. Just when you're talking about, especially when you're talking about the type of football teams that we're talking about. Chicago, Green Bay, these 8-9, 9-8, 500 teams that are in this position because they probably have a tendency to blow games like this or step up and surprise you in other games. Like, you don't get to that spot without being one of those sort of bipolar football teams. And yeah, absolutely. Could they lose that game to Chicago? Sure. Is Chicago playing a lot better in recent weeks, kind of rallying around Matt Eberflus and trying to save his job? Absolutely. And those are big positives right there that would work in favor of Chicago. But again, you're talking about Green Bay at home, with a big benefit just on that front, like being able to play this game at home, take on the Bears, and playing really solid football over the last 8 weeks. Again, this is a team that's beaten the Lions on the road and beaten Kansas City in Lambeau. And so, I mean, Green Bay has played some really big games in the last several weeks. And you do have to ask, and I know Brian asked it of us during Crosstalk, you do have to wonder, is there any sort of a psychological hurdle for
I do agree,
the Cowboys against the Packers at home, and specifically Mike McCarthy against the Packers team that he coached for so long?
Let's just play the Rams.
Well, that's unlikely. You're unlikely to get that one. You'd have to have too many things flip that way.
And the funny thing is this season,
and I don't know that you want to play the Rams either.
This season has been such parity where you can't really make a clear guess on anything. Like teams that you think should win just lay an egg out of nowhere.
817, can we get a clarification on what's going on with Tyler Smith, please? Yeah, so Tyler Smith had been dealing with a partial tear of his plantar fascia, and that fully tore in the game against the Lions, which sounds bad, but as Stephen Jones had talked to us about during the 12 o'clock hour, this is actually good news in that instance. When you fully tear the plantar fascia, it actually allows things to finally heal quicker, and it helps get rid of some of the pain. And so the thought is that he may be available to play this weekend against the Commanders, but if he's not, he will definitely be back for the wild card round. So optimistic on Tyler Smith, which is good news because he has been arguably your most consistent offensive lineman this year.
Yep. He's been cooking.
And so Stephen Jones, in fact, pointed out, said Nate Newton had a full tear of his plantar fascia and was able to bounce back and play the next week. And so that's literally the same position. I mean, you're talking about a guy who played guard and was able to step in and play the very next week. Tyler Smith has been so important for them. And I think not only is important for them as, the starting guard, he's important to them, in my opinion, as your immediate backup if something happens to Tyron Smith.
Yeah.
You can't roll in again next year with or the next time you're facing the Tyron Smith situation. You cannot roll with Chuma Edoga.
Yeah, I was going to ask, what'd you think of the backups, the Tyler Basses, the Chumas?
TJ Bass has been really good, I think, when he's been asked to step in and play. And I think that his power in the pass game has been really helpful when they've needed him to step in and play. So Bass doesn't bug me. I get concerned whenever Chuma Edoga's out there because he clearly is short on the communication.
A little bit of mental lapse out there.
Yep. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece with Bobby Belt and Blake Elliott with Ross Lubinsky on the board. We're going to play a little Answer the Internet. That's next here on 105.3 The Fan.
Take your turn it on, leave it on fan experience.
your buddies. Don't take yourselves too seriously.
Download the free Odyssey app and listen wherever you go. That's AUDACY to turn it on and leave it on 105.3 The Fan.
And it's back to the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. The upcoming segment is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
Welcome back to the KNC Masterpiece. I'm Bobby Belt, joined by Blake Elliott, Ross Lubinsky. I guess technically it's 2:20 now. Technically, this would be the G-Bag Nation.
I need to know from the people listening that tuned in expecting to get the KNC Masterpiece, how much of shock were you when you heard my voice, who you've probably never heard before, and you heard Bobby's voice? Was it
Well, I mean, if you heard my voice, you've probably never heard it either if you listen to the KNC Masterpiece, since they never have me on.
Yeah, so I just want to know from the Tolos, were you like, oh my God, am I on the wrong station? Were you like excited? Were you sad? What was your emotions when you heard me and Bobby came on?
And you can let us know that on the truckwreck.com internet, truckwreck.com fan text 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053, as we are about to play a little Answer the Internet. Got some music for me, Ross? Something? Just anything? It can be anything. I don't care.
Play a random cut.
Yeah, just start playing, Stairway to Heaven or something. All right, so this is the Answer the Internet. This is the Barstool Sports game, where they've curated some of the most salacious debate questions off of the internet. Questions as bleeped up as you are, it says. And I have been good. I'm not just going to blind pull these, because some of these would get us in a lot of trouble if we read them. So we've
I'm scared.
Gone through these a little bit, and I've narrowed them down. I've narrowed them down, and we're going to kick them around with Blake, Ross, and you on the truckwreck.com fan text. First one here. Blake, would you rather fight a short gladiator or a rhino?
A short gladiator.
Why?
Like Sparta 300 gladiator?
Yep. So it's like somebody trained to fight and kick your butt.
Well, because I can get in their mental fortitude and outsmart them. A rhino is not going to listen to me.
You think you're going to outsmart a gladiator?
Oh, yeah.
Who their whole life has been trained to do this.
What do you think a rhino is? You can't speak.
See, a rhino is just blind rage and brute. Like, I would pick the short gladiator as well, but...
And he's short.
Because, I mean,
I might low bro him. I'd be like, hey, bro,
How tall are you?
6'2".
Nuh-uh.
I'm 6'2".
Stand up.
Are we doing a...
Just stand up real quick. I want to see. I'm 6. You're 6'1".
We'll say
maybe.
6'1".
Maybe. That is not...
My hair is also not poofed up, so...
Nah, yeah, you're not getting that Ben Wallace 5 inches from your hair. Where
I'm
you're
standing
actually
up the rest of the
6'6",
segment.
and they're saying that. Okay, well, everybody will get a nice view of your torso. Ross, short gladiator or the rhino?
Man, I feel like I'd have to do the rhino, because just like you said, the gladiator, his one purpose is to kill you or severely injure you, whereas a rhino, like, you could possibly do something to get out of that situation, potentially.
Okay, so we got the Super Bowl coming up here in a couple weeks. Hopefully the Cowboys are going to be in it. Is it better to watch the Super Bowl at home or at a bar?
Ooh, so if I was just saying if I didn't work here and I was just watching the Super Bowl, I would say at the Super Bowl. But
No. At home or at a bar?
At home or at a bar? Oh, I'm a social person, so at a bar. I enjoy interacting with people and getting their feedback on the game. I enjoy socializing.
So I enjoy, if it's like a listener event and we're hanging out with the Tolos and everything else, I love doing the bar atmosphere to watch games and do different stuff like that. The problem is that if it's just, hey, do you want to go watch it in a bar with your buddies? No, I don't.
Yeah.
The bar atmosphere can be fun.
If you know what's going to be going on.
But yeah, otherwise, no. I'd rather watch that in the comfort of my own home, especially if it's the Cowboys playing it. If the Cowboys are playing it, I don't want the distraction of
that is true.
The
That's
bar
a good
atmosphere. I want to be able to lock in on the game, control my surroundings, control who is with me. I'm not going to do it. 214, you're lying.
I want to get that. 214 says, I've seen Bobby. He's 5'10", 5'11" at the most. Any remarks?
I am 5'11" and a half.
Okay.
But when I went to SOTAweightloss.com, when I went there, they measured me at 6. When I went to the doctor's office, they measured me at 6. So there you go. I think I'm technically like 5'11" and 7/8, but they always give me that extra little bit and say that I'm 6 feet tall. You are not 6'2".
That's okay.
I'm 100%
I'll
certain.
keep telling people. From the 469, I know Bobby's voice. Never heard the other guy before. Is that me?
That's you. That's Blake Elliott.
I'm Blake Elliott, and if I don't think I've plugged the socials. Blake Live on all social media __. We're gonna revamp that to make it a little bit easier. But if you want to see what I look like, you can be on the Twitch or the YouTube at Dallas Fan Cam. Or you can follow me on Twitter, keep up with all the good stuff.
Ross, better to watch the Super Bowl at home or at a bar?
Watching at home, does this mean that we are watching it solo?
No, I mean, you can pick whether you're there with buddies at the bar or if you're solo at the bar, either one.
I think it's better to go out to a bar if you were like for instance, if the Cowboys do the unthinkable and go to the Super Bowl, then yeah, sure, I'll go out to a bar here in the area. Yeah, I'd love to, but it's just like through college, it was like we had a fan who was like a pseudo Patriots fan, so like there was something involved with it. We would watch it all at home, but even so, it's just like, I don't know. I feel like the Super Bowl is kind of like New Year's and Christmas, where it can kind of just be crazy if you go out on one of those days. So I'm kind of a homebody in that regard.
Let us know on the truckcrack.com fan text what you think about it. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Okay. Would you rather, are either of you soccer guys? Blake, Ross, either one of you?
Soccer? Like
Yeah.
soccer?
Yes.
I don't hate it, but
The
I
old
don't necessarily,
checkered orb, as we call
I don't
it.
necessarily catch myself watching it in just my hangout free time, but it's good.
Ross, you a soccer guy?
Not really. My brother-in-law is a big Man U fan, so every so often I'll watch a Premier League game, but no.
I was going to say, that soccer screams Euro to me and screams soccer fan to me, so I'm surprised by that, Ross. But here we go. Would you rather win a World Cup in a soccer-crazy country, so you are a god in that soccer-crazy country, or win any U.S. sports title? Like any, like you can pick which one. You win the Stanley Cup, you win the Super Bowl, whatever else. Which would you rather have, Blake?
I'm going to take a selfish pick because I love my international women. So
Mhm.
I'm going to do the World Cup.
Okay.
Because you're an international
And
superstar.
you are a god if you do
are
that. You are
Hemsky.
absolutely like at the top of that. Ross, which are you picking?
I got to be a homer and pick the Cowboys because can you imagine?
No, you don't get to pick the
No,
team.
not-
You don't get to
oh,
pick the team. You just get to pick which title you personally get to enjoy.
Well, the thing with like a Euro team, like, you know, it can be celebrated by an entire country. And so, you know, with United States, it's like the Cowboys I just picked. It's like, yeah, that'd be cool for like Dallas and Texas, but like the whole country doesn't get in on the action. Whereas like the Lions, everyone would celebrate that. So I don't know. I feel like I'd have to go Europe though.
Man, okay, yeah, I feel like if your end game is not your own personal satisfaction, but like to be a god amongst men,
That
then
feels
it's
like personal satisfaction.
no, but you know what I mean. Like my own, like, oh, I love football. I want to win a Super Bowl. Oh, I've always been like a fan of the World Series. Like you're just literally talking about how you're viewed as being just the greatest among everybody in your country. Then it's definitely winning the World Cup, right? Like, I mean, I would think that would have to be the easy answer there.
Especially for like a country that like hasn't won it ever or like hasn't done it in a long time. Like, yeah, it would definitely make some noise overseas.
972 Ross overthinks. Ross, do you think you're an overthinker?
I don't know.
Think about it for
I
a
mean,
second. Think about it for a second. All right, here's a good question relative to today, which I've pulled through the other side. We're good now. But is it worse to have a hangover on a Saturday or a Sunday, Blake?
On a Sunday.
Why?
Saturday, that's part of being a Saturday. Because then everyone's hungover from Friday if you went out and then you do your little brunch and you drink to get over your hangover. Then you go out or do whatever. Sunday, if I wasn't working, I'd be going to church on Sunday. So I don't like being hungover on Sunday. I like starting the day fresh, having a good day to start the weekday. So
Boy, I could not disagree with you more.
Okay.
It is so much worse to have a hangover on a Saturday than a Sunday. Because if you have a hangover on a Saturday, your Saturday night plans have likely been ruined. If I go hangover free on Saturday,
so how heavy is the hangover? I'm thinking minor hangover, not
no,
like I can't move out of bed.
I think of every hangover as major. Like I don't think of a minor hangover. I
was thinking minor.
I either think you're fine or you're hurt. Like that's how I think of hangovers.
I haven't had one of those yet. I've had like minor ones where I don't get out of bed for an hour or two, but not like
no. I'm talking about the
bedridden.
next morning. You feel like when you first wake up, you're like, is it
I've
still
had that
there?
once. I had that once after my birthday.
And then you still feel sick. Like when I had at Super Bowl the day after the Super Bowl media party, that was a legitimate hangover, and it ruined my day. It ruined a lot. But I would say that that's worse because then that means you've only got Friday, and then Saturday like completely got thrown out the window. If I get a Sunday hangover, that means that Friday I did okay, I had my night out, and then Saturday I did, and Sunday's supposed to be the end of the weekend anyway. I've got Monday, I got to work, so just spend Sunday as a recovery day because I'm not going out late that night anyway. So a Sunday hangover is way more preferable. You just get to stay in bed, consume NFL football
I guess
as you recharge.
You got a good point. What's the next one?
Well, let's see what Ross says. Ross, what do you got?
I'll give you that. It's nice to. It is. You do lose your Saturday night plans if you have too bad of a hangover Friday night. But I will say I disagree because I feel like anytime I get a little too drunk on a Friday night, like not only do I get like that really bad hangover that you're talking about, but also there's like the I guess you could call it like a delayed kind of reaction to like a week's long worth of work. My goodness. And so like I feel like that can kind of like really kind of compound into something really nasty, but I don't like getting drunk on Sundays or Saturday nights because then I have to come into work and do a 9-hour Cowboys shift. So I'd have to go Saturday, I guess.
We're doing it. Here we go, says the 972. There's overthinking Ross again.
I don't know about that.
We're doing Answer the Internet here on 105.3. Bobby Belt alongside Blake Elliott and Ross Lubinsky. Blake, if you could party with one sports team from history, who would it be? It's got to be the 90s Cowboys, right?
No.
The way they raged?
Nope.
Why?
I'm going 96 Bulls, Dennis Rodman.
Can you hang with them?
Come on, man.
I don't think you can hang with them.
We going to Vegas in the middle of the week, baby. Come on.
See, I don't think you can hang with that. Some of these hockey teams, man, they rage after winning the cup.
Oh yeah.
The 99 Stars team, they were legendary for what they did. They go so hard. You hear some people tell the stories. We got the Spits and Suds podcast with Gavin Spittle and Craig Ludwig, and you hear some of the stories that Luds has on there. Holy cow, they will party. I think I could go with the 99 Stars. That'd be pretty good. Ross, what's your overthinking answer?
Well, let's see.
No, Kevin Hagelin.
I'd go the 90s Cowboys too. I really think that they would be a fun group to just go out with. But from the Twitch stream, the 85 Bulls, I think that goes also with the
85 Bears.
85 Bears. That goes with the 96 Bulls. Like I would love it, but I could not hang.
All right, next question here. Could LeBron James, Blake, beat any NHL player in a fight?
Funny enough, I was kind of talking about this last night with my friends when we were at the game.
Zero chance.
NHL players get down and dirty, and I think he would. I'm not a LeBron hater, but I think most NHL players would handle him. Those dudes are built different.
Dude, they're borderline professional fighters.
Yeah. So I'm taking the NHL players.
I don't think there's any chance that you're keeping up with them.
The fan
LeBron's
text
big,
is insane.
obviously.
The fan text is insane. And I was gonna say this. I wasn't gonna say the last part. We're from the 972. The Pats/Buccaneers with Gronk and Tom. That seemed like they got a little lit, and I'm not reading the last part.
Aaron Hernandez being in there too. Yeah, that'd be pretty intense partying right there. All right, Ross, who's the strongest NFL player you think you could beat up in a hand-to-hand fight? It's got to be a kicker, right?
Yeah, I was about to say maybe if I run into Brett Maher, we could throw hands after last year.
Poor guy. You're just gonna act like a goalpost, and then he won't hit you.
Oh, that was good. Give me some knucks. That was good. That was good.
Yeah.
That was
Maybe
good.
he'll like hit me right in the face, and it'll just like bounce right off.
That's the thing. He'd have to be aiming for somebody else to get you. No, I think it's got to be
Josh McCown.
Why? That's a good old Texas boy, man. Like that guy, he grew up on ranches and stuff.
Okay.
He's kicking your ass.
Let me restart then. Ryan Tannehill.
Ooh. I'm trying to think of who's like a notoriously kind of soft. Oh, George Pickens. George Pickens won't even block.
Oh, you don't want to smoke with Pickens.
I want Pickens right now.
I want everyone listening. Does anybody think Bobby would last 10 seconds with George Pickens?
Tag George Pickens right now on Twitter.
Get me out of the shot.
Tell him Blake and I both want smoke.
No. From the 214, Deuce Vaughn.
Deuce is small, but Deuce is like
he's compact.
Power. He's got a little power body. I don't think I'd want to. I
don't want to smoke
that. I want a lanky kicker. That's what I want. I want
Dustin
the kicker.
Hopkins.
Jose Cortez. You remember Larry Allen once? Y'all wouldn't remember. Y'all don't even know who Larry Allen is probably. But Larry Allen would just beat the snot out of Jose Cortez. There was one time Cortez got mouthy after missing a kick, and Larry Allen just hand to the face through it.
Oh, wow. They're coming at you. Bobby has pillow hands.
Yeah, it's 13-14. He's always talking smack.
Okay.
That's just his go-to troll. All right, last. What's that?
Kyler or Bryce Young?
Ooh.
I'm going Bryce. Kyler's at least got the speed.
Yeah, but like if you're talking about hand-to-hand combat and you're like locked in there, I don't think he can just run around the whole time.
But neither can Bryce, and Bryce is like 5'2".
All right, last one here. We talk about the Super Bowl again. A lot of people say like, oh man, could you just imagine being at the Super Bowl, how big it is? If you could go to the Super Bowl, your team is not involved, okay? It's two teams you don't care about. But if you could go to the Super Bowl, but you'd have to stand with your back to the field and wear headphones, would you still go? That way you could say you went to the Super Bowl, you had the experience, whatever else.
Couldn't care less. No, I wouldn't go.
Absolutely. You're not looking for the clout?
No.
Ross?
I want to watch the game.
Does that come with the several grand you have to pay for one ticket?
No. You get to just go. Like you get to go for free. But you also get to experience the whole. You would do this?
Yes.
Actually, I back it
because
up.
there's literally no other way I would otherwise end up in the Super Bowl unless it's for media credentials.
You know what? I back it up. I would, because if I got headphones on, I could listen to the Odyssey app and listen to the fan.
Yeah, you could still listen to the game and keep up with it and just say you were there. But I don't know. That just seems like, what's the point at that point? Like, and that's the thing. Most people who I've heard answer this question say they would, and I have not been able to wrap my head around what is the point? What is the purpose?
Depends if you've never been. Like for me and Ross, we've never been.
I've never been.
Oh, okay. I just thought y'all had been. No one here's been.
I mean, Chris Arnold has been. Chris Arnold has been everywhere.
Yeah, he has.
So I don't know. I want to do one more.
Give me
now,
one
now
more.
You guys have me interested in this. How much money would it take for you to streak onto the field at an NFL game? Remember, you'd never be allowed back in the stadium. You would be banned.
Do we not have this job, this alternate life? Because this job, I would say zero.
No, you have this job, but you get to pick an amount of money that makes it so that maybe you don't care so much.
Well, I'm doing it for the love of the game, not for the money.
What a phony answer.
I'm gonna go 100 mil.
100 million?
You're going to be the humiliation.
And you're not allowed to go to AT&T Stadium ever again.
See, it might even be more because you're not allowed to do any sporting events. You're the humiliation of your family. Going 100 mil.
Ross?
Yeah, I was going to say in the millions, but I'd settle for like 50. That seems pretty chill right now.
Bobby, you doing 10K?
214, Bobby can't fight his way out of a wet paper bag. That's not true. And I don't need to fight my way out of it. If you put me in the wet paper bag with George Pickens is getting these hands. Like, I mean, that's
clip
just what's
that.
happening
Clip
there.
it. Make it a TikTok. Make
Clip
it,
it.
Instagram
Tag
reel.
him in it on social media. 972 says it's taking $250,000 for them. I don't know. Probably, yeah, like a few million, something like that. Because we're talking about sacrificing my career, too.
Yeah.
Although, I don't know. Maybe they'd still let me on the air. It's just I wouldn't be able to go to the games
Maybe you'd
anymore.
be viral for that and you'd get more clicks.
817 says they're fighting Shaquem Griffin.
Well, let's go to break.
All right, let's crosstalk with the one and only Alec Medford. That's next here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up on Tuesday on Sean and RJ, we've got Jerry Jones at 8:30. Who is in the College Football National Championship? And, of course, we'll do Ask Reddit at 7:40. leaky roof now. I had to get K-Post to come on out. Thankfully, they were able to fix the roof. KPostCompany.com. KPostCompany.com or 972-382-5515. Tell them RJ Choppy for the fan sent you.
Tolos, it's been a heck of a Rangers ride, and the celebration will continue at Globe Life Field for the World Series edition of the Rangers 2024 Awards Dinner presented by Coca-Cola. It's Friday evening, January 26th. Awards will be given out to Corey Seager, Josh Young, Leody Taveras, Nathaniel Lowe, Dane Dunning, and Gold Gloves presented to Lowe, Jonah Hyman, and Adolis Garcia. You can be a part of this special evening by purchasing a table or an individual ticket at Rangers.com/awards dinner.
And it's back now here to 105.3 The Fan. The upcoming segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet, which is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax, and enjoy the difference.
We are back here. One more segment on 105.3 The Fan, the KNC Masterpiece Makeshift Show with Bobby Belt, Blake Elliott, and Ross Lubinsky doing a great job back there on the board with all of his live reads. And we are getting ready to hand things over to the one, the only LRM, Little Red Medford, Alec Medford. Alec, how's it going?
It's going good. I've never heard the LRM vocalized.
Oh yeah, it sounds a little weird, doesn't it?
Yeah, like reading it is one thing. Hearing it in person is kind of odd.
Twitch it? Twitch loves calling you LRM.
Yeah, they do. No, I'm cool with it. It's just different. I'm just used to like Medford. Like Chiafalo loves to walk into any room and just go Medford. You know that's his thing.
Did you see what I had Chiafalo eat in the press box the other night?
No, I didn't.
Okay, so Eric will do anything for $20.
Yes, he will.
Anything, you guys.
All right.
If you get a chance to meet him, he'll do anything for $20.
LMAO.
So I had offered to, and I don't even know how this came up. We were eating wings with the Frank's Red Hot, and we were complaining about how it stains your hands, basically, the Frank's Red Hot does. And so somehow it came up, the discussion of the cake balls, and so I just said, if I go get a cake ball and submerge it in Frank's Red Hot, would you eat it for $20? And he was like, yeah, $20, absolutely, I'll do that. And so I did. I just completely submerged a cake ball in Frank's Red Hot, and he ate it. And as soon as it got in his mouth, he was like, oh, I've made a mistake. He's like, he said, as soon as I did, he said, the back of my throat closed up, rejecting it, and was like, you better not actually eat this, dude. And so it was a pretty awful mixture of the Frank's Red Hot and the cakey, sugary texture and everything.
What's the weirdest thing you've eaten, Bobby?
That I can say thanks to, I don't know. But
it just flashed in his eyes. He goes, whoa, oh my gosh, that was not great, whatever that was.
Yeah, I mean, I've got several funny answers that I probably shouldn't dive into right now. Alec, what's coming up on your 3-hour extravaganza here?
Yeah, so we've got a bit of chaos going on, so this is going to be a fun show.
I'm an agent of chaos.
Yeah, I get that from you. So,
It's an old Joker line.
Remember when we used to do weekends?
Yeah, I do. Absolutely. It was good times.
Yeah, you were a bad influence. Blake, I didn't know if anybody told you, but guess what, pal? You're doing one more hour of radio.
Let's go.
You're doing some overtime with me from 3 to 4. And then after that, it's going to be a revolving door of everybody's favorites here from the fan. We got Corey Majors at 4 o'clock. At 4:20, we have Kevin Hageland. And then we have the aforementioned Eric Chiafalo at 4:40, Reggie Atatula at 5 o'clock.
Got that, Reggie.
And to close out the show with an expressway, a full 40 minutes of myself and Brian Broaddus.
Oh, what a show. This sounds like a mini peace-a-thon you have going on here.
Yeah, had to pull out the Rolodex. It's not quite as advanced as one Chris Arnold's like he had to do a couple weekends ago. I'm not pulling out Falwell or anything.
It's not a problem. I can call Luther Vandross. Luther, come on. We're very close.
Oh, now we're doing impressions.
Yeah, we got several different people we can call here. I know Billy Joel owes me a favor. He'll jump on. I know for sure. JT can come on. That's Justin Timberlake. He and I every time I call him Justin, he's like, it doesn't even sound right if you don't say JT. CA, it's CA and JT. We're a match made in heaven. And so those are my boys right there. So I'll give them all a call. We'll do it. Okay, Alec, what was your thought on when you watched the Arizona Cardinals just bail out the Dallas Cowboys with a massive 35-31 victory yesterday and put the Cowboys in the driver's seat to get a home playoff game?
It just felt poetic. It felt right. And honestly, it was one of those things that it felt too realistic to the point where I didn't believe in it and I didn't think it was going to happen. Like the whole week going into it, I was like, the Eagles could totally blow this game.
Yep,
they could
we talked
totally
about
lose.
it.
Yes, we talked about it during the Get Right 7 to 11 weekdays, and I was like, yeah, this is something that could easily happen. And then it got to the point this weekend where we got close to game time, and I said, nah, it's too good to be true, right? They can't lose to the freaking Cardinals of all people.
And they were up.
And I was thinking, because I knew that the conversation coming out of Philly was going to be, you guys lost to this team, whenever they beat the Cardinals, because it was going to be, like a 21-point victory, right? Nope. Something's wrong in Philly.
This is the Steelers from a couple years ago.
It
Remember
really
the
is.
Steelers started out like 12-0, and then all of a sudden they just lose everything at the end, and everybody's like, "Oh, this isn't a very good football team at all." It's the same thing with this Eagles team.
It's really uncanny what's happening there, and I don't know why. Like, I don't know what's happening. Obviously, you have the issues with Sean Desai, and like to the point where they were like, "Okay, you can't make third down play calls," and then they're like, "Okay, you're not going to make any play calls at all." I don't know if it's a Nick Sirianni thing. I really want it to be, because I just can't stand looking at his face anymore.
Nick Sirianni walked into a bar. Bartender says, "Why the long face?"
You know what it is? They haven't won a game since they
Because
lost
he has
Big
a
Dom.
long. His face looks really long.
It does, and yeah, his eyes look like something I can't say on the radio either. But
Is Big Dom a factor? No Big Dom, they haven't won.
That's true.
Yeah, I mean, if he's not there to assault opposing players,
We see what this team is.
that was a big advantage for them.
That was their identity.
Yeah,
their identity was Big Dom.
Yeah, and he's gone, and
looks
so
like a
was the
thumb.
team.
Dommy cutlets. Yeah, that was the big thing. Okay, so Alec, we had this topic earlier today. New Year's resolutions for your DFW sports teams. Do you have any New Year's resolutions for the Cowboys? Maybe it's stop making boneheaded decisions late in games and close games. Get that worked out before you enter this playoff stretch. Anything for the Mavericks? Let's get Kyrie Irving healthy. Let's stay out of too many hot button social issues. What are your New Year's resolutions for your DFW sports teams?
I think it's actually the same thing for the Cowboys and the Mavericks. Play some defense and play some better defense.
Get your D right.
Yeah, and I don't like what I'm seeing from the Cowboys defensively at the end of games. I felt like for maybe a little over 3 quarters in the game this past weekend, I felt like the Cowboys played pretty soundly. I thought they set the edge pretty well. I thought the run defense was good. And then we just say, okay, let's play off man. Let's play prevent at the end. And you set yourself up to where you probably should have lost that game. And for the Mavericks, I mean, it's pretty cut and dry. Your best defense is scoring 140 a night. And it's not helping whenever you have guys like Kyrie Irving who can't stay on the court right now because Dwight Powell exists. And defensively, I don't think there's any kind of resolution in the building for the Mavericks. I think that's something you're going to have to try to fix at the deadline, and then you might just have to give up on and try again next offseason. But there's got to be some sort of rotation. There's got to be maybe even a locker room speech. I don't know what it is. At this point, Grant Williams has not done anything for me. Maybe that's my New Year's resolution is just do something. Like, show
trust
up.
me, I already got on him.
Like, in the Timberwolves game.
Yeah, we don't have to talk about it anymore. Blake has already got on him, so we don't have to worry about that anymore.
I just do want to mention my favorite stat from Grant Williams this season was that Timberwolves game. He was a minus 30 in 30 minutes.
That's pretty good. It could have been worse. Could have been 31.
I mean, if you're going to be an example, if you're going to set an example, you may as well set a bad one. And there you go. That's the epitome of how you should not play basketball is Grant Williams against the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Be the change. Be the change you want to see. Show how awful the defense is so that we can change it.
That's fair. Maybe it's just a big wake-up call to Nico Harrison. It's just a collective effort by the guys like, hey, if we don't play defense at all, maybe he's going to go say, hey, let's run these phones and see who doesn't want anything.
It is weird that a guy who sold shoes before just maybe doesn't know how to build a basketball team. What were you going to say, Blake?
I was going to say, you think Jaden Hardy's on this team next year, Alec?
Ooh.
I don't know. Is he wearing Nikes?
Yeah, that's a good question. That's a great starting point. I'm going to say yes, because I feel like as long as Cuban is involved, he's a dude that really likes to lean on his guys, and he probably gives them too many chances in some instances. So I'd say, yeah, I think they give it another year.
If you closed your eyes and there was a conversation going on between Jason Kidd, Chris Arnold, and Nico Harrison, would you be able to differentiate which of the three was talking?
No, not even remotely close.
Unless they started just talking about like very specific things like,
yes,
I don't think young players can handle the basketball at the end of the game. Let me tell you about the Nikes I made.
Or we just start getting F-bombs. Then I know Jason Kidd got mad.
Oh, yeah. Or it just means CA is getting into storytelling mode off the air. Like, these mother. Yeah, he'll launch
that
into
is
it
a great
every
point,
now.
yeah.
So he'll get to. All right, really quickly, last minute here before we turn things over to the Alec-a-thon. Best matchup for the for the Cowboys potentially as the number 2 seed. We're looking at potentials with the Seahawks, Packers, and Saints. Who are you most confident against? Who are you least confident against?
Most confident against the Saints because that team is fraudulent and it has been for a few years. Dennis Allen is not a great head coach. Derek Carr hasn't been playing great, and he hasn't been playing healthy either. So if he goes into that matchup unhealthy, then you've already got a good chance. The team I want to stay away from, honestly, the Seahawks, that rematch scares me. I feel like they might pick up on what they messed up. Really, they were just one turnover away in that Thursday night game. The Rams are such a dark horse. Like, they are playing really, really good offensive football. You know, they seem to do this at this time each year whenever they have the right team around them. Is they have a running back that you've never heard of that's making like $500,000 go out there and rush for 120 yards a game.
Don't pay running backs.
Yeah, and they're feeding that narrative very well, and it's really cool to see what Kyron Williams is doing out there for them. I want to stay away from them at all costs.
Hang around for more of that and everything else related to her, whatever else music you're listening to these days, Post Malone. Alec Medford will have all that for you and all the Cowboys
it's the
takeaways.
Grammys pregame show.
Next on the Alec Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan.
DFW's #1 Cowboys podcast. 1.2 million.
1.5. But at the same time, it is Bama, and they're heating up at the right time. So I don't know. Or maybe it does hit the over, and Michigan's doing all of the scoring. I don't think it's going to be crazy high scoring. I think we might get into the 44 range. I don't know if we hit the over, though.
I'm going 20-18 Michigan.
Okay. Interesting. We did get a text from the truckwreck.com text line about the weird frequency music. 817 saying, I do that at night, and it puts me to sleep in 5 minutes, and it gives me amazing but really weird dreams. I kind of want to try it now.
Someone send in the recipe, the step-by-step process.
Yeah, it's out there on Twitter, and McCarthy is literally just sitting there crisscross, barefoot on the field, leaning up against the pad on the goalpost, and he's like meditating with his earbuds in, and he's just listening to ambient noise.
Maybe the Cowboys defense needs that.
Maybe they do, to calm the mind and stop overthinking things. This is one of the greatest coaching matchups we could have gotten, though, all things considered. Jim Harbaugh versus Nick Saban. And what you look at when you look at what Jim Harbaugh's done during his time at Michigan, you have to break it up into two categories for me. There's pre-COVID Harbaugh and there's post-COVID. And what has stayed consistent is that everything this guy does is an absolute headline. Whereas Nick Saban, it's just totally different. We know who he is. We know what he's capable of. We don't really need to talk about him all that much. I love the polarizing matchup and the night and day difference between these two head coaches, but Harbaugh has only been on the field for 7 of the team's 13 games because of suspensions, and now all of a sudden the game approaches and it's just more headlines about him. It's reports that there's a $125 million extension on the table from Michigan, and then there's, hey, as you mentioned, Blake, there's the LA Chargers calling his phone saying, hey, we're kind of interested in that, and you mentioned maybe some of that goes into play where he's just like, I want to get past this so I can get my money.
Yeah.
Or maybe he's like, man, people thinking I'm done. People thinking I got to leave now. People think I got to jump back to the NFL. I'm going to prove them wrong. I'm going to prove them. Or maybe it is an audition for that job, and he says, look, I got to put on a clinic today, and the next game in the national championship, I got to go make some change here. But it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, any of this drama surrounding him, I do think that he is the main reason why the program has gotten to where it is, and they've had an incredible season with or without him on the sideline. I'm not doing it for the sake of being different than you. I really do think that Alabama's going to win this game, and I don't think it's going to be by much. You know, the line is at 1.5 most places. I think that Bama will win probably by a kick.
Yep. Well, give me your final score prediction. Put your money where your mouth is.
I'm gonna go. I think it'll be 24-21, Bama. I don't think this is super high scoring. This gets literally half a point. Or no, that would just be like 1.5 maybe over the over/under. Like, I don't think we're gonna get super high scoring, but I do think it's gonna be entertaining enough. I think you're gonna get turnovers by the Michigan defense. I think you can get turnovers by the Alabama defense. I really like this matchup a lot more than I probably would have, this time a month ago, even maybe even 2 months ago when Bam was really struggling after that Texas loss. I'm not liking this matchup if you pose it to me at that point.
Well, speaking of getting a dub, living up to expectations, and is it Verbo, VRBO? Is that where the Fiesta
Verbo,
Bowl?
yeah.
Okay, the Verbo Fiesta Bowl, where we had Oregon versus Liberty. Oregon comes out on top big.
Yeah.
45-6.
Not much of a game there.
Bo Nix throws for 363, 5 touchdowns. As Caden Sattler, 125 for Liberty. Not exactly what we want to see. Bucky Irving, 117 yards receiving for Oregon. So another masterclass by the Oregon Ducks. But we got one more interesting game to get to.
We do, and that would be the Sugar Bowl.
Ooh.
Texas and Washington. I did not think this would be the year, just going into the season. I didn't think this would be the year that we were talking about Texas in the college football playoff. I still thought we were another year away, especially with some of the injuries that Texas racked up along the way, some key pieces getting hurt. And here we are. It's an incredible place to be, especially because I'm a known Texas hater, but I really do respect and appreciate what they have done this season. I didn't believe in them really up until the very end. Now I think I actually believe in this team. And you know what, Blake? I'm going to be really, really mad if I finally drink the Kool-Aid, I finally start to believe in this team and what they're doing at the right time, and then they go embarrass me tonight. That's the one thing that I will not take lightly. But Texas and Washington, this is a great matchup because I really don't know what to expect other than there's going to be a major battle in the trenches because Texas has a great defensive line that's going to be going against a really good offensive line at Washington. This is a legacy game for Michael Penix as he's really cemented his place in Washington lore. He's closing in on a second straight season, leading the sport in passing yards per game. He was a Heisman Trophy finalist, 24-2 record over there at Washington. And Quinn Ewers is trying to build a legacy of his own. You know, he transferred back home after spending time at Ohio State. He's helped reinvigorate this program, and I'm really impressed with what he's done in just one offseason. You know, he cuts off the atrocious mullet, and he details this journey that he goes on personally about, you know, strengthening his faith, trying to get his mental health in check, and he has been the true leader that Texas has needed, and I'm really impressed with what he's been able to do. It's been a little flashy at times for Mr. Ewers out there this season, but recently he's been lights out. That offense has been so good. I don't even know where to put my finger on this matchup at the end of the game.
Well, I'll try and help guide the listeners. I could see both teams winning this game, and there's an easy path to success, kind of like you mentioned. The weakness of Texas is not very many, but if you were to point one out, it's the secondary.
Yep.
And if Washington's O-line can hold up against Devondre Sweat and that hellacious Longhorns D-line, then they will, I can almost promise you they'll put up 30 minutes. Because they got too many receivers. They got Polk, Rome, Adunze. They had someone else come back last week. They got 131. Like, they can put up points like the best of them. Number one passing offense. 95th ranked passing defense is the Texas Longhorns. So they are not good at stopping the pass. One of the best, if not the best, at stopping the run. And kind of the knock on Washington all year have been, oh, they're finesse. They throw the ball. They can't play physical. They're going to get beat by Oregon. Well, they played Oregon and played physical. And I was talking about this with Bobby. I don't know if you remember in that Pac-12 championship, Oregon ran 6 plays in the first quarter.
Yeah.
Washington possessed the ball for 13 minutes. So they know how to play the possession game as well. So I could see it kind of just being a track meet to who has the ball last. And I do think Washington's defense is a little porous, and Texas could expose that. But Texas also had inconsistency problems from Quinn Ewers, where sometimes you get a great legacy game like AKA against Bama. Then you have your games where he kind of falters, not bringing his A game, starts slow, can't finish through it.
So there you have it. Some conversation about the college football playoff. And before we get out of here, pick for this game.
Texas and whoever wins out of Bama and Michigan, Texas is going to beat them no matter what. Texas all the way.
Texas is favored by 4 in this matchup, over under of 62.5 points. It's going to be offensive fireworks. I can't wait for this quarterback matchup. Take the over, smash the over all day. But we're off and running here in place of the G-Bag Nation. Today, it is the Young Guns for this first hour, Alec Medford and Blake Elliott. And you mentioned the truckwreck.com text line, which, of course, is open. You can get involved, 877-881-1053. Let's see, from the 469, if Washington can run some hurry up and push the pace, Texas is toast. Texas toast, I see what you did there. From the 682, y'all are a team, Young Guns all day. Feeling this energy from you guys. Great listen. Happy New Year's, fellas. Happy New Year's to each and every one of you, including you, 682. And lots of people saying that lo-fi music is great. And they said just look it up on YouTube. Just search lo-fi music, lo-fi vibes.
I listen to lo-fi. I just want the exact frequency thing. That's what I was trying to get. That's something like a setting on my phone or something.
I'll send you the tweet, but there was an exact frequency. You have to listen to it if you want to be like JJ McCarthy and make college football playoffs and everything.
Wow.
So we're off and running here, and coming up next on 105.3 The Fan, let's do some NFL overreaction or not. We'll do that next right here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
Quality sports takes with laughs along the way.
Sounds like a show to me.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Mike Bassick here, and I've had AT&T fiber internet for years, and we need the best internet with a family of 5. AT&T internet is extremely fast and highly reliable. My wife's a doctor, and she likes going outside on her computer and doing her charting. That's no problem with AT&T fiber internet. If you're tired of internet dead zones, add some Wi-Fi square footage to your new home or your existing home. AT&T fiber internet with All-Fi is now available. Now you can stream from the little bedroom that never used to get a signal, or even from the attic if you want. With straightforward pricing, there's no data caps and no price increases at 12 months, so you won't have to switch providers every year to get the best deal. Don't settle for spotty internet. Live like a gigillionaire. Get AT&T Fiber with All-Fi now and unlock new possibilities for your home. Limited availability. Go to att.com/allfi to check eligibility.
If you've been injured in the Lone Star State, never go it alone. Not having an expert on your side can seriously hurt your chances of winning a Texas-sized settlement. The Wilhite Law Firm was awarded Best Law Firm in 2023. We know from experience that when you're in a serious accident, you seriously need the best attorney. Get your free case review at willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. willhitewins.com. Don't delay. Click today.
Prior results do not guarantee similar outcome.
Welcome back. All right, Jimmy, our Army veteran, for $400. Are you ready to answer the next question?
Actually, I'm good.
Huh?
Well, I already earn and save $473 a year on average with Navy Federal Credit Union. So, yeah.
All members of the Armed Forces, all veterans, and their families can earn and save more every year with a Navy Federal membership. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the
Watch this. 1st and 20. Let's run a college play that everybody can sniff the out. Woo! Let's run the ball. We didn't know we were going to run it with Jalen Hurts. Who would have guessed that? Meanwhile, you got 2 running backs sitting on the sideline that aren't doing that can actually run the football. Woo!
That's a great way to start NFL overreaction or not right here on 105.3 The Fan. Alec Medford and Blake Elliott with you. Blake will be out of here after the top of the hour, but we'll have some fun before he does go home and enjoy the rest of his New Year's. Happy New Year's to each and every one of you out there. The truckwreck.com text line is 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. You can play along with us for some NFL overreaction or not. We are also hoping to hear from Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy as he will take the podium here in just a few minutes, but we all know that him being on time is usually a bad bet. So we'll see if he decides to party with the media here in just a little bit. But NFL Week 17 overreaction or not from CBS Sports, Jeff Kerr. And this is always a fun segment to do at the end of each NFL week because I feel like there's a lot of overreaction across the league, especially this time of the season, as you just heard from that Philadelphia Eagles fan. That is pure Philly hatred at its finest. And I love how
his voice was scratching.
Yes, like he was losing it. And I'm intrigued that the fan base is starting to kind of turn on the head coach now. And what did I tell you guys all offseason when that offensive coordinator and even the defensive coordinator, Jonathan Gannon, who beat his former team.
Oh, so sweet.
With the Arizona Cardinals. What did I tell you guys? I said, hey, that Philadelphia football team, it's not going to quite look the same without those offensive coordinators because they're pretty good at what they do. And here we are. So I just had to take my flowers there for a second, Blake. Mm-hmm. Don't mind me.
No, I love it.
First, NFL overreaction or reality. Lamar Jackson has officially locked up the MVP.
Yeah.
The Ravens are the best team in the AFC when Jackson is their quarterback, as Jackson and the Ravens offense put up a whopping 56 points against a Dolphins defense that allowed just 14.8 points per game over the last 6 weeks. All Jackson did, just 321 yards in the air and 5 touchdowns and have a perfect 158.3 passer rating. He has over 3,600 passing yards this season with 24 touchdowns to just 7 picks and a 102.7 passer rating, while leading the Ravens with 821 rushing yards and 5 rushing touchdowns. He could be the youngest quarterback ever at the time of his second NFL MVP, which he will turn 27 on the final day of the regular season, and can be the first quarterback to win league MVP without a 1,000-yard rusher or receiver since Brett Favre did in 1996. So I think this is a foregone conclusion. He's probably not going to play this coming week. He's done more than enough to win the MVP, and it kind of sucks because it feels like this is the year of the skill position. Mm-hmm. And I still really, really would be totally fine with a Tyreek Hill or a Christian McCaffrey winning in this scenario. But Lamar Jackson, if you were going to make a case here in what is probably going to be your final regular season game, it was that. He put up a fantastic effort. I actually watched the entire game, even though it started to get ugly, just because I knew that this was going to be a special day for Lamar after the first, I don't know, maybe 14 minutes of the game. I was like, oh yeah, he's going to put up numbers in this matchup, and it was a show. And you got to credit Todd Monken, the offensive coordinator that came from the Georgia Bulldogs off the national championship. He steps right in and he says, look, we're going to play to Lamar's favor, but we're also going to allow him to be a pocket quarterback and a passing quarterback. And this has been a perfect mixture. It's been a great balance on offense, and the skill position players around him have stepped up so much and helped him out when a Mark Andrews goes down. Yep. Isaiah Likely is out here making one-handed snags and taking them to the house. It's been an incredible effort all around that has helped propel him, in my mind, to the top of the MVP conversation.
And I think that's a big thing that people don't realize. Mark Andrews went down, and that sucks, yes. But also it made Lamar Jackson have to use those skill position players even more And so Zay Flowers is getting the targets that I think should get. Rashad Bateman getting more involved. Odell making clutch catches. So I think this offense kind of took a new step. And like you said, Isaiah Likely is slotted right in. And if you get Mark Andrews back for the playoffs, because we've been hearing that he may find a way to come back late in the playoffs or somewhere there, then great. But if not, this team has been running and flowing. Like, they took on the best team in the NFC and the second best team in the AFC, record-wise, kind of what everyone was saying, power rankings, all that good stuff, and blew them both out the water. Looked like they shouldn't even be in the same league. It wasn't like, oh, if one play would have happened, they might have. It was ticky-tack, and they got lucky. No. 56-19, 33-19. Handled both teams and made Brock Purdy fall out the MVP conversation within the first 2 quarters. Made Tua Tagovailoa not even have a chance at winning, even in the MVP odds. Like, he's locked it up. I understand. Do I think he was like the best player stats-wise? No. Like, there's a lot better players with better stats, but he is on a team that's had the biggest wins and the biggest moments and had the best record in the AFC right now, and I think he's got it locked up right now.
There's really no competition at this point now, and for my money, the Ravens are the best team in the NFL now. I still think that if they were to get a Super Bowl matchup with the 49ers, the Ravens would find a way to win again because they already did it once.
I do think it would go different, though.
I think it would go differently for sure. I think that Kyle Shanahan is a good enough head coach to make adjustments, and I think it would be a closer game.
Yeah.
But I think the Ravens would win 2 times out of 2 in that instance, and it's really impressive to see what they've done with a new offensive coordinator, the litany of injuries that they've had on both sides of the ball this season. The defense is scary, like legitimately scary, and even with some injured corners yesterday going into the game, they had Ronald Darby out there playing, and he was making plays for them.
Yep.
It was pretty incredible to see what that team is doing, and their defensive coordinator, Mike McDonald, he will probably be a head coach during this next cycle. So that's a great team out there in Baltimore. Overreaction or not, the Eagles won't win a playoff game.
Not an overreaction. Me and Bobby spent about 30 minutes talking about that, and I completely agree. I think the Eagles this is who they've been. And I'm not just saying this as a Cowboys radio station. I've been saying other people who hate the Cowboys, hate the Eagles. They're like, bro, the Eagles are not good. They have no identity. It's first, second. I think it was like 1st and 20, 2nd and 20, or 2nd and 15. And that's where that play that guy was reacting to. And they're running quarterback draw with like no lead blocker to the right when they're on their own 25. Then they need to go win the game and drive the field. And I'm like, you have A.J. Brown, Devonta Smith, who he might have already gotten hurt at that point, but Dallas Goedert. What are we doing running quarterback draw when your quarterback obviously isn't that healthy? So, like, I don't know what's going through the minds over there. And if you look at the body language, they're mad. I mean, I didn't even play the clip. A.J. Brown was trying to get the media trying to talk to him after the game, and he literally looked at him with a straight face and goes, I got nothing to say to y'all. Like, there's nothing to say. Like, that team is down in the dumps. I don't know what you do to find an identity in Week 18. Big Dom is gone, and they've lost the locker room, man. I say it as a joke, but like I don't know what this team can do. Like, there's not like, oh, well, if they start just giving A.J. Brown the ball more, they'll start winning games by 30.
Yeah.
Like, no.
From the 6-2 Giants, about to beat them too. Man,
they almost did on Christmas.
Yeah, they almost did in Philly. It's going to go back to Matt. It is the Giants, but still, they haven't shown us any reason to say that is out of the realm of possibility that they could lose that game. But the Eagles just lost a football game to a team that entered with a 3-12 record, giving up 35 points a game and 449 yards to an offense that didn't put up 30 points or more than 440 yards all season. Like, this team that they just went against, the Cardinals, were absolute garbage. And they had a performance yesterday that they really should not have been able to do all season with that team, with that personnel. The Cardinals scored 29 points in the second half and couldn't score more than 29 in a single game all year.
And that's what I'm saying. You know, everyone was crowning Eagles as the second half comeback team, and they love coming back in the second half, and they have all this wit and grit, and they just know how to win, and Jalen Hurts is a winner. Eagles were up 21-6 on Arizona, as you just pointed out. Loss. They were up 10-0 in Seattle. Loss. And they were up 14-3 versus the New York Jets and lost. And if I remember, other than the Arizona game, 2 of those were against backup quarterbacks.
Well, you know who doesn't have to worry about backup quarterbacks is head coach Mike McCarthy. Let's go live to the podium and hear from the coach of America's team.
Clearly understand how hard it is to win a game each and every week. I think if there's ever a time in our season where we just got to really lock down and keep the blinders on because it's right in front of us, and and everything we've been doing today is about Washington. Players have been in. They've been in the weight room. They've had a chance to watch the Lions game with their coaches. But yes, I mean, it's nothing surprises me. Obviously I was there rooting for the Cardinals all the way. My wife and I in the fourth quarter. But no, you see it all the time. I mean, it's just such a competitive league.
And is this? This is the third consecutive year now you've had double-digit wins with this team, which hadn't happened here in a while. Is that part of your message all the time too? You got to put yourself in the mix year in and year out because you don't know when something like this is going to happen.
Definitely. I mean, you got to be knocking on the door every chance you get because it is so hard to win one. But I think clearly when you see consistency, I think it speaks to the program and the players, the coaches, the football ops, the buy-in. So it gives you a chance to week in and week out compete and be successful. So yeah, I mean that's definitely the goal. There's a lot that goes into it, but I think clearly where we are today, we put ourselves in position to win the division, and own the number 2 seed. So that's a good place to be.
Mike Todd Archer with ESPN. Do you spell that out to the players, or do you think they already knew when by the time they got here today that what a win Sunday would mean?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, there was a lot of whatever time that game was over, 2 minutes later, I know I received a lot of text messages and sent a lot out. So, yeah, I think everybody was in tune. I'll be shocked. It'd probably be easier question to ask, like, who didn't watch the game? So,
with Tyler Smith, what do you expect from him this week?
I mean, he's sore, so we'll find out more Wednesday. So, he has a chance, is the way it's been described.
It's explained that if it's a full tear, that's better than a partial tear, which sounds the opposite of a normal, like when you think of it.
Well,
how do they explain it to you why that's okay?
Well, the thing about it is, I think those questions are always to be asked to the individual, but the history of the injury, yes, I would agree with your description.
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. Hankins, do you think he might have a much better chance this week?
Yeah, Jonathan had a good workout today, so we'll see how he feels tomorrow, and the goal is to start to work him in Wednesday, is our hope.
We talk a lot about the running game in this room. How do you think you are right now as you head to this last part of the season?
Well, I mean, we spent some extra time today on the run game. We played against the defense Saturday night that, I think there were 64% pressure. I think 11 empty pressures. So we had a lot of uphill looks, for our run game. So it wasn't good enough. It's definitely something we'll spend more time on this week.
John Machota with The Athletic. You've been around CeeDee Lamb now the entire time he's been here. I'm just wondering what stands out to you about him. It just seems like going in the games, teams know that you're going to CeeDee Lamb, and he's still able to produce at a high level.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think when you look at CD, obviously he's extremely gifted, in so many ways. Physically, there's really nothing that he can't do. But I just think that's the way you have to play the wide receiver position. I mean, it's been my personal experience. So, defenses, if you can line up in the same spot, I think you make it, so much easier for the defense to identify and double you and roll coverage, because obviously he is seeing some form of double weekly, whether it's the cover one double or they're rolling the quarter half, they're rolling the half safety to him. So his ability to play inside and outside is the point I'm making. Is it just makes him so versatile, and I think his versatility is a big part of his success, because he has an extensive route menu and then the person. I mean, he's such a competitive athlete and loves the opportunity. He never blinks, and so I mean, he's exactly what you're looking for.
He's The Athletic. Mike, obviously you watched the Cardinals game late afternoon. I'm curious, and the repercussions there, but the Sunday night game, do you watch that? Are you in tune with the fact that Packers win and Packers win next week means Cowboys Packers in the first round, and how aware are you of all those scenarios as well?
Oh, I'm very aware. I got up, Sunday morning, watched our game. Then I start watching Washington, and then had the other games on, the other on the other TV, and then start watching the Eagles game. Probably in the middle of the second half, and but yes, also watch some more Washington, and then watch the Green Bay Minnesota game, because potentially that could be one of our opponents. But yeah, definitely.
And if it is, do you let your mind go there at this point of what that could mean and stuff like
Well,
that?
I think I'm watching it differently. I'm watching to see what they're playing. I was watching their defense, watching what they're doing on offense. No different with Minnesota. So it's just there's trends for every football team, especially this time of year, and I think that's why some teams are playing differently than they did 2 months ago, and I think it's all part of being in tune with it.
The last 2 weeks, your defense held up well in the beginning for most of the game, really, and then that last drive in both games where how do you view it, just how those last drives went and how you can improve in those areas?
Well, I think it's just situational football. What's the coverage and what you're trying to do. Obviously, the time on the clock. Trying to keep them in bounds. They got some chunks there over the middle. But yeah, it's I think it's when you play that kind of coverage, you're putting it, your pass rush in a position to win, and so. But yeah, we continue to look at those things.
Skyler Dixon with the AP. Obviously, a lot of talk about the 2-point sequence at the end, but also some talk about the tripping penalty maybe should have gone the other way and might have changed the way the game.
What'd you think? I don't know.
Doesn't matter what I think.
Oh, it does. You have a voice in this.
What was your view of that on tape, and what would you say about it now? That particular
I think the tape is. Clearly. You probably saw it when they showed it on the replay. The penalty clearly, in our view, really clearly flips the situation, because you're first and 10 on the, I'm not exactly sure it was, 24, 25, 26-yard line there. We took the turnover, and, we're second and 4 with a running clock, so that takes out their second timeout. So now you in a position, because you clearly want to be inside the 30. I clearly understand how good Brandon's, kicking the ball, but there's also field position, concerns on both sides of that, kick. But when we went to first and 25, the goal was to cut it in half, and we did that on the first down with the slant CD. We were expecting pressure, got it. And the same thing on the second down. The second down play is just really a disappointment. Even just whether it's communication from my end. We just weren't all clean. We got what we were expecting defensively, and was trying to hit the individual cuts to Brandon and CD on the one-on-ones, because that clearly would have put us in a 3rd and short, which I was trying to get to 3rd and 5 or less to give us a chance to convert and end the game. So that was the thinking there. Clearly understanding the time clock and so forth. So we had 3 downs. We were able to keep the clock running on 2 of the 3, but the second down call was the one that would have gave us a chance to put the game away.
And that's your head coach of your Dallas Cowboys, Mike McCarthy, brought to you by Ford and your Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Coming up next here on The Fan, let's take a trip around the NFL. We'll do that next right here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
Hi, Little Bob here. This year we're doubling down on new at Bob's Discount Furniture. So happy new year. I've got new styles like my Dylan Sectional. New ways to recharge with my Tuxedo Motion Sofa. New mattresses for a new lease on life. New colors and new everyday low prices. My Calvin bedroom is just $7.99. I've even got a new look. Wait, you can't see what I'm wearing? Ah, schnickel Fritz. When you can have a new year for less, there's only one thing to say. Oh, my Bob!
Bob's Discount Furniture. Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. I still had symptoms on my beta blocker, so I asked my cardiologist about any treatment advances. It was a breakthrough for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com for more information.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Her breath doesn't smell. Her digestive system is perfect.
What did this dog parent do for their dog? She switched to Nature's Blend, a premium freeze-dried raw dog food made by Dr. Marty Goldstein.
I'm so confident your dog will love it. Your order is back with a 90-day guarantee.
Save up to 54% off Nature's Blend and get a free full-size bag of Tilly's Treasures dog treats. Go to drmartypets.com/good or text GOOD to 511-511. All pets are unique. Your pet's results can and will vary. Message and data rates may apply. Studies available upon request.
Hey everybody, Garth Brooks here. I wanted to invite you to check out the Garth channel over at TuneIn. It's the station where you can soak in all the Garth stuff, discover the stories behind the songs, and dive into the music that I'm absolutely in love with. And it's commercial free. All you have to do is head over to TuneIn.com or grab the TuneIn app from your app store. And the best part, I guarantee you'll never be able to guess what song is coming next, but you will know it's one of the greatest songs in history. And they play some of mine. It's the Garth channel, exclusively on TuneIn.
Hi, I'm Nick at Dowerth Restoration. What would you do if your business was suddenly struck by a disaster, a flood, a fire? What if water soaked everything inside your office? Well, it's never pleasant to think about such things, but you never know when it'll happen to you. That's why you need to remember this one thing: DowerthRestoration.com. Since 1976, we've been there for the ones who thought it would never happen to them. It's good to have friends in the restoration business.
Bobby Belt here with my friends from Rafter P Construction, your turnkey design build contractor for any residential or farm and ranch needs. Find your nearest design center at RafterPConstruction.com. That's RafterPConstruction.com.
I'm Ethan Hawke, native Texan, here to talk to you about Texan icons. See, there's one Texas icon that does more for us than any other. A little trash barrel named Daryl. You've seen him on...
Joining me on Alone from the KNC Masterpiece will be one Corey Majors. So we will get you caught up on all kinds of college football and Dallas Cowboys stuff. You just heard from head coach Mike McCarthy. Can go over some of the stuff he said there, mentioning that Jonathan Hankins should be ramping back up here soon and might be available to play in the next 2 weeks. Tyler Smith does have a chance to play per Mike McCarthy against the Commanders, but it is uncertain yet, so on and so forth. But let's go ahead and take our trip around the NFL.
Let's go around the NFL, G-Bag style, on 105.3 The Fan.
And Blake, you started off with something during the break, a quote that you saw from head coach Nick Sirianni of the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah, so over here at this radio station, we're not huge fans of the Eagles, but more quotes are coming out about the dysfunction or maybe the not trust. I just want to remind everyone, this team was 10-1. Number 1 record in the NFL, going straight to the Super Bowl. That's what I was told. Well, when he was asked, I guess, in his media scrum or press conference today, Eagles coach Nick Sirianni said, talking about sitting key players on Sunday is, in quote, a consideration, since they're locked into the 5 seed unless the Cowboys lose. And in quote, he said, I'm not saying yes. I'm not saying no. I'm saying everything's discussed. Initial thoughts on that, Alec?
To me, obviously he's taking the politically correct answer of I'm not going to tell you, but that says they're definitely thinking about it because he's the head coach. He's seeing how they're playing right now. And he knows that they don't control their own destiny anymore because they lost. So for my money, why? Why risk the injury to a guy like Jalen Hurts who, they wanted to keep it a secret, but they failed with the knee injury that he's had all year, having to wear a brace. They've had some injuries across the offensive line, nothing major, but some nagging injuries, like Lane Johnson had a groin injury a couple weeks ago. Jason Kelsey's gotten dinged up a couple times. They're really the honest point of view, and not just from a Cowboys fan or whatever, is why? Why would you go out there and risk injuring some of your key guys to which, they're already dealing with lingering, nagging injuries? I wouldn't want to risk it.
Speaking of risking, I was out at Del Frisco's last night to celebrate my New Year's Eve, and my server he wasn't as present as I would like. I was like, I didn't know where he was. I almost called him AJ Brown because I couldn't find him. I didn't know where he was. I was like, can I get a bottle? Can we get some champagne? The clock's
I was wondering where you were going with that. I was like, wait. I was like, he's got a plan. I can see it in his face. Where's he going with this? That was beautiful. I love that. So the Eagles are considering sitting their key starters in their final regular season matchup against the Giants on the road. That could be a big one. That could be important for the Cowboys, and the Cowboys controlling their own destiny going into this matchup. You just beat the Commanders, and boom, division champs, 2 seed. You're looking at a very happy life there for the Dallas Cowboys. You know who's not very happy right now?
Talk to me.
Mike McDaniel.
Mikey.
The head coach of the Miami Dolphins, because not only did they get embarrassed by the Baltimore Ravens, they also lost one of their best players in the process. Bradley Chubb.
Yeah.
When they were down by 30, was still playing late in the game, and he basically one of those non-contact injuries where he planted his foot to try to pivot direction and make a tackle that was happening away from him, and you could just instantly see his knee give out, and he went to the ground screaming in pain. You could hear it from the field mics. He was writhing in pain, and it is, in fact, a torn ACL for outside linebacker Bradley Chubb, and he is fantastic in Vic Fangio's system. Down 30 points, man, the 27-year-old tears his ACL late in the game, in a game that was already out of reach. And he missed much of 2019 with a previously torn ACL, the same knee. So he knew exactly what that was whenever it happened.
The scary thing is for the Dolphins, they already lost Jalen Phillips not too long ago on an Achilles. So they now have, for all intents and purposes, no premier pass rusher now. And you need that. This defense had been stepping up. I know it's hard to say when you give up 56 points, but they had been looking better, this defense, since Jalen Ramsey came back. And then now you give up 56, you lose your best pass rusher. How much can we trust the Dolphins going into the playoffs?
Well, you know what I say to that? Frank Clark, you are a Miami Dolphin.
Nice.
Because he just got let go earlier this week by the Seattle Seahawks after being a healthy scratch a couple of games. The Seahawks move on from him, and they've already been taking flyers on some of the veteran free agents, pulling some guys off the couch and whatnot. They had Ndamukong Suh in for a visit. I think it was last week, I want to say. So they're looking at all avenues to try to replace the production of their premier pass rushers, and yeah, they're going to need help if they want to keep their hopes alive. Again, Bradley Chubb, the star outside linebacker, is done for the year, and probably with that injury a good chunk of next year too. That's just a very unfortunate time for the non-contact injuries to happen. Elsewhere in the AFC, the Pittsburgh Steelers are sticking with Mason Rudolph at quarterback against the Ravens, according to head coach Mike Tomlin, saying, quote, they are going to leave the ball in the hands of Mason Rudolph in their Week 18 matchup against the AFC's top-seeded Baltimore Ravens. And Kenny Pickett's availability was less in question this week, per Mike Tomlin, pretty much sounding like Kenny Pickett was good to go with that. I think it was a knee injury.
Yeah, Rudolph machine, though. It don't matter. It's Rudolph machine. He's cooking, man. He's cooking.
So Mason Rudolph in 2023 is getting starting reps in a very important time of the year for the Pittsburgh Steelers, where Mike Tomlin, yet again, with all of the theatrics they had to pull off this season to make it possible, is not going to have a losing season.
And he's going to get lucky because I don't think the Ravens are going to play any starters because they locked up the number 1 seed.
Yeah, there's no reason for them to play anybody. Lamar Jackson's probably done for the year, so they might actually sneak out a win there. But, man, it's incredible what the Steelers have been doing. They win 30-23 over the Seattle Seahawks on the road. You heard that game right here on 105.3 The Fan yesterday. And Mason Rudolph went 18 of 24 for 274 in the air. Didn't have to score anything. Everybody else did that for him. Najee Harris, a pair of touchdowns, and Jaylen Warren scoring once himself. But Mason Rudolph, I guess you ride the hot hand at this point, don't you? You can't overthink it at this point in the season.
Ride the red-nosed reindeer, baby.
All right.
Like
Even though it's not the holiday season anymore.
That's when he started,
they have
though.
to do it. Yeah. No, he saved Christmas for them.
Yeah.
He really did. So I just don't want to use the phrasing that you did.
What about the mistletoe?
The mistletoe might come in the form of, I don't know, maybe a playoff appearance. That's when they pull
ball
the mistletoe.
drop?
Okay. That's your trip around the NFL here on 105.3 The Fan. Blake, I want to thank you for your time.
Oh, you cutting me? Is this it? You
Yeah.
getting someone better in? Someone more established now?
I wouldn't say that. I would just say I was told, hey, keep Blake around for an hour. So I appreciate the time, man.
It was great.
It was a great 3 days of broadcasting with you. It was a great weekend, and it was a great time for the young guns to take over a little bit here in the holiday season.
It was great. I appreciate everyone that stayed with me for the last couple of days. Hopefully, if you've never heard me before, you didn't hate it too much. Follow me on socials at BlakeLive__. We'll fix that name next time I'm on. I'm going to go enjoy my 1 day off. I love you all. Hopefully we didn't ruin your G-Bag day, and hopefully you have a Toloistic beautiful day.
You just made a new
Love.
term.
You like that?
Wow. What a mic drop moment. He made up a new word. Proud of that. He's at BlakeLive__ on any of your socials. There he goes. Blake Elliott, good enough to hang out with me here for the first hour of our show, in for the G-Bag Nation. And coming up next right here on 105.3 The Fan, how about we add another man into the equation in the form of the KNC Masterpieces, Corey Majors. We'll talk to him next on The Fan.
We have you covered, Stars fans, with exclusive content from two-time Stanley Cup champion Craig Ludwig and NHL reporter Sean Shapiro. It's Spits and Suds, 3 times weekly on the Odyssey app or wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
This is John Marks with an Odyssey Sports Minute brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more. The Detroit Pistons have now lost 28 straight games, tying the NBA record for most consecutive losses, but it looked like they were going to get a win. It led the Celtics by 19 points in Boston last night at the half, but the Celtics battled back and won it in overtime. The Pistons can break the record when they face the Raptors at home on Saturday. I'm John Marks.
Advertisement sponsored by Allied Injury Group, not available in all states. This important message from Allied Injury Group reminds you that if you or someone you love was injured in an accident that wasn't your fault, you deserve financial compensation for your medical expenses, lost wages, pain, and suffering. Don't rely on insurance companies to look out for you. If you haven't spoken to an attorney, call our legal experts now. work accident, truck accident, collision with an uninsured driver, or a slip and fall, Allied Injury Group has helped clients win hundreds of millions of dollars in damages. They're available 24/7 to take your call and fight for you. Remember, if you or someone you love suffered injuries in an accident that wasn't your fault, like being struck by a drunk driver, a collision with an 18-wheeler, were a victim of workplace negligence or more, get the financial compensation you deserve. Call Allied Injury Group for a free consultation now.
Call 800-781-1815. That's 800-781-1815. Again, 800-781-1815.
She's running around. Her breath doesn't smell. Her digestive system is perfect. It has made such a huge difference.
What did this dog parent do for their dog? She switched to Nature's Blend, a premium freeze-dried raw dog food made by Dr. Marty.
Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. Thanks for turning it on and leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Yes, indeed. Welcome on back to 105.3 The Fan. My name is Alec Medford with you until 6 o'clock today in place of the G-Bag Nation. And excited to be here with you. Happy holidays, happy New Year's to each and every one of you. The truckwreck.com text line is open, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053 to get involved in any and all of our conversations, as well as Twitch and YouTube, twitch.tv/DallasFanCam or 105.3 The Fan on YouTube. We're going to host roulette at this point, and I'm excited for it. Coming up on the other side, we will have Kevin Hageland of the KNC Masterpiece, but right now we go out to the D&M Leasing Hotline, where we have Corey Majors of the KNC Masterpiece, 10 to 2 right here on 105.3 The Fan on weekdays. Corey, what's up, man? Happy New Year.
Oh, Happy New Year to you, Alec. Thank you very much for having me on today. I had to step away for 15 minutes. My oldest son has turned 16 today. So nice. I am currently terrified of getting on the road with him, but it's going to happen at some point, and we're going to have to get in the car with him, and he's going to have to drive around and go take this driver's ed test and all that stuff. Yeah. So we're doing that today. The other part, though, Alec, is 2 days ago was my middle son's birthday. So somewhere in March, I was doing something. All right.
What was going on in March?
To be quite honest, my wife and I, whenever we met in high school, and I asked her to prom on March 23rd, 1999. So that was kind of what we've always celebrated, March 23rd as a personal holiday. We don't celebrate Valentine's Day. We celebrate that instead.
So prom is where magic is made, I see, and I respect
well,
that.
I mean, we weren't making magic in high school.
Mhm.
Nope,
Mhm.
nope.
Mhm.
This is 100,000 watts, Alec.
Yeah, I'm trying my best here to bait you. I'm trying. But I think the important question now is that the boy is 16. Are you going to be the one teaching him? Or are you going to send him to driving school to get the lessons? Because I know it was a little bit of a mixture of my dad and my grandpa that taught me. And I think I turned out all right. It wasn't too bad.
It was so both of us, my wife and I, have kind of taken part in it. He's done the online course. I did the course right around the corner. Some dude taught us and everything, but I have been in the car with him, and he said he prefers me because I'm a calm teacher.
Yeah.
Usually I'm telling him about 3 steps ahead what he needs to know about, what he needs to look for while we're driving down the road. And we did hop on the highway a few weeks ago. We hopped on 75 from George Bush and rolled all the way into Dallas from Plano, and he did fantastic. So it's just, getting used to entering and exiting ramps and, keeping an eye out for all the crazy people out there.
I remember the first time my dad tricked me into going on the highway when I thought I was not ready at all. It was 287 in Mansfield, and he told me, "Hey, go ahead and get in the left lane." And the left lane ends into the highway. It was an on-ramp. It just dead ends onto the highway. I was like, what are we doing? He's like, "You're going on the highway, buddy. Get ready." He's like, "You need to get up to speed. You are driving a Camaro. You need to step on that." So that was
awesome.
Yeah, that was a very humbling moment. But right after that, it's really the highway experience. Once you get up to 70 and you're like, okay, I know how to drive now. I think I got this. Hopefully it goes the same for you because, I like working with you. I want to see you around here more.
Appreciate that, man.
So we do. What was that?
Likewise.
There we go. And I think I'm actually producing your show tomorrow, so you're going to be sick of me by the end of the week. But we do have the Sugar Bowl that is about to go down. We also have the Rose Bowl that is actually kicking off. We have Alabama versus Michigan. Don't know if you necessarily have a dog in the fight, but this game is really intriguing to me because I still don't really know what to think about Alabama. But at the same time, I respect Michigan's defense too much to assume that Alabama is going to go out here and score too many points. The over-under, I want to say, was around 45. They don't expect too many points to be scored in this one. How do you feel about this first college football playoff matchup?
Man, yeah, I really am excited for these two teams. Understanding that Derek worked with us for a long time this year. And he loves his Michigan Wolverines, so we were kind of pulling for them just a little bit too. But it just seems like these bowl games have been giving us wild points, just all over the place. Because I don't know if it's over preparation or just exposing mismatches that they can find. You always feel like an Alabama team is going to have a really good game plan built, offensively and defensively to go along with it. So I'm feeling Alabama still in this game. Although Michigan's defense, like you said, they are what they are. I don't know how they perform with some of the speed that Alabama can add to it as well. But I'm excited to see this one. I'm really looking forward to the Texas-Washington game. As an OU fan, it's kind of, I'm not actually necessarily pulling for them to fall apart and fall on their faces or anything like that, but this is a replay of the Alamo Bowl from last year, I believe.
Yep.
And Washington ran all over the place. So, that offense they run in Washington's an absolute blast. But I got to give Quinn Ewers a lot of credit for growing up this year. He had a lot of things that, a lot of pressure on him from all different directions. And I was pretty impressed with the way that he, navigated the season. They've done such a good job at building that program back to what it is right now. And then their run game is just an absolute blast to watch as well. So it's been I think we have a fantastic slate right here for us to enjoy on a Monday night, New Year's Day.
Do you think that this is one of the better 4-team playoff format seedings that we've gotten recently? Because I think it's pretty fitting that we have a really dynamic set of 4 teams going into the final year of it, because I didn't think at the beginning of the year that Texas was going to have it this year. I thought they were going to be close. I thought it was going to be a next year thing. Did not have Washington making it at all. I thought we were going to get our typical 4 blue bloods going into it. Alabama isn't exactly who they used to be. Like, doesn't this one just feel more exciting and really fitting since it's the last year?
Yeah, absolutely. And I thought last year was a great group of teams. Mm-hmm. There were just some real big mismatches. I mean, it was very obvious that there were some teams that were just clearly far beyond the other teams out there, but it was still a blast to watch, especially since you knew that Stroud was going to be running into the draft. You had all that right there on in your hands that you could see and watch. So that was a lot of fun. But yeah, man, I think this is 2 dynamic teams that are playing tonight with Washington and Texas that, explosive offenses, especially with Sarkisian, can put together. And then, the other 2 teams, that could end up being a defensive slugfest. That one might be 10-7. But even still, that could be the thing where you sit back and go, still was a good game because of it. I'm really excited about what they're going to roll out next year. But I still, I'm kind of partial to my idea of just rolling out every year. We don't know how many teams could be in it. It could be 6, it could be 8, because then on announcement night, that's big ratings right there. Everybody's watching. But it's just a silly idea we had. That could never work in today's society. Never figure it out.
He's Corey Majors from the KNC Masterpiece joining us right here on the Fan via the D&M Leasing Hotline. We got to talk about what happened yesterday across the NFL because I just want to know first, how much did you laugh at Philadelphia? And then 2, when did it set in that, wow, the Cowboys really went from a pretty ugly set of losses against some AFC opponents to now controlling their own destiny in the NFC East? Let's go.
Alec, that is me still laughing. You asked how much I laughed. I am still laughing at this point.
You love to hear it.
Suck it. And you know how difficult it is to try and watch all of those games on your phone at Six Flags. That's what we were doing yesterday. Since my middle son and my oldest are like 2 days apart.
Yeah.
We celebrated their birthday at Six Flags yesterday. So I just had my phone up, any chance I could, anytime you can stop in at one of those little bars and look in, see what was going on. I was keeping track through, I guess you and I were going after it for third place in the fan fantasy team game yesterday. So we had that rolling out there too. I was keeping up with that, but it was weird. I think it was 21-7 or something like that early in the game when Philadelphia was up. And I was like, holy crap, man, Arizona didn't even show up for this one. I was like, dang, it stinks. And then a few minutes later, I look right back at it and it's 21-21. I was like, whoa, what is happening here? And then so I was kind of keeping an eye on it, and then I saw the final, and I was like, this is just great news. Now I did go back and texted Kevin. I was like, who said that Philly would lose to Arizona 3 weeks ago? And he said, you did, Corey. And I said, I know, because that's what I do.
Take those flowers.
He kept saying the Giants, and I was like, I think Arizona's going to do this. And we got lucky that Kyler stepped up, and that Philly is just crumbling. Alec, You've been there. I was hoping that this team was just falling apart from within.
Yeah.
And that's the way that it looks right now. Even with their record, the stumbles they've had along the way and just the simple fact that they can't finish games, that's real good for the Cowboys here at the end. Now, one of the things is the Cowboys don't look great.
Yeah.
We get the calls against the Lions, baby. Never forget that. It always falls in the Cowboys' favor against the Lions.
It's kind of ridiculous. And on that topic, have you been able to wrap your head around what happened there with the 2-point conversion? Because I still got to go reread like the pool report, and like I'm still trying to put these puzzle pieces together. And the one common thing that I keep coming to, the conclusion I keep arriving at is someone messed up. Like in the officiating sequence, someone messed up, but I still think that there probably were a few ways that Detroit could have avoided that. Like, hey, Dan Campbell, you hear one number announced, go wave down the line judge and say, there's supposed to be 2 guys. Like, I still don't really know fully what to think about what happened there.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately the NFL is going to back the officials on this, and that's where their stance is going to be. And kind of like with Dez caught it, you just have to deal with it until 10 years later when they say, hey, by the way, he did catch it. We're bad. We're sorry. But if, the announcement was what it was, then somebody needed to do something. There were 3 people that were standing around the referee in that instance, and the referee only heard one dude say that he was reporting for that moment. So, it stinks for the Lions, but they still win their division. They're still in the playoffs. They had a lot of things that were that they were relying on, because there could be a lot of different factors in their favor had they won that game. But I guess you had the Hendershot moment that may not have happened had Hendershot not gotten that call, which was a bad call as well. And then, when it comes down to it, get the points. Score it, and it doesn't matter, and you can walk away from it. You don't have to blame anybody else for it. And that's kind of where they were. They could have said, you know what, we should probably just take the field goal or the extra point here and then move on about our business. But I understand why they were going for it. I understand what he wanted to do. He kind of got a little stubborn there, in my opinion. But I like Dan Campbell's aggressiveness. I really do. As for the Cowboys, it was a very beneficial way for them to get away from that. Now can they go take care of business against the Commanders on the road? That's something that we desperately need to see. We really got to see them get a significant win. I know it's not what Kevin would call a quality opponent on the road, but it's a significant win on the road. And that's going to be a big factor here, because it could put the Cowboys in really good position for the playoffs.
The last one I got for you, Corey, and I know I'm asking this because I know I can't ask Kevin this without getting slapped through the phone. Do you have a New Year's resolution for the Cowboys heading into the playoffs?
Oh, for the Cowboys, the New Year's resolution is to get healthy on your offensive line in the future. I mean, whether that's in this playoffs or if you're going to, invest young when you get to the draft at some point. Again, that's something we've kind of been talking about for a while is, can this team invest young? But keeping that group together, I mean, I'm going back and watching right now, and TJ Bass actually didn't look that bad.
Yeah.
But I love having Tyler Smith out on the field. I'm actually, when we discuss it, you can ask Mike tomorrow, the plantar fasciitis complete tear is probably the best news we could have gotten out of Tyler Smith's injury, because it allows him to not play with pain. I know that, you hear that and it's like, hold on, that doesn't make any sense, but whenever it's together, I've experienced that too. It hurts really bad. So maybe we can get a little healthier towards the end on the offensive line, protect Dak enough so that he can do, kind of what he was doing the other night, delivering some quality throws. God, that was beautiful watching him and CeeDee Lamb together doing their thing.
Yeah.
And then, that's kind of what we've been watching all year. For everybody that texted into our show and texted into the station about how CeeDee Lamb is a really, really good number 2, I hope you've eaten your words by this point, because that dude is an elite number 1 receiver in the NFL, and he's staked his claim, and I'm happy to have it, man. So, yeah, let's get healthy on the offensive line before we step into these playoffs.
He is him. CeeDee Lamb is him. And so are you, Corey. Appreciate you taking some time on your son's birthday to chat some ball with me here on The Fan, and I will see you tomorrow, my friend.
Yes, sir. Anytime, Alec. Happy New Year, bud.
Happy New Year to you. There he goes, Corey Majors of the KNC Masterpiece via the D&M Leasing Hotline. Good enough to join us right here on 105.3 The Fan. Again, my name is Alec Medford, in for the G-Bag Nation today. And coming up next, how about we continue the party with the KNC Masterpiece and talk with Kevin Hageland? We'll do that next on The Fan.
Welcoming new listeners to our clubhouse with open arms.
I don't know what to say.
Thanks for listening all day to 105.3 The Fan and through our Odyssey app.
A brand new year means it's a perfect time for a brand new Ford vehicle. That's right, Platinum Ford, ladies and gentlemen, in Terrell, between I-20 and Highway 80. It's just minutes from the Metroplex. Trust me, Tolos, it is worth the short drive to Terrell to save a lot more if you're looking for a brand new Ford at Platinum Ford. Why would you buy your Ford anywhere else? That's a great question. I was in the car business for a couple of years. I know a great place when I see one. This is first class from top to bottom. You'll be blown away at the facilities, and then you'll walk inside. You'll be greeted by big-time Tolo General Manager Adam Vinci, and he's just going to roll out that Tolo VIP red carpet for you. Him and his team are going to take care of you.
We'll keep you up to date on this matchup, and you'll want to stick around for 5 o'clock. Reggie Atatula will join us to talk all things college football playoff as well. But now we go out to the D&M Leasing Hotline, where we welcome in, also from the KNC Masterpiece 10 to 2 right here on the Fan on weekdays. He is Kevin Hageland. And Hagee, what's up, and Happy New Year's.
Hey, buddy. Happy New Year to you as well. You're doing such a good job today. Would you like to be on our show tomorrow?
Dude, I would be so honored to be on the show tomorrow.
All right, let's do it. Book it. Make it happen.
I will see you at 9 o'clock promptly. But excited to be back with you boys and excited to chat with you here on the show. And was just talking about some of the college football matchups. Do either of the two matchups that we have in the playoff today intrigue you more than the other?
Yeah, I mean, I'm really intrigued to see how Texas and Washington plays out, because Washington is undefeated, yet they can continue to play the "we get no respect" card because they're underdog again. Plus, my older son is living and dying with Texas potentially winning tonight. And at the risk of being a bad parent, I would be fine if his favorite team lost.
See, and I am if you listen on the weekends, you know, I am a certified Texas doubter. I have been for a long time, but because, you know, TCU roots, shout out to my grandparents. We all know how that ended. You can go ahead and text in the jokes. I get it. But I didn't go into this season thinking that Texas was necessarily going to be bad. I just didn't think they were going to have it this year. And really, this whole college football playoff turned into something really intriguing. And it's kind of fitting that in the last year of the 4-team format, I was totally wrong on my preseason prediction. But Texas, there's something special going on there with Quinn Ewers now that he's kind of taken on the true leadership role. You know, he cut off the atrocious mullet. And then on a more serious note, he did, you know, he talked about his mental health journey and like strengthening his faith and everything. And now he's a real leader of that team. It seems like the guys really get behind him. The defense has been great outside of a iffy secondary. Honestly, I could see this being the year that they actually finish the job.
Man, I'm really intrigued to see how that game goes. It feels like Penix is going to have to be out of this world, because the Texas defense that you were talking about, they're really adept at shutting down the run. So if Penix doesn't go off for Washington, it could be a really, really long day for them. And then, I mean, look, I'm a well-known Longhorns hater, but I will tell you this. In addition to being in the college football playoff, the word on the street already is that Ewers is coming back. And so when you were talking about all those positive qualities that Ewers has got going on, holy crap, if he really is going to come back, that's amazing for their program. And on the flip side, if for some reason he showed out incredibly in these next two games, does that change perspectives? Do scouts come running to him and being like, I don't know, dude, maybe you should come out?
Yeah, he's just been great for them. And what sucks is I hate that Arch Manning is getting all the attention. Did you see that picture at the media day where Quinn Ewers is looking over his shoulder looking at the crowd of media around Manning, and he has nobody in front of him?
And the crazy part about that is, I get it, Manning. That's not hard to understand. Quinn Ewers is a humongous prospect. If you look at the 24/7 composite rankings, there's only been 3 1.000 quarterbacks ever. I know Arch Manning is one of them, but Quinn Ewers is one of them too. It's not like he's some rags to riches story that's fought from being a 2-star obscure prospect. Everybody wanted this kid. Everybody wanted this kid.
Everybody did, and everybody is watching the Alabama Crimson Tide score right now. They score first off of that muffed punt. They draw first blood 7-0 over Michigan off of a Jace McClellan rushing touchdown. But enough college football. Let's talk about some of the pro football, because I asked your buddy Corey what he thought about the Eagles just completely falling apart late in the season.
Gosh.
How much did you laugh at the Eagles yesterday, and is this actually happening? Are they actually falling apart in front of our eyes?
I mean, it really feels that way. Obviously, I'm going to mock their collapse, not them losing to the Cardinals, because, hey, you know what, Alec? Quality football teams can lose to the Cardinals. It can happen. It is really weird that the Cardinals have 2 victories over 11-5 teams in what's been an otherwise garbage season for them. But it does feel like their team is falling apart. When you have your head coach in the presser have to say, hey, The important thing is that we all stick together. What? What kind of message is that? Like, you could have been the number 1 seed in the playoffs had you won that game yesterday. I realize still plenty would have to happen, but I don't feel like you need to give a pep talk when you should have beaten that team and could have been the number 1 seed.
If I would have told you after the Cowboys got destroyed and ran all over by the Buffalo Bills that, hey, in just a few weeks, the Cowboys would go into the nation's capital totally in control of their destiny of that number 2 seed and the NFC East crown, what would you have said?
Just to show you how much things have changed, get ready for my weird answer, Alec. Yes, I would have believed you. However, I would have thought it was going to be because Tommy DeVito was going to get the job done against them. Think about how much things have changed since then.
Yeah.
Not only is it not Tommy DeVito, he won't even have that opportunity, one would assume, going into that game. And so I thought the Cowboys still had a good shot at getting the number 2 seed. There's no chance this is the path I thought it would take to get there. But isn't that what being a Cowboys fan is all about?
Yeah, they often have us scratching our heads and wondering what is next. But he is Kevin Hagelin of the KNC Masterpiece joining us on the D&M Leasing Hotline here on 105.3 The Fan. And we had Mike McCarthy's presser just about an hour ago. A couple of interesting notes there. He did mention that Tyler Smith has an outside chance of playing against the Commanders. They're going to wait and see on him. But Jonathan Hankins should be ramped back up in practice here soon, and he's got a chance to make a comeback. And as it stands right now, I feel like the past couple of weeks, the run defense has improved slowly but surely. How do you feel about the defense going into not only this last matchup against Washington, but into the playoffs? Because I feel like they're at a point where for 3 quarters, I feel fine with them. Whenever you get to the end of game scenario where it is a close matchup, I have no faith in them.
So, okay, there's a whole lot there. Jonathan Hankins being back, I would be super stoked about that. I was hoping he was going to be back for the Detroit game. And when you heard that Tyler Smith tore it all the way on the plantar fascia, it's still weird to me that that's better than it being partially torn. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah.
I have to admit, I'm not surprised to hear Mike McCarthy here that he might play. And for the Cowboys defense, I'm assuming you mean they look like they've improved from Buffalo, right?
Yeah.
That game still makes me sad.
It still does.
I go back to this because your point is very well made. They couldn't hold up against Miami. They, I guess, sort of held up against Detroit, though obviously, I'm sure you're familiar with all of that. Is this team, this defense, if they get turnovers, they win games. And I wonder if they still look back at the offense and be like, how the hell did you not close that game out? Like, we did the part that we needed to do, and then when they had to go back on the field, they didn't look so great. So I totally understand your point of view about the defense. I'm a little concerned about the offense in these last 3 games because this is yet another game where you have not been able to get past 20 points. And now you've got a home game mixed in where they have been unstoppable at home. So I think the offense the last few weeks has been kind of clunky, which might sound like a weird thing to say since CeeDee Lamb caught 17,000 passes the other day.
On that topic, CeeDee Lamb has to be in the conversation for best receiver in the NFL now. And Corey mentioned just a few minutes ago, he was like, remember when just a few short years ago, we were getting all kinds of texts at this station saying CD is a good number 2 receiver in the NFL. And now we're at the point where he's breaking all of the records and he's catching like 13 plus passes for over 200 yards in a game. Just the turnaround and the evolution of CeeDee Lamb has been something special.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. We had this conversation, I can't remember, I think it was 2 weeks ago, about is the best of CeeDee Lamb already better than the best of Des Bryant? And there were some people who were like, oh, yeah, I could see that. And then there was other people who were like, that's insane. He needs to do it for longer. Well, think about this. CeeDee Lamb is a lock to be first-team All-Pro this year. And so he's going to have a first team and a second team All-Pro in the span of 3 years. This year, CeeDee Lamb in the NFL, first in receptions, second in yards, third in receiving touchdowns. He has the longest catch. He has the third most yards after catch. That damn sure sounds like one of the best 2 or 3 receivers in the league. If you want to stick with Tyreek, that's hard to argue against, but this season, CeeDee Lamb is having the second best season in the NFL for a wide receiver.
Yeah, he's just been lights out. He is him, as the kids, a.k.a. me, would say. Last one for you, Kevin.
Hold on. Can I ask you a CeeDee Lamb question real quick?
Yes, go for it.
Is it an insane philosophy to just throw the ball to him every single time? Look, I understand you take what the defense gives you, but at some point in that Detroit game, did they not think, hey, what if we just throw the ball to him every single time? Because that seems to work out pretty well.
I don't think it's insane at this point because you've already seen the issues when the offensive line isn't healthy, the timing isn't there for Dak and company, for his drop back and everything with the whole West Coast takeover and whatnot. I don't think it's crazy because I just think a few short weeks ago when the Steelers were playing football in primetime and they sent out Mason Rudolph and right before Christmas, and what does he do? You know, the first half, he just targets George Pickens 4 times and 195 yards and 2 touchdowns later, they get a win. I don't think it's crazy.
And now he gets to keep the starting job over Kenny Pickett.
Exactly, over a first-round pick.
On that pick, yeah.
Yes, it's incredible.
Look, again, though, I don't want to make fun of people for their draft picks because I don't want anyone reflecting on this draft class for the Dallas Cowboys just quite yet. So I withdraw my Kenny Pickett joke.
I'm not. He can take it. He's a grown man. He's a pro athlete. He deals with the criticism. But last one I got for you, Hagee, is how about them Stars, man? They've just been playing some incredible hockey, and it was displayed in full force last night. 8 of them things, 3 of them, a hat trick. Like, we've had multiple hat tricks in the past couple of weeks. We've had multiple 8-goal games in the season. Like, they're just playing a very fun brand of hockey, even though it can get frustrating sometimes.
No, look, that is true, and obviously we've gone over some of the struggles of Ottinger, but what you've seen over specifically the last 6 games, you lost a game against the Blues, but you have been winning close games. I realize that doesn't line up with the question you just asked about the Chicago game where they won 8-1, but look at the Chicago game before that, or look at the game against the Preds, the Canucks. Like, they have been winning close games, and that is something that the Stars have really struggled with the last couple of years. So the hat tricks are awesome. Scoring 8 goals, awesome. Winning close games, that's this team's key to taking the top spot in the Central.
It's incredible to see what they're doing, and it's always incredible to chat with you, Hagee. Appreciate you taking the time, and I will see you tomorrow. Happy New Year.
Absolutely, and you're pretty incredible for replacing all of the G-Bag Nation by yourself.
It's an incredible feat, but I'm trying my best, Hagee. Thanks for helping out, man. Appreciate it.
See ya.
See ya. There he goes on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Kevin Hagelin of the K&C Masterpiece 10-2 each weekday right here on 105.3 The Fan. And I think we've bothered enough of the K&C Masterpiece. How about we bother the guys that are usually here right now? Let's bother one of them. Eric Chiafalo joins us next from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up on Tuesday on Sean and RJ, we've got Jerry Jones at 8:30. Who is in the College Football National Championship? And, of course, we'll do Ask Reddit at 7:40. Happy New Year. Have a safe one. Sean and RJ back Tuesday morning on The Fan.
Are you ready for an incredible culinary journey? Meet the Big Green Egg, the ultimate cooking experience designed for your everyday convenience. Grill, roast, bake, smoke, and do it all with ease. With temperatures ranging from a sizzling 200 to a blazing 1200 degrees, it's the most versatile grill on the planet. And here's the secret to that unbeatable flavor, all natural lump charcoal. It's like having the power to unlock mouthwatering flavors every single day. Visit BigGreenEgg.com now and discover your nearest local retailer. Big Green Egg, making your everyday meals extraordinary.
You can now buy official Texas lottery tickets right from your phone with Jackpot.com. Mega Millions and Powerball jackpots are getting bigger every day, so don't wait. Go to Jackpot.com, choose your lottery game, pick your lucky numbers, and get your winnings instantly. Plus, get a free ticket with your first play. Get in on the action. Go to Jackpot.com and buy lottery tickets on your phone. Go to Jackpot.com. That's Jackpot.com. Jackpot.com. Paid for by Jackpot.com. You must be 18 or older to order a lottery ticket. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Looking at unders on New Year's Day. Jim Rodriguez here to help you beat the books with BetQL. The total is coming down on the college football playoff nightcap between Texas and Washington, and the BetQL model is eyeing the under. BetQL has under 62.5 as a 5-star best bet. They think this game will be played in the 50s. I'm Jim Rodriguez. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now. And the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger, because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Denise has been playing jazz for 40 years. Last concert, one of the musicians fell sick with RSV. Respiratory syncytial virus, or RSV, is a highly contagious virus that can lead to breathing problems. This time, she's choosing to help protect herself with Pfizer's RSV vaccine, Abrysvo. Abrysvo is a vaccine for the prevention of lower respiratory tract disease caused by respiratory syncytial virus, RSV, in adults 60 years of age and older. Abrysvo is not for everyone and may not protect all who receive the vaccine. Don't get Abrysvo if you've had a severe allergic reaction to its ingredients. People with a weakened immune system may have a decreased response to Abrysvo. The most common side effects are tiredness, headache, pain at the injection site, and muscle pain. Ask your pharmacist or doctor about Pfizer's RSV vaccine, Abrysvo, respiratory syncytial virus vaccine. For full prescribing information, please call 1-844-989-7284 or visit abrysvo.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Her breath doesn't smell. Her digestive system is perfect.
What did this dog parent do for their dog? She switched to Nature's Blend, a premium freeze-dried raw dog food made by Dr. Marty Goldstein.
I'm so confident your dog will love it. Your order is back with a 90-day guarantee.
Save up to 54% off Nature's Blend and get a free full-size bag of Tilly's Treasures dog treats. Go to drmartypets.com/good or text GOOD to 511-511. All pets are unique. Your pet's results can and will vary. Message and data rates may apply. Studies available upon request.
If you want to buy a brand new car, if you need to buy a brand new car, the one-stop shop for you is Platinum Chevrolet in Terrell. That's why in the last 3 years, my family has bought not one, not two, not three, but 4 cars from Platinum Chevrolet.
You walk in, pound your fist on the table, and demand to see GM Justin Rudd. Clear upfront pricing. The price you see online, that's the price you're going to pay. Shop online and let them deliver your new Chevrolet. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com and drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Hi, I'm Nick at Dowerth Restoration, and I have a question for you business owners out there. What would you do if your building suddenly flooded or caught on fire? Would you be able to deal with your insurance company and keep your business on track? If you're like most, you're too busy to even think about it. That's why you'll love this news. All you have to remember is DowerthRestoration.com. When disaster strikes, we'll be there just like you planned all along. It's good to have friends in the restoration business. DowerthRestoration.com.
You can now buy official Texas lottery tickets right from your phone at jackpot.com. Don't wait. Mega Millions and Powerball jackpots are getting bigger every day. Plus, get a free ticket with your first play. Go to jackpot.com. That's jackpot.com. Paid for by jackpot.com. You must be 18 or older to order a lottery ticket. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi there, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. This summer's record heat put a real strain on your HVAC system, which means it needs a tune-up before you turn on the heat. Call the On-Time Experts today and get their fall tune-up, normally $199, for just $59. Your system will get a thorough cleaning and maintenance, and you'll get a stay warm guarantee for this winter, too. Call now. This discount is for new customers that call today. TheOnTimeExperts.com. TheOnTimeExperts.com.
I'm Ethan Hawke, native Texan, here to talk to you about Texan icons. See, there's one Texas icon that does more for us than any other. A little trash barrel named Daryl. You've seen him on billboards and TV. This trash barrel reminds us to keep our state clean, so you don't mess with Texas. Next time you think of Texas icons, remember Daryl the Barrel, who's always reminding you, don't mess with Texas means don't litter. Brought to you by the Texas Department of Transportation.
It's a new year and time for a new career in the high-demand fields of IT, cybersecurity, and AI. Already in IT? Build cybersecurity skills and prep for thousands of open positions nationwide that employers are desperate to fill. At My Computer Career, you could become job ready in just a few months. Make this your year. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation today. That's mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including the GI Bill.
When you wake up well-rested on a great mattress, everything becomes clear.
I do have a favorite child.
Things you missed when you were tired finally reveal themselves.
I use memes as a coping mechanism.
It's Mattress Firm's once-a-year sale and clearance. Get up to 60% off select Sealy, plus a free adjustable base, all with free and fast delivery. Deals this big won't last long, so don't miss out. The right mattress matters. We'll find yours. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
If you think about it, the floor is the part of your home that gets lived on the most. It gets walked on, stomped over, spilled on. It bears the weight of life on its planks. That's where LifeProof's luxury vinyl plank flooring comes in. Our premium flooring is durable, scratch-resistant, and 100% waterproof, so it can take all that stomping and spilling with no problem. Plus, it comes in a variety of colors and styles, and it's easy to install. So make sure your floor can stand up to life's toughest tests with LifeProof. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
Up to a 30% upfront bonus and 12% per year guaranteed growth for retirement. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and these are the highest guarantees with annuities I have seen in my life. When interest rates are this high, there are silver linings, and annuity guarantees are one of them. Up to a 30% bonus upfront for retirement income. On $100,000, that's up to $42,000 guaranteed in the first year, and it's because of the economy and its high interest rates. Don't let anyone, especially another financial advisor, tell you it's not true. Up to 30% upfront just for opening an account and up to 12% per year guaranteed income growth. Don't miss out. This won't last forever. If you have an old 401k, get up to 30% upfront and 12% guaranteed growth for income today.
Call 469-579-3500. 469-579-3500.
Guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company.
Boomer Esiason is on the Fan. Check out Kickoff, getting you ready for every game. Sunday mornings at 7 on the Fan. Presented nationally by Casamigos Tequila. Casamigos, brought to you by those who drink it. And Lowe's. Lowe's knows home improvement. It's Boomer on 105.3 The Fan.
This upcoming segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax, and enjoy the difference.
Back here on 105.3 The Fan, your home of the World Series champion Texas Rangers and America's team, the Dallas Cowboys. My name is Alec Medford. I'm in for the G-Bag Nation here today with you until 6 o'clock. Coming up on the other side, we'll have Reginald Atatula of the Get Right, 7 to 11 weeknights here on The Fan, joining us. I'm sure he's got plenty of college football to talk with us. And then we'll close out the show with the Expressway. Brian Broaddus going to hang out with us for the entirety of it, so you won't want to miss that. Scoring update in the Rose Bowl between Alabama and Michigan. It is now all knotted up at 7 apiece. A Blake Corum touchdown reception ties things up as Michigan had only trailed for 28 minutes all season. They trailed for just 5 after Alabama scored off of the muffed punt. We'll keep you up to date on all of the action in the Rose Bowl. But now we go out to the D&M Leasing Hotline, where we welcome in from this very show, the G-Bag Nation. He's Eric Chiafalo. Cheech, what's up, man, and Happy New Year's.
Happy New Year, Medford. 2 straight hours of AM on the FM to kick the year off. I mean, this is exactly what the doctor ordered, man. This has been therapeutic for me. I know this is exactly what you signed up for, so I'm just happy for you, bro.
I am happy to have you on, and thank you for the love, and I hope this is a great hangover cure for those who need it. But before we talk about any of the sports going on, Bobby Belt was telling me earlier before he left the studio that you will do just about anything for $20, including this show. The Venmo will hit soon, I promise. What did you eat at the Cowboys game this weekend?
So I ended up consuming a delicious cake ball. I imagine it was like a red velvet cake ball, but it was it was actually doused in Frank's red hot sauce, Medford. So it was Bobby just randomly, I don't know, we're sitting there. I mean, you know how it is in that press box, especially what we thought was going to be, you know, the last game at AT&T Stadium for the season. So you want to go out of the press box with a bang and eat as much of Legends Hospitality's food as you possibly can. And so at some point in half number 2, when the chicken wings and the hot dogs and stuff came out for the spread, we jumped on the wings, and we put the buffalo sauce on there. And for some reason, Bobby just randomly was like, "Hey, would you eat a cake ball dipped in Frank's Red Hot sauce for $20?" And I'm like, yes. Like, just quickly in my mind, I'm thinking this is an easy situation. Yes, I will do that. But also the way he said it, dipped. Next thing I know, Bobby gets up, he gets a cake ball, and then he's going to find a way to get the buffalo sauce and dip it, whatever. He puts it in a cup. He puts the cake ball in the cup, and then he just pours a bunch of Frank's Red Hot sauce all over it. He's fully submerging it. He's basically allowing the cake ball to take a complete bath in the Frank's Red Hot sauce. Now, that's a little bit different than dipping, right? When someone says they're going to dip something and then someone says they're going to give a full-on bubble bath to this thing, that's two different things. Nonetheless, I felt like, hey, I said I was going to do it, $20, I could use it. You know what I'm saying, Medford? I know you'd probably be in the same boat. You'd be going, yeah, for $20. $20, Medford, you're putting that cake ball in your mouth.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. All things considered, I'm going to.
Yes. So I'm like, okay, boom, let's do this thing. And it was, I will tell you, in all honesty, it was probably 5 times worse than I thought it was going to be. I mean, it was like for 30, it took me probably like a minute and a half to completely chew and swallow the entire thing, just because the combination of the cake taste with the super pungent buffalo red Frank sauce. I mean, it's two contrasting tastes that like your mouth knows these two don't belong in here at the same time. And so trying to swallow it while Bobby's laughing maniacally in my face was challenging. But once the Frank's red sort of dissipated, and I don't know if it just sort of evaporated in my mouth or what the scientific term would be, but it sort of went away, and then I was able to fully consume the cake ball, and then thus receive the Venmo notification from Bobby Bell. Here's your $20.
That is probably the most ridiculous thing you will hear on New Year's Day. And that's a wild thing to say because a lot of people make a lot of mistakes on New Year's Day. But he is Eric Chiafalo of the G-Bag Nation joining us right here on 105.3 The Fan. And you mentioned all of this going down at AT&T Stadium. Let's talk about the game itself, because ended it with a little bit of controversy, but now we're in a weird spot, at least for me, where the Cowboys control their destiny in terms of the NFC East and getting that number 2 seed. But I don't think a lot of us are still super sold or super confident. Like, where's your confidence lying right now? Because I feel like the run defense has gotten a little bit better. I still have concerns with the offense, but you're going on the road to Washington with a chance to really lock this thing up and take the NFC East crown. Like, where do you stand confidence-wise with the team right now?
Well, I mean, thank you first and foremost to the Eagles for being completely incompetent to close the season out, to even give us this opportunity. I mean, what a beautiful way to start the new year. So thank you to the city of Philadelphia for your just complete ineptitude to close out this football season. Now, when it comes to these Cowboys, man, did they escape out of that one or what, dude? I mean, that was not the game I anticipated. No. I thought it was going to be the barn burner. I think we all did, but that was not the case. And now, yes, you start to wonder about a Cowboy offense that, at least for me, and for so most of us, you've had such confidence in since the bye week. And then now all of a sudden you sputter twice on the road, but you have that caveat of, but it was on the road. It's like we get back to AT&T Stadium versus the Lions defense that ain't all that good. And you saw at least a couple of times, here's a 92-yarder for CeeDee Lamb. It's like, okay, this isn't some awesome defense. You thought they were going to get really cranking, but they don't have a rushing attack. I don't know what McCarthy was doing with how much just running of the football he was doing until the end of the game, when there's like, you're trying to get this game over with as quickly as possible, and you're like, maybe actually you should run the ball, and then he decides to throw it, and then you give Detroit an opportunity. You feel like the Cowboys, when they win a game like this, it was just sort of in spite of themselves. They got in their own way a few times, but fortunately Detroit sort of got in their own way a few more times, and you were able to escape with a victory there. But you get super, super fortunate. This team, you feel like this team's different at home. So if you can just get through Washington to close this thing out, and then you get a couple of home games in the playoffs, that's obviously what you want. Like, more than anything for this Cowboys team, they got to be at home to feel like they even have a chance. So it's hugely important that they win versus Washington. but going to the field of feces that is Washington in the final game of Riverboat Ron and Sam Howell, and I don't know, the divisional matchup. It's weird. I think there's going to be bad weather. Like we know this team does not play well in cold, wet conditions. I think it's going to be just that on Sunday. So it's probably going to be 4 quarters of disaster, and we'll just see if they can pull it out in the end. That's sort of where I'm at right now.
Last one for you, Cheech. Who do you have winning the national championship as we have the first 2 playoff games? Going down today, it is knotted up at 7 apiece between Michigan and Alabama. Personally, I am a certified Texas hater, but I think this is the year that Texas finally figures it out and gets the job done.
Man, I think they got a great chance at it. I think it's wide open. I don't feel super confident in it one way or another because I think it's pretty even across the board. But I will just lean Nick Saban, Alabama, finding a way to get it done. I do think they beat Michigan for sure. And then, I don't know, maybe you get the rematch. Like I sort of predicted Alabama-Texas rematch.
Yeah.
And if Texas beats Alabama twice in the same year en route to the SEC, I mean, my gosh, what a way to come in there crotch first and say, yeah, we're the big dogs here. We've been here 5 seconds. We're the big dogs here.
That would be amazing. I can't wait for it all to unfold and can't wait to have you boys back starting tomorrow, 2 to 7, right here on 105.3 The Fan. From the G-Bag Nation, he is Eric Chiafalo. Appreciate you as always, my man, and I will see you tomorrow.
Hey, likewise, brother. You're the man, Medford. Happy New Year, bro.
Happy New Year, and there he goes, Eric Chiafalo of the G-Bag Nation, good enough to join us right here on 105.3 The Fan. My name is Alec Medford, in for the G-Bag Nation, here today until 6 o'clock, and coming up next, let's talk with Reggie Atatula from the Get right here on 105.3 The Fan.
G-Bag's Brian Broaddus, setting records with his Love of the Star podcast. 1.2 million and growing fast.
Maybe this thing is bigger than we thought.
Get his inside info on Odyssey or wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
This is John Marks with it.
Expressway. 35 minutes of uninterrupted live and local sports content with the great Brian Broaddus, Super Bowl winning NFL scout, and of this very show, the G-Bag Nation. They will be back tomorrow, 2 to 7, right here on The Fan. Until then, it is me, myself, and I, except when we go to the D&M Leasing Hotline and we welcome in on loan from the Get Right here on 105.3 The Fan, 7 to 11 weeknights. He is Reginald Atatula. Reggie, Happy New Year. What's up, man? How's it going?
Man, I'm doing all right. How are you? How are you living this evening or this afternoon? I don't know what time it is. I've just been in the house.
I don't either, honestly. Like, this weekend has been such a wash with all the different sports, all the different shows. Like, Blake was joking earlier. He did the first hour of this show with me, and it was like we really went around the carousel of, like, show times. We had a 5-hour show 2 days ago. We had a 2-hour show yesterday. Then me and Blake went 1 hour today. So, yeah, my mind is just as frazzled as yours.
You might win that. I'm okay with allowing you to win that competition. No problem. You got it.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm okay with it, but I'll accept it because I kind of have to. But I do know one thing. You are probably enjoying the fact that you get this day to soak in all of the college football as it is knotted up at 7 apiece between Michigan and Alabama in the Rose Bowl. What have you seen so far in this matchup? Because right now I'm seeing some pretty solid defense, seeing a muff punt, seeing a little bit of everything. What are you liking so far?
Well, what I'm liking is that Michigan's defensive line and just defensive front is able to get really good pressure. Not that I wasn't expecting that, right? Like, Michigan's defense is something to write home about. I just had not remembered, and I probably should have. Alabama's pass protection is a problem. And so the thing that I was considering as I was trying to figure out who I thought would win this game is, hey, man, Alabama has been, with Jalen Milroe, has been, like, really good at explosive plays. It's one of the things that he's good at is deep passing. And so they've leaned into that offensively. And Michigan in the Big Ten has not seen a team that threatens you down the field in the way that Alabama can.
Yeah.
And so that was the thing that I was a little concerned about for Michigan's sake, especially when you consider Michigan's offense is largely, when it's at its best, a run base. When you talk about Blake Corum, you talk about Edwards, the other running back, like, those guys tote the rock incredibly well, and they've got big boys that block it up well. And J.J. McCarthy is not the greatest quarterback. As we saw, he almost threw the ball away on the very first play of this game. And so I was like, ooh, if it's going to be an up-and-down situation, that's going to be a problem for Michigan. And then, again, coming back to the thing that I did not remember, that pass protection for Alabama, not the greatest. And so Michigan's been doing a great job of getting in Milroe's kitchen, not allowing him to spend time and really be able to look down the field and pick them apart. And so thus far, it's been a little bit of a wash. It's been a lot of physicality in this game. It's kind of been held to running for the most part. And so thus far, 7-7. We got a quarter of football down and 3 more to go.
What do we need to do if you're either team, Alabama or Michigan, to see more points on the board? Because Vegas had the over-under at 44.5, and at this rate, it looks like it's going to be a defensive game. It's still a really good game, but we've seen all kinds of craziness in some of these bowl games already. What does either team need to do to see some points on the board?
Well, I imagine for Michigan, it's just keep leaning into the Big Ten of it all, right? Run the football, allow that to be your guide, and then utilize that play action, those types of things, to get the ball downfield, especially because that you use play action, you can make the job easier on J.J. McCarthy. For Alabama, that's an interesting proposition. I wonder if some of it will be, some shorter passing. Again, that's not really where Jalen Milroe's strengths lie. It's more of that deep passing and then his mobility. But I wonder if some of that will help to maybe, slow down Michigan's pass rush. But then also it's something where I don't know if this is like a solution, but it'd help if they could block better. You know what I mean? Like, that's one of those things that I'm like, I'm not sure if you offer that as a solution because that's not really helpful, right? That person who's like, well, what if you just had some more money? Yeah, no, I understand that. We all consider that portion about the problem. So, I imagine that Alabama. And the thing about Alabama is, like, they don't need a whole bunch of explosives. They just need explosives here and there at the right times. And so I'm interested in seeing how that balances out. But, yeah, I think Michigan, as it currently stands, are in a better situation because the game script seems to be going a little bit more to the way that they typically play.
Outside of scoring plays, Bama is averaging a massive 0.25 yards per play on its 12 non-scoring plays so far. So Michigan's defense holding up pretty well there. And then we have what should be a really fun matchup coming up tonight at 7 o'clock between Texas and Washington. And I've been bouncing back and forth on what's going to happen in this game all week. Obviously, we're expecting two really good quarterbacks to go out there and put up some points, but I'm starting to lean into the Texas narrative. I'm starting to drink the Kool-Aid coming from a TCU fan and a definitely specified Texas hater in Alec Medford. But how are you feeling about this game?
Yeah, it sounds like you're not hating hard enough.
Yeah, that's true.
No, I look, and this is very non-committal, but I am also in that place where I'm going back and forth. It feels, look, man, when you think about it, Washington has 3 Sunday players of wide receivers. Like, they have 3 dudes that could play in the NFL at wide receiver. And just think about it. How many teams across the nation in college football do you think have 3 elite defensive backs?
Not a lot.
Yeah, that's not something that happens very frequently. And so with that being the case, like, Texas is going to have a little bit of a task to try and account for those guys. And, I mean, Texas's defense was better, but the weakness of that defense is probably secondary if you were going to pick one. Now, the big boys up front, the D tackles, show up and loom large, and so you maybe hope that you can do something up front, get some pass rush, those types of things. But, yeah, the passing ability of Washington is rightfully scary to anyone. And on top of that, pairing that with Quinn Ewers is really solid running this offense with Sarkisian's calling. They've done a great job establishing this offense, being able to run the football and all that. But if you are now having to try and catch up and keep up with the offense that Washington is, Quinn Ewers is good, but not great in that regard, right? Like, there's instances where he's just a little off, or maybe even could throw it up there for the opportunity of it being taken the other way. And I say that not to denigrate him. I still think that he's very good at what he does. But if you're talking about him versus Michael Penix, like, there's a difference within that. And so that leaves me with a little bit of pause. But for some reason, like, I still am drawn to Texas. And so, like, the logic of it has me thinking Washington, but there's something within me that wants Texas to win this. And maybe it's just that I have seen Texas, since the last time they won the national championship, exist in this place where people talked about them as being entitled, and that being the reason that they are not living up to the potential that all of the funding of this program, the prestige of this program should be. And for the first time in a long time, it feels like they have kind of wiped away some of those things that it felt like were holding them back. And so it's like, narratively, it feels like it'd be the right time, leaving the Big 12 to winning the Big 12 championship and moving into the SEC. It'd be the right time, as you have also, like, gotten rid of that feeling of not being gritty or, being entitled, for that to kind of show up in a tangible way in this college football playoff.
Since we're on the topic of college football, talking with Reggie Adatula of the Get Right here on 105.3 The Fan, were you as excited and enjoying the aura of the Pop-Tarts Bowl as I was? And were you as upset when you saw that the mascot wasn't actually the edible product that the players were eating?
Okay, look at you getting to the capital J journalism of this. No, thank you. I appreciate you bringing this up. Yes, of course, I was very intrigued by the Pop-Tarts Bowl. And by the way, shout out to whoever is running marketing at Pop-Tarts or whatever, because they are the unquestioned winner of bowl season. Like, I don't think that there is a single other sponsor for a bowl that got as much burn out of it than Pop-Tarts. But yes, like, this was sold in the media that the idea was that there was going to be a live mascot that was also edible. And I was racking my brain as to how they were going to manage to have those two things jive, right? You're just going to have a person in an edible suit walking around all the time, and then somebody's going to try and eat that after whatever the other things you had the mascot do. And no, they did a little bit of a sleight of hand, right? The fake toaster had mascot go in it, and then supposedly pop out the other side with this the most giantest Pop-Tart that I've ever seen. I was a little disappointed, but I was like, look, man, I don't know what I expected though, right? Like, some of this is just, what was I expecting to see? Now, I was kind of promised, offered a certain bill of goods and not quite delivered, but at the same time, I'm smart enough to know that was probably something that they were not going to actually be able to do and deliver on. So I'm not too upset. The whole experience was fun. And also, we got incredible memes out of it. So I feel like ultimately we still won.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I think we did. I think we took a win as a country. I think it united us for a brief 3 hours and maybe a couple more after the game because of the memes. I was enjoying it so much. And Carter Freeman actually sent us over a clip that Blake and I played at the end of the show on Friday, and it was the ESPN play-by-play guy for the game. They were doing like a up-close shot of the mascot, and he just goes, "Tonight, he will die. He will be eaten. He will be his own last meal." It's just a beautiful. There was an aura to this game. This is what I love about college football. But hey, I digress. The more important question, though, is what's the best Pop-Tart flavor?
Oh, that's all right. So this is the one that I actually take a lot of flack for. I won't say it's the best, right?
Mm-hmm.
The best I don't know that I actually have a good answer on the best. I was not so fortunate to have be able to taste all the flavors, right? You had to have a certain level of wealth in my childhood, at least in my mind, to be having all these wild blueberries and all these different things. I always had a certain affinity for the strawberry unfrosted, which I know that now the text line and the Twitch chat and the YouTube are going to have all sorts of people calling me some level of serial killer. However, right, there's something to be said for it. I understand that it is a sweet treat. It is not meant to be any level of healthy, but all that damn frosting on there was a little bit much. We also talking about the filling and the tart of it all, right? And so I felt like, look, man, you had the filling, especially if you were going to pop this, put this in the toaster, right, and toast this. I feel like once you toast I forgot the word as soon as I was saying it. The unfrosted. There we go. The unfrosted one. All right, that's cool. Like it has the flavor, it has the sweetness that I want. The frosting was just overkill at that point. Now, if you're eating it cold, I get it. It's dry. Now you need a drink. It's a little much. That frosting helps it go. That does lead me to a question though. Were you a toasted Pop-Tart person, or were you just a grab it out the box and eat it person?
See, Blake called me crazy for it. I was a straight out of the box and eat it kind of guy, because a lot of the time when I ate Pop-Tarts, it was just like on the way to school or whatever. Yeah. So I'm just like, I've got 15 minutes before practice. I got to go to campus and be ready to run some sprints and do bear crawls and whatever. So yeah, I need something quick. I don't have time for the minute and 20-second cycle in the toaster.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with eating it straight out the box. I imagine a majority of the folks ate straight out the box, right? It gives some feeling of like latchkey kid. This is some. Yeah. There's not somebody, an adult watching after me, right, and making sure that I'm eating something nutritious. It's just, did you get some level of calories? Doesn't matter if they're fats or proteins, or you have some calories, you will not die. All right, cool. That's the whole ethos of the Pop-Tart in my imagination. So I think you were doing it right.
I appreciate that, because Blake made me very self-conscious. Talking to Reggie Adatulo of the Get Right here on The Fan. Alec Medford in for the G-Bag Nation today. Talking about the Cowboys, I've bounced this around with the different hosts that have popped on the show, just trying to wrap your head around that game against the Lions now that it's all said and done, and we've kind of, I think, moved past the whole controversy of the 2-point play and just looking at the game as a whole. One takeaway that I had was, maybe the lack of takeaways for the defense came to an end in that game, and usually good things happen when the defense makes takeaways. But one thing I didn't like, and it's starting to show, is in these close games, the defense in close games doesn't really do much for me. What do you think about the defense heading into the playoffs? Because I feel like they're improving some things here and there, like the run defense has been a little bit better the past 2 weeks, setting the edge, but it's really the end of game management by the defensive coordinator that I haven't really been too fond of.
Yeah, that was something that's frustrating. I honestly, to be completely honest, I was rewatching the game when you called, and so I've not gotten back to that portion of it to put a more trained eye on it. But yeah, I feel you there. I think ultimately my feeling is just the defense is not where I thought it was at the beginning of the year, right, where we were talking about this as possibly being a historic defense, but it's not an atrocious defense, and so somewhere in the middle there. And there's something to be said for the lack of consistency also. Like I don't know that you can come into a game and be like, this is definitively what you're getting every week in any way with the defense. And I think that's the thing that can be a little concerning entirely all the way around with this team. I think the last couple of years going into the postseason, and not in exactly that way, but the last couple of years you come into the postseason, and the thing that I felt about the Cowboys is if they play at the top end of their capabilities, they can go out there and win. They can go out there and deliver the things that Cowboys Nation wants, going to the NFC Championship game, maybe contending for a Super Bowl, right? You never know. But the problem has been in the past that they have not lived up to those lofty expectations and the capabilities. I think this year you've seen some of that inconsistency still that gives me worries, even though I've seen like the offense play a little bit more consistently higher in that potential. And even the defense, you've seen them play a little more consistently a little bit higher in that range, but there's still a concern that it can drop off at a given point. And that's where I'm at. That's the thing that concerns me. And so in my mind, that's where the defense is in my brain. It's like, yes, of late, it seems like late in games, the ways in which you trusted Dan Quinn to always give you the right answer has maybe not felt as automatic as in the past, but that's still just in my brain. It's like, all right, this game could be a game where they come out and they're playing lockdown, lights out defense, or it could be a game where they're susceptible, and that might just be at any given day proposition, which probably isn't what you want at this time of year, right, going into these important games. But at the same time, that feels like it's football with the war of attrition and the way it is.
Last one for you, Reg, before we get you on out of here and let you enjoy the rest of the college football slate for the day. Blake and I were messing around with the ESPN playoff generator thing that they have where you can just fill in the rest of the blanks of this last week of NFL games and see what the seeding and the matchups would look like in the wild card round. And I keep tossing up between two teams, but what is the one team in the NFC you would not want to go against if you're the Cowboys?
Ooh, specifically for the Cowboys. I mean, the Rams come to mind. I think I think it's the Rams, especially of the ones that like they're likely to get. It's probably the Los Angeles Rams. Matt Stafford has been kind of low key because it's always weird when you say low key because there's some people like, nah, I knew that, so it's not low key or whatever.
Yeah.
But Matt Stafford has been putting up an incredible season to the point where I might have to like have a mea culpa on some things that I've said about him in the past. We'll have that conversation at a later date, but. Matt Stafford's been playing incredibly well. Obviously, the likes of Puka Nacua, Cooper Kupp, all those types of things. Kyron Williams has been fantastic. And so I think that that's a team that can really rival you in getting up and down the field. And I think any team in the NFC, honestly, should be concerned about the Rams and their capabilities and the way they've played of late. That's the one that immediately comes to mind because, I mean, you've already seen the Seahawks, and I understand Geno Smith, especially if he's having one of those games where he's putting the ball exactly where he wants to, it could be a problem. I don't know that one hits me in the same place. So, yeah, I think the Rams are my answer.
Reggie, appreciate the time and always great to chat with you. You can hear him on the Get Right 7 to 11 weeknights here on The Fan. Happy New Year, man. Appreciate the time.
Yes, sir.
There he goes, Reggie Atatula of the Get Right. Good enough to join us right here on 105.3 The Fan. Alec Medford with you in for the G-Bag Nation until the top of the hour. And coming up next, how about 35 uninterrupted minutes of myself and the Super Bowl winning NFL scout Brian Broaddus? We'll do that next on The Fan.
More G-Bag Nation, less commercials. We go commercial free all the way to the top of the hour. Coming up next, right here on The Fan and the Odyssey app.
At the Wilhite Law Firm, we handle accident cases differently. If you're injured, we'll drive to your home to meet you. We'll return every call and keep you updated every step of the way. Here's the difference. We were awarded Best Law Firm in 2023 because we work with you side by side. We win big for our clients. Texas-size settlements big. Get your free case review at willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. willhitewins.com. Don't delay. Click today.
Prior results do not guarantee similar outcome.
Listen to the Texas Lending Mortgage Show each Saturday morning at 8 to get the latest on buying, selling, or refinancing your home. You can also listen to the show on the Odyssey app. The Texas Lending Mortgage Show is paid for by Aspire Financial Inc.
Hey, did you know the Statue of Liberty is the largest holiday gift ever given? That's a big deal, just like those at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hey, did you know when the year ends, so do the deals? It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for
So, but I would love to the matchup when you start to talk about a scouting perspective is I think Alabama's corners again against, say, Washington's receivers would do me a lot of good. Just if you want to evaluate, again, that good on good. But there's the side of me that's pulling for Texas just because I want Bennett to be able to go to a national championship game in this, and that's the great experience I had at LSU. I mean, I had graduated, but to go and watch your team play in a national championship in your college and win is such a unique experience and really a lot of fun.
That would be awesome for Bennett. Like you said, short trip should be basically a home game for Texas. But he is Brian Broaddus joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. Alec Medford in place of the G-Bag Nation here today. And you mentioned a couple times the good-on-good matchups. And just from the scouts' perspective, how important are those matchups and how nice are they whenever you're trying to get a feel for a guy? Because I instantly go to recency bias in C.J. Stroud and what he was able to do in his playoff game and how he kind of opened eyes, maybe not for the NFL, but at least for the national audience. That's when people were like, okay, this kid can make some dynamic plays.
Well, I think you're absolutely right, Alec, and that's the thing that I think that I don't know how you could have not put on the Ohio State-Georgia film from last year and not got one of the best evaluations ever on a quarterback. And here's C.J. Stroud. He's playing with NFL wide receivers against an NFL defense. And that's where you get the idea of like, okay, his crew is not clearly better than the one he's playing. It was a really evenly matched game. It was really well played on both ends. Unfortunately, it came down to the missed field goal there at the end. But man, you just, I always like to say, if you watch Stroud, if you said, okay, you can only watch one game of him play and make an evaluation of him, you would take the Georgia game and say, okay, well, he's got the talent to throw the ball to, and they've got the talent to stop you from throwing the ball to him. So that in itself is, you're always looking for those great matchups, you know. Now, you'll also, though, turn around and look at some games that might be a little bit, maybe a little bit down in weight class for a player. But you look at that to see, okay, how hard does he play? You know, if they take a step down in competition, is he just going through the motions? Is he really playing hard on all the games? Is he just getting up for the big games? You know, it's really the whole body of work. And that's the fun thing about scouting is when you can kind of mix and match and really dig in on a player with that tape evaluation.
An update from the Rose Bowl. Alabama cuts the deficit in half with a 50-yard field goal. It is now Michigan 13, Alabama 10. But Broaddus, let's go ahead and flip to the Cowboys matchup that we saw against the Lions. And look, we talked a lot going into the game about this probably being some offensive fireworks show, but some timely mistakes by both sides kind of kept this thing in check and kept it close to the very end to where we saw this weird controversial ending with the two-point conversion play. Have you been able to wrap your head around what really happened there? And because I keep going back and I keep reading the quote from the pool report after the game with the officials, and I'm just like, the only conclusion I can come down to is somebody messed up, but it felt like something, to me at least, maybe Dan Campbell in that situation hears one number announced and he goes and flags down a line judge and says, hey, I need two guys eligible there. It feels like this thing could have been avoided in more ways than one.
Yeah, I mean, first off, I give the Lions a lot of credit because defensively, the Cowboys did a really nice job with them. 9 of their 31 rushing plays were what we called stuffed, no yards or negative yards, and that's a credit to the Cowboys and how that they were able to deal with a very, very good running attack by the Detroit Lions. I thought they did a good job of harassing Goff to the point where, some of the throws, the interception that he had that Lewis got was just sheer panic, throwing the ball, to really a blind, okay, I trust I got a screen over here to my left and I'm just going to, fling the ball that direction. And then Lewis reading the play all the way. Now, I say that just because, but when it got to that final drive, the Lions, the Cowboys tried to do some things that were just, it just wasn't playing prevent defense. It was, first off, they're trying to defend the sideline on the first play. That didn't work out well. They got gashed down the middle. Second play, they tried to go with two high safeties, but both safeties were playing really, really wide, really from number to number. So here again, now you're attacking the middle of the field. Then they tried to get Kearse involved in coverage on Laporta. That's successful on a route. And so, it was just bang, bang, bang down the field. The Cowboys, like I say, were like saying, okay, if you want to throw the ball, we'll let you throw it, but we'll keep you in bounds. The problem was the plays were just so massive. So now, okay, you score, and, Dan Campbell's, I know for a fact, I'm just sitting there, and I say I know to a fact, I know that if that was me, I would have likely have kicked that extra point, because I just think there was so much on the line for really both teams. If you want to think about, seeding, could that game, if you lose that game, does that cost you a shot at the second seed? Well, it looks like it very well might for the Lions. Somehow you find a way to win that game, but I've also give these coaches credit for knowing the condition of their team. Campbell probably felt like that he probably couldn't put his defense back out there and get a stop if he needed to get a stop. Plus, you've got Aubrey as a kicker who basically can knock those things home from 65 yards when they're playing indoors. So, there's a lot that goes on to this situation, but I thought it was a well-designed idea. I thought the execution part of it was really good, with the exception of the reporting part of it. They got what they wanted out of it. They went with the unbalanced line. They got to the point where Taylor Decker was in man on the line of scrimmage. He wasn't being covered. So, they said, well, he was being covered, and he really wasn't when you look at the tape. So, it was a well-designed, but, I think after you missed the first time, now I'm thinking, okay, well, I need to kick this extra point is what I need to do. And, Campbell decided to stay aggressive, and, the Lions can complain all they want. They had 3 shots to run a 2-point play and didn't get in any of those times. So, credit the Cowboys, and, it's really kind of a moot point now that, Dallas did a great job of not allowing Detroit to end that game with a 2-point play. And ultimately it's going to end up, being, well, hopefully it will get them to be the second seed in this upcoming NFL playoff.
And if you guys, any of you out there, Tolos, have any questions for Brian Broaddus, 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line, 877-881-1053, and I can pass them along for you. But you mentioned give the Cowboys credit defensively. I want to give a specific player some credit, because DeMarcus Lawrence looked like a angry man out there. It looked like every time he was bursting through the line, it was like whatever offensive lineman was matched up with him, they owed him money, because he was just mowing through everybody in front of him, and he was really disruptive in the run game, which isn't something that's uncommon for him. It's just it felt like he really jumped off the tape this week. And I don't know if it was some sort of conversations throughout the week defensively about, hey, we need to be better, but it feels like DeMarcus Lawrence had a mission on Saturday, and he definitely executed it.
Yeah, Alec, that's a really, really good eye on your part. And when I watched the All-22 yesterday, it was really, as you say, very evident of him jumping off the tape. And what happens is Tank will play. Now, I will say this: there was a stop that he made during when they went for it on 4th down, and they tried to throw the pass, but there was a negative play that he had on Gibbs for -3, and I'll tell you what, I think he gambled, and I'd love to be able to ask him this question, but I think he gambled on shooting a gap that was just because he did it on feel. And because usually when you rush 2 guys through one gap, bad things happen for the defense. And in this case, he and Clark went through the same gap, and he did a good job of setting up Glasgow, the guard. He acted like he was going inside, and then when Glasgow committed to take that step, then Tank swam him going the other way. So he faked him going right and then swam going left. Well, as he's going through that left gap, here comes Clark right behind him on a run blitz. So like you say, usually when you have two guys going through one gap, it's a bad deal. In this case, Tank was able to get to Gibbs before he had a chance to get going. And he very, very well could have that could have been a gamble on his part that, okay, I'm gonna set this guard up, and then I'm gonna come to the other side. And lo and behold, like I say, Dallas playing run defense, 31 rushes overall for the Lions. 9 of them ended up in what they call stuffs. If you the next gen stats, the analytics, that's what they call where it's either no gain or a negative play. So hats off again to the Cowboys. And Dan Campbell even addressed that in his media availability today, or maybe yesterday, that how well the Cowboys played run defense, especially Parsons and then Tank.
From the 469 on the truckwreck.com text line 877-881-1053, they want to know, Broadus, what did you see from Micah when he was playing off the ball, and would you prefer for him to play linebacker when it's first and second down so they can have better run defense?
Yeah, I appreciate the text. Happy New Year to that person. The thing that with Micah, he is really where Micah could be dominant. And it's when he is standing up, and what they do is they will use him. They'll walk him as that linebacker. They'll walk him to different spots, and he's just so powerful. He had to take on. You could tell he was playing with a little bit of a chip on his shoulder. After what had been happening, there was talk about, well, you guys not playing run defense. You guys did this. You guys did that. But Micah's been really, really good. And, I think Micah, as long as Micah plays forward, I think he's fine. I think that the thing that will get Micah in trouble every once in a while is he will jump around a block. But he is so quick and athletic that he could get away with it at times. So much like I was talking about Tank and swimming that block, Micah will do the same thing, but sometimes Micah will get caught on the wrong side of the block. And that's just about, playing a little bit of instinct. That's about playing with a little bit of knowledge for the position stuff. Yeah, Micah was a linebacker in college, but a different type of linebacker than what he's having to play here in the National Football League. But you know what? They really are, I'm just going to say this, Brady James and Datwin and Dexter Coakley or Leroy Jordan or any of these guys aren't going to come walking through that door. They are who they are right now at linebacker. That's just the way it is. And Micah having to fill in, to help, whether it be help Bell or help Curse or help Wilson or help Clark. That's just kind of who they are right now. There's just that's Micah's going to have to be that guy as much as he can.
Another question from Atolo from the 318. Thoughts on the new free agent, Frank Clark, as he's been waived by the Seattle Seahawks after being a healthy scratch for a couple of games. What do you see from him? And because I know the question is going to be, should he be a Cowboy? But what kind of style of linebacker is he? What kind of need does he fill for any contending team?
Well, yeah, he's really an edge more than he is a linebacker. And so I know that there's been times where Frank Clark has been available, and I kind of got the no, we're good, thank you very much kind of a thing. So I don't anticipate them doing anything with Frank Clark, to be honest with you. If they're just not going to be able to get a linebacker, the one opportunity they had was Shaq Lawson, and Shaq
Leonard.
Shaq Leonard. I said Shaq Lawson. I meant Shaq Leonard. But I don't see them doing anything with Clark. I just don't. I think that they kind of felt that ship sailed. I'll tell you the guy, and I said this the other day, and he actually made a play for me. I think Dante Fowler has when they put Dante Fowler in some of these situations I think he's shown that he could rush the passer. He could play the run. I don't think they give him nearly enough snaps. Him and Armstrong and those guys are kind of taking snaps from each other and rotating a little bit. I just don't see a spot for Clark that way.
Now the Cowboys hold the keys to their own destiny in the NFC East, as weird as it sounds, after a string of a couple rough games against those AFC opponents on the road. You're heading into the matchup with the Commanders. You do have Tyler Smith suffering the injury, the full tear of the plantar fascia in his foot, which is actually a good thing. It's kind of weird when you hear someone say, hey, I tore something. And it's actually a good thing, helping him out with the pain. We had Mike McCarthy's presser earlier, and he says, hey, he's got a chance to play this Sunday from what he's heard. And then outside of that, pretty clean game, all things considered, for the Cowboys. But Tyler Smith, I do want to talk about him specifically, just what he's done this year. I know you're really only going to call his name whenever he gets a penalty for holding, and that's the only time you're really going to mention him whenever we're broadcasting. But he's been playing really good football for him. He's been really important to this team, because not only is he a really good left guard, and really from the beginning of the year, I thought towards the beginning of the year that he was playing possibly at an all-pro level. He's also important to be on the field if anything happens to Tyron Smith. So can you talk about the job that Tyler Smith has done this season when you watch the tape? Because usually it's a good thing when we're not saying his name, and it feels like we're probably not talking about him enough.
Yeah, it's funny you mention that, because we're talking about penalties. He does lead the team in penalties, but you would never know it. You know, that it's kind of the few and far betweens, but he is one of those guys that has been, as you mentioned, outstanding. He gives you such power. He gives you versatility. He gives you athletic ability. He really keeps the front of the pocket clean in the way that he's able to do things. He works very, very well with Tyron Smith. They had the one bust in Buffalo where it looks like they got caught in a situation where they were trying to pick up a stunt and they manned it instead of passed it off, maybe a communication issue. But yeah, they've asked Tyler Smith to do things with the athletic side of things, pull block, trap block, the pass protection, all those things, get out in space. All these things have been super, super positive for him. He's just so tough. He's so physical. He does a really nice job for a young guy. I've kind of thought, well, okay, they're going to move him out to tackle and this, that. I don't think so. I think they're going to keep him at guard, and whatever happens with Tyron Smith at the end of the day, whether it's Let's-Go or Awesome Richards or one of those guys, that's kind of, I think, the future, or maybe even draft a guy. I think they're committed to playing Tyler Smith at guard and being that guy that's going to, stand in there and kind of take the reins when Zach Martin decides that he's done.
Interesting stuff there on Tyler Smith, as he's got an outside chance to play in this week's game.
Absolutely. Yeah, he does. I was talking to people in the organization, and you mentioned it's a strange injury. When it gets torn, it's better than partially torn, which is, weird.
Yeah.
But it actually works out that way. It's a pain tolerance thing, and we'll see how he gets through it. But there was a chance that he was going to play this week. But I want to say, give TJ Bass a lot of credit too.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Because he stepped in a couple of different spots, right guard, left guard. He's been really good. Tip of the cap to him for filling in the last couple of weeks.
Tip of the cap indeed. Last one, Brian, as we got a few minutes left of the show here today. What is the one team, as we now know the Cowboys control their own destiny? If you're making this wild card matchup for the Cowboys and you're saying, I'm trying to make a straight path to the NFC Championship game, who is the team that you do not want to face in the first round?
Well, I tell you what, the Rams need to keep winning personally.
Yeah.
I just feel like, the Rams, I had this vision of the Rams flying across the country and taking the Baltimore Ravens to overtime. And I'm like, damn, Baltimore has been a bully the last 6 weeks of the season. and the Rams were a bully to them. And the Rams, when the Rams came to the Cowboys, they didn't have Williams, the running back. They were a little banged up. They weren't protecting well. They were a team that was kind of scuffling along. But since that trip to Green Bay, they have found their way. And I think the Rams are going to be a tough out. I really do. I'm kind of hopeful that they get to match up with San Francisco before Dallas maybe gets that opportunity and knock them out if they can. But I kind of feel like that. If Tampa wins the division, they can surely take care of Philadelphia on a 4-5. So my path would be I really don't want to play the Seahawks again, and I don't want to play the Seahawks because of the wide receivers.
Yeah.
That was a nightmare for the Cowboys to have to deal with. I was glad when that game was over. But Green Bay would offer an interesting dynamic, especially just because of last year, what happened in that game. But, no Aaron Rodgers. I'll take my chances with no Aaron Rodgers not wearing a Green Bay Packer uniform. I'll always take my chances on that.
Brian, you are the absolute best in the business. Appreciate the time, my friend, and we'll talk to you soon.
Sounds great, Alec. Thank you very much. Happy New Year to everybody out there.
Happy New Year, and there he goes, Brian Broaddus of the G-Bag Nation. Everybody, for the most part, will be back starting tomorrow right here on 105.3 The Fan. Wake Up with Sean, RJ, and Bobby to get things started at 5:30 in the morning. It's a new year and can't wait to enjoy it all with each and every one of you. Want to thank everybody who came on the show today. Want to thank Justin Honore for his hard work on the ones and twos, making us sound beautiful. But that's going to do it for me. My name is Alec Medford, in for the G-Bag Nation. They're back tomorrow right here on your home of the Cowboys and Texas Rangers. This is 105.3 The Fan.
Ranger Tolos, you deserve this. We at The Fan and the Rangers want to thank you. It's your day with the World Series trophy. Join us in our Odyssey showroom at our fan offices on Tuesday evening, January 9th for our first Rangers Hot Stove live show of the year. Get your picture with some of the Rangers and one of the most prestigious trophies in sports, January 9th with 105.3 The Fan.
This is John Marks with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by NHTSA. If you feel different, you drive different. Drive high, get a DUI. The Jags ended their 4-game losing streak, shutting the Panthers out 26-0. But the big story from the game, Panthers owner David Tepper caught on video, allegedly, throwing his drink on a Jaguars fan. The NFL said they were aware of the video, but had no further comment. Not a good look. I'm John Marks.
It's game day at Jim's house, and the spread is impressive.
Mike's already done some damage with the hot wings, and now he's dropping back and going deep for another slice of pizza.
I sure hope he brought the Pepto.
Mike knows the Pepto-Bismol provides fast 5-symptom relief from unexpected stomach upsets. He's no rookie.
The way he's throwing back those nachos, he's the GOAT.
Be ready for game day with Pepto-Bismol.
When you have nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea.
Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Get the home field advantage every time with Fairfield by Marriott, official hotel partner of the NCAA. Whether you're a student athlete working toward your championship dreams or your team's biggest fan, Fairfield by Marriott has everything you need to get ready for game day. From comfortable guest rooms to complimentary hot breakfast. Fairfield is part of the Marriott Bonvoy portfolio of hotels and official hotel partner of the NCAA. Visit fairfield.marriott.com to book your next game day stay.
She's running around. Her breath doesn't